Bo Yanzhou was notorious in high society for his coldness and indifference to women. His cunning methods were unmatched, utterly appalling. An emotionless ice block face that could randomly scare a poor, helpless baby from 1,000 miles away. Whenever a child from the wealthy circles cried and refused to go home, their parents would say, "If you don't go home now, Bo Yanzhou will come to eat you." At that, whether little boys or girls, they would scramble and crawl to run home. As for Bo Yanzhou, he didn't care at all. He hated kids the most. However, at this moment, President Bo, who hated kids the most, received a square parcel in his CEO office on the 50th floor of Bo Group. The man, as usual, wore a cold face. He only stopped writing and glanced up when the parcel was brought in. Special Assistant Lee put the heavy box on the table. With some effort, leaned in curiously to look at the shipping label and read aloud, "Piggy brand automatic troublemaking machine." "Boss, what did you buy?" "I've heard of sweeping robots, floor cleaning robots, but a troublemaking machine. What kind of unorthodox machine is this?" Bo Yanzhou didn't even lift his head as he quickly signed his name and coldly ordered, "It's not mine, throw it out." Special Assistant Lee acknowledged the order and immediately picked up the box to walk out. But as soon as he stepped out of the office, he was pulled and tugged away by the planning department director and RD director. Lee had no choice but to first put the Piggy brand automatic troublemaking machine in a corner. About a minute later, the box tentatively moved twice. After 2 seconds of silence, it moved again and even rolled on the floor. After another 2 seconds of silence, the box seemed to be enjoying itself, rolling left and right. Then with a violent shake, the tape burst open, followed by an ayah. Oh, and a chubby little baby fell out of the box. After rolling twice on the floor, the baby landed on all fours and lay still like a dead fish. System 017 emitted a sharp screech. "Ah, baby, my precious baby. Are you okay, my baby?" It said with heartache, "But uncle can't help you. I can only watch you lying on the ground with your butt up. I am truly a useless system." A continuous buzzing sound came from her head. The little dumpling lay on the ground, dazed for a moment with a confused look. She stared left and right, touched her own head, then the baby nodded and shook her head, took 2 steps, and then tripped and fell again. Wah wah wah. A glint of wisdom flashed in her eyes, then she confidently said, "Uncle, I think I'm okay." The originally tense system, upon seeing this, was grief-stricken. Even its electronic voice sounded tearful. "Baby, how can you say you're okay? You lost your brains. Your intelligence dropped, and you say you're fine." The baby, confused, translated his baby talk into a different version in her. "You are fine. You've shaken out all the useless stuff, now only intelligence is left in your brain. You are such a smart baby." With a proud expression on her chubby face, Zhuzhu happily ran around, spreading her arms and shouting that she was a smart baby. But when she was being cocky, she tripped and fell onto the cardboard with an ayah. The baby immediately put on a serious face. Yo yo yo. This was a challenge to her. This instantly infuriated the little dumpling. Without a word, the baby put her paws on the ground, lifted her chubby face, angrily looked at the overturned cardboard box, bared her teeth, and her chubby face kept changing expression. Finally, she jumped up, let out a roar, and with her little claws tore bit and pulled at the cardboard box. "You dare to ambush me? You're doomed, I'll eat you. Fat dumpling." Oh. System 017, who had just gone to the mall to exchange 2 smart pills for the baby, returned. It thought a future star of the system bureau reduced to this. When other systems were smoothly defending their theses and dating, it was assigned a graduation project completely unrelated to its major. When other systems were getting promotions and marrying, it started with hell mode. It encountered Bo Yanzhou and his entire family of psychos. It attempted 800 times and failed 800 times. It changed hosts of various types, but could never soften Bo Yanzhou, couldn't even enter the Bo family door. Great. Now the task couldn't be changed, and the host drew a fat mushroom that had just become sentient not long ago. 017 looked at its little host, who was fighting a one-sided battle with the cardboard box, getting slapped silly by the box's inertia, and instantly felt a headache, and its side composed itself and coaxed Zhuzhu, "Baby, stop playing, baby. Uncle has something good for you. Come and eat something nice." As it spoke, a faint light flashed, and a brown pill appeared in Zhuzhu's hand. The little dumpling glanced at it uninterested, threw it away, and continued gnawing on the culprit that tripped her. 017 choked, and under Zhuzhu's gaze, turned the small pill into a colorful candy. Now no coaxing was needed. The little baby watched the pill she had just abandoned turn colorful and was instantly attracted. Without hesitation, she dropped the tattered cardboard box, picked up the candy bean, and stuffed it into her mouth. She blinked, held her cheeks, and shouted, "More. More? I want more, uncle." 017 saw this and chuckled. This kid was so easy to fool. It created another colorful candy floating in midair. Seeing the drooling baby, it tempted Zhuzhu want to eat. The baby nodded vigorously, eyes following the candy as it moved, shouting, "Yes." 017 smiled. "As long as you're obedient, I can give you as many candy beans as you want." The baby waved her paws at the candy in the air like a little disciple. "I am the most obedient baby." 3 seconds later, the little dumpling knocked on the CEO office door. The man was still busy working. Upon hearing the knock, he didn't even lift his eyelids and said indifferently. After a while, no one answered, and there was no sign of the door opening. Instead, the knocking continued. Thinking the person outside hadn't heard, he frowned and said with patience, and 3 seconds later, still no response. The man coldly put down his pen and shouted angrily, "Roll in here." The booming roar frightened the baby outside so much that she nearly fell on her bottom. Zhuzhu stared with innocent big eyes, recalled the roar that sounded not to be messed with. The timid little baby opened the door, and under the puzzled gazes of 017 and Bo Yanzhou, she slowly crouched down, placed her paws on the ground and pushed. With a gulu-gulu, she rolled straight in. 017. Bo Yanzhou. After rolling twice, and ending up on the ground, the baby got up, shook her dizzy head, met the man's scrutinizing gaze without fear. She scurried over to Bo Yanzhou, hugged his leg tightly, tilted her chubby face, and rubbed against him with sparkling eyes. I rolled in 017. You are indeed obedient. You really roll, my baby. Bo Yanzhou. Where did this little piggy come from? Bo Yanzhou was always aloof and disliked human contact. Even though the other party was a child, he showed no mercy at all. Feeling the soft, strange touch on his leg, the man's eyes darkened. He raised his hand and pushed at the child's head, trying to shove her away. 017 looked on, flailing its arms excitedly. This is the power of a human infant. See, this. Is this being touched so adorably? Thinking of the previous 800 failures, this single success seemed especially precious. 017 quickly offered advice. He seems to want to rub your head. He wants to rub your head. Baby, quickly put your head up there. For the candy beans, the toddler, whose dazed little eyes instantly cleared, stood on tiptoes and shot. Zhuzhu blinked, her two chubby little paws wrapping around Bo Yan's his slender large hand, rubbing her head back and forth against his palm. Bo Yanzhou subconsciously frowned, not out of disgust. He not only didn't dislike it, but actually found the little brat surprisingly nice. He frowned suddenly and thought, this child doesn't seem so annoying after all. With this thought, he unconsciously looked her up and down. The little bun had plump cheeks, round lychee-like eyes, fair and tender skin, short legs like a 70-centimeter gas canister, a blackened fluffy skirt, lace socks, and leather shoes, two small buns on top of her head, wispy bangs, a stern little face, and a small briefcase slung diagonally across her body. Why does it feel weird? What's with this hint of a meticulous and shrewd boss baby feeling? Quite interesting, huh? Seeing the man's slightly raised brows, 017 was extremely satisfied. Touched right. Joke. It didn't believe this boss baby-style kid couldn't win over the villain. It must be said Bo Yanzhou was indeed a little moved. But the next second, the baby girl sweetly called out to him, Daddy. The man's expression instantly cracked. Called Daddy made his eyelid twitch and his face suddenly darkened. So it's a scheming little con artist. He grabbed the toddler by the scruff of her neck with his left hand, pulled her back, randomly picked a file with his right hand, poked it behind her, then kicked with his foot, speaking harshly, Scram. I hate kids the most. Pushed away, the cub clutched her little bottom, a bit angry, lifted her head, and spoke fiercely, Why did you kick my butt? The unfeeling cold-faced Seo became interested and raised his foot again, pretending to nudge the cub's bottom, saying, I kicked, what can you do, little brat? The cub stomped her feet. Zhuzhu is not a little brat. Bo Yanzhou sneered, a pig never admits it's a pig. The little dumpling recognized few characters, the pig happened to be one of them. Hearing this, Zhuzhu instantly got angry, puffed her cheeks, and glared at Bo Yanzhou. The man was slightly puzzled. Why was she acting cute? This cub is dumb enough being called a pig and still pouting to act cute. Good thing she's not my kid. If I had such a dumb kid, I'd crawl on the ground from now on. One person and one dumpling stared at each other, the atmosphere becoming heavy. 017, afraid the dog man would throw its little host out, quickly smoothed things over. Baby, your daddy just has a bad temper. He didn't mean to say that. Be generous and don't mind that little man. The chubby cub had her dignity and bottom line. She clenched her little paw and shouted with all her might, You are a pig. I don't want you to be my daddy anymore. After saying that, she turned and walked out with a determined, duck-like waddle. The man's face instantly darkened. The little brat had grown bold. A silly, dumb-looking kid actually dared to call him a piggy little man. Little man he wouldn't deny, but linking him with a pig. This little piglet was the first. No, the focus should be that this little brat actually dared to talk back. Very well. Little pig kid has successfully caught his attention. 017 didn't notice. It had been with the dumpling so long that it had learned to automatically filter. Afraid the cub would no longer want to do the task, 017 quickly popped a candy bean into the cub's mouth, coaxing in a sweet voice, Baby, remember what Uncle told you. Your daddy is the richest daddy in the world. With money you can buy more candy. So baby, if you want to eat more candy, you must acknowledge daddy. As long as you win your daddy's heart, you can have as much candy as you want. It must be said 017 really knew how to handle the little chubby mushroom. The cub, who had been walking away with unyielding determination, upon hearing these words, her eyes lit up, and without a second thought, she turned and ran back, pattering her little feet. Toddler with pigeon-toed feet, grinning from ear to ear, yanked a hair from her own head and offered it to Bo Yanzhou. Daddy, can you give me back my daddy? She was overthinking, fearing that the piggy little man wouldn't understand her words, so she added, It means, the one with Zhuzhu's ADA, called Bo Yan's hiss. Sure. 017's soothing voice paused. Not, what? Does she even know what daddy is? My daddy and your daddy seem different. Bo Yanzhou suddenly turned from a person into a sure. A dark light surged in the man's eyes. He pinched Zhuzhu's mouth coldly. Say that again. The little dumpling was obedient. Even though her mouth was pinched shut, it didn't stop her from looking for her daddy. I want to find the one called Bo Yanzhou who has CID with Zhuzhu. The sure, yeah? The CEO narrowed his eyes. The cub muttered dazedly, I want to find the one who has something to do with Zhuzhu. Sure, and is in the ICU. Bo no. Admitted to the ICU. Bo no. The man laughed angrily, snatched the strand of hair from the dumpling's hand, and decided he was going to give this little piggy a complete childhood. When Assistant Lee was summoned back by a single phone call from Bo Yanzhou in the minimalist black and white office, his boss was sitting on the sofa in the lounge area staring at a little child. Your name? Bo Zhuzhu. The CEO raised an eyebrow. Oh, so she shares his surname. Intrigued, he smirked and teased, are you a pig? The little dumpling nodded matter-of-factly, yes, yes. Zhuzhu, age, the man continued in a deep voice. The little dumpling looked puzzled, scratching her head. I don't know. He'll live as long as I lived. I'm asking how old you are now, not how long you'll live. The kid placed on the coffee table swung her feet and nodded in sudden understanding. I think I'm 2 years old. Bo Yanzhou sighed wearily, leaning back with a heavy exhale. He hadn't even spent half an hour with this little brat, and how many times had he already been infuriated? He couldn't even. Assistant Lee stood at a distance, finding it extremely rare to see his usually unflappable boss wearing such an expression. But he was even more curious about how this kid ended up in the CEO's office. Bo Group had strict management. Employees were not allowed to bring children to work. As he stepped forward and caught the first glimpse of the little dumpling's face, Assistant Lee was instantly charmed. His paternal heart raced. Chubby baby, chubby baby, chubby baby. Human toddlers were just too adorable. What kind of parents could produce such a cute little one? He desperately wanted to be her father, wanted to be her father, wanted to be her father. Internally twisted and crawling through darkness, he outwardly maintained a mechanical, standardized smile. He approached his boss, giving a slight nod. Boss, any instructions? Without wasting words, Bo Yanzhou handed over 2 strands of hair. Check on this little brat. Also do a paternity test for me. I want the results ASAP. Sure, boss. Huh. Assistant Lee's smiling face froze. His hand reaching for the hair paused. He looked at his iceberg boss in disbelief, then turned sharply to the adorable kid sitting across from his boss on the coffee table, grinning from ear to ear like a little son. His pupils dilated as he glanced back and forth between the two. No way. Boss, it's not that I look down on you. But with a face as cold as ice like yours, does it even make sense that you could father such a sweet baby? Perhaps the stare was too piercing. Bo Yanzhou felt a flicker of displeasure at Assistant Lee's barely concealed shock. He frowned. What are you gawking at? Too idle. Humph. No matter how silly the little piglet seemed, she was still his child, and no one else was allowed to insult her with their looks or expressions. Assistant Lee quickly shook his head and lied. No, boss. I was just thinking that Miss looks exactly like you. Bo Yanzhou raised an eyebrow, glancing sideways at the kid, who was happily playing with her own feet. Though his expression was full of disdain, his eyes never left the little dumpling. Humph. This automatic troublemaker was actually kind of novel to watch. Meanwhile, Zhuzhu was curiously looking around the vast office. She had never seen such things, so everything seemed new. After playing with her feet, for a while she became fascinated by the inkstone on a shelf nearby. Now she was hugging the inkstone, examining it left and right, thoroughly enjoying herself. Meanwhile, 017 was so excited it nearly crashed. Because this was the closest its host had ever been to the target after 800 attempts. Assistant Lee was efficient. In less than 50 minutes after receiving the order, he had gathered all the information. But just as he was excitedly carrying the documents back, the office had already descended into chaos. The man's expression turned stern. Suppressing his fury, he took a deep breath and snapped, Bo Zhuzhu, they'll give you one more chance. Give me the inkstone and ink before I lose my temper. The kid with ink all over her mouth held up the inkstone and followed behind Bo Yanzhou, looking up boldly. No. Daddy, try it. As she spoke, she licked the ink-covered stone again. Bo Yanzhou's eye twitched. He'll count to 3. If you don't give it to me by 3, you'll face the consequences. The kid smacked her lips, wiggling her head happily as she mimicked. I count to the 3, face the consequences. Bo Yanzhou narrowed his eyes. Little brat, you dare imitate your father. Zhuzhu was now in a state of extreme excitement. Perhaps because of the ink she licked, she felt like she had grown a brain. Suddenly she slapped her head and repeated indistinctly, Little brat, you dare imitate your brain. The CEO issued a chilly threat. Do you really think I'm a nice guy? Believe me, he'll show you some color. The chubby kid narrowed her eyes and copied him. Do you really think I'm a nice guy? Believe me, he'll show you some color. She stuck out her tongue and asked, what color is this? Red, silly daddy. She happily hopped around with the inkstone. Daddy was such a big dummy. Big dummy. The kid laughed joyfully, and 017 laughed in satisfaction. 800 times. A full 800 times. Bo Yanzhou, you finally got what you deserve. Called iceberg, called blockhead, called monster, but never called dumb before. Bo felt insulted. He turned to the little girl, mocking mercilessly at her tongue, stained black with ink. I think you're the dumb pig. Don't you know what color your tongue is? The kid, who hated being called dumb, widened her eyes and defended herself. Zhuzhu is not Zhuzhu. Then, sensing something off, she shook her head. No, Zhuzhu is Zhuzhu. Bo Yanzhou teased deliberately. Really? But Zhuzhu isn't Zhuzhu. She's a piglet, you know. The kid thought it made sense and nodded seriously. Mitcha. Pig is pig, not Zhuzhu. Bo Yanzhou, but Zhu and Zhu are the same sound. If they were different, why would they be pronounced the same? The kid was confused. Scratching her head, she echoed unconsciously that sounds right. Bo Yanzhou, so is Zhuzhu the pig that Zhuzhu mentioned? The kid was completely lost. Forgetting the inkstone, she clutched her head, swaying dizzily on the verge of tears. Is Piggy really Zhuzhu? Who can tell me if Piggy is Zhuzhu? Bo Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. Wanna know? The kid wailed, tearfully nodding yes. Yes, I want to know so badly. The man smirked and pointed at the floor. Kneel down and call me daddy. The kid dropped to her knees with a thud, her chubby face tear-streaked and snot-nosed, both anguished and earnest. She wailed, daddy. The entire process was utterly devout. Assistant Lee, who had just walked and watched in stunned silence. 017 was speechless too. Bullying a child. Watching the man's smug expression of, I win, 017 wanted to slap him across the face. But then again, thinking that her little host was different from before, and having never raised a child herself, 017 figured that some father-daughter roughhousing was normal, so she assistantly coughed loudly to remind his shameless boss not to do anything even more embarrassing in front of. Bo Yanzhou heard the sound, and graciously picked up the ink-covered toddler from the floor, placating her with a few words, as if soothing a little fool, and the child immediately, muttering, Daddy's words are truth, no need to understand. She shook her head, and turned to pick up the inkstone she had thrown on the ground, intending to continue licking it. Seeing this, the man remained calm, and spoke slowly. One more lick, and you'll turn into a mentally challenged pig. He certainly knew how to scare a child. Just that one word, mentally challenged, made the child shudder all over. She scrambled to hide behind Bo Yan's sofa, clutching her head and trembling. I don't want to be a mentally challenged piggy. Zhuzhu is not a mentally challenged piggy. Bo Yanzhou smirked with great pleasure, took the documents from Assistant Lee, and walked over to the child, who was clutching her head, trembling like a little quail. He kicked Zhuzhu's bottom, opened the paternity test report, and without even looking spread it out, and held it in front of the little dumpling, extremely confident. Little brat watched closely. A dumb, silly, stupid kid like you dares to try to scam me. Do you know who I am? The illiterate child was completely baffled by his words, as she couldn't understand most of it, but she understood the last sentence. Zhuzhu's eyes lit up and she raised her little paws. I know. You are Bo Yanzhou. The man snorted, squinting his eyes as he poked Zhuzhu's forehead, his face full of disdain. You don't admit you're stupid? If I, Bo Yanzhou, had a stupid daughter like you, I'd crawl on the ground from now on. His words were confident, as if he was absolutely sure his genes couldn't produce such a silly goose. If he had been a bit suspicious at first now. After spending a while with this kid, Bo Yanzhou felt that if his intelligence could produce such a stupid child, then he must have done something so heinous to deserve this insult to his. Zhuzhu tilted her head, and repeated in a babyish voice, crawl on the ground. The man raised an eyebrow, ignored her, stuffed the report into Zhuzhu's arms, and coldly ordered, Assistant Lee, throw her out. Assistant Lee, somewhat bewildered, received the order, and walked toward the child with a hint of disappointment. So she really wasn't the boss daughter. That made sense. The Bo family had always been cold and indifferent by nature. Even the Bo children were equally cold. How could they produce such an adorable little baby? This result was both unexpected and reasonable. Assistant Lee felt quite reluctant to part with Zhuzhu. Although she hadn't said a word to him, people always develop fondness for cute creatures, and he was no exception. He sighed, bent down to pick up the child, and walked out. Zhuzhu, holding the paternity test report, thought it was some new toy and happily flipped through it. She looked up at the man standing straight before the floor-to-ceiling window, expressionless. Zhuzhu waved her paws anxiously. Daddy. Zhuzu's daddy hasn't been returned to Zhuzhu. Zhuzhu wants daddy. Assistant Lee patted her little head fondly. Good baby, uncle will take you to find your da. He inadvertently glanced at the report in the child's arms. A fleeting glimpse of 99. 99 made Assistant Lee narrow his eyes instinctively. He pressed down the child's paw that was about to turn the page, leaned in, and widened his eyes. 3 minutes later, the emotionless CEO slumped on the sofa, utterly devastated. No way he hadn't done anything heinous. He had only blown up a mine overseas last year, destroyed 5 ships at Crystal Bay port the year before, and thrown a few people to the sharks the year before that. But he couldn't get the mine, so why should anyone else? Destroying 5 ships at Crystal Bay. It was his blind rival who kept causing trouble, even sneaking into the company and killing his money tree with hot water. What was wrong with destroying a few of his boats? As for throwing people to the sharks, he seemed to do that often. Who told them to betray him? He had even kindly given them a choice. But when he took a step forward, those cowards all flinched backward. Since they were already at the edge of the coast, who else would fall if not them? So what heinous crime had he committed to be given such a silly goose to insult his genes? The CEO's sorrow was beyond anyone's understanding. Beside him, the ink-faced chubby baby was holding the inkstone, and oblivious to everyone was Pat, stamping paw prints onto the paternity test report. He looked sideways at the child with a complicated expression. The child grinned, dipped her paw into the ink-filled inkstone, and with a smack, slapped it onto her dear daddy's face. Crawl for me. Daddy, you crawl for me. Caught off guard by the little paw print, Bo Yan's eyelid twitched, and veins bulged on his forehead. This little piggy. The man was furious, roaring, Bo Zhuzhu, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know why flowers are so red. Little Zhuzhu was not afraid at all. Seeing her daddy's fierce expression, she put on a serious face, and eagerly raised her hand to answer, I know. The sky is blue, the sun is red. The floor is black, Zhuzhu is pink, daddy's face is green, and his hair is red. The little dumpling scratched the 2 buns on her head, stuck out her tongue at Bo Yanzhou, and sincerely praised, Daddy's colors are really pretty. Zhuzhu likes the redan green, daddy. Assistant Lee stood to the side, his shoulders shaking. He couldn't hold it in any longer, and burst out laughing. Catching his boss glare, he struggled to cover his mouth, laughing through tears. Haha, boss, you know I'm a professional. I usually don't laugh. Unless it's too funny, haha. Also afraid of being killed by his boss assistant, Lee tried to hold it in for a moment, but couldn't. Without a word, he turned and ran out. After running outside, he laughed loudly. When he had laughed enough, he walked back in with a standard smile, as if he hadn't been the one laughing just now. Bo Yan's handsome face darkened, but he soon recovered. In an instant, he returned to his usual emotionless demeanor. He then picked up another document and opened it. There was only a thin page. Name Bo Zhuzhu, age 2 years and 3 months. Mother unknown. The entire page was filled with unknowns. As for how she got in, Assistant Lee retrieved the surveillance footage and learned that she had likely been hidden by a courier in the box of the Piggy brand automatic troublemaking machine. But when they traced further, they found that the courier had also disappeared. Very strange. Appearing out of nowhere and vanishing just as suddenly, only to deliver a biologically related pig brand troublemaker to him. The man held the investigation report, his long eyes half closed, his gaze on Zhuzhu unreadable. Suddenly having a child, Bo Yanzhou no longer wished to remain at the company. He summoned a nanny to bathe the little one and instructed Assistant Lee to purchase a set of clothes. Once everything was tidied up, Bo Yanzhou felt somewhat satisfied and planned to take Zhuzhu home. Unaccustomed to carrying a child, and without Assistant Lee accompanying him, he strode ahead, aloofly, utterly oblivious that his daughter's tiny legs could not keep pace with him. A toddler of 2 or 3 was playful and curious about everything, walking a few steps before stopping. Initially, she was worried her father might get lost and followed diligently. But when she passed through the office area on the way downstairs and encountered kind-hearted sisters offering treats, she was instantly won over, completely forgetting about her father. Meanwhile, President Bo, without turning back, wore a stoic expression and muttered to himself, "Though I have many questions, let's set them aside for now. The Bo family does not support I. As my biological daughter, you must excel in every aspect. I've considered it. You're not young anymore. Born 2 years ago, it's time you studied seriously. After we return, I will hire a tutor. From now until you turn 3, you need to complete the 6-year elementary curriculum. As for interests, we can start with fewer: piano, calligraphy, art, horseback riding. From 3 to 5 study middle school courses, from 5 to 12 high school courses, aiming to receive an offer from Kinston University by 13. Do you understand?" 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No response. Frowning, the man abruptly halted and turned back, asking, "Bo Zhuzhu, do you hear?" Behind him was empty, but many employees had gathered along the corridors, scattering in fright when they saw their boss looking. President Bo, where was the piglet? His piglet. His brow tightened as he strode back along the path he had just. Finally, he found the little bun in a break room. She was lounging comfortably in the arms of a beautiful woman, surrounded by a group of uncles, aunties, brothers, and sisters who occasionally fed her various snacks. Without a word, the man cast a cold glance around, using his icy demeanor to scare off the onlookers. Then he unhurriedly grabbed the child by the back of her collar, turned, and strode away. The little bun was dangled in his hand, swaying back and forth, back and forth. 017 watched with growing irritation, cursing, "Are you playing with a 2-year-old by swinging her?" At first, the little bun found it amusing. It felt like swinging on a swing. But after a while, she grew uncomfortable, so she waved her tiny paws, grabbed Bo Yan's clothes, and tried to climb up, calling out, "Daddy, hold me." Bo Yanzhou watched as a squirming chubby toddler crawled up him, wrinkling his shirt. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he was so angry his teeth itched. He yanked the child down, holding her at eye level, and sneered sarcastically, "Daddy, hold me. You can't even speak clearly, yet you want me to carry you. You're not much to look at, but you've got your head in the clouds. Why don't you just ride on my head?" Gasps. The employees peeking from nearby all drew in sharp breaths. How terrifying. How terrifying. He dared to say such things to his own daughter. The man curled his lips, watching the child before him, as if enjoying a show. He could already imagine her feeling so ashamed she would burst into loud sobs. At this thought, a hint of amusement flickered across his stern face. Huh. Let that be a lesson for daring to splash ink all over your father's face. Little one'll still get you. Tremble, you little brat. He pressed his lips together, looking at her soft, flushed, and dazed face, and couldn't help but soften inside. He thought secretly if the little one begged a little, he might graciously hold her. And sure enough, the next second Zhuzhu was dazed for a moment. After a bout of baby talk translation, the little bun really did cover her mouth with her paws, her round lychee-like eyes instantly. A smile tugged at the man's lips. The little girl was dangled in midair by the back of her collar, her head fuzzy, her cheeks plump and rosy, her big tear-filled eyes unblinking like a kitten caught by the scruff, utterly endearing. She whimpered softly in a babyish voice, then suddenly threw her arms around Bo Yan's neck, sobbing in a tearful tone, "Daddy is so good to me." Bo Yanzhou. 017. Zhuzhu was moved to tears, still crying messily. "Daddy lets me ride on Daddy's neck." Whoa, Daddy really loves Zhuzhu. No one has ever let Zhuzhu ride on their neck. And, the little bun sniffled hard, and Daddy said him pretty. I'm so touched. Daddy is such a good person. She burst into loud sobs and buried her head in Bo Yan's chest. President Bo, who was about to mock her. "Little brat, are you stupid? Can't you understand human speech? When did I ever compliment you?" One could only say sincerity is always a trump card. The strange, soft sensation at his neck made him feel like he was facing a great enemy, and his body tensed with a start. The child in his arms, sobbing heart-wrenchingly from emotion, trembled with each cry. Bo Yanzhou felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. The man kept a stern face and looked away awkwardly, but his hands pressed her closer and patted her stiffly. He didn't know how to comfort people. Sarcasm was more his style. After a moment's thought, he could only say dryly in a commanding tone, "What are you crying for?" "My child." Bo Yanzhou's child is not allowed to cry at the drop of a hat. The little bun was obedient and listened to her father. She immediately stopped her tears, staring with big teary eyes and a serious little face, looking like she wanted to cry but could hold it in. She nodded her little head in agreement and leaned in to give a kiss. "I'm daddy's daughter. I won't cry." Caught off guard by the kiss, Bo Yanzhou. "Whoa!" the crowd exclaimed. Facing the curious gazes of the employees, the man's face turned ashen. As if facing a great threat, he pinched the child's mouth into a duckbill shape and hurried away. Upon exiting the company, a driver was already waiting by the car. Bo Yanzhou, with a less than pleasant expression, opened the car door and shoved the little one inside. Once in the car, he sat with a cold face, saying nothing, just closing his eyes and exuding an icy aura. Zhuzhu leaned against him for a while, but found it chilling, so she scooted her little bottom away. Bo Yanzhou glanced at her and snorted coldly. Now she was avoiding him, but wasn't she the one who had the audacity to kiss and hug him just moments ago? Little liar. Thinking back to the unexpected kiss in the company lobby, the fuzzy little head that had nestled into his neck, and the strange softness in his heart, the man let out a soft laugh, unconsciously recalling the moment. But as soon as the memory faded, his face hardened. Bo Yanzhou understood that this little one's special place with him was merely a fleeting novelty. And this novelty would surely not last long. At most, the only difference was that he now had a daughter of unknown origin. The Bo family was naturally cold-blooded, and in the world of wealthy clans there was no such thing as family affection. Only endless scheming and calculations. Everything was driven by self-interest. Bo Yanzhou was no exception. The man tightened his interlaced fingers, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his narrow dark gaze was filled with nothing but calm indifference. He slightly turned his head, his cold face betraying no emotion, and spoke flatly, "Bo Zhuzhu." The little one immediately turned her head, looking at him with wide, eager eyes. "Daddy." The child's gaze displeased him. Why were her eyes so wide? Did she think they were that close? She was just a cute kid who happened to share his bloodline. The man frowned and ordered coldly, "Don't look at me with that expression." He thought she would obey him like she did in the company lobby, stopping her tears at his command. But then the next second, the little one on the seat opened her mouth, clenched her tiny paws, and her eyes welled up with grievance, while Bo Yanzhou. They stared at each other for a long moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The man averted his gaze and reluctantly conceded, "Fine, look if you must." Zhuzhu instantly cheered, pouncing into her daddy's arms, nuzzling and hugging him. "Daddy is the best daddy in the world." The man remained stern, pulling the pouncing child off and setting her back in her seat. Habitually leaning toward conspiracy theories, he questioned coldly, "What is your motive for who sent you? What do you want? Or what does your mother want from me?" He didn't expect to get answers from a child, but she appeared out of nowhere, and he couldn't find any useful information. It was clear that someone behind the little girl didn't want him to know. The investigation report mentioned Sunshine Orphanage, but he didn't believe it. The clothes on the child were far from cheap. Then there was the untraceable courier. Everything was shrouded in suspicion. He couldn't help but wonder if this little one was sent by, and the paternity test. How did this child come to be? Who had stolen his seed behind his back? The man reached out and poked the child's chubby cheek, narrowing his eyes as he commanded, "Speak." 017 had anticipated Bo Yanzhou's thorough investigation, but hadn't expected him to interrogate the child directly. It caused a moment of panic. Before it could instruct her, the little one had already spoken the truth. "Candy." Bo Yanzhou wasn't sure he heard correctly, and asked again, "What did you say?" The little one wiped her drool, and like a little glutton dragged out her words. "Uncle said Daddy has lots and lots of money to take care of Zhuzhu and buy her candy, so Zhuzhu came to find Daddy." Bo Yanzhou raised an eyebrow and countered, "Uncle? What uncle? What's his name?" The little one was bewildered by the question, shaking her head as she hugged it, and finally replied in a dazed eye, I don't know." The man lifted his eyes, staring intently at the little person before him without moving. Seeing that her confusion didn't seem feigned, he continued, "Is your uncle from Sunshine Orphanage?" 017's mechanical voice perked up, wanting to guide Zhuzhu to go along with it, but then the next second, the little one shook her head, her chin lifted with pride. "No, Daddy, uncle is in Zhuzhu's head." At these words, Bo Yanzhou fell completely silent. Even the driver up front let out a silent sigh and shook his poor child, so beautiful, yet her mind wasn't right. Well, Bo Yanzhou still had a shred of conscience. Knowing that no matter what, she was still his child, he reached out and patted her head. His expression was complex, but he offered a rare moment of comfort. "It's all right. You're still my daughter, Bo Yanzhou's daughter. Even if your mind is troubled, your father will find someone to fix." The newly-sentient chubby mushroom didn't understand what that meant. She only felt that her daddy was truly really good. He thought of everything for her, praised her beauty, let her ride on his shoulders, and even wanted to fix her head when he knew it wasn't right. He thought of everything for her. Never having been treated this way, the little one's lips trembled. With a wash, she covered her mouth and threw herself onto Bo Yanzhou again, wailing loudly. Between sobs, she howled, "Boo, who Daddy, you're so good to me. Daddy." The man frowned, grabbed a tissue, and wiped the child's face haphazardly before pulling her into his arms with a look of disgust. "Why are you always crying?" He He suddenly felt that this little girl was just simple-minded. Not only did she not understand sarcasm, but she was also always moved to tears. No way. This wouldn't do. What if she got bullied outside? Even if his daughter was simple-minded, no one was allowed to bully her. The Bo family must have the bearing of the Bo family. Fortunately, he had considerable experience in raising children. His son had been raised to become the pride of all Xinjiang, a true child of destiny. The man curled his lips into a faint smile, an air of confident triumph on his face, as if he could already see the glorious future of his little silly goose transforming into a cold and venomous black swan. The distance between the Bo group and the Bo manor was neither far nor near, and the car soon reached its destination. Upon arrival at the manor, the butler was directing the servants and hired workers in tidying up the courtyard's flowers and plants. Seeing the car drive in, he hurried over to greet it. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed his master step out of the car and then suddenly spin around. The butler was bewildered. Was there still someone in the car? Bo Yanzhou got out first, standing by the car door, blocking most of the view, leaving the butler unable to see anything. The only thing he could perceive was his master looking into the car with an exceedingly indulgent gaze paired with a tone that was utterly infuriating, saying with legs that short, "Can you even—" Immediately after, a furious childish voice sounded from inside the car, sounding fierce. "Daddy is the one with short legs." Well, even though it was a fierce baby voice, calling out "Daddy" sounded so delightful. The butler's eyes crinkled with a kind smile. Just hearing that voice was so adorable. No wonder she was his master's daughter. He wondered what the little miss looked like. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The butler's smile froze and the corner of his mouth twitched as he stared wide-eyed, looking from the car to Bo Yanzhou. Wait, what the heck? Daddy? His master had a daughter. Bo Yanzhou, oblivious to the butler's astonished gaze, simply watched the little one slowly shuffling her little bottom inside the car, curling his lips, and said tauntingly, "I have short legs too, but I got out. Can you?" He paused for a moment, his smile not reaching his eyes, and said blandly, "Little brat, if you beg me nicely, then Daddy might be willing to help you down. After all, those little legs of yours aren't much better than a dachshund's, are they?" The man fell silent, his gaze sweeping over the little one's 2 short legs. After a moment, he gave a light click of his tongue. Silence spoke louder than words. The little one blinked, raising her little paw curiously. "What kind of dog is a dachshund?" 017 buzzed twice, its cold mechanical voice clearly holding back laughter. "The dog with the shortest legs in the dog world." Feeling instantly insulted, Zhuzhu's tiny face flushed with anger. She waved her little paw proudly, lifting her chin. "I can get down by myself, I don't need bad—" Saying that, she scooted backward out of the car, using her 2 little paws to grip the edge and stretched out 1 little foot, swinging it back and forth. The sight of that short little leg made the old butler's heart tremble. Wouldn't she cry if she fell? Zhuzhu tested left and right, but no matter how she swung, her little foot just couldn't touch the ground. The little one started to panic, but mindful of her dignity and remembering her father's smug, mocking demeanor, she swallowed hard, and while swinging reminded him, "Daddy, move over a bit, you're blocking Zhuzhu." Bo Yanzhou, who was miles away from her, realizing the little girl couldn't get down, he thought the brat not only had a screw loose, but also such short legs. It was quite pitiful. So he stepped forward, grabbed her by the back of her collar, and lifted her down. Before leaving, he insulted the little one. "Hurry up, short-legged pig." The short-legged pig bristled with anger upon hearing that. She circled around Bo Yanzhou, provoking him. Seeing that her big daddy remained unmoved, the little one pretended to howl. "I said Daddy should stand farther away, I could get down by myself, but Daddy insisted on carrying me down." She slapped her forehead, her steps light, and tone exaggerated. "Sure enough, Daddy still likes me too much." The man raised an eyebrow. 3 seconds later, the little one hung back on the car edge and unable to get down, awkward. She was just being polite. Wasn't a normal daddy supposed to chime in and praise her as a good baby? Why did Daddy put her back? Why was bad Daddy different from others? Why didn't he follow the script? The chubby little mushroom drooped her head dejected and mumbled reluctantly, "Alright, I really can't get down, Daddy. Can you carry me down?" The man raised an eyebrow with a smirk, shamelessly poking the little one's chubby cheeks, and asked slowly, "Who are you?" The little one blurted out in Bo Zhuzhu. He shook his head, regretfully turned, and started to walk away. The little one was stunned, and instinctively asked, "Uncle, isn't Zhuzhu?" 017 was utterly exasperated by this shameless Bo Yanzhou. If only it had hands, it wouldn't need him to bully the baby. But for now there was no choice. 017 coaxed her with a pained heart. "Sweetie, you are Zhuzhu, you are Bo Zhuzhu." Hearing this, the little one was even more confused than Zhuzhu. "Is Zhuzhu? Why did Daddy leave?" 017 said with deep pain, "Because he wants you to admit you're a little— the one that used to chase after you and nudge your bottom when you first became sentient." The little one instantly turned red with anger, vowing not to let Bo Yanzhou help her anymore, kicking her short legs and determined to get down on her own. 5 seconds later, the little one mumbled reluctantly, I am a short-legged piggy." Bo Yan's eyes flickered as if he hadn't heard clearly. "You are what?" The little one, I am a short-legged piggy." Bo Yanzhou seemed intrigued, or perhaps still hadn't heard clearly, and asked with slight exaggeration. By now the little one's heart was cold, and she could calmly state her species, "I am a short-legged pig." Bo Yanzhou asked again, "Is the Without a ripple in her heart, the little one howled, "It's me, it's all me. Daddy, can you please carry Zhuzhu down?" Only then did Bo Yanzhou put on a reluctant expression and lifted the little one down. But the moment she was down, the short-legged pig got cocky again, sticking out her tongue and wiggling her bottom at her father. The next second, she was hung back on the car as a warning. The short-legged pig clutched her head and scrambled away, howling at a speed. Well, faster than a pig at least. This scene left the butler utterly bewildered. And not just the butler. The servants and hired workers in the yard trimming the lawn and flowers were all stunned, their eyes wide open at the unfolding drama. Only after Yanzhou took Zhuzhu inside did everyone come to their senses, bursting into heated discussion. No way. Am I going blind? The master actually has such an adorable daughter. So your eyes are messed up too. I thought I was the only one who saw it. Rich people's genes are just amazing. The master and the young master are one thing, but even the newly arrived little miss is this beautiful. Amidst all the excited and shocked chatter, a single trembling voice said, "Wait. Did you all just see our master smile?" At that the scene fell into dead silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds later they exclaimed, "Oh no. The master seems to have gone crazy." Children hold no grudges, as she soon forgot her father's teasing and followed him stumbling into the villa. The little bun, clutching her tiny paws, widened her eyes and looked around, never tiring of the sight. She tiptoed over here to peek, then tiptoed over there to peek, until her gaze finally settled on a large blue ice crackle patterned flower pot. The baby's eyes grew round and wide as she circled the flower pot left and right, unable to look enough. She trotted over to her daddy, tugged at Yanzhou's pant leg, and pointed at the blue ice crackle pot, saying, "Daddy, Zhuzhu wants to live there." The little mushroom felt she had reached the pinnacle of life. So many little houses. So many floral and botanical friends. She felt certain that living here would bring her unparalleled happiness. When awake, she would chat with those flowers and grass and her dear friends. When tired, she would curl back and sleep. Zhuzhu's eyes sparkled with joy as she trotted over to her daddy, pointed at the large flower pot beside the blue ice crackle pot, and called out in her milky voice, "Daddy, can you live right next to Zhuzhu?" The innocent childish words made the maids cleaning the villa laugh till their eyes curved. The little girl in front of him tilted her head. Her pinkish-white face was like a peach. Her round bright eyes seemed to hold the stars and seas, and her pink tutu made her look every bit the adorable little bun. Somehow Yanzhou felt a strange sensation in his heart. Indescribable, yet not unwelcome. Unusually, he didn't tease Zhuzhu, but instead reached out to pat her little head, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he agreed, "Then you can sleep in it tonight." Upon hearing she could stay inside, the little bun was overjoyed. She hugged Yanzhou's leg, rubbed against it, and her eyes turned into crescent moons. "Daddy must stay. Zhuzhu can protect Daddy." The man chuckled at this, bending his fingers to give her a light tap on the forehead. "Protect me? What danger could I possibly face? What need have I for your protection?" Upon hearing this, Zhuzhu remembered what Uncle System had told her, that her daddy was the worst villain in the world. The entire Bo family was merely a stepping stone for the male lead. The consequence of opposing the male lead was the complete downfall of the Bo clan. The Bo family went bankrupt. Yanzhou was shot dead by the male lead at the brink of death. As he lay dying, Jiang Xing ordered his men to drag him to the seashore. A dark light flickered in his eyes as he smiled. "Aren't you the one who loves throwing people to the sharks? Now it's your turn to taste it." From then on, that brilliant and glorious top-tier family declined into obscurity. The Bo family members died, were crippled, or went mad. Not a single one survived. And after Yanzhou's death, the male lead expanded his empire wildly, eventually becoming the youngest business tycoon and living happily ever after with the female lead. Zhuzhu didn't understand what a male lead or female lead was, nor what a villain was, or how evil he could be. The little mushroom had grown up alone and isolated. All she knew now was that Yanzhou was her daddy. He was her only daddy before and after she became a spirit, the one who let her ride on his shoulders, who knew she wasn't too bright, yet said he would find someone to cure her head. He was the daddy who always thought of her, even though he teased her for being a short-legged piggy. But no matter how bad he was still her daddy. What kind of pig was that male lead? Why did he bully her daddy? The little one stomped her feet in fury. She knew all pigs were worthless. Biting her, but was bad enough, but daring to bully her daddy. It was sheer lawlessness. The little bun puffed up her cheeks and lifted her head, her baby voice solemn. "Daddy, as long as I'm here, I'll never let that piggy push you around." Saying that, she lifted her face and rubbed it hard against her father's hand, then stormed into the living room, plopped down on the sofa, and began munching on chips, grinning from ear to ear as she watched. Peppa Pig. Yanzhou's mouth twitched. He was at a loss for words at his little girl's performance. He had felt a bit curious and intended to play with the little one, but that pink, mentally challenged pig only rolled in mud. It gave him a headache. Unable to bear it any longer, he gave the housekeeper a few instructions and headed upstairs to his study. Yanzhou never liked procrastination. Tasks that could be handled today were never left for tomorrow. Rather than stay here and watch something that insulted his intelligence, he preferred to deal with documents in the study. Just before going upstairs, the man seemed to think of something and turned his head to ask, "Where is Shiyu?" The housekeeper replied, "The young master should be in his room." The man narrowed his eyes but said nothing and walked away. The housekeeper watched Yanzhou enter the study and sighed helplessly at the strained relationship between father and son. Then he put on a cheerful smile and headed toward the Yanzhou had always been stone-faced. Even when not angry, his expression remained blank, exuding coldness wherever he went. While he was present, the maids dared not approach and play with Zhuzhu. They could only gaze longingly at the adorable little bun. As soon as he left, they swarmed around her, looking at her from every angle, unable to get enough. Some lured Zhuzhu with snacks, some sang to her, and others pinched her cheeks. Soon Zhuzhu was playing hide-and-seek with the beautiful maids in the vast villa. Downstairs, laughter and joy filled the air. Upstairs, in a tightly shut room in the corner, an 80-year-old boy lay on the bed, pale-faced, with purple lips drifting in and out of consciousness, feeling as if cast into an icy abyss. He couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality. Dizzy and hazy, his mind involuntarily surfaced with memories so vivid, so bone-deep, as if he had experienced. When he was 10, his father brought home a little sister. She was extremely clever and adorable, and his father doted on her, telling him, "This is your sister. From now on you must do everything to protect her." Bo Shiyu also liked his little sister very much. Since it was the first time his father had entrusted him with such a solemn task, he accepted with great joy. But on his 13th birthday, his sister took his hand and led him to the pool. The 7-year-old girl smiled, innocently claiming she had a unique birthday gift for him. Then, just as Bo Yanzhou and the Bo family were about to arrive, she turned and jumped into the water. Bo Shiyu was caught off guard. By the time he reacted and reached out to grab her, Bo Yanzhou had already pulled her out of the water. Surrounded by a crowd, the little girl nestled pitifully in her father's arms, coughing. When her father asked what happened, she burst into tears. "Brother, don't hit me. I won't fight you for daddy anymore." No one doubted a child's words. His mind in turmoil, he tried to understand why she would frame him and could only honestly explain his side of the story. But his father wouldn't listen. He cast a vicious glance as if looking at his enemy. That day the Bo mansion was filled with distinguished guests. Yet Bo Yanzhou locked him in a dark, damp underground room adjacent to the ice chamber for 3 days in sub-zero snowy weather, leaving him with high-level paralysis from the cold. Even after the truth came to light, all he received from Bo Yanzhou was a dismissive remark. "She's still young. Don't blame her." At the end of the dream, the young boy snapped open, his eyes a flame of immense hatred blazing within them. He gasped for air, even with the air conditioner running, cold sweat still soaked through his sheets. Bo Shiyu opened his mouth, feeling a raw, painful sting in his throat. Dizzy and feverish, he dragged his heavy, burning body up, splashed water on his face haphazardly. His gaze fixed on the childish face in the mirror, yet his eyes held a depth far beyond his years. The boy clenched his fists until his nails dug into his flesh, the pain grounding him. Only then did he calm down, and as he registered the reality of it all, Bo Shiyu finally exhaled in relief. As far back as he could remember, every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by that tragic yet real lifetime, over and over again. The experiences were both real and devastating. Too often, he couldn't tell whether they were mere illusions or a past life he had truly lived. Bo Shiyu took a deep breath, coldly opened the door, and stepped into an unusual silence. From downstairs came faint sounds mingled with a child's laughter. The young boy frowned in slight confusion, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Were there guests at home? Bo Shiyu didn't think about Zhuzhu, for in his memory that venomous creature had only been brought back by Bo Yanzhou when he was 10 years old. But he was only 8 now. Brushing it off, he turned and headed down the stairs. As luck would have it, just as he reached the bottom, he collided head-on with a little dough ball. The little ball crashed onto its back, stars spinning before its eyes, and ended up flopping limp on Bo Shiyu's. Frowning, Bo Shiyu tried to pull his foot out, but couldn't. A layer of coldness settled in his dark eyes as he lifted his chin and said curtly with icy aloofness, "Move." His slightly immature, clear voice carried a coldness reminiscent of spring water. Zhuzhu, dazed, patted her head and obediently replied, "Oh." Then she promptly stuck out her bottom, wobbled her head, and clumsily maneuvered herself, muttering to herself while crawling, "First butt, then lift foot. He'll be up in a whoosh." Struggling to her feet, Zhuzhu slowly tilted her tiny head to take a look. Her lychee-like eyes widened into perfect circles, and the whole little dumpling was utterly captivated. Before her stood a young boy in a white shirt, his face still immature, yet pale and angular, his eyes undisguisedly cold. At first glance, he bore a striking resemblance to Bo Yanzhou, about 70 to 80% similar. Zhuzhu stared, completely transfixed, her mouth agape. Before her mind could catch up, her limbs acted. She flapped her short legs, rushed forward, hugged Bo Shiyu's leg, then plopped down onto his foot. Blushing shyly, the baby wiggled on Bo Shiyu's foot, let out a couple of embarrassed chuckles, then tilted her head and yelled in a milky voice, "Gidge, you're so pretty." The little dumpling was so caught up in her infatuation that she completely missed the murderous shock in the boy's eyes when he saw her face. Staring at that familiar little face, the past life and everything he had endured uncontrollably surged in his mind. The taut string in his brain was about to snap, and Bo Shiyu's emotions boiled over. A long-buried thought stealthily sprouted from the depths of his heart. Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! The young boy's face darkened, a wild madness flickering in his bloodshot eyes. He slowly raised his hand, nearly touching Zhuzhu, but in the end reason triumphed over impulse. Bo Shiyu took a deep breath, clenched his fists, turned his head slightly, and rasped, "Get lost." The little dumpling, bewildered, scratched her head in confusion and repeated, "Get lost." Why does everyone tell her to get lost? The first time she met Daddy, he said it. The first time she met Gidge, he said it too. Why on earth? Suddenly a light bulb went off in the little dumpling's head. Could this be the special greeting ritual of humans? That made sense. Otherwise, why would Daddy and her handsome Gidge both tell her to get lost? The chubby mushroom felt like she had grown a bit of brain, grinning from ear to ear, covering her mouth with her little paws and giggling slyly while darting her eyes left and right. Seeing that she still hadn't moved, Bo Shiyu's already displeased face grew even more impatient, his voice rising, "Get lost." So Gidge was waiting for her to greet him, right? Zhuzhu thought she should be a polite, good baby, so she swiftly stuck out her bottom, stood up straight in her little skirt, and under Bo Shiyu's scrutinizing gaze, the little dumpling got on all fours, put on a serious expression, and suddenly, with a huff, stuck out her bottom. Seeing the little dumpling suddenly reveal the white lace pumpkin bloomers under her skirt, Bo Shiyu was dumbfounded. That scheming, pretentious pig Bo Zhuzhu had always cared most about her ladylike image in her past life. What was she suddenly sticking out her bottom for? Was she abandoning her ladylike demeanor? What trick was she up to? Trying to frame him again? In just a few seconds, 100 schemes that Bo Zhuzhu might use against him flashed through Bo Shiyu's mind. The young boy immediately narrowed his eyes, stepped back warily to keep a safe distance from Bo Zhuzhu, and deliberately positioned himself near the surveillance camera. His sneered eyes slightly squinted on high alert. "Bo Zhuzhu, come on. If I let you lead me by the nose in this life, my name isn't Bo Shiyu." Just as he thought that, in the next second, the little dumpling sticking out her bottom pushed off with her hind legs and with practiced ease tumbled 2 rolls, golu, golu, then clumsily scrambled to her feet. She ran over to Bo Shiyu, tugged his sleeve, looked up at him with hopeful eyes, and said honestly, "Gidge, I'm done rolling, Bo Shiyu." The doll-like toddler before him, head tilted, looked at him with bright, sparkling, lychee eyes. The young boy was stunned for 2 seconds, then regaining his senses, furiously shook off Bo Zhuzhu's hand. "Get lost. Who's your brother?" The strength of an 80-year-old boy was much greater than that of a 2-year-old. With the forceful shove, the little one lost her balance, fell to the ground, and hit her forehead on the corner of the stairs, a patch of bright red blooming. Zhuzhu winced in pain, sat on the floor holding her little head, and burst into loud sobs. If she hadn't cried, it would have been fine, but once she started, her milky wail echoed clearly throughout the villa. 017, who had been lurking, nearly died of heartache seeing its little host bullied like this. After cursing Bo Shiyu through the system, it turned back to coax the baby with candy beans. Just as in the past life, the servants who had been playing hide-and-seek with the baby immediately gathered at the sound. A group of maids and the butler surrounded the little one, fussing over her. Not long after, a man hurried down the stairs, alerted by the noise. Bo Yanzhou frowned, scanned the room, and then his eagle-like eyes swept toward Bo Shiyu, their reproach unmistakable. Bo Shiyu stood straight, his mockery of Bo Yanzhou undisguised. Since he was going to be blamed anyway, what did it matter if he really did push her this time? The man turned his gaze away, strode to the crying baby, sitting on the floor holding her head, scooped her up, turned slightly, and his tone dropped as he ordered, "Call the doctor." Turning to look at his little daughter's swollen forehead, Bo Yan's voice carried a hint of concern even he himself barely noticed. "Every day as clumsy as a pig. How did you fall this time? You're already none too bright. If you knock your brains out, do you want to be a little idiot?" The baby, who had only been hurting from her head, now felt her heart ache as well after hearing her big daddy's worthless words. Zhuzhu covered her cheeks with her paws, her grief overflowing. She mustered her lisping little voice, and in fright a strand of hair popped up on her head like Bayou. The chubby, juicy little dumpling, losing her composure, burrowed into Bo Yan's arms and exclaimed, "Zhuzhu doesn't want to be an idiot." The man was amused by the little one's adorably silly expression. He pinched her tiny nose and shifted the topic, asking seemingly casually, "Don't want to be a little dumb fool. Then how did you fall?" Although his question was directed at Zhuzhu, his eyes were fixed on Bo Shiyu standing at the stairway. Everyone working for the Bo family was sharp-minded. They could read their master's intent with just a glance. The crowd instantly fell silent. The atmosphere grew heavy, yet Bo Shiyu showed no fear, a sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Just as he was about to confess, before he could utter a word, Zhuzhu whined pitifully. It was Zhuzhu trying to find Gidge to play with and accidentally fell by herself. Bo Shiyu's sarcastic expression froze. He raised an eyebrow in disbelief as he looked at the teary-eyed little ball. She was defending herself. That sly little pig Zhuzhu would be so kind. What trick was she planning now? Was she trying to lower his guard first, then strike with a fatal blow when he least expected it? Bo Shiyu grew more convinced of his theory. After all, wasn't that sly little pig Zhuzhu just the kind who liked to play the sweet white lotus in her past life? The young boy reverted to a cold, expressionless face, sneering at Zhuzhu. He turned to Bo Yanzhou and said yes. Before he could finish, the little one nestled in Bo Yan's arms, broke free, waddled on her short legs to the staircase, and began gesturing. Right here. Zhuzhu went flop from there, then thump and rolled pop pop twice before the floor threw her out. Then Gidge reached out his paw to catch Zhuzhu, but missed. And Zhuzhu went whoosh and hit her head. Wah! The little one suddenly burst into tears, covering her mouth with her paw, looking at Bo Shiyu with both gratitude and shyness. After a heart-wrenching sob, she choked out in a babyish voice, "Gidge really, really loves me." Witnessing the entire scene, 017 thought, "Wait, baby, are you stupid? Wasn't that push from the little villain?" Bo Yanzhou was speechless. Bo Shiyu, finding it more and more absurd, thought, "No way. Are you stupid?" Watching the increasingly ridiculous turn of events, Bo Shiyu felt a surge of annoyance. A vague sense that something was wrong gnawed at him, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Finally, he was simply angered into a laugh. Wasn't it she who caused his death in the past life? And now in this life, why was she playing the good person? The young boy gritted his teeth, ignoring the servants still around, and roared, "Bo Zhuzhu. You're obviously smart, so why pretend? You know there are security cameras in the villa, yet you still play the innocent. I don't have the time to play your White Lotus game. Stay away from me. Unlike some people, I'm not blind." The moment he said this, everyone's expressions changed. Their eyes darted between the air and the clearly favored little miss. Sensing his cheap son's hostility toward his silly daughter, Bo Yan's face darkened. He was about to give a reprimand. But then Zhuzhu blinked, staring fixedly at Bo Shiyu standing frozen, as if struck by a great blow. Bo Shiyu sneered, showing no kindness, glaring at her fiercely. This little dumpling was different. Was it because she was a newly spawned mushroom? The little one's brain circuits were bizarre, most terms were beyond her comprehension. So she only pieced together what she could understand, translating in her own way. After a blank second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the cub understood only, "You're smart. You're a good person." Her mouth formed an O of joy, and she jumped up on the spot, shaking her head and grinning. Finally, she leaped into Bo Yan's arms, tugging at her father's sleeve and squealing, "Daddy, did you hear that? Gidge praised Zhuzhu for being smart and a good person. I told you I'm a big smarty. Daddy, did you hear? My Gidge praised me for being a big smarty. I really think I'm a big smarty." The little one was ecstatic, puffing out her chest proudly like a little fighting cock. "Bo Shiyu. Bo Yanzhou." Bo Shiyu took a deep breath, turned around, and left, unwilling to waste another word on her. 017 sighed wearily and remarked with genuine admiration, "Baby, I never thought you'd integrate into this villain family by gaslighting yourself." Zhuzhu didn't understand what PUA meant, she only knew from the tone that Uncle System was praising her. So she grinned happily, blinked in agreement, and chimed in, "Uncle, you have good taste." 017. In the evening, in the study, bathed in orange lamplight, a young boy stood upright before the desk, neither humble nor arrogant. The man in the office chair wore a calm expression. After working for a while, he unhurriedly closed his laptop and picked up another. Bo Shiyu knew the muddled bastard was intentionally cooling him off, but he still couldn't help furrowing his brows. Just as he was thinking this, the man's voice came neither warm nor cold, unreadable. "You're not satisfied with having you stand here." In his past life, he would have shaken his head and obediently added, "Son is not a father, makes me stand for my own good." But now, he was no longer the same person. Why should he go along with that bastard Bo Yanzhou? The young boy, already burning with fever, lifted his eyes and yawned irritably. "Of course I'm not satisfied. You're sitting comfortably. Do you have business? If not, I'm going back to sleep." Hearing this, Bo Yanzhou paused in flipping through the documents, lifting his eyes to look at his cheap son, with 3 parts shock, 2 parts confusion, and the remaining 5 parts reproach. It was this rebellious remark that made him put down his documents and examine the young boy, who seemed to be in a rebellious phase. The man barked angrily, "Bo Shiyu, you've been getting more and more out of line lately. I don't care what's wrong with you. How many classes have you missed these couple of days? Do I need to remind you? Let alone anything else. Even if you don't like Bo Zhuzhu, she's still your sister. If you can't tolerate her, how can you be the heir?" The young boy sneered, looking at his worthless father with utter disdain. "That's why I call you muddled." Bo Yan's face changed drastically. With a loud bang, he slammed the table and rose, shooting a sharp glare. "Bo Shiyu, you're rebelling." The young boy stood straight, meeting his gaze without flinching. "So what if I am? This is my attitude, Bo Yanzhou. If you don't like it, stuff your ears. Don't use the heir title to pressure me. Since you like Bo Zhuzhu so much, let her be the heir. I don't care." The usually calm and composed CEO Bo was furious. He simply couldn't understand how his obedient, stable son had suddenly turned into such a rebellious brat. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Father and son stood confronting each other, both wearing cold expressions. As the temperature hit rock bottom, "Ji Chungren." A curious baby voice came from outside the door. Father and son instinctively looked toward the entrance. A chubby little head had somehow squeezed through the slightly open door crack. The chubby baby's big round eyes darted back and forth between the father and son. Seeing that they had spotted her, the cub quickly waddled on her short legs to stand between them, looking from one to the other. Instinctively, she edged closer to Bo Shiyu. Recalling what Gidge had just said, the little ball blushed, cupped her cheeks, shyly let out 2 hee giggles, and waved her little paw with a delicate gesture. "Gidge doesn't need to admire me that much. Although Zhuzhu knows she's very impressive. But Zhuzhu is a mushroom, not a chicken, so can't turn into a chicken." The little ball's eyes lit up. She proudly raised her head, took a big breath, and added, "But if Gidge wants to see a mushroom become a person, Zhuzhu can transform for you. Bo Yanzhou. Bo Shiyu. How come it felt a little stupid?" Bo Yanzhou was nearly driven to death by his own foolish daughter. With a look of utter disappointment, he beckoned the little one over. "Come here, Bo Zhuzhu." The small dumpling appeared soft and agreeable, but in truth, she was incredibly stubborn. Having once been praised as clever by her brother, she couldn't help but dwell on being called a short-legged pig by her father. The little dumpling shook her head slowly. "I won't." The man narrowed his eyes, his tone deepening. "Bo Zhuzhu will say it again. Come here." The child straightened her back, stretched her neck, and mimicking her father's tone, glared back. "Bo Yanzhou, you come here if you can." Then darting her big eyes left and right, thinking no one noticed, she edged a step closer to Bo Shiyu. She shouted, "You come here. I, the piggy hero, am not afraid of you, big bad wolf." The man laughed in exasperation and made a move to catch her. The cowardly and timid little dumpling saw the situation was dire, turned around, and ran clutching her head. But after just 2 steps, she tripped over her own feet and fell. Turning her head, she saw her ferocious-looking father right before her eyes. The child was so terrified she wet herself, forgetting even to stand. Her chubby little face was a mask of panic, and she scrambled on all fours like a large caterpillar, panting heavily. Finally, in her haste, she bumped her head against Bo Shiyu's leg. The little one seemed stunned. Dazedly, she stood up. As she took a step, she twisted her eyebrows into a strange, sorrowful shape. Waddling a few steps like a crab, the child's face crumpled, and she was about to cry. Because the little one seemed to have forgotten how to walk. Zhuzhu anxiously shuffled in her crab walk, letting out a soul-searching cry. How come I can't walk anymore? Where's my brain? Daddy, brother, have you seen my brain? Zhuzhu clutched her head and cried in panic. Who knows where my brain fell? Bo Yanzhou. Bo Shiyu. The CEO who usually commanded the wind and rain and remained unmoved even if the sky fell, stared at this scene in disbelief. He murmured to himself, a hint of self-doubt in his voice. Is this really my child? Bo Shiyu was even more shocked. Was this really the cunning and sly Bo Zhuzhu? The young boy grew increasingly uncertain. After all, the Bo Zhuzhu beside him now, in her behavior, speech, and every other aspect, exuded a unique and unmistakable scent of stupidity. Bo Shiyu shook his head, his face dark. Recalling the experiences of his past life, once more he took 2 steps back in disgust. Meeting the child's pitiful gaze, the young boy sneered coldly. Can't you just go away, eh? At these words, Bo Yanzhou, who had been doubting himself, snapped back to reality. The man's face immediately turned cold. Remembering what he had seen on the surveillance footage, the question he had intended to ask turned into a reprimand. Bo Shiyu, she is your sister. Can't you be nicer to her? The clearly protective tone was just as it had been in the past life. The father, busy comforting his fallen daughter, didn't listen to any of his explanations. Bo Shiyu, do you think Zhuzhu is slandering you? How old is she? And how old are you? But he hadn't done anything. Bo Zhuzhu and he had been kidnapped together. He had strained every nerve to escape with her, but what did Bo Yanzhou say? Bo Shiyu, as the heir of the Bo family and Zhuzu's brother, why couldn't you take good care of her? Why did you let her suffer because of you? This barrage of accusations left him with his broken arm, standing by helplessly. Bo Zhuzhu, who only had a scratch, was cradled in Bo Yanzhou's arms, who was heartbroken over. Bo Shiyu, Bo Shiyu, Bo Shiyu. The reproaches of his past life echoed in his ears. The young boy lowered his head, his hair covering his eyes, which were filled with a vast resentment. All the unwillingness and hatred seemed to throb uncontrollably with each beat of his heart. His head, already feverish and groggy, was now exceptionally clear. Bo Shiyu took a deep breath, his voice calm and cold. You called me here just to get justice for Bo Zhuzhu, didn't you? Then let me tell you, I pushed her on purpose. I did it because I can't stand her hypocritical act, and you muddled old fool. Hearing this, the man's face instantly darkened. Without another word, he walked past Bo Shiyu, opened the door, and went into the hallway. In a cold, unquestionable tone, he addressed the old butler. Butler, take Bo Shiyu to the basement. Downstairs, the old butler paused in his task of directing the servants. Shocked and hesitant at the order, he said, Sir. The man narrowed his cold eyes, showing no sign of backing down. Take him there. No need. He'll go myself. The young boy's eyes were full of scorn. Without looking at Bo Yanzhou, he turned and headed towards the backyard. Watching his cheap son's familiar manner, a flicker of light passed through Bo Yanzhou's eyes, his expression unreadable. He remembered. This was the first time Bo Shiyu had been punished to go to the basement. Bo Yanzhou was not a merciful man. Therefore, betrayals by his subordinates were sometimes dealt with at the estate. Although no lives were ever taken, hands and feet were severed in that basement in the backyard. That place was inaccessible to ordinary servants. Only the old butler in the estate knew of it. Moreover, the basement was built in a remote spot next to the cold storage, so it was perpetually chilly and bone-piercingly cold, even in summer. Inside the sunless basement, there was not a single glimmer of light. Bo Shiyu sat on the ground, the biting cold seeping into him. His pale face was drenched in cold sweat as he curled into a ball in the corner. He seemed to be thinking of his past life. In his previous life, he went from being a favored son of heaven to a motionless cripple. His emotions became volatile, and he grew violently angry, causing the servants to fear coming near him. Every day Bo Zhuzhu would cry as she passed his room, then nestle pitifully in Bo Yanzhou's arms, claiming she was scared. After that, his room was moved from the 2nd floor to the 3rd, then to a storage room in the corner of the 4th floor, and finally, he spent the rest of his life in this very basement. Bo Zhuzhu. He hated her so much. His physical discomfort caused him to drift into a hazy sleep, a deep sense of powerlessness washing over him. After an unknown amount of time, a chattering sound reached his ears. Bo Shiyu struggled to open his eyelids. Beside him, a tiny figure in a green dinosaur backpack was muttering to herself with her bottom in the air. Is this the one? Or is it this one? But this green one looks tasty. Why can't I eat this? You can't have that, that's for toothaches. The child's eyes lit up. Then it must be this superhero's medicine. I think this medicine tastes so good. I ate one and felt like I was growing a brain. 017 was screaming hoarsely, utterly defeated. Aya, you're secretly taking medicine behind my back again. Baby, you can't just take medicine indiscriminately. Taking too much will make you stupid. 017 writhed and crawled in despair. Hearing that it would make her stupid, the child was so frightened that she spat out the 5, 6, 7, or 8 pills. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 017 went mad screaming. What kind of sin had it committed to be bound to such a silly mushroom? Afraid that its little host had ruined her brain, 017 quickly asked nervously, "Baby, how are you feeling now? Is anything uncomfortable? If something's wrong, you must tell Uncle." The little dumpling, wearing a dinosaur hat, shook her head, stomped her feet, clapped her hands, wiggled her bottom, and stuck out her rear. Just as 017 was about to relax, Zhuzhu suddenly twisted her face, holding her bottom with a pained expression. 017. Its heart, which it had just set down, was put in suspense too soon. It asked anxiously, "What's wrong, baby? Are you really uncomfortable?" The next second, in the quiet basement, a loud, long, and continuous fart sounded. The child's screwed-up face relaxed. She proudly raised her head, hopping back and forth in her crab walk, shouting as she jumped, "I'm so amazing. I farted such a long fart." 017. 6. Boshiyu couldn't help but frown as he watched her laughing to herself like a fool. The young boy squinted his eyes, suppressing his physical discomfort, and shouted in a cold tone, "Zhuzhu, what are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Get out of here. I don't want to see you." The little bun was startled by the shout, stumbled, and took 2 steps back, then, with precise trajectory, sat down right on Boshiyu's lap. Boshiyu suddenly, with a chubby child in his arms, thought. The young boy in front of him had fair skin, a face yet to mature with a hint of childishness, dark messy hair falling over his forehead, as cold and clear as the bright moon hanging high in the sky. However, his peach blossom eyes held a calmness beyond his age and a hidden hatred lurking in the depths. From afar he looked handsome, up close he was even more The little one, who was still somewhat scared, was completely mesmerized. She shyly cupped her cheeks, then without hesitation rubbed against her beautiful brother's arm, and said in a childish voice, "Brother is so pretty." The young boy, startled by the sudden touch, froze for a moment. "So soft. Are all children so soft?" He wanted to touch more. "No, no, no." Boshiyu shook his head, suddenly snapping back to reality, his face full of disgust. He was about to push the little one away, but forgot he had a high fever and was weak, so his sudden push didn't budge her. Boshiyu was furious and coldly shouted, "Zhuzhu, get out of here." He thought with such fierceness she should be scared out of her wits. "Roll," the little bun repeated in a milky voice. Boshiyu said coldly, "Yes, now that you heard, get out quickly." Upon hearing this, the little chubby mushroom scratched her head in confusion, then seriously asked, "Really want to roll? Can Zhuzhu not roll?" The young boy sneered and asked with a bad tone, "What do you think?" The fat mushroom felt strange. Hadn't she already rolled this afternoon? Why roll again? Though she didn't understand, she respected it. The little one nodded to herself, then got up from Boshiyu with her bottom sticking out. She stepped back a few steps, and under Boshiyu's gaze the little one skillfully stuck out her bottom, placed her paws on the floor, and with a grr rolled on the ground. After rolling, the little one stood up again with her bottom up, then waddled over to her beautiful brother with a clumsy crab walk, grinning like a puppy expecting praise. The little bun scratched her hair, buns hugged Boshiyu's arm and rubbed it, then proudly yelled, "Brother, I rolled." Boshiyu. He furrowed his brows, pulled out his hand, pointed at the door, and said coldly again, "I told you to roll." The little one pouted reluctantly, said, "Oh," then rolled out with a grr, "Oh," and rolled back with. Boshiyu was completely confused. No. Who could tell him why Zhuzhu had become a little idiot? After rolling a circle, the little bun's head was dizzy, and she wobbled unsteadily when walking. Dizzy and confused, she spread her paws to find balance, but her legs had a mind of their own, one going left, the other right, and finally, with a plop, as she fell to the ground. The little one shook her head, groggily propping herself up with her paws, and sighed, "My little head. It's buzzing." Boshiyu was utterly bewildered. He suppressed his physical discomfort, stood up, and lifted the little one, who was searching for her brain on the floor, up from the ground. He pinched her cheeks and looked left and right, his expression even darker than when he first saw her. Breathing heavily, he asked, "Wait, are you really Zhuzhu?" The little one nodded obediently and replied with a lisp, "I am." The 7-year-old young boy's eyes darkened, and he asked hoarsely, "How old are you?" The little one raised her 2 paws, gestured left and right, and held up 8 fingers, saying seriously, "I'm 2 years old." The young boy frowned. "Is that 2? The little one looked confused. "Isn't it?" He made a peace sign and asked, "What's this?" The bun's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, 8. Boshiyu. Crazy. Crazy. The whole world has gone crazy. What to do when your former enemy becomes a little fool? How could he bring himself to hurt a fool? Perhaps the contempt in the young boy's eyes was too obvious, and the little one was instantly enraged. She stood up furiously, bared her teeth, stomped her foot at Boshiyu, and scolded in a fierce, childish voice, "Brother, what kind of eyes are those? Does Zhuzhu have to get angry for you to stop treating her like a pig? I'm really mad." The little bun turned and left without any hesitation. Boshiyu raised an eyebrow at this, somewhat satisfied. At least she still had that scheming piggy manner. It saved him from the trouble of dealing with a real fool. Just as he was thinking that, the little one who was about to leave turned around and came back angrily. Her eyes became triangular as she swung her clenched fists, ready to charge over. Boshiyu sneered at this. Sure enough, she hadn't changed at all. No matter how cute the appearance, it couldn't change the treacherous and vile nature within. But he would no longer give in because of her age. Bo Shiyu raised his hand about to do something, but the next second the little bun stormed over, pulled his raised hand, and placed something. The little one dramatically threw down her backpack, then turned and left with what she thought was a cool demeanor. Bo Shiyu stared at his palm in disbelief. She had given him fever medicine. Bo Zhuzhu not only noticed he had a fever, but also specially brought him fever medicine. Bo Shiyu remained expressionless, but inside he was shocked. He watched the coolly departing figure that resembled a gas canister. 3 seconds later, the little bun stood at the door with dazed eyes, her feet pointing inward, her paws poking together, the whole bun looking extremely innocent. Sensing the gaze of her beautiful brother, the little one pretended to be carefree, walked with a goose step to her brother's side, and sat down with her bottom sticking out. Generously she spread her hands and said, "I think brother looks so pitiful here alone. Zhuzhu is magnanimous and won't argue with brother. Zhuzhu will sleep with brother." The young boy's eyes darkened, and he grabbed the little one's hairband, saying in a deep voice, "Tell the truth." The little one covered her mouth with her paws. "Woo. Zhuzhu can't find the way back, Bo Shiyu." The young boy furrowed his brow, grabbed the little one, and tossed her out, saying coldly, "Walk straight for 300 meters, turn left for 100 meters, turn right for another 100 meters. Got it." The little bun clenched her fists and nodded vigorously. Zhuzhu understands." The young boy raised an eyebrow, his tone harsh. "If you understand, then get lost." After saying that, he seemed to realize the little one's foolishness, afraid she might actually roll back. He paused and corrected himself. "If you understand, then hurry up and leave." The little one nodded firmly again. Then as Bo Shiyu turned around, a small confused voice came from behind him. The little bunny looked awkward and bewildered. She understood every word, but what is left and right? He spun around sharply, his tone laced with shock. "You can't count, and you can't even tell left from right." Feeling a bit guilty, Zhuzhu hung her head, her chubby little face flushing red. She clenched her little paws. I'm just a mushroom. I'm still young. It's normal that I can't tell left from right." Bo Shiyu felt the world had gone mad. Whether from anger or disbelief, he sneered at the little bunny. "At your age, I could already solve equations." The little mushroom slowly lifted her head, her lychee-like eyes full of confusion and curiosity. "Jiefeng Cheng. What kind of orange is that? Is it tasty?" Like a punch hitting cotton, Bo Shiyu was speechless. He sighed, his expression complicated and hesitant, but finally said coldly, "Let's go. I'll take you back." Hearing this, the little one's eyes instantly sparkled. She trotted over, happily waved her little paws, and dared to push her luck with a sweet voice. "Big brother, hold my hand." The young boy's mood was extremely complicated. He paused and reached out, and took the little bunny's palm, muttering. Zhuzhu didn't hear clearly, and asked curiously in her baby voice, "What?" Bo Shiyu glared coldly. "I said you're a troublemaker." Hearing this, Zhuzhu stopped. She widened her eyes, covered her mouth, staggered back 2 steps, and tears welled up in her eyes. Bo Shiyu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the little one was so sensitive. He licked his lips, ready to press on and taunt her. But the next second, the little one, who had been covering her mouth with her short arms, suddenly let out a strange cry, rushed forward, and hugged Bo Shiyu's leg, crying with snot and tears. She mumbled through her sobs, "Woo-woo. Big brother really loves me." Bo Shiyu. What had he done to make this silly little one misunderstand again? The little one took a deep breath, moved to the point of heartbreak. Even though Big Brother knows Zhuzhu is a troublemaker, he still wants to take her back. "Woo-woo. Big brother loves me too much." His face darkened. The words he was about to spew got stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. Innocence conquers cunningness, an unbreakable iron law throughout the ages. At this moment, a word in his mind became fully concrete. The little one's face clearly bore the words silly, white, sweet. Bo Shiyu took a deep breath, unwilling to argue further, and immediately picked up the little one and walked forward. If he hadn't picked her up, it might have been fine, but the moment he did, the little one became even more moved. "Woo-woo. Big brother really loves her. He's afraid she'll get tired from walking, so he's even carrying her." But after the infatuation, Zhuzhu remembered that her handsome brother was still running a fever. She thought she should care about her handsome brother since he loved her so much. So she wriggled like a fat caterpillar, trying to get out of Bo Shiyu's arms. Afraid that the little one might actually get hurt and then take the opportunity to frame him, Bo Shiyu immediately let go. Once on the ground, the little one for some reason felt confident again. She patted her chest and boasted, "Big brother has a fever. Zhuzhu doesn't need Big brother to carry her. Zhuzhu will carry Big brother." Then she made an exaggerated wink at Bo Shiyu, turned around, rubbed her hands eagerly, and ran over to stand beside him. She looked serious, took a deep breath, planted her feet, hugged his legs, gritted her teeth, and pulled hard. With a thud, she fell flat on her bottom. Bo Shiyu was speechless. To be honest, Bo Zhuzhu embarrassing herself should be his favorite thing to see. But now, the young boy's face was full of complex emotions. He smoothly picked up the dizzy little bunny from the ground and walked toward the main building. He walked neither fast nor slow, steady, even with the chubby baby in his arms, and soon reached the main building. The night was deep, and the villa was pitch black inside. Bo Shiyu didn't go in. He set Zhuzhu down and turned to head to the backyard, but at the moment he turned, the hem of his clothes was grabbed. He unconsciously tilted his head. The little bunny in the dinosaur costume looked up, her eyes clear and bright. She tugged at Bo Shiyu's clothes. "Big brother, aren't you coming home with Zhuzhu?" The young boy let go of Zhuzu's hand, pulled his clothes free from her grip, and said coldly, "Don't force a relationship. Who's with you?" The little chubby mushroom didn't like hearing that. She trotted up to Bo Shiyu and earnestly counted on her little paws. I came with Big Brother. I came back with Big Brother. Looking at the innocent, guileless face before him, Bo Shiyu felt extremely conflicted inside. He pushed Zhuzhu aside in annoyance. I was just taking pity on you. Now go back to sleep. The fierce tone made the little dinosaur tremble. She hugged her dinosaur tail with one hand and pointed at the stairs with the other, muttering softly, But Zhuzhu can't get up there. The young boy sneered. What the hell does it have to do with me? Can't get up. Then sleep on the sofa. He expected her to cry, but instead, hearing this, Zhuzu's eyes lit up a little. She trotted over and followed him. She hugged Bo Shiyu's leg, widened her eyes, and rubbed against him ingratiatingly. Then can Big Brother be a good person to the end? Take pity on Zhuzhu and carry her up. Bo Shiyu's face darkened. He said word by word, Bo Zhuzhu, don't push your luck. 2 minutes later, the young boy tossed the little one onto the bed and said harshly, go to sleep. The little bunny wasn't scared. Escaping from her brother's arms, she quickly climbed off the bed, ran to the door, in one go peeked out to make sure no one was around, and slammed it shut. The little bunny joyfully bounced around Bo Shiyu. Yeah. Big Brother is Zhuzu's. Zhuzhu is such a genius. I tricked Big Brother into coming back. 017 also found it amusing and teased, I didn't expect you to be so smart. Are you planning to keep your brother hidden here like a beauty? The little bunny put her hands on her hips proudly and lifted her chin, feeling very clever herself. Her smug little face looked like a cat that had stolen the cream, dazzling Bo Shiyu. How could someone so venomous possess the most disarming visage in the world? With such a deceivingly beautiful face, committing misdeeds was 100 times easier for her than for others. The little girl's memory was hazy, yet she vaguely recalled the system uncle mentioning that her brother had met a grim end in the basement. The thought triggered her. Once the door was shut, she refused to let Bo Shiyu leave. Pushing him toward the bed, she tiptoed and busied herself. She flipped the blanket, pushed her brother to sit, arranged the pillow, and stuffed a pig plushie into his arms. Then grabbing a doll, she happily bounced to the other side of the bed. Glancing back unintentionally, she saw the pig plushie in her brother's embrace, looked at the doll in her own arms, and poked her little belly. Her lychee-like eyes widened into triangular shapes. Tossing the doll aside, she pattered back to Bo Shiyu, grabbed the pig's nose, and flung it away with a whoosh. Turning around, she scrambled with hands and feet, clambered into Bo Shiyu's arms, and plopped herself onto his lap. The little one leaned against him, eyes curved in a smile, her face free of scheming, brimming only with irrepressible joy. That smile was so genuine it stung. Bo Shiyu, as if pricked by a needle, dropped Zhuzhu and stood abruptly, his face dark. Enough. Why should everything go your way? Bewildered Zhuzhu stumbled back, her baby voice trembling helplessly. I didn't say anything. Staring at the familiar face, the young boy's eyes reddened, his voice restrained, yet seething with hatred. Past lives flashed through his mind as he growled, Bo Zhuzhu, don't you want to be the heir of the Bo family? Then fight me. You're so shrewd, why pretend to be a fool? Or do you think playing dumb will stop me from hurting you? Let me tell you. Dream on. I hate you. I despise you. No matter what you do, I'll never forgive you. Zhuzhu stood frozen, clutching her tail, pitiful and helpless. At the words, I hate you, tears welled up in her eyes, and she burst into loud sobs. The little bundle choked and whimpered, her baby voice trembling with grievance. I don't understand. What's a chicken? What bad chicken? Zhuzhu isn't a chicken. Zhuzhu is a mushroom. Why does brother hate Zhuzhu for what the chicken did? I don't understand. I just want brother to live along. Zhuzhu doesn't want to be a chicken. Chickens aren't as pretty as mushrooms. The fair, tender little girl, bathed in the warm orange light from the bedside lamp, looked like a little orange cat. Her round childlike eyes brimmed with tears as she sobbed, I hope you live a long life. Bo Shiyu's eyes glistened with tears. Clutching the remaining fever medicine, he laughed as he cried, and cried as he laughed. A long life. She actually said a long life. Bo Shiyu felt only irony, his heart a turmoil of conflicting emotions. At a loss for words, and unable to face the 2-year-old who had once doomed him, yet now looked at him with such sincerity, he turned and strode toward the door. Seeing this through her tear-filled eyes, Zhuzhu, fearing her brother might die in the basement, pattered over while crying, trying to grab him. But recalling his words, I hate you, she timidly withdrew her little hand, helplessly toddling after him with her short legs. The sobbing behind him made Bo Shiyu glance back instinctively. The little one, shorter than his legs, still had tears on her face. When she saw him, looking, she froze, stepping back in fear of displeasing him. Bo Shiyu's heart softened. The next moment, the little one, her voice tearful and timid, ventured, Br. Brother. Bo Shiyu bit his lip and closed his eyes wearily. Remembering how she had carried medicine to him in her backpack, he finally sighed. Turning, he patted her head. Go to sleep. The little girl's round eyes lit up. Hesitantly, she tugged at his sleeve and choked out, then. Can Zhuzhu see brother tomorrow? Bo Shiyu nodded softly. Be good and sleep. Only then did the little one cheer up. Wiping her tears messily, she turned back every few steps, waddling like a clumsy goose, and flopped onto the bed. Bo Shiyu left the room and returned to the basement. Bo Yanzhou was not easily fooled. The basement had cameras in every corner. If he knew Bo Shiyu wasn't there, that wretched man would surely punish him. After all, the Bo family and Bo Yanzhou never needed him as a son, only a qualified and obedient heir. The next morning, Zhuzhu was gently awakened by a maid patting her back. Miss, time to get up, or the sun will burn your bottom. Dazed, Zhuzhu nodded, was lifted from bed with her hair a mess, and was half asleep as she washed her face and brushed her teeth. Still groggy, she was carried downstairs. But upon seeing her handsome brother in the dining room, she instantly snapped awake. Slipping from the maid's arms, she clenched her little fists and pattered over to her beautiful brother. Bo Yanzhou, seated at the head of the table, smirked subtly. The little one was quite clingy. Wiping his hands leisurely with a handkerchief, he moved his leg aside and bent down to reach out. But the next second, the excited toddler suddenly swerved, circled behind him, and pounced on a Bo Shiyu. CEO Bo. Thinking of his silly daughter's dazed look, Bo Yanzhou figured the brat looked like him, so maybe the silly girl just didn't recognize her father. He sat up straight, casting a cold glance at Zhuzhu. Bo Zhuzhu. At the call, she turned her lychee eyes wide. The man raised an eyebrow. I'm your dad. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Zhuzhu, who had been staring at her villainous dad, suddenly turned into wide round eyes. Pouting, she pointed at him and whined, "Why are you, Bo Yanzhou?" The little boy patted Zhuzhu's head and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, appearing to be in quite a good mood. He was happy, but his father was far from pleased. Bo Yanzhou was so angry he laughed. He pushed back his chair, grabbed the little one by the scruff, and said, "I'm not your father." The little bun pouted, turned her head away, poked his sturdy arm, and muttered with great principle, "But you can't scold people just because you're my daddy." The chubby mushroom paused, then sighed sincerely, "Daddy, you shouldn't go around cursing people in the future, or you'll get beaten to death. Not everyone is as kind as Zhuzhu, who doesn't hold grudges against Daddy." Bo Yan's his eyelid twitched, and he sneered, "And you know all of it." The little bun proudly lifted her chin and shot him a disdainful look. "Of course I know. Daddy, you go around acting all tough every day, and if you're not careful and run into the male lead, you'll get beaten to death." The man's forehead veins bulged, and he ground out through clenched teeth, "In your eyes, your father is worse than a dead fat pig." Zhuzhu shook her head like a rattledrum. "No. Daddy is the best daddy in the world." President Bossfowl mood improved just a tiny bit upon hearing this. But the next second, the little one took a deep breath, dragging out her voice to add, "But Daddy still needs to be a little bit careful. The male lead is super scary. He'll beat Daddy to death. Not only will Daddy be beaten to death, but even Zhuzhu will be beaten to death too. And brother too." Suddenly overcome with a competitive spirit, Bo Yanzhou thought. He refused to believe any pig could be scarier than him. On the other side, Bo Shiyu raised an eyebrow. He thought to himself the little one was quite accurate. If Bo Yanzhou weren't so tough, his rivals would have killed him long ago. Counting it up, he had been in 3 car accidents this year alone, but he still didn't die. Bo Shiyu's curled lips instantly dropped. He was clearly disappointed. At the mention of the male lead, the little one trembled with fear, her hands and feet flailing as she clutched her head and bottom. President Bo looked at her pathetic state with utter disdain. He curled his fingers and tapped Zhuzhu's forehead, scoffing, "Look at you, you cowardly little rabbit. With your father here, whoever dares to kill you, I'll kill them first." Hearing this, the bun was so frightened, she clenched her little paws tightly, buried her head low, and trembled without daring to move. She was so anxious, she could almost cry. "Daddy, you really will get beaten." Bo Shiyu silently rolled his eyes from the side, thinking, "Let him be beaten to death." The little girl was soft and cuddly, with 2 buns on either side of her fluffy little head, adorned with hair clips, and a pink and white princess dress made her look exceptionally adorable. When Bo Yanzhou teased her, she would wave her paws and try to hit him back. How to put it? Raising a daughter was indeed different from raising a son. Addicted to the fun, Bo Yanzhou teased Zhuzhu for a long time. He just loved seeing her fuming yet unable to beat him. In the end, it was Bo Shiyu who couldn't stand it anymore and snapped at him, shaking him out of his amusement. The man shot his cheap son a fierce glare, took a deep breath, placed the little one in the seat beside him, and began outlining the day's plan. "I arranged a tutor for you yesterday. Starting at 9 this morning, you will officially begin your studies. Considering all aspects, you only need to master 3 subjects, Chinese, math, and English, with physics and chemistry as extracurricular recreation. Additionally, you'll have a piano lesson every day. There will be a weekly assessment, and the goal is to finish the entire elementary school curriculum within a year at most." The man paused, his hand holding the knife and fork stilling. He glanced sideways at the little one staring at him with wide, shocked eyes, and asked calmly, "Do you The chubby mushroom didn't understand. The chubby mushroom didn't understand a single word. She just stared blankly with her big, bewildered eyes unblinkingly at her villainous. Just as she was about to say she didn't get it, she inadvertently glanced to the side and saw her brother looking at her with expectation as well. A blazing fighting spirit ignited in the little one's heart. She narrowed her eyes, put on a serious face, and nodded firmly. "Mom, I understand. I will work super hard." She couldn't let her brother look down on her. After breakfast, Bo Shiyu picked up his school bag and left for school, while Bo Yanzhou, swamped with work, headed to the company. Left alone with a group of tutors flashing her standard smiles, the little one nervously clenched her paws, forced a polite smile back, and then began her battle. The first day of tutoring ended. The tutors left with calm expressions and smiles on their faces, while the little one's face was slightly awkward. The second day, the tutors' smiles were wry and unreadable, while the little one wore a bitter expression. The third day of tutoring ended. The tutors' expressions were complex and dazed, and the little one's smile had completely vanished from her stern face. A week later, Bo Yanzhou looked at the little one, who had gradually become steady and mature, and couldn't help but smile. Truly his child. That unflappable demeanor. That unwavering posture. She had already vaguely inherited 2/10 of his essence. The man barely suppressed the smile tugging at his lips, and waved at Zhuzhu. "Bo Zhuzhu, come here." Hearing that name, the little bun immediately shuddered. She trudged over slowly on her short legs, her tiny face expressionless and full of despair. Before he could say anything, 6 suit-clad tutors filed down from the second floor one by one. The lead tutor stepped forward with a strained smile. Mr. Bo, according to your suggestions and plan, we have finished teaching all the content of the 6-year elementary school curriculum within this week. He opened his mouth as if to say something, hesitated, glanced at his colleagues, and finally gritted his teeth. But before he could finish, the man lounging on the sofa changed his expression, turning to look at the little one beside him with a gaze that held 3 parts shock, 4 parts disbelief, and the remaining 3 parts pure joy. 1 week. Just 1 week. His daughter had finished the entire elementary school curriculum in 1 week. He had thought his child was just a silly, foolish, guileless little foodie who loved to eat. Unexpectedly, she was actually a genius. Finishing elementary school so quickly meant her IQ must be around 160 or 170, right? President Bo, in excellent spirits, lifted his chin and tossed a card over. All right, no need for praise. Zhuzhu is a child of the Bo family, so it's only natural she's a bit smart. There's 10 million in this card. Split it among yourselves. Over the next month, try your best to keep up with her learning pace and just finish teaching the 3-year middle school curriculum. The elite tutors stared at the card, exchanging bewildered looks. Finally, under Bo Yanzhou's gaze, they all took a step back. Bo Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. They all waved their hands and shook their heads. One of them pulled out a card and placed it carefully on the table, explaining, President Bo, there's 600,000 in this, which is our 6-person salary for the week. He paused, then steeled himself. We really can't teach the young miss anymore. You'll have to find someone else. The man's tapping hand froze and his lifted lips stiffened. His expression darkened instantly as he shot up and demanded harshly, what do you mean you can't teach her? Are you saying my child is stupid? The man's face turned ashen with fear as he quickly explained, no, that's not it. I mean, perhaps the young miss isn't suited for the Bo family's traditional gifted education method, or maybe it's our own limited ability. Not suited. Limited ability. A great blade pierced straight through President Bo's heart. He was deeply wounded. When Bo Shiyu returned from school, he noticed that today's boss manner was quite different from usual. Previously, servants were busily attending to their own tasks, yet today, upon his arrival, he found not a single servant or hired hand in the front yard. As he approached the main building, he saw the servants and hired hands gathered at the entrance, murmuring amongst themselves, as if discussing something. Bo Shiyu had no interest in their gossip and intended to bypass them, maintaining his indifference. However, just as he neared the main building, a furious roar faintly echoed from within the villa. Bo Zhuzhu. He'll ask you one more time. Say it again for me. I promise I won't hit you. The young boy's previously detached expression shifted, a hint of displeasure furrowing his brows. That wretched man Bo Yanzhou was throwing another tantrum. Had he not vented enough outside, now he had to come home and rage at a little child. Still harboring resentment from his past life over Bo Yanzhou's neglect, Bo Shiyu conjured an image of the little simpleton being scolded and beaten by Bo Yanzhou. His face darkened, and he strode toward the living room. Yes, Bo Shiyu had always been clear about his grudges. Having confirmed that Zhuzhu was not the scheming green tea type from his past life, almost all his hostility toward her vanished. Though reluctant, he would not vent his anger on an innocent little child, especially such a silly little child. He had even less reason to take it out on her. But Bo Yanzhou was a different matter. Whether in the past life or this one, he was just as despicable as ever. Bo Shiyu harbored deep resentment toward his father. With a grim expression, he strode heavily toward the living room. In this life, he would no longer put on an act of filial piety for that wretched man. Bursting into the living room with fury, he did not witness the imagined brutal scene. Instead, a 2-year-old girl sat on the carpet, clutching a pig plushie with a look of utter despair, dragging out her words with pouted lips. Geese pluck, geese pluck, geese pluck. The man beside her twitched his eyelid, then slapped the pig plushie's head with a loud smack, gritting his teeth as he suppressed his anger and retorted, I said geese. 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 Not geese pluck. Geese pluck. Geese pluck. Don't read the comma, understand. The little girl drooped her head listlessly, hugging the pig plushie that had borne her master's wrath, nodding. Understood. The man lifted his eyes, pointing a slender finger at the textbook on the table, and said curtly, read. Zhuzhu pouted her lips, and under Bo Yanzhou's expectant gaze, she obediently followed in a childish voice. Geese no pluck, geese no pluck, geese no pluck. He was exasperated. The man's forehead bulged with veins, his chest heaving. His eagle-like gaze swept sharply to the little girl beside him. Finally, after taking a few deep breaths, he expressionlessly raised a hand and tossed the open textbook aside. President Bo silently recited in his heart, she's my own flesh and blood. My own. Must not hit. The old butler standing nearby promptly handed him another book. Bo Yanzhou casually flipped open a page. His eyes narrowed and a hint of a smile crept onto his face. Math was good. She couldn't read Chinese fluently, didn't know English, couldn't play the piano, and had no interest in physics or chemistry. Surely math, being so simple, she could calculate easily. The man curled his lips, pushed the book toward Zhuzhu, and pointed at a very simple problem, saying coldly, solve it. The problem 2314. The bewildered little dumpling blinked, leaned in, and her eyes lit up as she looked at the problem. She lowered her head and started counting on her fingers. After a flurry of frantic calculations, she slapped the table, puffed out her chubby cheeks, looked up, and declared with authority, it's one. Bo Yanzhou's smile froze. He seemed not to have heard clearly, and asked again, equals what? The little dumpling raised one finger on each hand, her voice loud and confident, equals one one. The CEO's icy facade instantly cracked. As if amused by anger, he retorted, what kind of thing is that one one of yours? A creation of your own. Bo Yanzhou, disappointed that she wouldn't learn, poked Zhuzu's head, ask you. It could be 1 or 11, but how on earth did you come up with one one, Bo Zhuzhu? The chubby mushroom whose head had been poked Askew straightened her little head huffily, but with dwindling conviction explained, because 2 minus 1 equals 1 and shit minus mountain equals 1. At these words, Bo Yanzhou was utterly stunned by his daughter's strange reasoning. He exclaimed, are you a pig? The mushroom that had been trampled by a pig suddenly lifted its drooping head, furious. Daddy is the pig. Daddy is a big stupid pig. A big dumb pig. Bo Yan's face darkened. With one finger he toppled the little one. Little brat, how dare you call your father a pig? The toppled pig fumed, waving her small fists and mimicking big brat. How dare you call a little brat a pig? Again Bo Yanzhou toppled her with a single finger. She lay on her back legs in the air and burst into loud wails. The young boy standing not far away frowned. A week ago the little one couldn't even distinguish between 2 and 8. Although progress was slow, she could now handle addition and subtraction within 10. Clearly Zhuzhu was different from other members of the Bo family. She was no genius, but she was certainly not stupid. She was just an ordinary, perfectly normal child. So what was Bo Yanzhou dissatisfied with? Did he truly believe his genes were the best in the world? With this thought, he walked over, casually tossed his backpack to a servant, and waved to Zhuzhu, Bo Zhuzhu, come here. The little dumpling, whose intelligence had been brutally insulted by the villainous father, heard her brother's voice and grabbed at it like a lifeline. Pouting pitifully, she scrambled up from the floor on her hands and knees. Waddling on her short legs, she threw herself into her handsome brother's arms, buried her face, and wailed, it's too hard. Being human is too hard. Zhuzhu doesn't want to be human anymore. Zhuzhu wants to go back to being a mushroom, boo-hoo. The innocent childish words made Bo Shiyu's eyes curve. He patted the little one's head, but before he could speak, President Bo interjected lazily, still want to be a mushroom? Why not be a pig? The little girl immediately covered her mouth with her paws and burst into loud sobs. Bo Shiyu. The young boy narrowed his cold eyes, holding Zhuzhu as he retorted without courtesy, if she's a pig, what are you? Bo Yanzhou, you've really gone senile. You used to go crazy outside, and now you come home to bully a little kid. Can't you have some shame? This audacious speech utterly shocked the CEO. He scrutinized this cheap son with evident astonishment. Bo Shiyu, do you know who you're talking to? Bo Shiyu smirked coldly. What, you don't even know who you are anymore? The man slammed the table in fury. Bo Shiyu, you've been getting more and more insolent lately. No respect for elders, no manners. Who taught you this? The young boy raised an eyebrow. You did. You set an example for your son. When you pointed a gun at Grandpa's head, I didn't see you showing any respect for the elderly. The man's face darkened, cold fury surging in his eyes. Bo Shiyu shot him a contemptuous glance, then turned and walked away, holding Zhuzhu. After a few steps, he seemed to remember something, stopped, turned his head slightly, and added, from now on, I'll handle Bo Zhuzu's lessons. Don't interfere. The CEO was livid. Glaring coldly at his cheap son's retreating figure, he fumed, sat down, took a gulp of water, and turned to the butler. Has he been looking down on me even more lately? Does he want to fly to the sky? The butler shook his head awkwardly, but seriously, I don't think the young master wants to fly to the sky. He paused, then ventured, I think. Maybe the young master has hit his rebellious phase. The man squinted. Is that so? The butler nodded quickly in agreement. The man lowered his gaze, rubbing the cup in his hand back and forth, a hint of disdain in his expression. It must be said that Bo Shiyu possessed remarkable talent. The young boy was neither impatient nor rash, teaching Zhuzhu with great patience, never losing his temper, even when she made mistakes 5 or 6 times. His teaching method was quite different from Bo Yan's. Perhaps it was because her favorite handsome brother was the one teaching her, but Zhuzhu always studied with great seriousness. Her learning efficiency had also improved significantly. In just 3 days, she could already recite Ode to the Goose fluently. At this moment, the little dumpling was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, facing her handsome brother, swaying her head as she recited the poem. As the last childish line, red paddles stir, clear waves, faded away, Bo Shiyu maintained a stern expression as he patted Zhuzu's little head and handed her a lollipop. You recited well. This is your reward. The little dumpling was overjoyed, wiggling her head like a happy puppy. Clutching the lollipop, she pounced into her brother's arms and began to reciprocate the praise. It's because big brother taught well. Bo Shiyu pinched the little dumpling's cheek, gently lifting her out of his embrace. His voice softened involuntarily. Since you've learned it, go play. The studious Zhuzhu shook her head. I don't want to. I want to recite the poem for Grandpa Butler's sister, Ash, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Li, Uncle Wang, and Brother Zhao. The little dumpling trotted happily like a goose over to the butler, brimming with confidence, and began reciting in her babyish voice. Watching the little dumpling sway her head as she recited, Bo Shiyu's brow relaxed. He had offered to teach Zhuzhu simply because he didn't want to see her molded by Bo Yanzhou into the person she had been in her past. After finishing the poem, the little dumpling waved her tiny hand at him from a distance. Big brother Zhuzhu is going out to find Uncle Wang. Bo Shiyu snapped back to reality and gave her a faint smile. The little one instantly perked up as if injected with adrenaline, toddling out unsteadily with joyful steps. She would recite the poem to anyone she met over and over again. Before long, a Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the estate. A man in a suit and leather shoes stepped out of the car, followed by a young man. Assistant Lee adjusted his glasses, holding his briefcase upright as he stood behind his boss. Almost immediately, he spotted the little one standing before the servants, tilting her head up and loudly reciting something. A wave of paternal affection surged within him. Even the sight of her fluffy back of the head enchanted him completely, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "The little miss is just too adorable. I've never seen such a cute little darling in my entire life." Bo Yanzhou cast a disdainful glance at him upon hearing this, but a flicker of amusement crossed his eyes as he turned away. The man strode over unhurriedly and listened. He realized that the little girl was actually reciting ode to the CEO found it utterly intriguing. He gestured to the servant to remain silent, then stood behind Zhuzhu, with Assistant Lee listening intently. The little girl swayed her head and recited in her babyish voice, "Goose, goose, goose." Curved neck singing to the sky. White feathers float on green water. Red paddles stir clear waves. The gardener pruning the lawn immediately gave Zhuzhu a thumbs up in appreciation. The little miss recited it wonderfully. Not a single word wrong. Not a single word wrong. Zhuzhu was overjoyed upon hearing this. Shyly clutching her little skirt, she smiled coyly. Turning around like a little butterfly with her arms outstretched, she was about to find the next person to recite to, completely unaware of the villainous father standing behind her. The CEO, who had already extended his arms to pick her up, froze instantly. Was his presence really that negligible? The CEO's face darkened, his smiling lips drooping. On a whim, he deliberately confused the issue and asked, "Is it really goose, goose, goose? I remember you used to recite gusta, 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 didn't you?" Assistant Lee was stunned. He looked sharply at his boss, then sharply at the little miss. As expected, the little dumpling's joyful trot gradually slowed, a look of confusion spreading across her face. She scratched her little head in bewilderment, her mouth moving faster than her mind, as she unconsciously echoed, "Gus, gusta, gust." Bo Yanzhou deliberately teased her, nodding along. "Yes, didn't you always recite gustu, gusta, gustu before?" Vaguely, he recalled memories from when she couldn't read properly. So the originally doubtful little one, upon hearing this, seemed to find it somewhat familiar. Her wise eyes widened, and she firmly clenched her little fists and nodded to herself. She joyfully trotted off again with a goose-like gait, mumbling to herself, "It's gusta goose. Daddy said geese can't be teased, so it's gustu." Assistant Lee was shocked. He maintained a mechanical standard smile on his face, but his mind was reeling with complaints. "Boss, do you have any idea how much effort a 2-year-old child has to put into memorize?" The CEO didn't care in the slightest. He smirked and looked up to meet the gaze of his good son, who was staring straight at him from the main entrance. Bo Yanzhou was speechless. He turned his head away expressionlessly. The little dumpling, cheerfully chanting "Gustu, Gustu," ran up to Bo Shiyu. She chattered and gesticulated as she recited the poem. The next second, Bo Shiyu's roar came from behind Bo Yanzhou. "Do you have nothing better to do? Can't you teach properly? Do you have to hold the child back?" The man's face remained impassive, and he shamelessly retorted, "Which eye of yours saw me holding her back?" Bo Shiyu strode over with the little dumpling in his arms, sneering, "Didn't I see it? Didn't I hear it? Zhuzhu finally managed to memorize this poem after 3 days of hard work, and you had to come along and teach her gustu, gustu." The man maintained his composure, his voice calm and unruffled. "Do you have proof? Any statement without evidence is slander. I value my reputation above all else. If you slander me, I'll have to sue you." He paused and added with a smirk, "Even if you are my son." At these words, not only Bo Shiyu, but even Assistant Lee was utterly stunned. Their expressions instantly shifted from one of bewilderment to utter shock. The little dumpling, who couldn't understand what they were saying, saw that Uncle Lee and her brother's faces had turned into that shape. So she quickly imitated them, opening her little mouth wide, staring with wide eyes, and letting out a startled croak, croak. Assistant Lee could no longer maintain his smile, his entire face contorted. "Seriously, boss, with your reputation for villainy and notoriety, I didn't even know you had a reputation to speak of." Bo Shiyu was also shocked by his shamelessness. He had always known Bo Yanzhou was capable of any evil deed and wielded insidious methods, but he never expected him to be so utterly shameless. The young boy worried endlessly for the family, afraid that this lives obedient and naive little dumpling would be corrupted by him. So he quickly pulled Zhuzhu closer to himself. After staring at Bo Yanzhou for a moment, he took Zhuzu's little hand and turned to walk back. Vaguely, Assistant Lee could even hear the young master earnestly instructing the little miss to stay away from him, "Don't let him teach you bad habits," and the like. His words were filled with contempt for his useless father. Assistant Lee's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, "So this is what you meant, boss, when you said you were good at raising children." Watching Zhuzu's retreating figure, he couldn't help but worry. Would the little miss really be spoiled if she was raised? Thinking of this soft, sweet little dumpling turning into an icy black heart, one Assistant Lee almost felt, because Bo Yanzhou's annoying behavior had been holding them back, Bo Shiyu had found him increasingly unbearable to look at these past few days. He hadn't spoken a single word to his father in days. Similarly, Bo Yanzhou was greatly annoyed by his son's rebellious and disrespectful attitude during this phase. He too found his son unbearable to look at. He hadn't given Bo Shiyu a single kind look in days. With their faces bearing an 80 to 90% resemblance, the father and son together radiated a chilling aura for 3 or 4 days. The frigid atmosphere left the servants working in various places all on edge, not daring to breathe too loudly. Only Zhuzhu, being oblivious, sensed nothing. That morning Bo Shiyu left early for a math Olympiad competition, while Bo Yanzhou for once had a rare day of leisure at home. He was sitting on the sofa in the living room downstairs watching the news, occasionally glancing upstairs. It was obvious. Seeing this, the butler, understanding the situation, stepped forward and explained, "The little miss was playing with airplanes all day yesterday, running around everywhere. She must be tired. She should be waking up now. Shall I go check on her?" The CEO waved his hand. It wasn't as if she wouldn't get up at all. He could condescend to wait a few minutes for her. At that moment, the little one for whom the great CEO was condescending to wait was burrowing her bottom into the blankets, refusing to get up no matter how much she was coaxed. 3 or 4 maids were gathered around the bed, trying to catch the little dumpling. Their voices were soft and gentle, afraid of startling the little dumpling. They looked less like they were waking a child, and more like they were coaxing one to sleep. 5 minutes passed. 15 minutes passed. 25 minutes passed. Downstairs, Bo Yanzhou, who had waited a long time without seeing his chubby little daughter come down, rose with a cold expression. He walked upstairs and opened the door. His dark, long eyes swept the room, locking onto a small, rounded lump at the foot of the bed. The man abruptly threw back the covers, grabbed the child by the scruff, and shook her impatiently. "Bo Zhuzhu, get up now. It's 8:30, and you're still not up." The child, drowsy and confused, tilted her head and continued sleeping as if no one else was there. Seeing this, Bo Yanzhou curled his lip and directly pinched the child's little nose. Deprived of breath, the child's brows knitted into a figure 8, but she still didn't wake. Without a nose, there was still a mouth. She casually opened her mouth and continued. President Boss' face darkened. He directly squeezed the little dumpling's cheeks and threatened in a chilling voice, "If you don't get up, there'll be no food for you." At these words, the previously drowsy dumpling instantly snapped her eyes wide open. Looking around, she found herself in her father's arms and pouted angrily, demanding, "Why won't you give Zhuzhu food?" The emotionless Zhou gave a light scoff and asked teasingly, "Why should I give you food?" Zhuzhu puffed out her cheeks and delivered a tiny fist to Bo Yanzhou's chest. But Zhuzhu is your little baby." The man raised an eyebrow and burst into laughter. "I don't have a little baby. I did, however, pick up a stupid pig." He had expected the little one with her simple nature to foolishly rub against him and cheerfully admit to being the stupid pig that was picked up yesterday. But unexpectedly, the next second, the dumpling excitedly squinted her eyes and looked around, squealing, "What? Daddy picked up a piggy." Hands on her hips, she bared her teeth and laughed uproariously like a little villain. "You wicked piggy, you dared to bump your snout into my butt. Now you've fallen into my hands." The child wriggled down from Bo Yanzhou's arms and stomped out angrily, muttering, you're doomed, you bumped my butt. They'll chop off your pig head, take your pig life, drink your pig blood, and eat your pig meat." She ran outside, looked around, and didn't see any pig. Then she stomped back, grabbed the doorframe, and asked her father, "Daddy, where did you put the piggy you picked up? Give me a knife, and I'll go chop it up for you." "Daddy, hurry up. If you're not quick, we won't get any pork." Bo Yanzhou's smiling face froze. "What did you say?" The child stomped her foot in impatience. "If we're not quick, we won't get any pork." His face darkened. "Not that line. The one before." The child ventured tentatively, "Daddy, hurry up." "The line before that." The man's voice carried a dangerous tone. The child, now frantic, clutched her head and wailed, I don't know. I want to go kill the piggy." The man standing there suddenly curled his lips and laughed out loud. What a worthy child of his. Ruthless enough. As if he had discovered a new continent, his mood greatly improved. He scooped up the child and strode downstairs. Lifting her to face him, Bo Yanzhou's deep dark eyes stared at her with a hint of a smile. Slightly curling his lips, he said, "Daddy will take you to a nice place." Half an hour later, Zhuzhu was brought to the shooting range in the villa's backyard. Bo Yanzhou patted the little dumpling's head and took out a silver silenced pistol from a case storing firearms. The man took off his coat, twirled the gun in his hand, squinted slightly at the shooting target, and pulled the trigger. With a shoo, the bullet shot out like an arrow from a bowstring with the speed of lightning. Zhuzhu was startled, her round body trembling. Half a second later, a large 10 lit up on the distant screen, and a mechanical voice announced hit 10 rings. A smile curled at the corner of Bo Yanzhou's lips. He crouched in front of Zhuzhu and coaxed, "Zhuzhu, do you want to play with this toy?" No mistake. Cultivating evil deeds must start from childhood. Touch a gun today and knife the day after, and surely they'll be beating people up the day after that. Day by day, year by year, he was determined to mold a ruthless little villain. In an ancient and prestigious aristocratic family, the most taboo thing was having too many children. Even more taboo than that was having multiple children from different mothers. It was perfectly normal for half-brothers to scheme against each other. Even the closest of kin could become a curved blade aimed at you. Bo Yanzhou had grown up in such a family environment. Therefore, he had always firmly believed in survival of the fittest. The soft-hearted would only be devoured. Only by being ruthless could one survive longer in this world. Consequently, Bo Yanzhou's educational philosophy resembled wolf-like training. Although he felt no real affection for this convenient son, and the newly appeared daughter and heir still needed to be cultivated. He was somewhat reliable, knowing a child couldn't handle the recoil of a real gun. So he switched to a realistic toy gun and handed it to Zhuzhu, pointing at the target and commanding shoot. The fearless child nodded confidently, grabbed her toy, and waddled on her short legs to the target. She fired bang 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 with the ferocity of a tiger, but her actual score was all misses. The man frowned and moved the target closer. The little dumpling instantly understood, giving her father a reassuring look. She turned around, crawled up to the target, and fired bang 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 again. When she turned around, the score was 0-0-0. Bo Yanzhou narrowed his eyes, beginning to think his child might not be suited for guns. Well, no matter. If she had no talent for guns, there were still knives. He turned around, and striking while the iron was hot, handed the child a toy knife. Pointing at a wooden post, he said succinctly, "Chop." The child went at it without a second thought. With a serious little face, she shook her head and wailed as she slashed wildly. The next second, her little paw lost its grip. The knife fell from the sky and thudded onto her head. Dazed, the child clutched her head and shrank her neck. She plopped down on her bottom, her eyes spinning like tangled yarn, and muttered groggily-eyed, "Did I chop it to death?" Bo Yanzhou. Whether the wood was chopped to death or not, he didn't know. But if this were a real knife, you would have just stabbed yourself to death. The father and daughter set off with high spirits, only to return in low morale. The big CEO lounged on the sofa, idly swirling a glass of wine in one hand, while resting the other on the backrest, lost in thought. No talent for guns or blades. Could her talent be for cursing? The big CEO cast a disdainful glance at the dazed little one, then gave a slight nod. "Come on, give your At that, Zhuzhu's eyes lit up. She patted her chest confidently and raised her little paws, letting out a bold roar. "I can do that. I'm really good at. Watch me perform." The little dumpling, brimming with confidence, stepped back a couple of paces, spread her legs, and planted herself firmly. Narrowing her eyes and putting on a stern face with an expression that disowned everyone, she even made Bo Yanzhou sit up straighter in anticipation. Zhuzhu aimed at her villainous father's legs on the sofa, gathered her strength, and with a sudden lunge pounced to hug Bo Yanzhou's leg tightly. She looked up, pulled her eyelids down fiercely, and let out a dragon's roar. Voila! 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The highly expectant CEO's eyelid twitched. He looked down at the little rascal resting her head on his knee, looking utterly adorable. His mouth twitched. He pulled a long face and pinched Zhuzhu's cherry-like mouth into a duckbill, sneering. "I told you to give me a fierce look, and instead you're here acting cute with..." Zhuzhu didn't like hearing that. Back in their patch of mushrooms, she was known as the fiercest, chubbiest mushroom. She was a mushroom that would even eat her own mycelium when upset. The little one whose mouth was pinched into a duckbill was furious, steam practically rising from her head. "I wasn't acting cute. I was being fierce." The big villain didn't believe her nonsense. He tousled her chubby cheeks before letting go. He sat on the sofa, half-heartedly coaching Zhuzhu on how to manage her expressions. But perhaps because the little girl was just too adorable, no matter how he guided her, Bo Yanzhou felt no matter what she did, it looked like she was acting cute. The man clicked his tongue, half closing his eyes in dissatisfaction. Why did this little brat have to be so cute? If she went out to run an errand and failed, she might end up being snatched by traffickers and stuffed into a pocket. At that thought, a chill crept into Bo Yanzhou's dark eyes. He lifted his chin and said succinctly, "Let's hear a few curses." Hearing this, the little dumpling's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She planted her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and pointed at Bo Yanzhou, scolding him loudly. "You're a pig. You're a pig." Her fierce little act had the butler nearby chuckling. The man raised an eyebrow, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "That's it." The little dumpling blinked, hesitated for a moment, then added, "You're a big, dumb pig." He was left speechless. Well, that settled it. No talent for guns or blades, and couldn't even curse. This was truly a strawberry dumpling with a white flour filling. Bo Yanzhou let out a sigh and beckoned to Zhuzhu. The little dumpling immediately waddled over on her short legs, threw her arms around her villainous father's leg, looked up, and called out sweetly, "Daddy." Her soft, milky voice was a delight to hear. A smile tugged at the corner of the man's lips. He ruffled the little bun on top of her head, raised an eyebrow, and a glint flickered in his eyes. "You're pleasant to look at. Might as well be a mascot." Little Zhuzhu tilted her head in confusion, dragging out her tiny voice as she repeated, "Mascot." The butler, who had watched his master take the little miss on a day of mischief, feared she might despise her father, so he quickly chimed in. "It means someone cute and adorable who brings good luck and is loved by everyone." Hearing this, the little dumpling's bun, which had already flopped to the side, instantly perked up. Tears welled in her eyes as she hugged Bo Yanzhou's leg with her little hands, her gaze brimming with emotion. She sniffled, leaning against Bo Yanzhou's knee with utter dependence, her choked, milky voice brimming with gratitude. "Boo-hoo. Daddy, 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 why are you so good? Daddy really loves Zhuzhu." The little one cried, tears and snot streaming, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy," over and over, her heart and soul devoted to her villainous father. Watching this increasingly absurd turn of events, 017 was speechless. Seriously, what kind of dumb luck was this, ending up with a little fool who brainwashed herself? Well, 017 didn't get it. Since ancient times, innocence conquers cunning. It might not work for everyone, but for the big CEO Bo, it was exceptionally effective. The big CEO's heart softened, though his face showed disdain. He turned his head slightly, grabbed a tissue, and began wiping the little one's tears, holding her chubby face. He let out a light scoff and said coldly, "What a sight." The little dumpling nodded through her tears, mumbling, "Zhuzhu will be impressive. When Zhuzhu grows up, she'll make money to support Daddy and buy him yummy treats." At this, Bo Yanzhou's gaze flickered, and even his movements paused in surprise. Growing up, the most he had heard were either his mother's curses or his father's reprimands. As he got older, there was sycophantic flattery and cautious probing. Those around him feared him like a tiger. If he so much as frowned, all he heard were endless apologies. Zhuzhu will make money to support daddy, were words he had never heard before. His heart, which had been calm for so long, suddenly began to stir subtly. Yanzhou couldn't identify the feeling, couldn't name that strange sensation. He didn't dislike it, but rather felt a craving, a sense of losing control. But he didn't like losing control. The man furrowed his brow, instinctively, forcibly suppressing the strange feeling in his heart. He wiped the tears from the little one's face, let out a light scoff, and sneered, "You support me." Little Zhuzhu nodded earnestly. Yes, Zhuzhu will work hard to grow up and work hard to support daddy. He looked her up and down, his tone languid. You, a little brat who can even hit her own head with a knife while chopping things. Without your daddy, you'd be out picking through trash. Having her intelligence doubted, the chubby mushroom wasn't angry at all. Instead, she wriggled out of her villainous father's embrace, grabbed the remote, and huffed as she pressed buttons frantically. Finally, the screen settled on a city news channel. Zhuzhu ran in front of the TV and pointed at a middle-aged man on screen who was hunched over, sneaking away with a square box. She proudly lifted her head, a hint of disdain for her big daddy in her voice. Daddy is so out of style. Nobody picks through trash anymore. Now it's all about stealing batteries. Zhuzhu can steal batteries to support you. The little dumpling counted on her fingers. When it came to food, her mental arithmetic was instantly sharp. 1 battery is 30 yuan. 30 yuan can buy 30 lollipops. Even if Zhuzhu and daddy are a tiny bit greedy, we only need to steal 2 batteries a day. The chubby mushroom patted her chest with great generosity. Daddy, don't you worry. As long as Zhuzhu has a bite to eat, he'll never let you go hungry. The big CEO's eyelid twitched and the corner of his mouth spasmed as he looked at his daughter's 30,000 yuan hair, tie 60,000 yuan clip on a point for yuan princess dress, while she meticulously calculated the 30 lollipops for 30 yuan, her eyes filled with undisguised longing. He was left speechless. Bo Shiyu's math Olympiad competition was held in the same city, and the distance was not far. Having been away from her handsome brother for so long, the little bunny missed him so much she was almost lovesick. She asked the butler again and again in the afternoon. When she saw her brother was almost coming, she crouched at the main building's entrance, holding a toy gun in her left hand and a radish knife in her right, staring unblinkingly with eager anticipation. Just then Yanzhou came out of the study. Seeing the little girl crouching motionless there, he thought she was playing some game. Only after asking the butler did he realize that the cheap daughter was waiting for that useless son, Bo Shiyu. The big CEO nearly exploded with rage. The little girl had just sworn to support him, and now she was sitting at the door with eager anticipation, waiting for another man. What was even more infuriating was that the man she was waiting for was someone the big CEO had recently taken a great dislike to. The barely improved mood instantly crashed. The man stared at the small back crouched at the door, let out a cold laugh, and turned to instruct the butler, "Go get her inside." A little girl squatting there longingly waiting for a strange man. What is that all about? Hearing his master's choice of words, the butler twitched the corner of his mouth and awkwardly reminded him, "Sir, the young miss is waiting for the young master. Should not be considered a strange man, right?" The man lifted his eyes, glanced at the butler, and frowned slightly. "What, isn't he a man?" The butler shook his head. "Of course he is." He narrowed his eyes. "Then why aren't you bringing her back quickly? Do I have to wait until Bo Shiyu comes back and see that little pig grinning at him?" The butler. The little Pearl, who was obediently waiting for her brother, seemed to sense something. Crouching at the door, she sneezed twice with tremendous recoil, sending her tumbling to the ground. 017 buzzed twice and gave the kid a big thumbs up. "Wow, that's some force. Haven't seen such a violent sneeze in ages. Is someone secretly cursing you?" The kid, dazed, scratched the little bun on her head and squinted alertly left and right. "Who's cursing me? Who's cursing me?" After finding no one, the kid pouted, unhappily got up from the ground and crouched again. Then she suddenly turned around for a surprise check. Seeing no one behind her, she continued crouching with eager anticipation. After she had just gotten up, the butler came over with a small cake, smiling and trying to lure Zhuzhu. "Young miss, it's hot sitting at the door. Why don't we go inside to wait for the young master? Inside there are grapes, mangosteen, star fruits, and all kinds of small cakes. Shall we go back and eat a cake?" During her time at the manor, Zhuzu's love for food had been thoroughly understood. It was said that the young miss rarely got angry easily, but whether she was angry or upset, a single small cake could soothe her. If 1 cake wasn't enough, then 2 cakes would do. The butler was confident that Zhuzhu would be tempted by the food and obediently come back inside with him. But he underestimated the little milk ball's determination to find her brother. The little girl first thanked the butler, then shook her head seriously with a firm tone. "Zhuzhu wants to wait for brother here." She waved her radish knife and toy gun, her whole body brimming with eager excitement. "Zhuzhu learned a lot with daddy today. Zhuzhu wants to show brother. Zhuzhu wants to tell brother that Zhuzhu is not a little idiot. Zhuzhu is actually a smart baby." Hearing this, the butler was so moved, he almost cried. What a good little baby. She learned something and still remembered to show her brother. Let him think. What did the master teach the young miss today? Gun shooting, knife slashing, cursing. The butler's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly opened his mouth, intending to stop the young miss. However, sometimes fate is so dramatic. Before he could speak, he saw a young boy in a light gray suit walking over from afar. When Zhuzhu saw him, her eyes lit up. Without a word, she nimbly got up from the ground, and like a little butterfly waved her hands and ran on her short legs to Bo Shiyu brother. The little girl's eyes curved like crescent moons. The word brother was sweet and soft, making Bo Shiyu's expression soften. He smiled, quickened his pace, opened his arms to Zhuzhu, and called, "Come here." The little one immediately threw herself into her brother's arms, giggling. The 80-year-old boy with a heart like an old father steadied the chubby baby in his arms with one hand and smoothed the disheveled hair on her forehead with the other, asking with a smile, "Were you waiting for me specially?" The little bunny was shocked and opened her mouth wide. "Brother, how did you know?" "I didn't tell you." Bo Shiyu chuckled and tapped her little nose with his finger. "Guess how brother knew." It was impossible for the plump mushroom to guess. Frowning in thought for a while, she suddenly brightened and lifted her head to meet Bo Shiyu's eyes. A faint blush spread across the little girl's face. She pointed her toes inward, nervously fiddled with her fingers, and smiled shyly at her handsome brother. Her soft, glutinous voice sounded, It's because brother and Zhuzhu are connected at heart, right?" Her milky voice carried surprise and shyness. Finally, under Bo Shiyu's smiling gaze, she buried her head in his arms. "Brother loves me too much." The young boy found it both funny and frustrating. "You've been out for a day, and you've become cultured." He hadn't mentioned that yet, but as soon as he did, Zhuzhu got excited. Immediately, she jumped out of Bo Shiyu's arms, raised her toy gun, and shouted excitedly, "Brother, brother. I learned from Daddy today. I learned a lot. Let me show you." Knowing the difference in teaching philosophy between the young master and the master, the butler who had followed struggled to force a smile and interrupted. "Young miss, didn't you want to eat strawberry? That cake hasn't been eaten yet. Why don't we go back and eat the cake first, then show the young master?" When Zhuzhu heard it was strawberry cake, her eyes almost popped out. She stood there torn, hesitating, but if I don't show brother, he'll forget. But strawberry cake is so yummy. Hearing this, Bo Shiyu keenly sensed something was wrong. No one knew the little girl's memory better than he did, and he also knew how much she could learn in a day. So even if Zhuzhu demonstrated for him first, it wouldn't take long. But why did the butler interrupt and tell her to eat cake first? Could it be that bastard Bo Yanzhou had taught her something inappropriate while he was away? His eyes darkened, but a smile lingered on his lips. "Zhuzhu, can you show me first? Brother can't wait to see what you've learned." For her brother's request, the little bunny naturally complied. Immediately, she held the gun in her left hand and the knife in her right, aimed at the wooden fence, and went tat-a-tat as she slashed and shot angrily, shouting, "You're a pig. You're a pig. Your whole family are big stupid pigs." Bo Shiyu's smiling expression froze, and he let out a helpless, amused laugh. Bo Shiyu was absolutely furious this time. That despicable man had actually taught her how to handle guns and knives while he was away. Fortunately, the little girl was a bit slow-witted. If she had been the smart one from his past life, she would have learned it all in one go. The father and son had a fierce argument in the study over this matter. Bo Shiyu's face darkened as he spoke with displeasure. "I was gone for just one day, and you taught her these unorthodox things. Do you feel unhappy unless you lead her astray?" Bo Yanzhou listened expressionlessly, then turned to him and asked, "Are you done?" The young boy furrowed his brow. The CEO let out a scornful laugh, sitting in his office chair and tapping the desk leisurely with his fingers. He leaned back and sneered, "If you're done, get out. I don't need you to tell me how to raise a child. Even if you're going through a rebellious phase as a son, you must act like one. Do you really think your father is an easygoing person?" Bo Shiyu knew full well he was neither good nor easygoing. But so what? In his past life, he had always respected him, never daring to relax in order to become a worthy heir. Yet in the end, what did he get? What did he gain? A pair of broken legs, a tragic death in the basement, and the words, "She's still young, don't blame her." Zhuzhu, in this life, there is still a chance to turn things around. He could pull her back if possible. But what about Bo Yanzhou? Based on a father's responsibility, he didn't even try to guide the child properly. He even taught a child to play with guns and knives. The 80-year-old boy's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at him. Taking a deep breath, he regained some composure and looked at the man in the black shirt who wore a cold expression. He choked out, "Father, Zhuzhu is different from us. She is innocent, kind, and unsophisticated. A blank sheet of paper without any stain. And the Bo family, though seemingly glamorous, what is it really like? Father, what difference is there between what you're doing and dragging her into a quagmire?" The study fell into silence. Only a desk lamp was lit, and the man in the office chair showed no expression. They both remained silent. Suddenly the door creaked open a small crack, and light from outside streamed in. "Daddy, brother." The father and son looked over in rare unison. A chubby little figure had somehow squeezed through the narrow gap. The little girl had just taken a bath, her hair slightly frizzy from the blow-dryer. She wore a pink ruffled nightgown with airplane sleeves, her baby hair soft and slightly curled. In her arms, she clutched a white teddy bear, making her look like a doll from a distance. Seeing both her brother and father looking at her, Zhuzhu pointed at the door and said, "I knocked." Her drawn-out childish voice sounded like a plea, softening the anger of both father and son. Bo Shiyu immediately put on a smile, walked over, and ruffled the little girl's hair. Seeing her adorably clueless expression, he couldn't resist pinching her cheeks again. "Zhuzhu, aren't you watching cartoons downstairs? Why did you come up?" The little chubby one, expertly nestled into her brother's arms, looked up and said crisply, "Zhuzhu has something." The siblings had been at odds when they first met, but now they were getting along so well already. Bo Yanzhou watched his cheap son's little move and let out a cold snort. He stood up, pushed back his chair, walked around the desk, and strode forward. Then without a word, he nudged the cheap son aside, scooped the little bundle into his arms, and raised an eyebrow challengingly at him. He asked, "What is it?" "Bo Shiyu." The young boy's face instantly turned cold as he shot a vicious glare at Bo Yanzhou from the corner of his eye. When he turned around, a fake smile was already plastered on his face. Unaware of the subtle tensions between her father and brother, Zhuzhu rubbed her eyes, wrapped her arms around Bo Yanzhou's neck, and nuzzled him. The little one's eyes lit up as if she had thought of something, and her childish voice grew excited. "Daddy, daddy, are we going to play Bayubiyu again tomorrow?" The moment she said that, the temperature in the study, which had been warming up, plummeted. Bo Shiyu's heart sank. He shot a withering glare at Bo Yanzhou, then turned to the little bun in that despicable man's arms with a forced smile. "Zhuzhu, do you really like shooting guns?" This was a crucial question, and even Bo Yanzhou subconsciously looked at the child in his arms. After what Bo Shiyu had just said, he felt a flicker of selfish intent. But for himself, he wanted the little one to have the ability to protect herself, so he hoped she would say yes. "Not really," a soft, tender voice answered. The little one drooped like a cat with flattened ears, whimpering as she leaned against Bo Yanzhou's shoulder. Shooting a gun was nowhere near as fun as watching Peppa Pig. But Zhuzhu wants to protect daddy and brother. Usually her voice was soft and without any authority, but when she said these words, she was unusually serious and determined. Boom. The father and son's ears rang. Bo Yanzhou's pupils contracted, his expression incredibly complex. He had learned to shoot since childhood, but only for self-preservation. Yet this little girl learned to shoot for him. The man's slender hand unconsciously pulled the little one closer, his heart a mix of emotions. He stared motionlessly at Zhuzhu, as if searching for any trace of pretense on her face. But there was none. The little girl's round, childlike eyes were wide open, filled with innocence, determination, and a vastness like the stars and sea, yet utterly devoid of any calculation. Bo Yanzhou was stunned, his mind unconsciously recalling how the little one would rush toward him every time she saw him. Her obvious joy and excitement. Even if she was engrossed in her favorite cartoon, the moment she saw him, she would unhesitatingly run over on her unsteady little. It seemed that as long as she saw her father, nothing else mattered. But could anyone truly be good to another person for no reason at all? Bo Yanzhou didn't understand. As if confirming his thoughts the next moment, that familiar soft and sweet voice rang out. "Because daddy is Zhuzu's daddy and brother is Zhuzu's brother. They are the only daddy and brother in the world for Zhuzhu. So Zhuzhu wants to protect daddy and brother." She put on a serious little face, clenched her tiny fists, and nodded firmly along with her head. Zhuzhu will never let daddy and brother get taken away by a boy." Piggy Bo Yanzhou, who had been deeply moved, twitched at the corner of his mouth upon hearing the last sentence. Bo Shiyu, already overwhelmed with emotion, felt a twitch in his eyelid. The father and son exchanged glances. The man gently patted Zhuzu's head and let out a hoarse chuckle. "Do you think your dad is as useless as you? Do I need a short-legged pig to protect me?" He straightened his face and nudged Zhuzu's little head aside. "And about the BUBU, I'd just let you see it today to broaden your horizons. Listen to me. From now on, no touching guns or knives. Or your dad will give you a proper childhood. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Zhuzhu puffed up her cheeks indignantly and scrambled out of Bo Yanzhou's arms. "But daddy plays with them. Why can daddy play but not me? We're all people. Daddy. Daddy, you grown-ups look down on us little ones, don't you?" The man lied without a change in expression. "Daddy is just exercising to stay fit." The little girl, not worldly wise, was half convinced. She thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. She felt that since daddy was so great, what he said must be right. The child suddenly understood, nodding like a little fan of villain dad, clapping her hands and praising unhesitatingly. "Oh, so that's it. Daddy is amazing. Daddy is the greatest person in the world." Her clear, pure eyes were full of admiration. The man's lips curled slightly, and the calm surface of his heart rippled once more. After a while longer of play, the time grew late, and the little bun nestled on Bo Yanzhou's shoulder, yawning. Seeing this, Bo Shiyu quickly seized the opportunity to take Zhuzhu from his big father's embrace. The young boy smiled like a gentle spring breeze, dotingly rubbing Zhuzu's little head, and asked with a chuckle, "Is Zhuzhu feeling sleepy? How about big brother takes you back to sleep?" The little girl had been toiling away with her villainous father, wielding knives and shooting guns, so excited she hadn't napped at noon, and had waited long at the door in the afternoon for her brother. Once the excitement faded, she was long worn out and wilted. Zhuzhu obediently nestled in her handsome brother's arms, humming and nodding, sleepy. "Sleepy," Bo Shiyu smiled, and before leaving cast a glance at his father. A look mingled with 3 parts confusion, 5 parts shock, and 2 parts admiration, as if to say, "You might still be salvageable." It seemed he could hardly believe Bo Yanzhou had actually forbidden Zhuzhu from playing with knives and guns. The young boy raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought that if Bo Yanzhou insisted on teaching Zhuzhu weapons, he would move out with her. After all, it wasn't like he had no place to go. Now it seemed this dog of a man wasn't entirely beyond redemption. Bo Yanzhou, who had read the look in his worthless son's eyes. The man's face remained expressionless, but inwardly, he wanted to just smack this useless son to death. What kind of look was that from his worthless son? Was that the look a son should give his father? Even in rebellion, he should act like a son. He decided. He would get his worthless son a psychological evaluation and have his cheap daughter's IQ tested in preparation for school. Bo Yanzhou was always a man of action. If he could do it, he wouldn't waste words. So he acted on it. The next morning, the little bun, still deep in sleep, was yanked up by the collar, and Bo Shiyu, who had just stepped on a campus, was unceremoniously tossed into a car. Terrified, the patrolling security guards immediately sounded the alarm, grabbing their radios to call out, "Alert! Alert! A Bentley driving thug is kidnapping someone near the North Gate." Repeat, a Bentley driving thug is kidnapping someone near the North Gate. The motive is unknown. Please report to the police, notify the student's parents, and request backup. Requesting backup. Just then, the suspect vehicle speeding off in its Bentley made a flashy, stylish U-turn. The window rolled down, and a black-suited bodyguard stuck his head out, speaking stiffly, "My boss sent me to pick up our young master." With that, he executed a drift, the car's speed skyrocketing as it shot off like an arrow from a bow. The security guard, who had already picked up an anti-riot fork, stood there dumbfounded. Seriously, wasn't he afraid of shaking his young master to death? 30 minutes later, the sibling duo, having suffered the same fate, reunited at Shanghai Hospital. In the spacious consultation room, one sibling sat on the left, the other on the right, one leaning east, the other west. The little one, groggy, sat in a chair like a teddy bear, her head bobbing occasionally, clearly still half asleep. The older one wore a dark expression, his school uniform rumpled and his hair disheveled. At the sight of the man in the black suit standing beside Bo Yanzhou, his eyes darkened and a fierce aura erupted from within. The exquisitely handsome man sat cross-legged on the central sofa, leaning back with an air of nonchalance. The culprit was obvious. Furious from the hair-raising car ride, the young boy had no good looks to spare for Bo Yanzhou, the instigator, but he held back for the little bun's sake. He suppressed his voice and sneered, "Bo Yanzhou, you'd better have some serious ailment to send him rushing to fetch me like that." The black-suited man thus called out, grimaced, and stepped back 2 paces, hanging his head pitifully. "Didn't the young master say he wanted to see my driving skills?" Bo Shiyu snorted and retorted angrily, "I ride a bicycle more steadily than you drive a car. Me wanted to see that. Are you crazy, or have I lost my mind?" The burly man looked as if struck by lightning. The young boy gazed coldly at the man, who was all bark and no bite, his words certain. "Bo Yanzhou, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Of course Bo Yanzhou had done it on purpose, but could he admit it? Certainly not. The man took a sip of coffee, a faint smile playing on his lips. "How could Daddy be on purpose? Daddy was just so worried about you that he panicked a bit." Bo Shiyu's face darkened, rendered speechless by his shamelessness. During this father-son clash, Zhuzhu finally woke up, looking around in bewilderment. When she spotted her handsome brother there, she was overjoyed. She immediately abandoned her father for her brother, running into Bo Shiyu's arms. With the little bun in his embrace, Bo Shiyu's anger finally subsided. After a bit of sibling play, a lazy voice drifted in. "Oh, everyone's here. Let's get started then." A young doctor pushed the door open and stepped inside. He went to wash his hands first, muttering as he did, "I heard you recently gained a daughter. My surgery schedule was packed, and I just got back from a few days abroad, or I would have prepared a gift to congratulate you. Since she's your daughter, she must take after you." An icy wooden face like her father. He dried his hands, turned, and walked straight toward the man on the sofa, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "But I didn't expect you to bring your son for a psychological consultation. I was actually thinking I'd need to give you some guidance myself when I got back." "Shu Dao. Shu Dao." The little bun crawled out from behind the door, following Song Xingzhou with her head tilted, full of curiosity. Her terrible pronunciation made Song Xingzhou shake his head. No, it's guidance, not Shu Dao." The little one frowned, stopped, held her head, and repeated the word with difficulty, "Shu. Go away. Guidance." She blinked, puzzled, then trotted after him again, dragging her baby voice as she shamelessly asked, "What's that mean?" Touching on his professional field, Song Xingzhou straightened up with a contemptuous smile, not turning around. "Psychological guidance is a professional skill. In short, it involves communicating with patients suffering from psychological disorders or anxiety to understand the cause of their illness and provide resolution." The little bun listened, half confused and half understanding, nodding. She ran to Song Xingzhu's side and tugged at his white coat, her baby voice tinged with urgency. "So is my daddy got some problem? Is my daddy sick?" At this, Song Xingzhu's interest peaked. He shrugged, speaking excitedly. Your father has plenty of problems. Don't you know who your father is? Your father is the infamous." He seemed to sense something off, paused, and instinctively looked behind him. There a chubby little baby was looking up at him with a fair, delicate face, her eyes wide and expectant. When he fell silent, Zhuzhu anxiously tugged at his white coat again. "What's wrong with my daddy?" Song Xingzhou squinted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He scooped up the little bun, pressed his big face close, and 5 seconds later the man, his face utterly charmed, spoke in an overly syrupy voice. "Oh dear, how could daddy have any problems? Baby cares so much about daddy." The CEO, Bo, who had wanted to show off his daughter, couldn't sit still. He stood up, strode over, snatched his daughter back, and held her close. His icy wooden face remained stoic as he narrowed his eyes. "Take your paws off. Stay away from my daughter." Song Xingzhou, unhappy about losing the chubby baby, instinctively retorted, "Why should I? Do you think she's your daughter just because?" He paused, realizing something was off. "Wait." Song Xingzhu's eyes darted rapidly between Zhuzhu and Bo Yanzhou, and finally his face twisted as he exclaimed, "What did you say? She's your daughter?" Song Xingzhou felt that the world had gone mad. A person who radiated a smile as bright as the sun every day could never give birth to such an adorable baby, for instance. A person who perpetually wore an icy, scowling face, acting as if everyone owed him 8 million, actually managed to produce such an adorable baby through a genetic mutation. For instance, Bo Yanzhou. The father and son sat together with a soft, round little dumpling placed between them. Song Xingzhou looked at Bo Shiyu. The young lad wore a calm, expressionless face. Then he looked at little Zhuzhu. The little dumpling wiggled her feet and flashed a brilliant toothy grin at him. Finally, he looked at the demonic Bo Yanzhou. The man cast a cold glance over and then gave him a roll of his eyes. Fine. Both of us are heirs to wealthy families, yet I am doomed to a life of hard labor and destined to work for Bo Yanzhou, right? Song Xingzhou clenched his fist, coughed lightly, and took out a piece of paper. President Bo wants to test the little one's IQ and also provide psychological counseling for the young master. So next let's first test little Zhuzu's IQ, shall we? The little dumpling blinked, finally understanding. Turns out this uncle wasn't here to treat daddy, but to treat her and her brother. The child instantly became scared. Wiggling her little bottom, she hugged her brother's arm and scooted backward as soft as a little kitten, defending herself. Zhuzhu is not a little dummy. Song Xingzhou was utterly charmed, his heart nearly melting, and he coaxed in a soft voice. Oh, our little Zhuzhu is certainly not a dummy. Uncle will just ask a few simple questions, that's all. This IQ test form is the key credential for you to enter Zhuzhu kindergarten, so you must take the test, okay? The child nodded in sudden realization, saying she understood, but her little paws still clung to her brother, and she looked up with her big round eyes. Bo Shiyu's heart softened, and he reached out to scoop Zhuzhu into his arms. Before he could say anything, Song Xingzhou waved his hand grandly. How about this, little one, we play a little game? Uncle will ask you a question, and then ask your brother a question. Whoever answers more correctly, Uncle will reward them with a kiss from Uncle. At these words, Bo Shiyu's face instantly darkened, and Bo Yanzhou's expression was even worse. However, because they knew he was always frivolous, neither of them bothered to argue with him. They just let it pass as if The test began. Bo Shiyu carried Zhuzhu and sat down at Song Xingzhou's desk. The man cleared his throat, looked to the right at the child who was sitting tightly against Bo Shiyu, and asked with a smile, "Can you introduce yourself to Uncle? For example, what's your name, how old are you, who's in your family, where do you live, and so on." Seeing that he was only asking questions, Zhuzhu became a bit bolder, and her voice rose slightly. "My name is Bo Zhuzhu. Bo is daddy and brother's Bo. Zhuzhu is Zhuzu's Zhuzhu, not Piggy's Piggy. I'm 2 years old." She slowly made a peace sign, then continued, "I have daddy, brother, butler, Uncle Wang, Uncle Aunt Zhang, and many big brothers and sisters." She clenched her little hands and said in a milky voice, "I live at home." Song Xingzhou was extremely amused, and in a creepy tone he pinched his throat and clapped his hands, praising Zhuzhu for being amazing. After praising her, he turned to the left, tugged at his tie, and winked at the young lad. "Little Shiyu, long time no see. Last time I saw you, you were only as tall as my arm, and now you've grown so tall. Recently in your studies, your relationships with family, or even more avant-garde in matters of the heart. If you've encountered any setbacks or problems, you can tell Uncle, and Uncle will do his best to help you." Bo Shiyu frowned coldly and leaned back, rejecting outright, "No, I don't have any problems." Song Xingzhou looked at him with feigned confusion. "Really? Your father told me you've been quite rebellious lately." The young lad laughed outright. "Then Uncle, do you think it's me who's rebellious, or him, who's mentally twisted?" He blinked, and with a pen in hand, he scribbled something on the form. Turning around, Song Xingzhou looked again at Zhuzhu, who was staring at him with wide, eager eyes. The man was once again charmed. "Baby Zhuzhu, what do you like to do in your free time?" The little dumpling shouted in a milky voice, "Zhuzhu of eating and sleeping, playing with brother, finding daddy." She tugged at her hair, thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up, and she yelled, "Well, finding daddy." To scold. That's not wrong. For some reason, Bo Yanzhou seemed to enjoy teasing this little girl, and Zhuzhu would occasionally get sulky when she was scolded, as a short-legged pig. And with the incident from yesterday. Overall, the description was oddly fitting. Upon hearing this, Song Xingzhou's smiling face froze. He glanced thoughtfully at the man sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, and wrote on the guidance suggestions section behind the yet-to-be-started IQ test form, "Advise parents to mind their words and actions at home, and not to set a bad example for the child." After doing all this, he cheerfully handed Zhuzhu a form and a pencil, telling her to check the correct answers. Turning around, he addressed Bo Shiyu. "The patient's father says that lately you've been calling him by his first name and being disrespectful." The young lad sneered and raised an eyebrow. "Then why doesn't Uncle ask him what he did?" "I finally managed to teach Zhuzhu to recite GGG, but he had to go and play geese tease geese, directly leading Zhuzhu astray." Song Xingzhou. He glanced at the golden thigh that provided him with funding and frowned. "That is a bit excessive, but you should still speak to him calmly. The patient's father complains that you always oppose him." Bo Shiyu rolled his eyes inwardly. "That's because he hasn't done a single thing right. Early in the morning, he got a whim to dress Zhuzhu. I told him to leave it there are servants, but he insisted on doing it himself. In the end, her head got stuck in the pant leg. I don't understand how he dressed her, but Uncle should understand how dangerous that is for a child, right? At noon, he got a whim to comb Zhuzu's hair. I told him you've never combed it before, don't touch it. He'll comb Zhuzu's hair in a moment." Bo Shiyu suppressed his anger, controlling himself. "And what happened? In the time it took me to go downstairs, he directly yanked the comb through Zhuzu's hair." Meanwhile, Zhuzhu, who was doing the test, overheard this and suddenly remembered the incident. Her whole little body trembled, and she hugged her head, shivering in grievance, quickly moving closer to her brother. The little dumpling instinctively pointed at her hair and complained to her handsome brother, "Head hurts." "Head." Bo Shiyu tenderly rubbed Zhuzu's head and coaxed her a few words, then turned back to continue his sarcasm. "A person should have some self-awareness. If you know you can't raise a child, don't cause trouble for others. What's wrong with me calling him by his first name? And yesterday, I just went to a competition. In less than 8 hours round trip, what did he do at home? He taught the kid to play with guns and knives, and even taught. The little dumpling indicated that she knew how to do that, so she put her hands on her hips and immediately performed for Song Xingzhou. You're a pig, you're a pig, you're a pig. Her soft voice carried no trace of insult. The young lad quietly raised his hand to cover Zhuzhu's mouth, adding, "It's fortunate that Zhuzhu is a bit slow to react, otherwise she would have learned whatever Bo Yanzhou taught her." Uncle, do you think this is something a normal person would do? He can't teach the child anything substantial, and it would be fine if he just didn't cause trouble, but he's always hindering progress. Can't I even yell at him a couple of times? Song Xingzhou, his expression stern, glanced at the man nearby who was casually flipping through a magazine, his demeanor as calm as the wind and clouds. He scribbled a series of characters on the form. Then he took the completed intelligence test sheet from Zhuzhu. Bo Shiyu stood up and lifted Zhuzhu into his arms. Upon seeing this, the man sitting on the sofa set down his magazine, straightened his clothes, and rose to his feet. The man's expression was indifferent, every movement exuding an innate nobility. He walked to the table and lifted his gaze. So what's the verdict? Who's the one with the problem? Song Xingzhou bent over and writing replied, "The little treasure's IQ is top-notch. Perfectly normal for a child her age. No issues, no need to worry. Of course she can't compare to you and your son. Geniuses with IQs of 160 or 170 like you are rare in this world. Don't hold your daughter to the Bo family standards. Anyway, you don't need to fret about her school admission." With that, Song Xingzhou handed the freshly written prescription to Bo Yanzhou, instructing, "Take this medicine twice a day, once in the morning and once at night to calm your mind. Don't bury yourself in company affairs all the time. Get out more, relax, and rest." Bo Yanzhou, sensing something amiss, frowned. His brow furrowed, his gaze darkening with a hint of displeasure. "Who is this prescription for?" Song Xingzhou pushed the paper toward him matter-of-factly. "You." The man let out a scoff, incredulous. "He's the rebellious one, and I'm the one taking medicine. To put it plainly, who's sick gets the medicine. Uncle gave Daddy medicine, so that means." The little one dragged her voice, nestled in her brother's arms, counting on her fingers. She jolted, then clutched her head in shock with a cry, "Daddy is sick." At this, Bo Shiyu couldn't help but laugh, chiming in sarcastically, "Zhuzhu, why speak such a blunt truth? Daddy understands, he just doesn't want to admit it." Bo Yanzhou, stung by both his daughter and son, took a deep breath and tossed the prescription Song Xingzhou had shoved into his hand aside. He turned, snatched his daughter, and strode away. Before leaving, he barked at Song Xingzhou, "Quack." Song Xingzhou, having put in the effort only to receive no gratitude, looked up sharply and picked up the crumpled prescription. He hurried to the door, shaking his head and shouting, "Bo Yanzhou, what do you mean by that? I hold a PhD in medical psychology from Z University, a clinical medicine doctorate, and a master's in traditional Chinese medicine. I'm versatile in all fields. Do you think you can trample on my dignity just because you're rich? I am a man of integrity." Before he could finish, the man who had been walking abruptly paused. Song Xingzhou's eyes widened, and he quickly grabbed the doorframe, retreating. He poked his head out, muttering amidst the bustling doctors, "Don't forget to invest more in this project. As long as the money's right, dignity doesn't matter. Trample it all you want." The passing doctors paused, casting complicated glances at Song Xingzhou. "Dean, the way you said that makes you sound like the tycoon's lover." The man shot him a look of utter disgust and walked away. Once outside the hospital, Bo Yanzhou discarded him like a used tool, ordering his useless son to head straight to school. With plenty of company matters to handle, he planned to drop Zhuzhu off and return to the office. But all the way, the little girl chattered non-stop, babbling, "Brother, left and right, brother," here and there, her mouth full of nothing but brother, brother, brother. Bo Yanzhou counted carefully 56 mentions of brother, and just one of daddy. And that single daddy was only a filler in daddy. "Let's send brother back to school." Unable to take it anymore, Bo Yanzhou pinched her little beak that wouldn't stop opening and closing. "Brother, brother. What kind of pod do you want? We've got every pod in the kit. You ungrateful little thing, who's your father? Him or me?" The little bunny blinked, serious. "I want my handsome brother." Bo Yan's his rising anger instantly deflated. A son takes after his father. Even if that worthless son was a waste, he still bore some of his features. If that brat could be a handsome brother, then he himself. The big villain smiled confidently, rubbing Zhuzhu's little head, and asked with a hint of anticipation, "You call your brother handsome, brother, so what do you call me?" The little bunny didn't grasp her father's subtlety, so she answered obediently, "I call daddy daddy." "Why does that brat get a prefix, and him just daddy?" The man's gaze darkened, his face sullen as he poked her little chest. "Why do you call your brother handsome, brother, and me just daddy? How can you be so biased at such a young age?" Though his face was dark, his actions and aggrieved tone were hardly those of a formidable villain who could command the world. 017 was overjoyed, laughing like crazy. "Bo Yanzhou, look at you now. Truly the power of human cubs is boundless." The little bunny blinked, puzzled, tilting her head. "But brother said hearts are all biased to the left, no one's heart is in the middle." Bo Yanzhou, "It's always brother again." At that moment, his heart felt as if a knife had been plunged into it. Sensing her father's overly resentful gaze, the little bunny shrank back, racking her brains with all her knowledge. Stammering, she looked at him and tentatively ventured, "Then Zhuzhu will call daddy." "Oh daddy, the big CEO." The more she said it, the more distant it sounded. Better not to call him anything at all. Realizing the supreme status of his worthless son and his daughter's heart, alarm bells rang in the man's mind. If his daughter was almost being led astray, what was the point of going to the 20 minutes later? A suit-clad man arrived at the amusement park with a little girl in tow. He squinted, scanning the area. On a Friday, the park was packed with people, barely any. The sweltering weather was even more unbearable for Yanzhou, a tycoon accustomed to air-conditioned spaces. Frowning, he took off his jacket and tossed his $1 million suit into the trash. Remembering the earlier mishap at the company, he rolled up his sleeves, afraid Zhuzhu's short legs couldn't keep up, so he scooped her up and held her close. The little mushroom was seeing so many fun things for the first time, her eyes dazzled. Pointing at the roller coaster in the distance, she waved her hands excitedly. Zhuzhu wants to play that. The man followed her finger and looked, then refused without hesitation. No. Kids can't ride roller coasters. It could be deadly if something goes wrong. Zhuzhu shrank her neck in fear. Turning, she spotted a trampoline nearby and became enthusiastic. Then Zhuzhu wants to play that. The man raised an eyebrow, rejecting firmly. No. Kids can't jump on trampolines. It might bounce your brains out. The little one quickly clutched her head. That one. No. You can't even skip rope properly, and you want to try the drop tower. Then. I want that. No. A giant pendulum. Why not just fly straight to the sky? After a barrage of refusals with nothing but no after no, the little one squirmed out of Yanzhou's arms, stomped her feet, and pouted, her baby voice screeching, this no, that no. What can Zhuzhu play then? Her adorable little tantrum drew laughter from the people around. Watching his daughter's round sulky back, Yanzhou found it amusing. Scanning the area, he nudged her little bottom with his foot and said, carousel play, castle, Ferris wheel, or combo slide. Which one first? The little bunny, who had been furious, instantly spun around, her eyes sparkling. She plopped down onto her father's leather shoes and whined. Then Zhuzhu wants to play the combo slide. Yanzhou had been different from other children since he was young. While others were still wailing for milk, he was already stumbling and starting to walk. While other children were clinging to their parents and acting cute to go to the amusement park, Yanzhou had already begun learning Olympiad math problems. In his childhood, he too had longed to go to the amusement park with his parents, but all his father and mother ever left him was the fleeting silhouette of their hurried departure. Gradually, as he grew older, his academic schedule became increasingly packed. When he saw another family taking their child to the amusement park, the only thought in his mind was calculating the park's profit margin. He had been exceptional since childhood, in knowledge, achievements, and appearance. Wherever he went, he became the center of attention. And so it was at this moment. The man possessed a strikingly handsome face, with smooth, refined features. Standing at an imposing height, his long legs seemed endless. A black shirt was tucked into his belt, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, while the exposed portion of his forearm revealed perfectly defined muscles. His left hand, adorned with a Rolex, held an exceptionally exquisite and adorable little girl, instantly attracting a crowd of admirers. The little darling is so cute. Come here, let Annie give you kisses. Oh, who can understand this? We've encountered a handsome alpha. The baby is really adorable, like a little doll. I wonder if this handsome man is her brother or her father. He must be her father. He looks mature and steady. If you look closely, there's a resemblance in the eyes and brows. Holy crap. Not only is he handsome, but he's also rich. I've seen the watch he's wearing online. It costs over $1 million. I feel. This handsome guy looks a bit like my idol. The incessant chatter around him gave Yanzhou a splitting headache. Fortunately, his icy demeanor kept people at a distance. No one dared approach him or ask for his WeChat. Escorted by the crowd, he arrived at the ticket booth. The ticket seller wore a standard smile. Hello, sir. How many tickets do you need? 2, please. The little dumpling struggled to lift her head, clutching the counter with her chubby hands, revealing a round cherubic face. Miss, we need 2. 1 for Daddy and 1 for Zhuzhu. As soon as she spoke, the ticket seller and the surrounding crowd were utterly charmed. Oh my God. How is this fair? Not only is she this adorable, but her voice is so sweet too. Why isn't she my baby? I'm so jealous. How can I get such a cute little one? Handsome, are you hiring a nanny? They'll come to your house, and sis, you're so sneaky, wanting to cuddle the baby and be the handsome guy's sister at the same time. The endless stream of praise reached his ears. The CEO, who usually detested flattery, found himself curling his lips into a smile. The man cast a sidelong glance at them, lifted his chin arrogantly, and gently patted the little dumpling's head. Jealous, aren't you? Well, no use being jealous. Look whose child this is. In excellent spirits, he pulled out a black card with a smirk. But then, the next second, the ticket seller's voice came through, tinged with apology. I'm sorry, sir, but this amusement park doesn't accept card payments. You can pay with cash or WeChat Pay. Yanzhou frowned, though his mood remained tolerable. He put the card away and reached for his phone. Then he realized. He seemed to have left his phone in the car. Yanzhou. Just then the little dumpling looked up and tugged at his sleeve. Daddy, can Zhuzhu have some cotton candy later? The CEO, who couldn't find a single cent in his pockets, thought, damn it. My dignity as a tycoon, my face. The man rubbed the black card between his fingers, unwilling to give up. He asked again, doesn't your amusement park even have a POS machine? The seller shook her head regretfully. No, sir. A ticket cost only 30 yuan. Why would they need a POS machine? They were selling tickets, not the entire amusement park. Yanzhou was now seriously considering buying the place. He had just calculated that the park, including the land and facilities, would cost around 80 to 90 million. That wasn't expensive. If he bought it as a toy for the little one, she'd probably be thrilled. Just as he was thinking this, someone in the crowd suddenly called out CEO Bo. Before he could turn around, a middle-aged man in a white t-shirt carrying a large bag of snacks ran up to him with a wide grin. Bo Yanzhou instinctively pulled the little one closer and narrowed his eyes. "You are Manager Xia." Xiaowei nodded with a beaming smile. "CEO Bo, I never expected to run into you here. Are you here with your daughter?" The man nodded coolly. Xiaowei cleared his throat and showered him with flattery. Then, bending down with a smile, he handed a small balloon to Zhuzhu. "Is this the young miss? I didn't get to see her at the company last time, but I heard the CEO's little darling was as cute and obedient as a doll. Seeing her today, she's truly extraordinary. A perfect." The little dumpling was immensely proud. If she had a tail, it would surely be wagging high in the air. Giggling, she rubbed her head and gave him a thumbs up. "Uncle, you have such good taste. Zhuzhu is Daddy's little treasure, so of course, she looks exactly like Daddy." Xiaowei chuckled in agreement, waving the balloon in front of Zhuzhu. The little one was instantly captivated, her eyes following the balloon as it swayed. Then, clutching her little paws, she looked up at her villainous father. "Daddy Bo." Yanzhou pressed his lips together, his expression cold, but his eyes held an unyielding tenderness. He patted Zhuzu's head. "Take it." The little dumpling was overjoyed. Taking the balloon, she politely chirped to Xiaowei, "Thank you, Uncle." Xiaowei smiled warmly. Seeing that Zhuzhu liked the balloon, he quickly handed over the little bear he was holding as well. But instead of giving it to Zhuzhu, he passed it directly to Bo Yanzhou along with another round of business flattery. Only then did he reluctantly leave, turning back every few steps. Once he was out of the crowd, Xiaowei's grin stretched almost to his ears. He bought 2 grilled sausages by the roadside and munched on them, savoring his triumph. He had followed from a distance earlier. When the boss pulled out the black card, Xiaowei knew his boss was cut from the same cloth as that young master last time, who had asked, "What's 30 yuan?" Neither of them carried any change. That was why he had deliberately bought the balloon and little bear earlier, using the excuse of giving a gift to the young miss to slip the money in. He had saved the boss face and earned himself some goodwill. Lately, he and Zhang Zhong from the same department had been vying for a vice president position. Zhang Zhong's performance and education weren't as good as his, but because he had an uncle on the board who could speak up, he always had the upper hand. Xiaowei bit into the sausage, fiercely fuming inwardly. "Dare to mess with me? Zhang Zhong, you're finished this time. I'm the one who saved the CEO's face. And by extension, I am the CEO's face. Mess with me, and you've kicked a steel plate." Bo Yanzhou took Zhuzhu around to play those amusement rides one by one. Though they weren't thrilling enough, it wasn't as boring as he had imagined. When he was a child, no one played with him. As he grew older, the endless scheming and backstabbing within his family, the company, and the business world gradually drained his interest in such. Now, watching the little girl inside the Ferris wheel, her face pressed against the glass, eyebrows dancing with joy, Bo Yanzhou felt that raising a little toddler might not be so bad after all. A magnetic chuckle escaped his lips. The little bun suddenly turned around, her tiny mouth forming an O shape as she threw her arms around her villainous father's neck. "Daddy, was that a laugh just now? Daddy's laugh is so beautiful." She seemed to realize something belatedly, as if discovering a new continent. Before, she had only been busy bickering with her father, but now taking a close look. The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement. She clutched her chest passionately. I. Bo Yanzhou's eyelid twitched. He raised a hand to steady the child, raising an eyebrow knowingly. Oh no, the little rascal was at it again. The little bun shook her head, covered her cheeks with her paws, and let out a hee-haw like a donkey. She put on a serious face and declared word by word, "My daddy is actually a huge, handsome man." He had expected her to say something else. The man let out a light scoff, poking Zhuzu's little head aside. "Look at you, that's all." Though he said that, the corners of his lips betrayed him. Who would have thought this big villain is actually at Sundara, who says one thing, but means the opposite? 017 mocked mercilessly. "Says anything you means the opposite." Little Zhuzhu didn't understand. She tugged at her hair and asked humbly, "Uncle, what does that mean? What's at Sundara?" 017 cleared its throat cheerfully and explained, saying one thing, but meaning the opposite, or being at Sundara, means that while they secretly enjoy Zhuzu's praise and adore the precious Zhuzhu on the surface, they act tough, pretending not to like you, but in reality, they're already head over heels for you. Of course, this is just an example. Mogu never let her ears suffer, as she always picked the thing she liked to hear. 017's words once again succeeded in brainwashing the chubby little mushroom. Her eyes brimming with tears, she covered her mouth with her paws, sobbing uncontrollably as she hugged her father's arm and wailed, "Boo. Daddy really loves Bo Yanzhou." The little bun hiccuped through her tears, even though Daddy says one thing, but means the opposite and doesn't say it out loud. But I know it myself. Ooh, Daddy, you really truly love me so much." Big President Bo, who had just changed his expression ready to comfort the crying child, was left speechless. Not that. What did he do this time to make the kid imagine so much? The little bun took a deep breath, changed the subject, and looked so sad she was withering. But even though Daddy is so handsome, he's still going to be porked by the male pig. Ooh, the man's eyelid twitched. Pigs again. How did this little girl always think he was going to be killed by a pig? But seeing her heart-wrenching sorrow, the hygiene-obsessed Big President Bo couldn't bear it. He wiped the tears from Zhuzu's face, his patting on her back unavoidably stiff, since he had never comforted anyone. He gave a mocking. His cold voice carried a hint of disdain. "Just a pig, what's there to fear? The steamed buns you had yesterday were made from pork. Ridiculous. Killed by a pig. Such a humiliating and degrading death. How could the big villain save face?" The crying little bun looked at her father with eager eyes, paused, and tilted her head like a confused kitten. Are steamed buns made from pigs? The man raised an eyebrow. What else would they be? The little girl's eyes lit up slightly, and she counted on her paws. So pigs are delicious. Bo Yanzhou nodded smoothly. Recently 017 had been encountering some kind of energy blockage that caused frequent signal issues. It could barely come out once every 2 or 3 days, and even then it would crackle and lose connection after a few sentences. As a result, every time 017 popped up, its first reaction was to check if its little host, who was surviving under the villain's thumb, was still alive. Seeing that she was lively with all limbs intact, its heart, which had been hanging for days, finally settled. After several such instances, 017 actually got addicted to this hands-off style. It was easier not having to worry about the host. But it forgot. Mogu was a dumb mushroom. Without its corrections, the clueless chubby mushroom naturally took her villain father's words as holy scripture. She remembered. Uncle had said that every world had male pigs and female pigs with a pig aura. Ordinary pigs without the aura were already this. Then how much tastier would the pigs with auras and names be? The little one started drooling with excitement, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. Thus a misunderstanding born from a twist, an understanding planted its seed. After the Ferris wheel, Zhuzhu wore a little straw hat her father bought her, carried a small mushroom sling bag on her shoulder, had balloons tied around her waist by Xiaowei, and held a teddy bear in one hand, while raising a magic wand in the other. She hummed and showed off her full array of treasures, trotting here and there. Then under the envious gazes of other children, the little bun proudly lifted her head. My daddy bought these for me. My daddy's love for me is so heavy, but why does daddy treat me so well? She answered her own question, twirling around with her paws, because I'm the happiest baby with the best daddy in the world. The little one's face beamed with a sweet smile like a pristine white sheet of paper. Over and over she tirelessly boasted to passers-by that she had the best father in the world. The man following behind her was slightly stunned, his narrow dark eyes moving imperceptibly. So, in this little one's heart he was considered a good father. Bo Yan's expression flickered, and the seed that had been unknowingly planted in his heart had already broken through the soil, silently sprouting. Those who dwell in darkness also yearn for light. Bo Yanzhou was no exception. He loathed kinship, yet craved it. He longed for light, yet wanted to drag it into darkness. But some things once sprouted in the heart cannot be suppressed. The sunlight fell on the little bun's tender white arms, gilding her, as if with gold. Under the straw hat, the little one holding the teddy bear had her rosy face crinkled into a crescent moon smile. At that moment, memories overlapped. In the vast villa of his mind, the little boy stood by the butler staring at the two receding figures. He could never catch his face streaked with tears. Why don't my parents love me? A lump formed in his throat. His eyes were a tangle of complex emotions. Along with the tender sprout breaking through the soil came not only a softness for Zhuzhu, but also the long-frozen, unfamiliar, yet longed for family bonds buried deep in his heart. The man's thin lips moved slightly as if answering or making a promise. Because you are my daughter, so you deserve the best the world has to offer. Sometimes he truly couldn't help but doubt himself. How could he, with such excellent genes and such high intelligence, have fathered such a silly, adorable little rascal? Couldn't a big bad wolf only give birth to another big bad wolf? At the very least the breed was there. At least it bore the name of a wolf. The Bo family was a pack of wolves, none of whom were easy to deal with. But what was the result? The man looked up and down at the little one dressed in pink and appearing equally pink, a question arising in his mind. How did this little one come out as a genetic mutation? A rabbit? But now it didn't matter anymore. Because before he had no one to protect him, no one cared. But Zhuzhu was different. So what if Bo Yan's daughter was hopelessly naive? He had everything under control. After all, he had always been infamous. He didn't believe anyone would dare. With him backing her up, who could bully her? Anyone who dared to bully Bo Yan's daughter could just wait to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. The man's eyes sharpened. He stepped forward and took Zhuzhu's little hand, glancing sideways at the chubby little one who was smiling at him with crescent-shaped eyes. The great CEO was immensely pleased inside, but his face remained impassive. He curled his lips. Little rascal, her smile was quite sweet. Was it because she was facing her most beloved dad that she smiled so sweetly? The man snorted softly, his steps lightening with joy. 3 seconds later, he stared at the little fatty who was already blushing and smiling even sweeter at a young boy selling sugar figures not far away, and his face darkened instantly. The young boy before him looked about the same age as Bo Shiyu, dressed very simply in a white t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of faded white sneakers. In front of him was a box full of various sugar figures. On his slightly pale face a pair of fox eyes were full of tenderness. The boy lowered his head slightly, picked up a mushroom-shaped sugar figure from the box, and handed it over with a smile. Little sister, you look so cute. How about I give you a little mushroom? His warm jade-like voice brushed past her ears, and Zhuzhu was instantly stunned. So nice. Such a nice voice. The little dumpling opened her mouth wide and stared round-eyed at the beautiful youth before her, as if frozen in place. Seeing that she didn't take it, a hint of barely perceptible hatred flashed in Pei Du's eyes. He paused, then smiled and pushed the sugar figure toward Zhuzhu. Little sister. Seeing her from afar, Pei Du finally confirmed that he had truly been reborn. Reborn at the root of all his tragedies. A month ago he had suddenly developed a fever that wouldn't go away. In a daze he seemed to have glimpsed his past life. Since birth he had never seen his father. The only relative he remembered was a mother who beat and scolded him. His mother was different from others as she didn't seem to love him. In fact, she hated him deeply. His childhood was also different from that of other children. Every morning he had to get up early to cook noodles for his mother. After school he couldn't play with other kids, he could only stay home and clean the room. Classmates called him a wild child, adults called him a bastard. Whenever he pressed against the broken window looking outside with envy, his mother would fiercely whip him with a feather duster and scold. "What are you looking at? You worthless bastard. If you could win your father's heart, would I still be suffering in this poor slum?" Later his mother fell ill, and each chemotherapy session cost 10,000 yuan. There wasn't that much money at home. To lighten the burden, he dropped out of school at the age of 10. Too young for anyone to hire him, he resorted to picking trash, begging, and setting up. He thought that as long as he worked hard life would get better. But then one day, he met a little girl. The little girl was exquisitely cute, wearing a red princess dress like the sun in the sky, surrounded by a crowd as she walked over. He couldn't help but stare, thinking dazedly, how kind and likable must she be to have so many people around her. With that thought, the little boy gathered his courage, stepped forward, and offered his best sugar figure. Little sister, would you like to buy a sugar figure?" Then he saw the little girl slowly turn her head, look at him with an unreadable expression, and immediately start yelling at a middle-aged man who was bowing and scraping. "This will soon be my amusement park. Why is there such an unlucky beggar here? Make him leave. Tell him to leave right now, or I'll tell my father that you bullied me while he's away." He was startled and ran out holding his box. But the next moment his collar was grabbed from behind, and he was thrown harshly to the ground. The box in front of him shattered, the sugar figures broken into pieces, and loose change scattered all over the ground. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled like a mouse, reaching out to gather the fallen coins. But in the next second his hand was viciously stomped on by a small foot in Mary Jane's shoes. The little girl looked down at him arrogantly. Under his gaze she picked up the 1 and 2 yuan coins and tore them into pieces one by one. Then with innocent crescente smile, she tilted her head. "Big brother, before you go you have to leave the money you earned from Zhuzhu here." Pei Du's eyes instantly reddened, and he desperately picked up the torn remnants. That night he returned to the dark, cramped basement he called home, clutching a box of torn bills. On the rickety wooden bed his mother lay limp, already lifeless. The box fell to the ground with a thud. The little boy stared blankly ahead. His only relative was dead, but he had already saved up 10,000 yuan. He sat by his mother's corpse in a daze for 2 days until it began to smell. Only then was he taken away by the father he had never met. His father said he needed an heir, so he arranged the biggest room and the best school for him. Naively, he thought someone finally cared for him. But that was only falling from one abyss into another. He encountered Zhuzhu again, and his nicknames changed from wild child and bastard to illegitimate son, and his mother's beatings were replaced by school bullying. Finally, at the age of 13, the young boy could bear it no longer and jumped from a high building. A thud sounded, and tearing pain spread through his body. In his fading consciousness, he saw Zhuzhu's smiling face. The young boy's breath tightened as he stared motionlessly at the chubby little girl before him, whose face was stern. In truth, she was simply dazed by Pei Du's appearance. His eyes bloodshot, he forcibly suppressed the overwhelming hatred within him and subtly tilted the miniature camera placed at the corner of the box toward Zhuzhu. In his past life, to live up to Pei King's expectations, he had studied tirelessly day and night, mastering many skills, hacking being one of them. In this life he had used it to earn a considerable sum in just 1 month. He had scrimped and saved to buy this miniature camera, all for today's use. No matter how powerful the individual or the clan, they always prioritized their public image. The world favored the weak. He didn't expect a single video to completely topple the Bo family, but 1,000 spits of scorn could still cause them trouble. In this life, Zhuzhu, the Bo family, the Pei family, and everyone who humiliated him in his past life, not a single one would escape. They all deserved to die. With this thought, the young boy's smile grew even more gentle and warm. At that moment, Zhuzhu heard nothing else. Staring blankly at the beautiful brother before her, her mind was filled with the phrases, "little sister, sister, sister." Her chubby little face suddenly flushed crimson. As she looked at the mushroom-shaped sugar figurine, alarm bells rang loudly in her head. Could it be that this handsome brother was giving her a token of love? The little one's eyes widened, instantly looking up at Pei Du, then down at the mushroom sugar figurine in his hand. The more she thought about it, the more certain she became. Brother must like her. How else would he know she liked mushrooms? Why else would he give it to her for free? This must be that telepathy. The cautious demeanor of the child before him made the young boy frown involuntarily, his wariness rapidly increasing. Could she be thinking of how best to torment him, or waiting for her bodyguards to arrive? The smile on Pei Du's face imperceptibly stiffened, and he sneered inwardly. Come on, Zhuzhu. If he didn't destroy her in this life, his name wasn't Pei. Yet in the next moment, the chubby little girl unhesitatingly threw aside her magic wand and teddy bear, grabbing the mushroom sugar figurine with one hand and clutching Pei Du's malnourished, overly thin arm with the other. She shouted in a soft, milky voice, "I'm willing. I'm super willing. Brother, I'm willing to marry you. Pei Du, Bo Yanzhou." The young boy stared in shock at the baby-faced girl clinging to him. Her soft, chubby cheek pressed against his bony arm felt incredibly comfortable, and Pei Du was completely What was she babbling about? Shouldn't she have overturned his box, pushed him to the ground, stomped on his hand, and scattered all the money in his box? As he thought this, a low roar filled with obvious anger reached his ears. Bo Yanzhou, already furious, exploded upon hearing, "I'm willing to marry you." Let go of him. Peidu glanced sideways, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. He understood now. So that was it. In his past life he had long heard that Bo Yanzhou doted on his daughter excessively. Was she putting on this act for Bo Yanzhou because he had come with her in this life? Was she going to lure Bo Yanzhou over, and then claim that Peidu had approached Bo Zhuzhu with ill intentions? Huh. Bo Zhuzhu, what a cunning scheme. Let go. He would do the exact opposite. The young boy lowered his gaze, the stray hairs on his forehead concealing the immense hatred in his eyes. Seeing the leather shoes appear in his field of vision, the fear of being bullied to death in his past life made him instinctively tighten his grip on the box. He closed his eyes, waiting for the notoriously domineering man to hurl him away. But unexpectedly, the next moment the little claws gripping his arm loosened. A loud wail came from the chubby girl as the man, suppressing his anger with a cold face, said, "Bo Zhuzhu, let go of him right now." The chubby girl shook her head and rushed forward to grab him again. No, Daddy, you don't understand. Brother will be good to Zhuzhu." Bo Yanzhou was so angry his heart ached. Back in meetings he used to hear those executives with daughters say things like, "A daughter must be raised in luxury or shall be lured away by some punk with a 17 or 18 yuan chocolate bar." He had found it ridiculous at the time. What kind of brainless fool would give up wealth and luxury for a chocolate bar worth less than 20 yuan? Back then he had even doubted that executive's competence because of it. But now, the man looked at the child before him holding the sugar figurine as if it were a priceless treasure and felt as if he had been struck a heavy blow. Damn it. His daughter wasn't even lured away by a 17 or 18 yuan chocolate bar. The man's face darkened. He paused while pulling the back of his daughter's collar, then turned to Peidu with a blank expression. How much was this sugar figurine? Peidu. What? Was he going to use money to crush him? The young boy was startled but still replied. 5 yuan each. Bo Yan's face instantly turned as black as ink. 5 yuan. Huh. The man shot Peidu a chilly glance, then directly grabbed Zhuzhu by the arm and lifted her up. Held in Bo Yan's arms with one little paw restrained, the child refused to surrender, kicking her short legs in the air as if trying to run toward Peidu. "Brother, and I are true heart. Daddy, don't stop me." The CEO's eyelid twitched, and he let out a scornful laugh. "True heart? You've only met him once, and you're already true heart. Let go of him right now." The chubby girl stubbornly clung on. No. He gave me candy. He's good to me. I fall in love with brother at first sight." Bo Yanzhou said with disappointment. "It's love at first sight. You can't even speak properly, and you're talking about love at first sight." The child retorted defiantly. "We have telepathy. Brother knows Zhuzhu likes little mushrooms the most, and even the token of love is a little mushroom." Peidu's head snapped up. No, he didn't. It was just that mushrooms were the easiest to draw. If not for the fact that a mere circle would seem too perfunctory, he wouldn't even bother wasting a mushroom. Bo Yanzhou snorted, mimicking Zhuzu's speech in a sarcastic tone. "We have telepathy. I think anyone who gives you candy has telepathy with you, right?" The child didn't like hearing that. She tilted her head, glaring with triangular eyes, and said with great bravado, Then Zhuzhu doesn't accept just any candy." When Zhuzhu saw brother for the first time, it was like seeing a chicken leg. Her little brain went buzz. She just knew that was the feeling of love. And the little girl put on a serious face with reason. Why does brother give candy to other kids, but only to Zhuzhu? That must be because Zhuzhu and brother have a soul connection. Most importantly, this brother is not only handsome, he also sells candy. Marrying brother means she can eat tons of candy. Bo Yanzhou stared at her coldly, walked over to Peidu, threw down 500 yuan, and grabbed the remaining 5 sugar figurines from the box. Those dragon and phoenix ones were much prettier than the dead mushroom in her hand. Zhuzu's eyes nearly popped out. The fickle little girl, without a word, turned and dashed into her villainous father's arms, her little paws and eyes following the movement of the candies. The child hugged Bo Yan's leg and rubbed affectionately like a devout little follower. "I'm daddy's good baby." Only then did the man's expression soften. As for Peidu was completely stunned. Dazedly stuffing the 500 yuan into his pocket, he looked at the little brat, who was completely different from her previous life, and confusion arose in his heart. What was she doing? With that stupid look, wasn't she supposed to care about her heiress demeanor? And who was she pretending to be with that "whoever has money is daddy, whoever gives candy is mommy" attitude? What could it be? When she hugged his arm just now, she had poisoned him. The fake smile on Peidu's face vanished instantly. Damn it. He failed before he even got started. Fine. The Tao is 1 foot high, the demon is 10 feet tall. Bo Zhuzhu, you're something. Just as the little milk bun was about to be taken away by Bo Yanzhou, she glanced back and saw the handsome brother's face ashen with a grim expression. Thinking he was uncomfortable, she immediately spun around, dodged her father's flying demon claw that was trying to grab her, and ran worriedly to Peidu. Brother, are you feeling unwell?" Peidu clutched his suddenly aching heart, twisted his face into a cold sneer. "Whether I'm comfortable or not, don't you know yourself?" Huh. Zhuzhu saw it. She immediately panicked and spun in place. Looking left and right, she finally ran to her father, who was watching the show. "Daddy, can Zhuzhu take brother to see a doctor?" So that was her plan. She wanted to trick him into going back and then dispose of the body. The young boy clenched his hands, which were already bony, and looked even more terrifying now. Bo Zhuzhu, you are truly vicious. As for the big boss, upon hearing this, he was about to refuse without a second thought. Ridiculous. Bo Yanzhou is good at killing people, but when has he ever saved anyone? Did he really think he was some kind of good? The man looked at the little brat staring at him with expectation frowned. No. In the little one's heart, he really seemed to be a good thing. The refusal that was about to come out of his mouth was swallowed back. He looked around. Somehow there was not a single tourist nearby. The nearby broadcast equipment crackled twice, and suddenly said, "Dear visitors, due to facility issues the park will close early at 3:10 p.m. Please go to the ticket office for a refund. Thank you for your understanding." The man looked up, raised his hand to check his watch. It was 3 o'clock. There were still 10 minutes until closing. Normally such a temporary closure would be announced at least an hour in advance, at the very latest. That meant the crappy broadcast speaker here was delayed. He had been thinking of borrowing a phone to call 120 for him, but now. The man clicked his tongue. 8 minutes later. Pei Du, who had been forced into the Rolls-Royce by Bo Yanzhou's threatening glare, was tense and utterly bewildered. Yeah, he didn't want to come, but Bo Yanzhou well. Right, that Bo Yanzhou who could turn the clouds and rain over Shengjing, whose mere name could scare children into wetting themselves and running to their mothers. Just now, after Pei Du clearly indicated he didn't want to follow, Bo Yanzhou directly covered Zhuzhu's ears. He turned around, glared at him darkly, and said in a low, cold voice, "Follow. My daughter says you're sick, so you're sick. If you don't go and ruin my image in my daughter's heart. Huh. Then he'll turn this unlucky brat who seduced his daughter with sugar figurines into a dead brat. Then into a stinky brat." Pei Du followed dazedly into the car. Whether it was psychological or not, he suddenly felt that his heart no longer ached. Then, he was dazedly taken by Bo Yanzhou's men to Shanghai Hospital, where they did blood tests, electrocardiograms, etc. All checked thoroughly. Originally, Bo Yanzhou planned to leave Pei Du to his men and drive back with Zhuzhu himself. But the little one was determined to see it through, furrowing her anxious little brows and looking worriedly inside. This made the big boss Bo furious. Damn, why was he feeling a bit jealous? He irritably messed up the little bun on the child's head and was about to walk around to the driver's side. But just then Song Xingxi's call came through. The big boss Bo pressed the answer button expressionlessly, and Song Xingxi's voice came through. "Hello, big benefactor, I've checked the kid. No other problems, just a bit malnourished. An 80-year-old child, too skinny. He needs more nutrition." He paused, his gossipy heart burning. "But is he really your child? I feel like you don't look alike." Bo Yanzhou instinctively frowned and retorted bluntly, "Are you out of your mind? Just because I sent a kid, he has to be mine. Can't I be a good Samaritan?" Song Xingxiu spat out a mouthful of tea, coughed violently, and patted his ear. "Wait, did I hear that right? You? A good Samaritan? That kid's face is 60 to 70% similar to Pei Yuzi's. I was already shocked that you sent him here intact, and now you say you're helping people." Catching the key point in his words, the man narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Looks like Pei Yuzi." Hearing this, Song Xingxiu also sensed something wrong and immediately sat up straight. "Right, didn't you take a close look at his face when you sent him?" The man's face turned dark. Of course he hadn't looked. Was he bored out of his mind, or had his brain filled with shit to look at that brat who seduced his daughter? What? Look closely. That pig coveting his cabbage deserved a close look. The mysterious silence on the other end made Song Xingxiu understand. He really hadn't looked. Song Xingxiu's voice instantly rose, excitement clear in his words. Hey, you have no idea? That kid's fox eyes, nose, and mouth. They're so alike to Pei Yuji. And, the kid's report also says his surname is Pei. He's called Pei Du. Hey, with so many people in China, it's not rare to meet someone who looks alike, but if he not only looks alike, but also has the same surname, it can't be a coincidence, right? And that Pei guy with his stinky face struts around like a peacock every day. If you ask me, following the trend of CEO novels, there's only one truth. This kid is most likely the little ball that Pei Yuzi's wife ran away with. Sherlock Holmes Song Liaoran curled his lips into a smirk. The man's eyes flickered, his expression unreadable as he tapped his fingers on the armrest a few times. Lost in thought, he suddenly let out a laugh and spoke into the phone. Find a way to get a paternity test done for him, and Pei Yuji, the sooner the better. He hung up without another word and dialed assistantly. As soon as the call connected, he spoke rapidly. Check if Pei Yuji has any illegitimate children. Also find out if his eldest son is on the verge of death. I want the information on my desk by the end of the day. He ended the call. In high spirits, Bo Yanzhou pulled Zhuzhu into his arms, no longer in a hurry to leave. Pei Yuzi's eldest son Pei Lianxi was indeed a true prodigy, meticulous in his actions, composed in demeanor, and adept at turning weaknesses into strengths. By all accounts, he was an exceptional heir. But the man was born with a frail constitution. Months ago, rumors had surfaced that Pei Lianxi's condition had deteriorated. Despite the Pei family's relentless search for medical help, it seemed he could no longer hold on. Back then, he had kindly sent a gift only for that stubborn fool Pei Yuji to bite the hand that fed him, blowing up his shipment in Country L in retaliation. The man frowned in annoyance. Even now, the memory infuriated him. The first time in his life had done a good deed and sent a gift, he ended up losing a shipment. Indeed, it felt better to be wicked. As long as he was ruthless enough, no one would dare to mess with him. If Assistant Lee ever learned of this mindset, he'd be utterly Do you even realize what you sent? If you had sent a normal gift, no one would have bitten the hand that feeds you. But boss, sending a coffin and expecting gratitude, is that even possible? The man was already frantic over his son's impending death, and you had to go and send a coffin, a constant reminder that his son was dying. Who could It was a miracle he didn't smash the coffin over your head. The Bo and Pei families were notorious rivals in elite circles. They often clashed, but beyond that there was no shortage of cooperation between them. Compared to the grudges of the previous generation, Bo Yanzhou and Pei Yuji were more concerned with their own interests. Typically their dynamic was one of stability during collaborations followed by underhanded tactics and bitter rivalry once they ended. As it happened, he had a major project on his hands. The risks were high, but if successful the profits would far exceed. After much deliberation, Pei Yuji seemed the ideal partner, but due to the coffin incident, he had been flatly rejected. That was the first time Bo Yanzhou realized someone could be so petty. Had heard that when he sent the coffin, Pei Lianxi was quite pleased, and even tried it out. He was even more baffled. If the son didn't mind, why should the father care? But now it didn't matter. As long as he could prove Pei Du was Pei Yuji's illegitimate son, everything would fall into place. Because he and Pei Yuji were cut from the same cloth. In his view, losing an excellent heir was regrettable, but if the heir was beyond saving, one would decisively groom a new one. Yet Pei Yuji hadn't. Even knowing Pei Lianxi was beyond hope, he refused to give up, clinging to the hope of saving his frail eldest son and scouring the world for doctors. In his opinion, no matter how talented Pei Lianxi was, one must know when to cut losses. For someone like them who prioritized interests above all the intricacies went without. He didn't believe Pei Yuji truly loved that son. The only logical explanation was he was incapable of fathering another. So after Pei Lianxi's death, his only option was to bring back his illegitimate son Pei Du. And Pei Du was in his hands. Then whether he liked it or not, he'd have to agree. The man was in an excellent mood, holding Zhuzhu and kissing the top of her head. The little girl was truly his good luck charm. Startled by the kiss, the little bunny raised her short little arms and frantically wiped her head, then scrambled to look at Bo Yanzhou left and right. Noticing her dazed movements, he frowned. "What are you doing? Disgusted with your dad?" The little one continued to fidget on the verge of tears. No. Zhuzhu's head is poisonous." "Poison, Daddy?" The man raised an eyebrow, not taking her words seriously, and ruffled her hair dismissively. "Kids like to imagine things, right? Fine, your dad understands. But your imagination is clearly wrong. Human hair is just hair, not poisonous." Little Zhuzhu flailed, But Zhuzhu isn't a human, she's a mushroom, a poisonous mushroom. The man smirked, looking proud. "Logical. Your IQ is definitely fine. But Zhuzhu is a poisonous mushroom." She reached out her chubby little paw. Without a word, Bo Yanzhou shoved a lollipop into her hand. "Eat more sweets, and you'll turn into a sweet mushroom." The little bunny's eyes lit up as she reached for it, but the candy was whisked away in a flash. The man smiled and changed course. "But eating too much candy isn't good, so just look. Don't eat it." He swiftly unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. The sweet, not a cloying strawberry flavor spread in his mouth. Perhaps because the candy was snatched from his own kid, Bo Yanzhou, who usually disliked sweets, found it exceptionally delicious. The man's eyes curved in satisfaction. The wide-eyed little one. Stunned by her father's move, she mumbled, "Daddy, that seems like Zhuzhu's candy." Well, she was a child of intermittent cleverness, though usually muddled in reading and arithmetic and prone to self-deprecation. But at critical moments when it came to food, she always snapped to attention, narrowing her wise little eyes and fixing her gaze unwaveringly on what was hers. Yet the proud mushroom spirit met the unscrupulous villain. Sensing the shock in his kid's eyes, the man grinned and began to coax. "Do you want to be a sweet mushroom?" The little bunny nodded. "Wasn't it Daddy who came up with the idea to turn you from a poisonous mushroom into a sweet one?" Zhuzhu thought for a moment and nodded obediently again. "Then Daddy not only thought of a solution, but also for the sake of your health endured discomfort to eat that harmful candy that could ruin your teeth and cause diabetes. Not only that, you just looked at the lollipop a few times, and now don't you feel like you've already become a sweet mushroom? See how Daddy solved a whole string of problems for you. Shouldn't you be grateful and thank your dad on your knees?" The little bun had never been particularly bright to begin with, and now, after being fooled by her irresponsible father, her mind was completely unable to turn the corner. Relying on her muddled little brain to ponder over the matter repeatedly, she was instantly moved by her father's self-sacrificing for the pearl behavior. The child stared with tearful big eyes, hugging Bo Yanzhou as she sobbed loudly, "Wah wah. Daddy, why is Daddy so good to me? Daddy, Zhuzhu's good Daddy." In contrast to the child's unrestrained crying, Bo Yanzhou felt no guilt for tricking a child. Instead, he shamelessly patted Zhuzhu's little head. "You're welcome. After all, it is a father's duty to think of his daughter." The child could no longer hold back tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly praised her father's self-sacrificing for the pearl feat. Pei Du, who had just come out of the hospital and witnessed the entire scene along with Lin Jiao in his black suit. "Seriously, boss, is this how you usually fool your daughter?" Even Lin Jiao, Bo Yanzhou's personal bodyguard, was this shocked, let alone Pei Du. At that moment, although Pei Du's expression remained unchanged, he was utterly astounded inside. Was this Bo Yanzhou, the man who had brought the Wang family to ruin in his past? And Bo Zhuzhu, wasn't she the most cunning one? How could she be so easily moved by a simple trick now? Wait, he understood. Since Bo Yanzhou liked this kind of simple-minded child, that scheming little green tea Bo Zhuzhu must be pretending to be this dumb on purpose to cater to Bo Yan's preferences. Humph. The young boy narrowed his eyes and smiled sardonically. He never expected that the ever-clever Bo Yanzhou would also be toyed with by a little girl. Originally planning to expose Bo Zhuzhu's misdeeds online via a video, that plan had failed, and he had no time to dwell on it now. He politely tapped twice on the car window. The window rolled down, and the young boy, with a habitual fake smile on his face, nodded slightly. Uncle, thank you for taking me for the checkup. I'm fine now. I'll repay you for the medical expenses. Please give me your number or address. If it's inconvenient, Uncle Linzhou's contact will do. It'll trouble him to pass it on. At these words, a flicker of light passed through the cold-faced man's eyes. He tilted his head, scrutinizing the plainly dressed young man before him, and let out an ambiguous low laugh. Raising an eyebrow, he said, without changing his expression, your father asked me to take care of you for a few days. Get in the car. As expected, upon hearing this, the smiling young boy stiffened. Pei Yuji. He didn't believe it. Quickly composing his expression, he turned pale and forced a smile. Uncle, I don't have a father. The man's long eyes slightly raised, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Thank you for your help. I will convert it into cash and repay you. Please leave me a contact number or address. If it's inconvenient, please give me your assistant's contact, and I will hand the cash to your assistant. This speech is the standard script taught in the etiquette class at Zhuzhu Academy. A somber light flickered in Pei Du's eyes. Then Bo Yanzhou continued, you wear faded shoes and coarse clothes, selling sugar figurines for 5 yuan, each, living such a hard life, yet you know the Rolls-Royce door closes with a button. He turned his gaze, looking down at the young boy before him, his aura as a great villain emerging. Do you want me to continue, son of Pei Yuji? Suffice it to say, compared to the ultimate villain Bo Yanzhou, Pei Du, who had only lived to be 13, was truly he could no longer keep up the act. Seeing him subdued, Bo Yanzhou began his nonsense again. I have some dealings with your father. Until I sign the contract with him, you'll stay at my place for a few days. During this time, don't even think about seducing my daughter, or else. He stared at him darkly, then added with a mix of grandiosity and pettiness, feel free to make any requests, though I won't grant them. Pei Du. Then why say all this nonsense? The little bun nestled in her father's arms looked left and right with wide eyes, her little head spinning several times before she understood a tiny bit. She looked up at her brother, then at her father, her face full of anticipation. Daddy, is big brother coming to stay at our house? Bo Yan's mood instantly cleared, and he smiled as he rubbed Zhuzhu's little head. Yes, because Zhuzhu likes him so much. Daddy talked to his father and asked him to come play with you for. Pei Du silently rolled his eyes. First he coldly warned him not to seduce his daughter, then shamelessly told his daughter that he had specially called him over to play with her. 2 different stories in front of her. Only a fool wouldn't catch on. But unfortunately, Bo Zhuzhu was a cunning little green tea. Just as he thought that, the next second the little bun, expertly engaged in self-gaslighting, expertly covered her mouth with her paws and expertly burrowed into her father's arms, sobbing with emotion. Daddy is just too good to me. Pei Du's eyes flew wide open as he stared fixedly at Zhuzhu. Was she an idiot? The terrifying thought, Bo Zhuzhu is an idiot, lingered in his mind. He was dazed for a moment before snapping back to reality. No, how could Bo Zhuzhu be an idiot? Everyone in the world might be an idiot, but not Bo Zhuzhu. The little bun had no idea about the convoluted thoughts in his head. After being moved, she was simply ecstatic. Nestled in her father's arms, she leaned her head towards Pei Du, showing a mouthful of baby teeth. Big brother, we are really destined. Her pink, chubby little face and crescent-shaped eyes smiling. To anyone else, this was the picture of an adorable baby. But in Pei Du's eyes, it was no different from the king of hell grinning at him. He seemed to have his own unique filter and translation for Zhuzhu's words. For instance, in his eyes, those crescent-shaped eyes were merely a disguise to hide the schemes in her gaze. That sweet smile was nothing but the joy of catching prey. And those words, big brother, we are truly destined. In the eyes of the young boy who had been bullied to death in his past life, directly transformed into a demon's invitation. Pei Du's face instantly paled, and he tightly clenched his hands where no one could see. She indeed wanted to take him back and slowly torment him. By the time they returned to the Bo family estate, the sky was already growing dim. The late afternoon sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the sprawling Bo manor. The car slowly pulled into the front courtyard, and the butler, as always, greeted them with a smiling face. Seeing Grandpa Butler approach, the little dumpling wiggled her feet, and with impressive agility jumped down from the car with a swish. Hopping and skipping, she ran over to the butler, her little paws outstretched. Grandpa Butler, Zhuzhu is back. The butler's face instantly softened into a fond smile as he crouched down, gently touching her head and examining her. Little miss, you've been out for half a day, and you look thinner. He then reached behind him and pulled out a large pink peach, placing it into Zhuzhu's tiny hands with an expectant glint in his eyes. Little miss, eat. After you finish eating, Uncle Lee is making you some small cakes in the kitchen. Let's go have some soon. The little foodie's eyes sparkled with delight, and she immediately took a big bite out of the peach, which was almost as big as her face. Sweet juice burst in her mouth as she chomped away, her cheeks puffed out. So yummy. Grandpa Butler and Zhuzhu have some kind of connection. I'm starving at this. Everyone who had been at their posts suddenly turned around, as if they had superhuman hearing. What? The little miss is hungry. They each grabbed a handful of snacks and fruits, and rushed over. Hungry. Eat this, sister. I've been eating these cookies since I was a kid. Don't eat hers, eat mine. Little miss, such a delicate little baby, should eat more grapes. No, you're both wrong. Darling Zhuzhu must be thirsty now. She needs to drink plain water. Wrong. A 2-year-old baby like the little miss should be drinking milk powder. A young woman in her 20s walked over slowly holding a bottle of powdered milk. She held her chin high with obvious pride. That's right. She was the head maid-in-chief. The one personally appointed by the master to take care of the little miss, Towsy. It must be said, the head maid-in-chief truly lived up to her title. With a single glance, she strode over to the little mushroom, striking fear into the hearts of those who had been trying to sneak a cuddle under the guise of offering help. The next second, Towsy cheerfully lifted her skirt and ran over to Zhuzhu, planting 2 loud smacks on the baby's cheeks. Everyone, you Blackheart Peach. Just because you were chosen to take care of the little miss, does that mean you can kiss her whenever you want? The others immediately protested, but Towsy remained as proud as ever. So what? I was chosen. A maid with a cold expression sneered, you're only relying on your gentle appearance. If you fought me, you might not even. That was true. All the servants in the Bo family were bodyguards privately trained by Bo Yanzhou. Apart from their regular duties, they were responsible for protecting the family's safety within the estate. After all, even among noble families there were cases of hired assassins breaking in. The main reason Bo Yanzhou chose Towsy to personally attend to Zhuzhu was she looked kind. The other maids, well, were a bit too fierce. Choosing someone too fierce might scare his silly daughter into tears. So after much deliberation, he settled on Towsy with her big round eyes. The scene before him was so chaotic that Pei Du was stunned. Because in his previous life, he had also visited the Bo family with his father Pei Yuji. Back then the servants seemed terrified of Bo Zhuzhu, and many resigned because of it. He had visited the Bo family 3 times in his past life, and each time the person attending to Bo Zhuzhu was different. As he was thinking this the next moment, the man who had just stepped out of the car lifted his eyes, slightly sweeping his gaze around. Instantly the surroundings fell into dead silence. Seeing the little brother behind her father, the milk dumpling, adhering to the principle of good friends, share everything, trotted over to him on her short legs going da-da-da. Zhuzhu generously held out her milk bottle. Hey, do get you drink. Her speech was still unclear. The pink milk bottle had 2 little cat ears on it, looking utterly silly. Pei Du frowned slightly in disgust, but dared not say anything since that unreliable father of hers was right there. He wanted to get rid of that little green tea girl, but he also valued his life. So after a long silence he offered a somewhat sincere backhanded compliment. I think a black milk bottle. The milk dumpling tilted her head, looking confused. Willie? For real? Pei Du nodded, a meaningful glint in his eyes. Willie? After all, aren't you yourself a blackheart little green tea girl? Zhuzhu tilted her head and seriously considered it for a moment, then hugged her little milk bottle and shook her head. Better not. Zhuzhu is a loyal little girl, can't be half-hearted, so Zhuzhu will stick with her little pink piggy. She took a big sip from her bottle, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Pei Du curled his lips in a sneer. Humph. Can't even tell the difference between pig ears and cat ears. Still pretending to be stupid. Bo Zhuzhu, in this life you've learned to hide your talents. Once inside the main building, Bo Yanzhou went straight to the study to start preparing for the cooperative project with Pei Yuji. Downstairs, Zhuzhu and Pei Du sat on the sofa. Having brother Pei Du at home made the little baby ecstatic. She sat beside him, swinging her feet and chattering nonstop. Although Pei Du clearly wasn't responding much, Zhuzhu didn't notice. She thought the brother was just shy. Her little brain whirred. She turned on the TV, switched to kids mode, then climbed down from the sofa with a grunt, ran to the front, and began dancing around to introduce it. Pei Du Gidge, look, this is Zhuzu's favorite cartoon. It's called... What's it called again? The baby scratched her little pigtails in frustration. She seemed to have forgotten the name of this cartoon. Oh, her silly little brain. Zhuzhu was so annoyed at her own forgetfulness, but since she had to maintain her baby face, she was too embarrassed to ask Sister Towsy, so she had to think hard. Finally, heaven helps those who help themselves. The baby seemed to recall something. I think it's called Little Piggy Pay. Oh, yes. Gidge, it's called Little Piggy Pay. She nodded, firmly convinced of her own answer. Meanwhile, Pei Du, sitting on the sofa, was not, because the baby was still at the stage of unclear speech. Just moments ago she had been calling him Pei Du, and now she was pointing at a pink pig and going pay right in front of him. Could it be any more obvious? And Pei? Was she openly mocking him, comparing him to a pig rolling in the mud? The young boy's face darkened. The little one eagerly introduced everything on the TV, but when she turned around she saw that Brother Pie didn't seem very happy. The chubby mushroom suddenly realized that Brother Pie didn't like watching cartoons. The little one toddled to the kitchen on her short legs, carried a plate of green grapes with effort, and ran back. Her wobbling figure startled Uncle Lee the chef so much that he followed behind her, bending over to protect her, until she returned to the living room. Then he left with relief. Holding the plate of grapes, the milky little one's eyes sparkled with excitement. She ran to Pei Du and pushed the fruit plate forward. Brother, you eat. Zhuzhu loves green beans the most. You eat. The little one struggled to hold a fruit plate larger than her face, standing on tiptoes and wobbling. Pei Du looked at her and suddenly felt a mischievous urge. He raised an eyebrow, slightly leaned in, and showed great amusement on his face. His slender fingers hovered over the plate full of grapes, moving back and forth, as if he couldn't decide which one to pick. Little Zhuzhu was naturally a lazy and gluttonous baby at home surrounded by uncles, aunties, brothers, sisters, and the butler, who all thought she was never full. Her little mouth chattered all day, either talking or eating. And because she was so cute, Towsy wished she could hold her all day long. Thus the little one's daily routine at home was during the day when her father and brother were out, she'd ask Towsy or the butler to hold her. In the afternoon, when her brother came home, she'd ask him for a hug. At night, she'd ask her father for a hug. In short, her feet never touched the ground all day. So holding the plate of fruit soon tired her out, but to let her brother pick his favorite grape, Zhuzhu still strained to hold it up, her originally rosy little face turning red from effort. Towsy, who had just brought a small cake from the kitchen, saw this, and immediately felt heartbroken. She walked quickly over, snatched the fruit plate from Zhuzhu's hands, and placed it on the table. Gently rubbing Zhuzhu's head, she grabbed a tissue and wiped her mouth. Miss Master Pei can take it himself if he wants. You don't have to hold it for him. Look at your little arms and short legs. She paused, then choked up. You've gotten so thin from exhaustion. Pei. The young boy looked incredulously at Towsy, then turned to the milky little one, scanning her up and down. Her chubby face was as round as a bun. In her onesie, the little one's belly was round like a ball. Her short arms were like lotus roots, and her chubby little paws had dimples as if, moreover, he remembered that Zhuzhu had held it for less than 10 seconds. As his shocked gaze became too obvious, the little one instinctively turned around and saw her brother Paidu staring at her with a strange expression. That look in his eyes seemed familiar. What was it? The little one shook her head, thought for a moment, and wasn't that the same look she gave little pig Pei? In other words, brother Paidu's gaze was like looking at a pig. The little one immediately pouted in grievance, her chubby hands clenched tightly over her heart, and she called out in a milky voice, Brother Paidu. The soft, tender voice rang in his ears, and the adorable pink little dumpling in front of him was utterly charming. Paidu, who had only ever heard scolding and beating in his past and present lives, heard such a soft voice for the first time. Were all children's voices this pleasant? Looking closely, Zhuzhu was actually quite cute. But, pa. Paidu snapped back to reality and immediately put on a cold face. How could Zhuzhu be cute? She was the most detestable. Sneering inwardly, he put on a faint smile and tilted his head. What's wrong, Zhuzhu? This demeanor immediately captivated the little one. She instantly forgot that Brother Paidu had just looked at her like a pig. Grinning with her little baby teeth, her face blushed. Brother is so gentle. If only brother could stay in her home forever. Speaking of forever, Zhuzhu suddenly remembered her father mentioning something about malnutrition during a phone call. The 2-year-old little one barely understood the world and had no idea what malnutrition meant. But the word didn't sound good. The little one immediately felt threatened, her mind spinning frantically as she frowned like she was constipated, desperately analyzing what serious illness malnutrition was. After a while of struggling, she couldn't figure it out and stomped her feet in frustration. Just as she was about to run and ask Towsy, a long-lost mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Malnutrition? Baby, did your father abuse you while I was offline? How did you end up malnourished? 017 had just poked its head out when it heard its little host's mind screaming malnutrition, and it panicked, thinking Yanzhou had mistreated the child. It quickly looked around. But it was better not to look. The moment it did, it met Peidu's eerie gaze. 017 froze and blurted out the short-lived little villain. Zhuzhu, how did you get tangled up with him? This isn't even the plot where he gets taken back by Peidu yet. Zhuzhu didn't catch that. After a baby-like translation, she squinted her big eyes and looked around. Delicious egg custard pie. Where is it? 017. Long time no see. Its little host was still adorably silly. 017's mechanical voice paused, clearly helpless. Baby, no egg custard pie. Uncle said, short-lived little villain. Short-lived. The little one's dazed mind stalled. Clearly she didn't understand what that meant. 017 sighed and explained, this Peidu is this year's newly ranked top 3 most tragic villain in the System Bureau. His short life only lasted until he was 13, because his mother Tanbaiwei suffered a miserable childhood due to patriarchal ideologies. Thus she became radical, believing money could solve everything. Later she latched onto Peidu's father, hoping to secure her status by bearing a son. But Peidu was unshakable and instead oppressed Tanbaiwei at every turn. Tanbaiwei, though lovesick, was also afraid of death. Her love for Peidu turned to hate, and she took it out on Peidu, beating and scolding him daily. In his 8 years of life, she nearly beat him to death 9 times. Later, when Peidu's eldest son was dying, Peidu was taken back. He thought he finally had a father, but how could the Pei family be a good place to stay? That black-heart madman Peidu did everything right in front of Peidu, demanding perfection from him, yet ignoring him when he was bullied at school. He let others call him bastard left and right. Finally, disappointed with this dark world, he jumped from a tall building at 13. He hadn't even had time to grow up and turn dark before he died. Isn't that tragic? His name Peidu truly meant he was here to undergo tribulation in the human world. So tragic. 017's words made the chubby mushroom's heart ache, and tears had unknowingly filled its round big eyes. A sobbing, milky little voice echoed in its mind, but, Uncle, what exactly is nutritional deficiency? Considering the little one's limited education, 017 simply translated, it means going without enough food for a long time, being too thin, which leaves his body weak and prone to illness. Upon hearing this, the little milk dumpling could no longer hold back and burst into loud wails. She turned her head to look at her skinny as a stick, little brother sitting on the sofa, her small mouth puckered on the verge of crying loudly. Pei-du, who had been glaring at her with malice, hadn't expected her to suddenly turn around and run over. His face instantly turned cold. His first thought was she's going to frame him. After all, in her past life, Zhuzhu had used this very tactic to frame many people, including him. The educational philosophy of the Zhuzhu Academy he attended emphasized teaching from a young age, integrating learning with conduct. Therefore, the kindergarten and elementary divisions of Zhuzhu Academy were located together. Similarly, the middle school and high school divisions were also co-located. Relying on Bo Yanzhou's extreme doting in her past life, Zhuzhu had formed cliques at Zhuzhu Academy and held a high status. Although she was just a kindergartner, no one in the entire school dared to provoke her. Because of this connection, she first spread rumors that he was the illegitimate son who had caused his brother's death, causing the entire wealthy circle to ostracize him. Then upon learning that Pei Yuji was indifferent to this son, she bullied him without restraint. Since she was adept at acting cute young, and had an innocent and adorable appearance while he was a notorious eccentric and strange illegitimate child, people naturally preferred to believe Zhuzhu. Recalling these bitter memories, Pei-du's expression darkened as the fear of being bullied surged within him once more. He suddenly stood up, his hands trembling slightly, just about to push her away when the next moment the soft chubby milk dumpling clung to him, hugging his leg, and crying heartbreakingly, "Pei-du Gij, you're so pitiful. Whoa, Pei-du Gij, my Pei-du Gij. How can you be so miserable?" She was so heartbroken that she started hiccuping through her sobs, the sound especially clear in the quiet villa. Soon a group of people gathered around. The butler, feeling sorry for her, hugged Zhuzhu and comforted her. "Young miss, why are you crying? Are you hungry?" Chef Li quickly patted his chest. "If you're hungry, you'll stew some meat for you. Don't cry, Zhuzhu. You've cried yourself into a little tabby." The little one kept crying, unable to stop, occasionally hiccuping and pointing at Pei-du, mumbling indistinctly, "Pei-du Gij." Taozi was extremely worried, but instead of comforting Zhuzhu, she walked over to Pei-du and asked, "Young Master Pei, do you know why our young miss is crying?" Her words didn't sound accusatory, but still made one feel uncomfortable. There was clearly a surveillance camera right opposite the sofa in the Bo residence. Pei-du let out a mocking laugh, his stiff body relaxing slightly. He paused, then slowly parted his lips to speak. A burst of wailing, milky voice came through. The milk dumpling turned around, hugged Pei-du's leg, and sat on his instep. "Whoa, Gij, you're so pitiful. Not only do you have nutritional deficiency, but you're also a short-lived yolk. Whoa, Gij, you're so good-looking. Can you live a long life?" She cried with tears and snot streaming down her face, speaking intermittently. "Gij, when you fell from such a high building, did it hurt?" This sentence, though somewhat slurred, was extremely clear in meaning. Pei-du was so shocked that he couldn't even maintain his expression. Subconsciously grabbing the little one's hairbun, he asked back, "What did you say?" "Fell from a building. Wasn't that his fate in his past life?" How did Zhuzhu know about it? Had she also been reborn? As soon as this thought emerged, Pei-du immediately dismissed it. If Zhuzhu had been reborn with her shrewdness, she could have manipulated things slightly based on her knowledge of the past life, and he might have ended up even worse than before. How could someone ever reveal that they had been reborn? But if she wasn't reborn, how did she know he had fallen from a building? Hadn't she always looked down on him the most? Wait. The young boy's eyes darkened and his panicked heart calmed down slightly. He stared fixedly at the milk dumpling in front of him. Although she had the same face as in her past life in this life, from the moment he saw her, her eyes were still clear and bright, without a trace of arrogance or disdain, yet subtly hiding a hint of pity. Thinking back to the servants in her past life, who feared her like a tiger, yet in this life they doted on her so much. Could it be that this lives Zhuzhu and the past lives Zhuzhu were not the same person? Or was he not reborn at all, but had instead transmigrated to a parallel world where this world's Zhuzhu was actually a good person? Pei-du's mind was in complete chaos. Taozi, the butler, and the others naturally didn't understand the complexities involved, but from the looks of it, they could confirm that their young miss hadn't been bullied. Chef Li bent over and crept closer, pinching the little hair bun on their young miss head that was being held by Pei-du, its fur sticking out. Young Master Pei, could you please let go? Our young miss is a bit dull, and this bun is all that maintains her dignity. What do you say?" Pei-du dazedly let go. That small hair bun was now crooked and frizzed, making the already not-so-bright little one look even more pitiful. Previously, whenever he saw her like this, he always thought she was pretending to be stupid. Back then he marveled that she was a born actress, not only blessed with such a favorable appearance, but also so skilled at acting, shrewd and calculating. But now seeing her, perhaps because his conviction was no longer firm, looking at Zhuzhu again, he only felt she was as silly as could be, as dull as could be. Pei-du didn't know what to do anymore. Take revenge. But if this little one wasn't the original Zhuzhu, what meaning would revenge hold? His face dark, he sat back on the sofa, lost in thought. In the end, he decided to wait and see. Perhaps she was still the same person from her past life, just using a different disguise. On the other side, after learning from her uncle about her Pei-du Gij's tragic life, she immediately made a decision. She was going to spoil. Yes. The milk dumpling nodded solemnly with a straight face. She turned around, ran to the toy basket, and grabbed two of her most beloved toys. Generously holding them out, she said with a serious face, "Gij, these are Zhuzhu's most favorite toys. Gij, take them." These chopsticks with a duck bill can grab one more piece of meat than other chopsticks. They're Zhuzhu's favorite chopsticks. Gidge, take them. She shoved the chopsticks into Pei Du's hand. This is Zhuzhu's favorite bowl, because every time Zhuzhu uses this bowl, she can eat half a bowl more rice. She hugged a dopamine bowl that was much larger than her face, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. But thinking of Pei Du Gidge's tragic life, the little dumpling steeled herself. Turning her head, she closed her eyes and shoved her meal-boosting tool into Pei Du's hand. Gidge, take it. The little bun still felt reluctant, so she simply turned a blind eye. Spinning around, she waddled with her unsteady goose steps to continue scavenging her treasures. When Bo Shiyu returned, this was the scene that greeted him. The little milk ball was toddling up the stairs using both hands and feet with a flustered urgency. She refused any help. This is Zhuzhu's favorite pillow, she declared, because when I sleep on it I dream of eating meat every time. But whenever Sister Peach changes my pillow, I don't get to dream of meat anymore. She scratched her little bun top in confusion, muttering to herself, what's going on? Zhuzhu doesn't understand, but now she didn't have to worry about those questions anymore, because she was going to give her little pillow to her Pei brother. The milk ball's mouth drooped as she forced a stern face, thrusting her pink, bone-shaped pillow into Pei Du's arms. Brother, take it. Her little face scrunched up, torn between reluctance and generosity. She kept looking back as she walked away. The first time she turned, tears glistened in her eyes. The second time, her eyes were brimming with tears. The third time, she burst into a loud wail and scrambled back up the stairs, stumbling. Pei Du was speechless. The young boy stared at the small, bone-shaped doll pillow that could fit in one hand, his expression indescribably complex. 3 minutes later, the little bun returned with reddened eyes, laboriously dragging her pink ruffled quilt. Peach, who had been waiting nearby, sensed trouble and rushed over, fearing Zhuzhu might trip and fall down the stairs. She snatched the little quilt into her arms. The milk ball, whose quilt had been snatched, instinctively turned back, staring with wide, watery eyes, looking at her in confusion, as if to say, Sister Peach, why did you grab my quilt? I can carry it myself. Zhuzhu is very strong. Having witnessed her young miss' recent fussing, Peach knew she wanted to cherish her Pei Du brother. So with a clever glint in her eye, she cleared her throat and explained, little miss, aren't you giving the quilt to young Master Pei? If it gets dirty, how will he cover himself? The milk ball found her reasoning sound and nodded, following behind Peach as she waddled down the stairs, her little bottom sticking out with each step. Once downstairs, she took the quilt from Peach and dragged it laboriously to the young boy. This is Zhuzhu's favorite quilt, because lying in it is like lying in cotton candy, she declared. Having given away all her treasures, the little one waddled over to Pei Du on her short legs, intending to climb onto the sofa with both hands and feet. But after running back and forth so many times, she was utterly exhausted. So she ended up half stuck, her little bottom poking up as she clung to the edge of the sofa, teetering precariously. Even Pei Du felt a pang of pity at the sight. The young boy paused, then instinctively reached out, supporting her bottom, to push her up. Having successfully climbed onto the sofa, the milk ball clutched her little paws, and with a glance at Pei Du, stealthily scooted closer to him. A glance, a scoot. A glance, a scoot. Her infatuated little expression seemed eager to plaster herself onto Pei Du immediately, making Bo Shiyu, who was silently observing from a distance, twitch his eyelid. He had just furrowed his brow, intending to go teach the little rascal a lesson, when in the next second, Zhuzhu tilted her head back, looking shyly at the young boy beside her, her paws clasped together as she let out a silly giggle. Then from behind her, she produced an ugly doll and shoved it into Pei Du's arms. Bo Shiyu's face finally showed a faint smile. Finally, it wasn't her favorite thing. That ugly doll. Zhuzhu usually hated it, so it was fine to give it away. Just as he thought that, in the next second, a childish voice rang out, give brother a doll to hug. Zhuzhu loves hugging a doll to sleep, but Zhuzhu doesn't have a pretty doll. She paused, then suddenly opened her mouth wide, putting on a terribly poor act of thoughtfulness. But what if such an ugly doll scares brother? She suddenly reached out, snatched the ugly doll from Pei Du's arms, and skillfully twisted her bottom to climb into his embrace. How about brother hugs Zhuzhu to sleep? Instead, Bo Shiyu, who had just lifted the corners of his mouth, was stunned. This familiar scene. His face darkened abruptly as he strode over unhurriedly. Unaware of the impending danger, Zhuzhu continued babbling. My brother, said Zhuzhu, is cute, the cutest little baby in the world. Brother, if you hug Zhuzhu to sleep, you won't be scared, because Zhuzhu will protect you. Pei Du remained expressionless, holding the pile of things she had shoved into his arms, his expression incredibly complex. She said she would protect him. Wasn't it she who had caused his death in the past life? A few hours apart, and Zhuzhu has really grown up. Before you couldn't bear to leave your brother, and now you're bold enough to protect another brother. A familiar voice tinged with displeasure came. Zhuzhu and Pei Du instinctively looked toward the source. Before them stood a young boy in the black stand-collar suit of Zijing Academy. His face, so similar to Bo Yanzhou's, betrayed no emotion save for the faint displeasure in his slightly narrowed dark eyes. Pei Du's gaze flickered. So this was the Bo family prodigy Bo Shiyu, who could rival Pei Lianxi. In his past life, when he saw him, he doted on Bo Zhuzhu endlessly. In this life, for some reason, he felt something had changed, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. But his doting on Bo Zhuzhu hadn't changed. Could it be that Bo Zhuzhu was putting on an act deliberately for her brother's sake? Since Bo Yanzhou, as an adult, couldn't easily act against a child, she was using a child to deal with a child. Pei Du narrowed his eyes and put on a sycophantic fake smile. He had been looking down earlier and hadn't seen clearly. Now that he looked up, Bo Shiyu raised an eyebrow slightly. The youngest son of the Pei family. He scrutinized him discreetly, his eyes narrowing as his mind began to race. Regardless of whether the timeline matched, he remembered that when Pei Yuji first brought him over in the past life, he had been somewhat ill at ease and restrained. But now, every move he made was completely at ease. His face bore the same fake smile as Pei Liang's. TSK. Was he like him reborn? Bo Shiyu casually tossed his bag aside and waved at Zhuzhu, come here. The little bun tilted her head, glancing at her Pei brother, then at her own brother. The little one shrank back, burying her head into Pei Dust's chest, then flashed a silly grin at her brother. Clearly, she was trying to charm her way out of trouble. As if Bo Shiyu didn't know her little tricks. Seeing this, the young boy smiled faintly and explained unhurriedly, boys and girls should keep their distance. If Zhuzhu doesn't let go, do you want your brother to drag you down and make you recite poetry? Huh. The milk ball squinted, tilted her head, and repeated in her childish voice, boys and girls. Hands not kiss. She stared with innocent wide eyes, curiously examining her own paws. But Zhuzhu's hands don't have mouths. Bo Shiyu was left speechless. The young boy remained unfazed, a faint smile curling at his lips. Brother means that male and female should not touch casually, not your paws. Only then did Tuanzi grasp a sliver of understanding. Half comprehending, she clutched her little paws, nodding in agreement. Brother's words are so reasonable. Just as Bo Shiyu thought she had finally understood, the little dumpling threw him a curveball. But Zhuzhu is a mushroom. Mushrooms and brothers can touch each other. Her face was resolute. The next second, Bo Shiyu scooped her up by the back of her collar, turned, and without hesitation ordered the maid Peach standing nearby. Go tell Uncle Lee that starting today, no chicken wings for Zhuzhu for 3 days. Also from today onward, the little miss goes on a diet. No one is allowed to sneak her snacks. Bo Shiyu wasn't actually angry at Zhuzhu. After all, counting both his past and present life, he was nearly 30 years old. How could he hold a grudge against a silly little kid? In truth, he found chubby children rather adorable. Noble families usually had strict rules, and the young ladies he had met were almost all painfully thin, none as cute as a plump little bun like Zhuzhu. But when he had just lifted the little one, he had nearly stumbled and failed to hold her. That was when he realized his little sister had grown so chubby. Actually, this kind of hate-attracting task should have been left to that dogman Bo Yanzhou. Given how much of a foodie Zhuzhu was, even if she wanted to hate someone, it should be Bo Yanzhou. The young boy, burdened with a father's worry, grew deeply anxious. He began to dread that Zhuzhu would throw a huge tantrum, since this little rascal loved eating the most. But unexpectedly, the next second, the little one suddenly fixed him with a wise gaze, crossed her arms, and chuckled smugly. The plump mushroom curled her lips in a light laugh. Haha, so that's it. Bo Shiyu, baffled by whatever she had concocted in her mind, was left with a question mark. So that's what? The milk dumpling raised her chin haughtily, turned to meet her brother's puzzled eyes, and helplessly spread her hands. Brother, are you drinking soy sauce? Bo Shiyu. What soy sauce? When did he drink soy sauce? Zhuzhu proudly extended her little paw, flicking it into a delicate orchid finger. Brother, are you that fond of me? Bo Shiyu. She covered her little mouth and giggled. Brother, are you trying to get Zhuzu's attention by telling Uncle Lee not to give Zhuzhu chicken wings? She paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh, I know this is what they call fish catching mushroom releasing on TV. She was a little worrier, always thinking she was the smartest person in the world. Afraid her brother wasn't as cultured as she was, she even shook her head and explained, brother, and the other brother, don't you know what fish catching mushroom releasing means? Zhuzhu knows fish catching mushroom releasing is. Fish catching mushroom releasing is. A fish wants to catch a mushroom's attention, but the mushroom doesn't like the fish, so the fish deliberately takes off its clothes and acts wild in front of the mushroom. Yeah, that's what it means. Bo Shiyu. Hearing his little sister's atrocious interpretation, Bo Shiyu was instantly stunned, his eyes. Wait, what did she just say? If Bo Shiyu was this shocked, then Pei Du, who had witnessed her shrewdness countless times before, was even more so. This is supposed to be playing hard to get. Even if she hadn't started school, yet how could it mean this? A fish seducing a mushroom, the mushroom not liking the fish, so the fish takes off its clothes and acts wild to get the mushroom's attention. If earlier he had concealed it well now. The two young boys stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at the self-assured baby. They were completely dumbfounded. Wait, forget how bizarre the explanation was. Where on earth did she learn words like seduce, act wild, striptease? Pei Du even began to have a different thought. He started to wonder if Bo Zhuzhu wasn't inherently bad, but had become corrupted by her surroundings. Unaware of her brother's shock, the little dumpling chattered on, nestled in Bo Shiyu's arms. Brother, even if you don't use chicken wings to fish catch mushroom release Zhuzhu will still super like brother. Bo Shiyu's face turned grim at the interpretation. Looking at the little one's proud expression, he sneered and said mercilessly, playing hard to get. The dumpling nodded matter-of-factly. Yes. Am I using chicken legs to play hard to get with you? Again, the little dumpling nodded matter-of-factly. Yes. Isn't it because brother saw Zhuzhu and the other brother eating soy sauce together? The young boy's eyes curved into a smile, cruel and heartless. That's because brother thinks Zhuzhu has grown a bit overweight and needs to lose some weight. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The little one froze. She blinked, staring blankly at her brother. Coming to her senses, she widened her eyes in disbelief, pressed her paws against her cheeks, and gasped, what? The milk dumpling felt insulted. She immediately struggled to get down from Bo Shiyu's arms. Because she was chubby, her thrashing made it hard for Bo Shiyu to hold her, afraid she might fall. The young boy quickly let go and set her on the ground. Once on the floor, the little one took clumsy steps back, 2 paces, bristling with fury. Stopping. Her round lychee eyes narrowed into triangles, legs apart, tiny chubby fists clenched. She puffed out her chest. Brother. Look. Zhuzhu's slim waist. She pinched her fleshy belly and twisted left and right. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Several laughs rang out. Peach, who was waiting nearby, and a few other maids who had been watching couldn't help but burst out laughing. Though the little dumpling was usually silly at critical moments, she was incredibly sharp. Her little ears were like wind-catching ears. She instantly heard them. Zhuzhu furrowed her brows, angrily looking left and right. Who is it? Who's laughing at Zhuzhu? Seeing this, the maids desperately covered their mouths and turned away, but though their mouths were covered, their shoulders were still shaking. Anyone with eyes could see. However, Zhuzhu was not one with sharp eyes. Not only was she not sharpie, but her thought process was also peculiar. Though she saw the shaking shoulders of Peach and the others, she had a different interpretation. She thought that Sister Peach and the others were surely stunned by her mighty slim waist. Thinking this, the little milk dumpling raised her chin proudly and continued pinching her barrel-shaped waist, twisting left and right. Bo Shiyu was utterly charmed by this adorable sight. Peidu was also amused, even tempted to tease the little one. But reason reasserted itself. He shook his head vigorously. No, he must not be fooled. Until he found out whether this little clumsy bear was really Bo Zhuzhu. He would never let his guard down. Bo Shiyu walked up to Zhuzhu with a smile, smoothing the fluff on her head and planting a rare affectionate kiss. He reached out and poked her round, plump little belly, which stuck out like a general's paunch. Look at this belly of yours, it's already a general's paunch. If you don't lose some weight, your big brother won't be able to carry you anymore. The little one pouted, selectively ignoring him as she wiggled her hips from side to side. But Zhuzhu has a tiny waist. Peidu, who had also returned from his past life, was a master of sarcasm. He couldn't help but laugh and jab. If that's a tiny waist, then pigs can climb trees. Bo Shiyu furrowed his brows and shot him a glance. Though he said nothing, the displeasure in his eyes was clear. This, however, confirmed the suspicion in his heart. In his past life, although Peidu was a decent heir, he was taciturn and reluctant to socialize with others. Every day, he wore a look of deep grievance toward everyone, with a reclusive nature. Unless necessary, he wouldn't utter half a word in half a day. But in this life, his face was now adorned with the hypocritical polite smile unique to the Pei family's single heir, and his words were mercilessly sharp and sarcastic. He had definitely been reborn. Peidu was the same age as him. In the past life, Peidu jumped from a building at 13 on the first day after he himself became paralyzed from the waist down. Back then, after being locked in the basement by Bo Yanzhou for 3 days, he emerged only to find himself a cripple. He was naturally devastated and too absorbed in his own misery to inquire about others. Naturally, he didn't know about Peidu's leap. But later he heard that Peidu had taken his own life because he couldn't bear being called a bastard. Just now, when he entered, he hadn't seen any other cars in the front yard. Looking at the boy's clothes, although very worn, they were clean. So he hadn't been taken back to the Pei family yet. Had he come on his own? Could it be that his past life's death was also related to Bo Zhuzhu? So had he come for revenge? The young boy's face remained cold as he calmly pulled the little dumpling closer into his arms. His mind raced as he was about to speak and probe. But then the next second, the little dumpling moved. She strutted outside with her tiny waist swaying and an air of ferocity. Bo Shiyu, quick as a flash, blocked her. Where are you going? Zhuzhu excitedly raised her little palmy. Me? I can climb trees, Bo Shiyu. He thought he hadn't heard clearly, so he asked back. What? The little dumpling proudly waved her little paws again and shouted, I can climb trees. Now he got it. Not just Bo Shiyu, but even Peidu understood. Peidu's sneering expression froze like a punch hitting cotton. For a moment, he couldn't tell if she was playing dumb or just being stubborn with him. The little one was about to trot outside with her short legs, but was yanked back by her brother. She declared with supreme confidence, Zhuzhu has a tiny waist, so Zhuzhu can definitely climb trees. Brother, don't worry. Zhuzhu will just go up once and come right down. That's right. The little one had taken Peidu's sarcastic remark as a positive statement. She thought that if she had a tiny waist, she could climb a tree, and conversely, by climbing a tree, she could prove she had a tiny... She trotted outside with a pat pat pat. But then, her foot slipped on the carpet, and she was about to fall flat on her face. Bo Shiyu swiftly grabbed her by the collar to steady her. It was at that moment. Zhuzhu hugged her little head and unconsciously looked down. Why was there a round little ball? The chubby mushroom tilted its head and patted it. Her little belly, wrapped in a yellow jumpsuit, was very springy. When Zhuzhu patted it, it jiggled twice. Pat, and it jiggled twice. The little one found it quite amusing and got addicted to patting it. But then for some reason, as she patted, she suddenly realized not only did her paw hurt, but her belly also hurt a little. It was as if she had just realized it, or perhaps it dawned on her belatedly. The whole little dumpling instantly froze. Because she seemed to realize that this little ball was her own. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The little one covered her cheeks, widened her eyes, and let out a babyish scream. Why ya? How did Zhuzhu turn into a piggy? Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from sheer anger, collapsing into Bo Shiyu. Bo Shiyu thought she was just hamming it up again. He held her, and shook her gently, calling her name with a smile. But the little one tilted her head, stuck out her tongue, and let her paws dangle limply all in one smooth motion. No matter how he called, she wouldn't wake up. The young boy's face changed. He immediately pinched her philtrum and raised his voice. Towsy, call the doctor. Towsy had been standing nearby, thinking even the little Miss tongue-sticking was adorable and assumed she was just pretending to. But upon hearing this, Towsy was instantly scared out of her wits. She turned and ran off to make a phone call. Panic ensued. 10 minutes later, Bo Yanzhou, his face dark and gloomy, looked at the tiny lump of a daughter on the bed. He glanced at Dr. Zhang and lowered his voice to ask, "Why isn't she awake yet?" Dr. Zhang had lost count of how many times Head answered this question. He helplessly adjusted his glasses and replied, "Sir, please be patient." The little miss fainted because her emotions were too intense, and her mind just shut down. Bo Yanzhou couldn't understand, and raised his voice, "Emotions too intense." The man turned to look at his son. "Did you steal her snacks?" Bo Shiyu shook his head. He then turned to look at the young boy on the other side, narrowing his eyes. "So did you tempt her with candy again?" Pei Du's face darkened completely, and he spat out two icy words, "No." The bizarre choice of words made Bo Shiyu instinctively glance at Pei Du. Just then a murmuring, milky voice came through. The father and son immediately leaned in. They heard the little dumpling's slightly aggrieved voice fragmented in their ears. "Zhuzhu is a piggy." Zhuzhu opened her eyes dazedly. Her father supported her back as she sat up. She looked around blankly left and right and finally sat there motionless, clutching her little bun hairstyle, utterly stunned. Seeing this, Bo Yanzhou thought she was feeling unwell and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else that hurts?" Zhuzhu instinctively shook her head. Although she said she was fine, the great CEO Bo felt it was a big deal. Because the little one looked even more dazed. He grew anxious, scooped the child into his arms, and gently jostled her back and forth. Seeing that she was indeed fine, his suspended heart finally relaxed a little. The big villain was not one for comforting people. Having done more than a share of killing and arson, just being able to pick up the little one and jostle her was already a lot for him. He was used to being aloof and spoke with the utmost brevity. A big villain who could command the wind and rain with a flip of his hand, he never spared anyone's feelings when he spoke. Although he had just begun to develop some sense of being a father. But after weighing the little one twice, the man raised an eyebrow, shook the child, and poked the flesh on her belly with a slender finger. His voice carried a hint of shock. "Oh, Zhuzhu, how did you get so fat?" The little one, who had just forgotten about her own chubbiness, snapped to attention at those words. Her mouth hung open in a perfect O. Her mind echoed endlessly with her villainous father's words. "Why are you so fat? So fat. So fat. Fat." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The barely conscious child, overwhelmed by emotion, flopped straight back down. Bo Yanzhou, quick as a flash, caught and steadied her. The next moment, the little bun tilted her head, stuck out her tongue, and let her hands drop, all in one fluid motion. This familiar sight made Bo Shiyu and Pei Du's Dr. Zhang quickly squeezed in from the side, took the little one's tiny paw, and felt her pulse. He let out a helpless sigh and looked at his wealthy patron. "Sir, the young miss has fainted again from excessive emotional agitation." Bo Yanzhou. So, his daughter had fainted from anger because she heard him say she was fat. The CEO found this utterly ridiculous. Yet he did think his daughter was a bit chubby. Maybe she should go on a diet. Being too heavy wasn't good either. No, how could his daughter be fat? She was so soft and huggable. The CEO snapped out of it, immediately carried Zhuzhu upstairs, and before leaving ordered Uncle Li to make extra chicken wings for dinner. Because his daughter had fainted twice, she needed nourishment. Bo Shiyu, upon hearing this, immediately objected. No. The young boy refused bluntly. "Uncle Li, from now on give Zhuzhu less meat at dinner. It's not good for a child to be too heavy." The man who had just stepped onto the stairs turned around displeased. "Who are you calling too heavy? Your sister is still young. If she doesn't eat well, she might become malnourished, you know." Bo Shiyu thought he was blind. He stepped forward, pointing at the little bun nestled in his arms, and retorted, "Look how overweight Zhuzhu is. Zhuzhu is already shorter than other kids her age, and now she's overweight. Do you think being overnourished is good either?" Bo Yanzhou was always busy, either killing and setting fires or scheming in the shadows. How could he possibly know such things? He just thought his daughter was soft and fun to hold. But he was her father, wasn't he? Could he let his son outshine him? Especially in front of outsiders. The man snorted coldly, lifted his gaze without changing expression or heartbeat. "So what if she's a bit overweight? She can just diet slowly later." Bo Shiyu narrowed his eyes. This wasn't his first time suggesting this to Bo Yanzhou. He had mentioned it before, because Zhuzhu ate so much he worried about her digestion. But back then, that dog of a man, Bo Yanzhou, had replied, "As expected of my child. Eating this much means she must be strong. She can learn boxing later and beat people half to death." Indeed. Back then, Bo Yanzhou was still focused on raising his little villain, so he never took his words to heart. Instead, it caused another fight between Bo Shiyu and Bo Yanzhou. The young boy furrowed his brows, feeling a profound sense of speechlessness and exhaustion towards this useless father who was blind in a past life and shameless in this one. He forcefully suppressed his displeasure, his face cold as he rejected Bo Yanzhou's words again. "No. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, so many tomorrows. We start today?" Bo Yanzhou's eyes turned cold, his expression displeased. "Bo Shiyu, what do you mean by that?" Bo Shiyu remained undaunted. "Exactly what I said. Father, you'd better listen to me. After all, you don't know how to raise a child. Bo Yanzhou laughed in anger. I don't know how. And you do. The young boy's light laugh carried a hint of sarcasm. Naturally, I know more. A fierce aura surged in the man's eyes. You ungrateful wretch. Have I been too merciful, or are you just itching for a beating? Does it give you that much satisfaction to defy your own father every day? The young boy showed no fear. His peach blossom eyes fixed steadily on one of the primary culprits who had killed. Emotions swirled in his gaze. Sarcasm, confusion, a deep-seated suppressed hatred. But not a trace of respect, admiration, or expectation remained. Nor was he as obedient as before. He said flatly, Father jests. Is there such a thing as mercy in a wealthy, powerful family? His tone was light, carrying a hint of weariness. Zhuzhu needs to rest. Father, take her upstairs. In front of outsiders, it's best to save some face for the Bo family. At these words, the vast villa fell silent instantly. The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, heads bowed, not daring to watch the confrontation between their master and young master. Peidu, however, looked somewhat surprised. This prodigy of the Bo family, though not close, he had met him a few times. In his past life, he was extremely cold, having learned everything from Bo Yanzhou. In this life, while his cold demeanor hadn't changed much, his attitude towards his father was vastly different. Peidu's eyes darkened to suspicion, quietly taking root. Could Bo Shiyu have been reborn just like him? But why would he be reborn? Had he died a miserable death too? Yet he was a child of destiny, his genius known even in every household, and his birth was so noble. He was the sole heir of the prestigious Bo family. Even with a sister, her position couldn't shake his. After all, that little green tea bitch Bo Zhuzhu was smart, but far inferior to Bo Shiyu. So why was he reborn? Could it be that Bo Yanzhou doted on Bo Zhuzhu so boundlessly that he wanted to give her the heir's position, and thus had his own son killed? Peidu curled his lips, deciding to probe the matter when he had a chance. As for Bo Yanzhou, he was nearly furious with that ungrateful son. He wanted to lash out, but he was the man. His expression dark turned and carried his daughter upstairs. He had made up his mind. He would freeze that ungrateful son's supplementary card. Let him be rebellious and oppose him every day. It infuriated him. Zhuzhu knew how to enjoy herself. After fainting, she woke up and then drifted back into a dazed sleep. By the time she woke again, it was late, just in time. The little bun, her hair a wild mess, was carried downstairs, dazed on Taozi's shoulder. She was placed at the dinner table before she finally became a bit more alert. Because children's stomachs are delicate, Zhuzu's portion was always specially made baby food by Uncle Li. She hugged her fork about to spear a piece of meat when a flash of inspiration struck her memory. The little one suddenly drooped her head and patted her own chubby little belly. So much meat on her. How infuriating. Even in her dream, she had resisted the urge to grab the feast, so why was she still this fat? The little bun was both angry and aggrieved. She listlessly picked up a chicken wing and nibbled on it. Bo Shiyu, sitting beside her, worried she might be unwell, leaned in and asked, why aren't you eating happily? Are you feeling unwell? The little bun shook her head, babbling both logically and illogically. Zhuzhu is on a diet because before, when Zhuzhu ate, she was too happy, so she gave the food the chance to get cocky and grow meat on Zhuzhu, making her fat. But the food doesn't know that Zhuzhu is actually a smart egg. From now on, Zhuzhu will be a little unhappy every time she eats, so the food won't get a chance to be cocky. If the food isn't cocky, it can't grow meat on Zhuzhu and turn her into a piggy. Hee hee. Her expression was both dejected and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she rubbed her own little head and praised herself. Zhuzhu is so smart, Bo Yanzhou. Bo Shiyu. Peidu turned his head away and ate in silence. After dinner, the little bun wanted to drag her two brothers to watch cartoons. Bo Shiyu had no problem. He went to school 5 days a week, and occasionally his weekends were occupied by. So all in all, Bo Yanzhou spent more time at home than he did. Given that someone had a history of teaching the kids shooting, machete fighting, and cursing when he was away, Bo Shiyu planned to use the time between dinner and bedtime to bond with Zhuzhu and also teach her some knowledge through play. He naturally wouldn't refuse. With a smirk, he took Zhuzhu's little hand and headed to the living room. Peidu, having worn a fake smile all day, was exhausted and had no interest in playing with Bo Zhuzhu. He turned to leave for the room the butler had prepared. But the moment he turned, a small hand grabbed his sleeve. The young boy impatiently looked back over his shoulder and saw Zhuzhu staring at him with her big, innocent eyes. Seeing him turn around, the little bun began to commit cuteness crimes with her soft, sticky baby voice. She blinked as docile as a little white cat. Pie to Gidge, that slurred pie to Gidge shattered all the impatience in his eyes. Cute creatures or things always bring joy and soften hearts. Peidu was no exception. The young boy's heart softened. He turned his head away, awkwardly hesitated for a moment, and then extended his hand. An hour later. After playing house with her 10 times, Peidu's face was dark as thunder. Damn it. While playing this idiotic game, he regretted every second why he had been such a fool. He could have just gone back, but because Bo Zhuzhu called him Pie to Gidge, he eagerly followed her. Facing the face that had persecuted him in his past life, playing this stupid game he hated. The boy coldly cursed in his heart. Peidu. With your idiot behavior, you deserve to be killed by her in your past life. He couldn't take it anymore. He threw the little pot in his hand onto the carpet, opened his mouth. The little bun with wide eyes leaned and reached out a chubby paw and touched his forehead. Her baby voice, filled with confusion. Gidge is not comfortable. Why face so dark? Bo Shiyu saw through it, but didn't say anything. He sat aside and teased casually, who knows? Could it be that you're mad because you don't want to play house with Zhuzhu? Peidu. The boy pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and instinctively put on a fake smile. It's the lighting. How could Big Brother not want to play house with Zhuzhu? The little bun immediately covered her cheeks and giggled shyly. Her little paw waved. Then let's continue playing. Hey do. Seeing him stay, Bo Shiyu spoke slowly, probing. It seems you are about the same age as me. Did you come with Uncle Pei and were left in the Bo family? Pei-du smirked without mirth. Your dad threatened me into coming back from the amusement park. Every word seemed squeezed through his teeth. Bo Shiyu's hand, which was combing the Barbie doll's hair, froze. His gaze at Pei-du was full of disbelief. He had known that Bo Yanzhou had been inhuman for a long time. But he really hadn't expected that he would go to an amusement park and kidnap a child. Wait. It seemed that around this time Bo Yanzhou had a project he wanted to cooperate with Pei-yu on, but something had made things unpleasant between them. Was it about this cooperation? Perhaps the shock in his eyes was too obvious. Pei-du snorted, about to say something, when a small negative baby voice sounded from beside him. No, daddy, said it's Paidu Gij's daddy, who wants Zhuzhu's daddy to bring Paidu Gij home to be Zhuzhu's. B. The kid's mind got stuck again. She had just learned a new word a few days ago. She asked Sister Taozi, and Sister Taozi said it was a word that expresses two people being very affectionate. What was it called? Zhuzhu thought carefully. She felt that based on her relationship with brother Pei-du, calling him by full name would be too distant, and just calling him brother wouldn't work either, because she only had one biological brother. So the kid's eyes lit up, and under her brother's gaze, she shouted crisply at Pei-du, hubby. Daddy said to bring Paidu Gij home to be Zhuzhu's hubby. As soon as these words were spoken, the big CEO, who was drinking water in the dining room, nearly choked to death. The man slammed his glass down with a bang, coughed twice, turned his head face dark, and strode over, his voice raised. Bo Zhuzhu, you fucking say that again. What the hell are you bringing him? Anyone with a bit of sense would see her father's face like that, and quickly change their words to appease him. After all, Bo Yanzhou was the undisputed head of the Bo family. But the chubby mushroom happened to be completely clueless. Not only was she clueless, she was even a bit dim-witted. Zhuzhu shook her head and squealed excitedly, be hubby. The approaching man's face instantly turned livid. Pei-du silently stared at the little bun in front of him, and some doubts in his heart faded away. If it were the Bo Zhuzhu from the past life, she would have chosen the answer most beneficial to herself, because she had always been obedient and well-behaved in front of Bo Yanzhou. Bo Yanzhou felt he was about to die of anger. His daughter, whom he hadn't even warmed in his hands, yet had her heart stolen after just one trip out. What was most infuriating was that the one who stole his daughter's heart was the son of that stinking durian, Pei-yu. At this moment, each step Bo Yanzhou took toward his own little cabbage was especially heavy. 100 ways to teach his silly cabbage flashed through his mind. Just as he approached Zhuzhu with a dark face, the little bun bounced over and hugged his leg tightly. Bo Yanzhou took a deep breath, his long eyes narrowing. The idea of educating his cabbage instantly collapsed. The man turned without hesitation and ordered the butler, throw that brat Pei-du who's seducing my daughter out of here. What a lousy project. With so many people and companies on this earth, he refused to believe no one was more suitable than Pei-yu. Pei-du heard this, but wasn't angry. He didn't want to stay here anyway. He had confirmed some things today. It was time to go back. He patted his clothes, stood up, and agreed, without hesitation, no need, I'll leave by myself. Bosher sitting on the other side. He stepped forward and grabbed Pei-du, then turned to look at his big daddy with eyes full of exhaustion. What are you going crazy about again? This is Dilling Elegant Court, there are no taxis. What if something happens to him walking back alone? The big villain, accustomed to being arrogant, opened his mouth to throw money at people without thinking, but in the next second Bo Shiyu accurately predicted, don't tell me you're going to throw money again. Pei-du is Pei-yu's son. Can you afford to throw money at Pei-yu? The Bo family and the Pei family had always been rivals. He and Pei-yu could be said to be very at odds. Hearing his cheap son's words, he immediately frowned and opened his mouth, but in the next second, the young boy stared at him, his voice deep. Don't tell me you're going to pull that kingdom breaks when the weather turns cold. Stun again. The Wang family might break, but are you sure you can break the Pei family just because you wanna? Bo Yanzhou. Fine. His rebellious son, he couldn't argue with him, but could he at least avoid him? He turned around, expressionlessly grabbed the kid, and intended to take Zhuzhu out to stay elsewhere. However, another accurate prediction. Bo Shiyu stepped forward calmly and stopped him. Zhuzhu can't sleep without me at night. If you want to go out to calm down, go by yourself. The man's face turned dark as ink. He laughed in anger. This is my home. Why should I leave? The big CEO carried Zhuzhu and turned to go upstairs. Vaguely, Bo Shiyu seemed to hear him muttering softly to Zhuzhu, your brother was kicked in the head by a pig when he was little, that's why his brain doesn't work well, so daddy lets him get away with it. Even if he's disrespectful and insolent, daddy still tolerates it. After all, he's my son. A father must have tolerance for his stupid child. Zhuzhu, do you understand? The little bun scratched her head in confusion. Zhuzhu doesn't seem to understand. What's this about? Normal people would think that following the pattern of linking up and down, Bo Yanzhou's next sentence should be kind and gentle to show his greatness as a father. Unexpectedly, Bo Yanzhou was sharp-tongued, and with shocking words he added, that's because you're stupid. The picture of loving father and filial daughter shattered instantly. The little bun instantly felt wronged, tears welling up as she cried. Witnessing all this, Bo Shiyu and Pei-du. It was hard to describe. Upon reaching the second floor, Bo Yanzhou initially intended to place Zhuzhu back in her own room. However, no sooner had he stepped inside than a thought crossed his mind. Just moments ago when he was about to take Zhuzhu away, what had that rebellious son said? Something about Zhuzhu can't sleep without me. The implication was clear. All these days his precious daughter had been right under that brat's nose. Living in his house, yet she dared to share a bed with another man. Sharing a bed and a pillow. The great CEO Bo was nearly fuming with rage. Clenching his teeth, he poked Zhuzhu's chubby cheek and demanded, "Do you really like your brother that much? You even have to sleep with him. You're 2 years old and still sharing a bed with someone else." The little milk dumpling's plump face bounced with each poke, and her soft, babyish voice carried a hint of shyness. Embarrassed, she buried her head in her father's chest and mumbled, "Zhuzhu." Zhuzhu is scared all by herself. Hearing this only soured Bo Yan's his mood further. Well, he was the father after all. When his foolish daughter had a problem, she didn't think to come to him. Her first instinct was to run to that rebellious son. He couldn't intervene in her education, she wouldn't let him comb her hair, he had no say in her diet, and now even when she was afraid of the dark, her first thought was to seek out Bo. So what was he, a father? Just a figurehead? Was the child Bo use? Was he not allowed even a single shred of participation? The great CEO Bo was enraged. Truly enraged. Turning around, he slammed the door shut and stormed off to his own room, carrying the little one in his arms. This time he would reclaim everything that was rightfully his. In a fit of fervor, he was brimming with excitement. Yet carrying the little piglet back, he found himself utterly at a loss. The next morning, the great CEO Bo descended the stairs with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Little Zhuzhu was happily nestled in her father's arms, but when she looked up and saw her brother and brother Pei Du already seated at the table, she immediately slid down and scampered over to them. This time Yanzhou didn't stop her, because for the first time he had experienced the hardships of childcare. That little piglet was far too rambunctious at night. How did that rebellious son ever endure it? Well, like father, like daughter. The great CEO Bo certainly knew how to flatter himself. A sudden flash of insight struck him. He mused, that rebellious son is always at odds with me, forbidding me from touching this, or that concerning Zhuzhu. Could it be that he was actually trying to share my burden? Just because he's in his rebellious phase, his words come out as harsh as farts. Fine. Understandable. How could the mighty head of the Bo family stoop to bickering with his own rotten son? The man sneered inwardly, then turned to Bo Shiyu with a forced smile, his handsome face marred by dark circles and a distinctly sour expression. Bo Shiyu, what madness has that dog of a man gotten into now? Showing off his dark circles. Idiot. The young boy remained expressionless, turning his head to gently stroke Zhuzhu's little head and chat with her, a smile playing on his lips. Bo Yanzhou, seated at the head of the table, observed. Oh, sneaking a smile, are we? As expected, his son was still the obedient good boy he used to be. Having concocted this truth, the man's mood lightened considerably. After breakfast, Bo Yanzhou and Bo Shiyu both departed. One for school, the other for the company, to prepare for a project collaboration. Watching her father and brother leave, Zhuzhu's cheerful expression fell. She let go of the doorframe, squatted on the ground, pouted, and looked utterly displeased. Pei Du found this quite unusual. In truth, seeing Bo Zhuzhu unhappy should have delighted him, but for some reason, he felt no joy, only a certain restlessness. Not knowing what came over him, the young boy stepped forward, looked down at her, and asked coldly, "Are you upset?" Zhuzhu shook her head listlessly. Daddy has to go out every day to earn money for Zhuzhu, but Zhuzhu can't help. Brother goes to school every day, and Zhuzhu doesn't see him all day long. Zhuzhu wants to go to school too, but Daddy says Zhuzhu is too short, so I have to grow a bit more first. The little milk dumpling pouted, her voice muffled. Zhuzhu isn't a good child. Zhuzhu wants to play with Daddy and brother. Zhuzhu doesn't like being alone at home. Crouched before him, a tiny bundle, she reminded him in a daze of his younger self. Hiding in dark stairwells, peering enviously at children his age laughing and playing below. Pei Du pressed his lips together awkwardly, turning his head away. He'll play with you. At these words, the previously dejected little girl whipped around, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her gloomy face instantly lit up with a smile as radiant as the sun. She stood up and pattered over to her brother Pei Du, arms outstretched. Pei Du's heart softened, and he unconsciously bent down, opening his arms. But the next second, the little dumpling stopped right in front of him, only tugging at his sleeve. Tilting her head, she asked, but, wouldn't it be uncomfortable for brother Pei Du to pretend to be happy playing with Zhuzhu when he doesn't really like her? The young boy, whose face was painted with a fake smile, froze. She could tell he didn't like her. Perhaps because Pei Du's gaze was too shocked, the little girl noticed. She huffed in a babyish way and stomped her foot. You all think Zhuzhu is a little fool, but Zhuzhu is not. Zhuzhu knows everything. She pulled a face and analyzed with reason, because brother and brother Pei Du's smiles are totally different. Brother smiled. Zhuzhu's large round eyes seemed to sparkle with stars, and even her fair cheeks flushed pink. She was the very picture of a cute baby. And brother Pei Du smiles like this. The little one squinted her eyes into deadfish shapes and curled her lips in a smile. Well, it didn't look very bright. But even if it wasn't bright, this set off alarm bells for Pei Du, because she could see through his disguise. So Bo Zhuzhu must be clever. Didn't that mean she could very well be the same arrogant and overbearing Bo Zhuzhu from her past life? Just as he was thinking this, the little milk dumpling kept that deadfish smile and turned to snort. Pei Du's face instantly darkened. He heard the little one drawl in her soft voice, brother Pei Du doesn't like Zhuzhu, but still smiles at her. Is it because Brother Pei Du's skin doesn't like Zhuzhu. What the hell? Before he could react, the little one covered her mouth with her paws, as if she had discovered a huge sea. This is what they called tsundere. Zhuzhu knows. Uncle told Zhuzhu that tsundere means the outside doesn't like Zhuzhu, but the inside likes Zhuzhu, so much just like she danced around happily doing a crab walk. Pei Du, whose nerves were taut. So it was a false alarm. The little fool even knew how to use a twist. Children are naturally restless. After playing with Pei Du in the main building for a while, the little girl wanted to go outside, insisting that no one follow her. But since the master of the house was absent, the butler dared not make a decision. After all, the young miss was too young. If she were a bit older, it would be no problem for her to go out and play, but at such a tender age, and so naive, it would be like inviting kidnappers to scam her. So he flatly refused. The little one threw a tantrum, longing to go out, which made Pei Du think about going home too. Although that crazy woman usually didn't bother much with him, she was still his mother after all. Having stayed at the Bo residence for one night, he confirmed a few things. First, Bo Zhuzhu was very likely not the same Bo Zhuzhu from his previous life. Second, he was not the only one who had been reborn. Bo Shiyu might have been reborn as well. Third, and most importantly, he had met Bo Zhuzhu earlier than in his previous life, and an event had occurred that he had never experienced before. Bo Yanzhou had recognized his identity and brought him home, keeping him there. That meant the future had already changed. He could no longer measure it by what he had experienced in his past life. Would his mother's illness strike early as well? As this thought took hold, his heartbeat seemed to accelerate in tandem with his anxiety. Soon a paralyzing fear consumed his entire mind. The young boy's expression shifted drastically. Turning to the butler, he said, "I need to go home. My mother is not well, I have to go see her." The butler nodded, showing understanding, but did not allow him to leave. Instead, he gave a formal smile and said, "The master ordered that you are not to leave this estate until he and the head of the Pei family have reached an agreement." Pei Du's face darkened, his voice laced with obvious anger. "I said I just want to go back for one look. If you're worried, feel free to send someone to accompany me." The butler said nothing, merely looking at him with a smile, clearly refusing. The young boy's face turned ashen, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, and finally, he stormed off in fury. Zhuzhu tilted her head, looking at the kind old butler in front of her, then at Pei Du Gij's retreating figure. The little milk ball blinked, tugged at the butler's sleeve, and asked in a soft, drawling voice, "Butler Grandpa, why won't you let Pai Du Gij go home to see his mama?" Pai Du Gij, the butler smiled and rubbed Zhuzhu's little head, knowing his young miss was innocent. He didn't explain too much, merely mumbled a few vague answers before taking Zhuzhu back inside to watch cartoons. Inside the main building, after Pei Du used the guest phone in the living room to call Bo Yanzhou, his anger subsided somewhat, but he remained distracted. The little one sitting on the carpet seemed to be playing with toys, but in truth, she kept her eyes on her Pei Du Gij. Seeing Pei Du Gij unhappy, the little ball couldn't cheer up either. She drooped her head and listlessly played with it. Suddenly, the little one had a brilliant idea. As if thinking of something, she swiftly got up from the ground, and after furtively glancing left and right to ensure no one was around, scurried over to Pei Du, leaned in, and whispered, "Pai Du Gij, do you want to go out and see your mama? Zhuzhu can take you out. Zhuzhu knows there's another little door in the back." The young boy frowned, a bit skeptical. After all, with wealthy people, the richer they were, the more they believed in feng shui. He had never seen a rich family install two main gates. But seeing how earnestly the little one spoke, Pei Du decided to follow her, half in doubt. All along the way, the little scamp acted sneakily, rolling one way, then dragging him behind a flower bed, then taking 3 steps, and crouching to roll another 3 steps, hiding behind. The little one squinted, holding 2 flowers, and turned around to wave smugly at Pei Du. "Pai Du Gij, this place is safe, come quickly. No one's watching us, let's hurry." As she spoke, a gardener approached. The little milk ball's alarm bells rang instantly. Forgetting her head, she covered her big eyes with the flowers in her paws and plucked the ears, while stealing the bell manner, mumbling, "Can't see Zhuzhu, can't see Zhuzhu." The gardener, who had intended to speak to them, thought Zhuzhu was playing a game with Pei Du, and stood there smiling for a while before leaving. Then Pei Du saw the little ball nearby move the 2 flowers away from her eyes, curl her lips, and flash a confident smile with dead fish eyes. She turned around proudly, lifting her small chin at him, as if to say, "See, I told you to bring flowers. Look how awesome I was just now." Pei Du. Thus one person and one ball stumbled their way to a small house. She stopped, her big eyes darting left and right as if checking for onlookers. Seeing Zhuzhu like that, Pei Du had a vague guess the door she mentioned was probably not a proper one. Sure enough, the next second the little one trotted over on her short legs, rummaged through a pile of grass in the corner, and soon revealed a small, delicate, fan-shaped dog door. Pei Du. It really was a dog door. The little ball seemed quite proud, gazing at that door with increasing satisfaction. Children always think small things belong to them, so this little dog door became Zhuzhu's exclusive little gate. The little one grunted proudly, then got on all fours and crawled through the opening. After crawling out, she turned back, poked her head in, and sincerely invited Pai Du Gij, "Come out quick." The 80-year-old boy sized up the small dog door then himself, and, bracing himself. Fortunately, due to long-term malnutrition, his build was much thinner than that of his peers. Though it was a tight squeeze, he managed to wriggle through. Once out, he stood up, dusted off his clothes, and was about to leave when he noticed the little milk ball hadn't gone back. Instead, she was gazing at him longingly, as if she wanted to go with him. In the past, Pei Du wouldn't have cared whether Bo Zhuzhu lived or died. In fact, he might have even added fuel to the fire, hoping she would die outside. But now, Since realizing this, Zhuzhu was very likely not the original Zhuzhu. Pei-du was in turmoil. Seeking revenge seemed unjust. She was innocent. Not seeking revenge felt unfair because she still wore the same face as that Zhuzhu. So the best course was out of sight, out of mind. It would be better if they no longer crossed paths. After a moment's thought, the young boy deliberately hardened his expression, pointed at the dog door, and commanded you crawl back in. The little one who had originally wanted to go out with Pei-du Gij immediately shook her head wildly. She threw her arms around Pei-du's leg. No. Zhuzhu doesn't want to go home. Zhuzhu wants to go out and conquer the world. Zhuzhu wants to go out and play. The young boy's brows knit together. He reached to pull her off, but she clung stubbornly, and the little ball started wailing loudly. Startled, Pei-du clamped his hand over her mouth. Remembering they were still within the grounds of Bo Manor, he didn't dare linger or make too much noise. So he had no choice but to take her along for now. He had planned to take her to the police station once they left the Bo Manor grounds, but plans changed faster than expected. No sooner had they exited the manor's perimeter than they ran straight into kidnappers lurking there. Pei-du still intended to throw Zhuzhu back, so the two began arguing as soon as they walked out of the villa area. They completely failed to notice two suspicious people hiding in the grass nearby. Hey, they're out. But are they Bo Yanzhou's kids? What if we kidnap the wrong ones? The fat man scratched his head, his square face full of confusion. The thin man, exasperated, slapped him and lowered his voice. You idiot. Doesn't Dylan Ye you in only house? If they're not his kids, are they yours? The fat man suddenly understood and nodded. Looking at the distant figures of the big and small, he gestured hesitantly. The boss told us to kidnap Bo Yanzhou's youngest daughter, but there's another kid beside her. Should I go and chase him away? The thin man, trembling with rage, gave him another slap. Use your brain. The one with Bo Yanzhou's little daughter must be the Bo family's young master, Bo Shiyu. You kidnap his sister right in front of him and leave him behind. Are you afraid Bo Yanzhou won't know who did it? The fat man felt wronged and lowered his voice. Then what do we do? The thin man's shrewd eyes darted. After a moment of thought, he said coldly, kidnapping one is the same as kidnapping two. Since the boss wants a child from the Bo family, we might as well take both. The two brothers exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Then they dashed over with lightning speed and clamped their hands over Zhuzhu and Pei-du's mouths and noses. With a reverse motion, they drew out needles and stabbed them in the necks. Zhuzhu immediately tilted her head, stuck out her tongue, drooped her paws, and passed out. Pei-du's first reaction upon having his mouth and nose covered was to slam his elbow hard into the chest of the person behind him. But a child's strength is no match for an adult's. He was firmly jabbed with the needle by the thin man and promptly lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, he dazedly glanced toward Zhuzhu and clearly realized that these people were after the little fool. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of voices reached his ears. The young boy opened his eyes unsteadily and saw inside a black Jeep. The man in the passenger seat was twirling a knife in his left hand while holding a phone in his right, chatting enthusiastically with someone on the other end. Boss, rest assured, we've caught the child. This time not only his daughter, but we've also captured the Bo family heir, Bo Shiyu. Fine, we're almost there, don't worry. The thin man hung up the phone, swayed his knife, and began to sing in high. Meanwhile, Pei-du, who had just woken up, found the road increasingly suspicious. Why did this road look more and more like the road to Pei Yuzi's Feitsue Lanting? Could it be that the one who wanted to kidnap Zhuzhu is Pei Yuji? As he thought this, a sound of gulu-gulu came from beside him. The little one lying on the seat, still drowsy, clenched her little fists and rubbed her eyes without opening them. She wobbled and began to demand milk. Zhuzhu hungry. Want milk? Brother, milk. Seeing this, Pei-du quickly reached out, pulled her into his arms, and patted her back to soothe her. Hearing this, the two kidnappers in the front exchanged a glance, and both turned to look at the back seat. The little ball in her fluffy dress was all pink, her small face rosy and delicate. She was holding Pei-du's hand, lying in his arms, her just opened eyes full of drowsiness, just like a newly awakened kitten. Seeing someone lean in, the little one instinctively raised her little paws and grabbed the thin man's dark hand. The thin man was startled. Feeling the soft touch on his fingers, he paused, his expression changed, and he yanked his hand back abruptly. Pointing at Zhuzhu, he warned in a sinister tone, there's no milk here. Little brat, if you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut, or else. He sneered and threatened, I'll kill you. This shout finally snapped the bewildered Zhuzhu to her senses. The little one blinked her big eyes in confusion, looking left and right. Finally, her gaze fell on the thin man's face. She grabbed the little bun on her head, hugged herself, and shook her head seriously. No. Uncle Zhuzhu is not a piggy, so uncle can't slaughter me. The thin man couldn't understand her babbling and interrupted impatiently, shut up. The little pouty girl had no liking for this fierce uncle. Instead, she nestled in her brother Pei-du's arms and asked on her own, Uncle, who are you? Shut up. Uncle, why doesn't your car have a child's seat? My daddy says we kids must sit in that seat when we get in the car, otherwise it's not safe. Uncle, why don't you have that little seat? Does Uncle want Zhuzhu to be unsafe? Shut up. Uncle, why doesn't your car have stars? Daddy's car has stars, Zhuzhu often counts them. The thin man could no longer tolerate it. He raised his short blade and pointed it fiercely at Zhuzhu, his face ferocious. I fucking told you to shut up. The little one was frightened by the knife, staring blankly at the blade extended before her. Then she came to her senses. Her little mouth pouted. In a pitiful, babyish voice, she pointed at him and accused, You're mean to me. seeing that this kid still didn't know her place. The thin man was so angry he laughed. He withdrew his knife, slightly gestured with it, and threatened, "Little brat, say one more word to me. They'll chop off your paws." Seeing that the thin man was truly enraged and afraid he might actually chop off the little girl's paws, Pei-Du quickly pressed Zhuzhu tighter in, but the little one was oblivious. She looked left, right, up, and down. Under the thin man's displeased gaze, Zhuzhu tilted her head like a confused cat. But Uncle's mama isn't in the car, so why does Uncle want to chop off Zhuzhu's paws? The thin man. The fat man. Pei-Du. The young boy twitched his mouth. Well, he was now completely certain. This Bo Zhuzhu was simply a fool. At these words, the thin man, who had been furious, oddly fell silent. He silently withdrew his knife and turned around. He opened the Baidu search bar and typed, "Does the Bo family of Shengjing have a genetically mutated idiot?" Below a post, "OP, there's absolutely no such thing. Trust me, the Bo family of Shengjing is universally acknowledged for their superior genes. For the past 5 generations they have all been extraordinary prodigies in business. Is the OP driven crazy by the world of geniuses?" The thin man silently gripped his phone and turned to look at the little one behind him. At some point Zhuzhu had already climbed off Pei-Du and leaned in. Staring at the characters in the search bar, the little one indicated she was unfamiliar with, but to save face in front of brother Pei-Du and outsiders. The little one pretended to be profound, put on a serious face, nodded, and babbled nonsense. Did the mushrooms turn into braised sunflower seeds this morning? She gave the thin man a dazed look and exclaimed, "So Uncle likes braised sunflower seeds." The thin man. Damn, a bad feeling. Why does it feel like we've caught a fool? Pei-Du remained unruffled by this. He recalled that Pei Lianxi had once told him that around this time in her past life Pei Yuji seemed to have a project in hand. He sought collaboration with Bo Yanzhou, but a previous disagreement had soured their relationship. Neither party was likely willing to make the first move. Thus, to ensure a higher probability of cooperation, the two, who were birds of a feather in their unscrupulousness, tacitly agreed on the same course of action. Bo Yanzhou kidnapped Pei Lianxi while Pei Yuji abducted Bo Shiyu. Only upon exchanging hostages did they realize that each held a project indispensable to the other. Though the collaboration was a resounding success, it was precisely because of this incident that Pei Lianxi's health deteriorated further. By the time he was brought home he could no longer stand, and had to rely on a wheelchair. If it was indeed that kidnapping, he and this little silly one probably wouldn't be in mortal danger. Only, he wasn't ready to return to the Pei family just yet. Meanwhile, the skinny man and the fat man were about to lose their minds. The black Jeep came to a screeching halt. The two kidnappers looked down at the blurry background photo on their phone, then lifted their heads to see the little one craning forward, curiously tugging at their hands to get a look as well. The fat man scratched his head. "Bro, why does she look dumber than me? Did she have hydrocephalus at birth too? How pitiful." The skinny man, suppressing his panic, shoved aside Zhuzhu's paw that was grabbing his hand, and jabbed the knife handle into her chubby little belly. "Turn around, you." The chubby mushroom blinked, always remembering her brother's teachings. But my brother said kids shouldn't move around in the car, it's very dangerous." The skinny man was nearly losing his mind. Because the silhouette in the photo, though blurry perhaps due to the briefcase on its back, gave the immediate impression of a shrewd child. Moreover, the silhouette in the picture was much thinner than this kid. Adding to the earlier signs, the skinny man dared not even think about it. He gritted his teeth and was about to strike Zhuzhu's head with the knife handle, but in the next second the little dumpling was turned around by Pei-Du. The kid was no longer what she used to be. Since arriving at the Bo residence, she had gained at least 4 or 5 gene. The round-head little one now faced the skinny and fat men, resembling an assembly of 2 large buns. The little bun on her head, flattened from lying on the chair after fainting, was now all askew. She looked entirely like a little simpleton. Just then Pei-Du seemed to sense something was amiss, so he innocently and fearfully hugged the dumpling closer, timidly asking, "Uncle, are you looking for someone?" At these words the already unsettling premonition grew stronger. The skinny man's sharp eyes instantly turned to him. Now he truly sensed something wrong. Pei-Du's clothes were clearly from a street stall, and, trembling, he took out his phone and searched. Lo and behold, the young boy in a suit and tie on the screen bore a striking resemblance to Bo Yanzhou, at least 70 to 80%. It was over. The skinny man, clutching his knife, shouted in despair, "Who the hell are you? If you're not Bo Shiyu, don't you know to speak up?" He had bragged to his boss. Pei-Du continued to act timid, holding Zhuzhu and shrinking his neck. "We didn't know who you were looking for." As for Zhuzhu, whether due to the anesthetic shot, her mind was foggy. But she seemed to understand that these people were not good, they were bad. So trembling, she nestled in brother Pei-Du's arms, revealing only her tearful big eyes. Imitating him, she shrank her chubby neck and repeated in a milky voice, "We don't know who you're looking for." The skinny man, eyes blazing with fury and unwilling to give up, grabbed the little bun on Zhuzhu's head and demanded through gritted teeth, "Little brat, what the hell is your names?" The little milk dumpling, frightened by his ferocity, trembled, her face quivering. Holding her head, she looked as if she wanted to cry, but dared not, sobbing incoherently, I, Mama. Zhuzhu. Zhuzhu doesn't know what her mama is called. Woo. Daddy. I want my daddy. The skinny man was so furious he felt his brain short-circuit. He had just sensed something off. Who was Bo Yanzhou? He was the master of a 300 billion business empire. How could his daughter be a dumb pig who couldn't even understand simple words? Furious to the point of collapse, he pointed at Zhuzhu and cursed, "You're a pig. If you're not Bo Yanzhou's daughter, why didn't you say so sooner? Are you messing with me?" The little dumpling, scared into loud sobs, clung to her brother Peidu's chest. Hearing this, she immediately clenched her little paws and whimpered in a milky voice, "Then Zhuzhu will tell uncle now Zhuzhu is daddy's daughter." The skinny man couldn't take it anymore and shoved her head aside. "You damn piglet, stop flattering yourself. Look at your silly self pretending to be Bo Yanzhou's daughter. Have you no shame?" The milk dumpling was stunned by the shout. Tears still on her face, she stared blankly at the skinny and fat men, leaning and seemingly unable to believe she had been insulted. She clenched her little paws, no longer afraid, her face flushed with anger. Gathering all her strength, she shouted at the two, "You're the pigs. Your whole family are pigs." The fat man, who had suffered from hydrocephalus since childhood and hated the word pig, immediately bellowed back at Zhuzhu, "You big stupid pig. You dumb piggy. You ugly pig. You fat pig." With the last word, Zhuzhu was stunned. Snapping out of it, she was ablaze with rage. Summoning strength she didn't know she crawled over, opened the car door, and slid down from the seat. Glaring with triangular eyes, she wailed, "You're bad guys. You're bad guys. Zhuzhu doesn't like you. Zhuzhu doesn't want to play with you. Zhuzhu hates you." With that, she jumped out of the car with great dignity, huffily tugged at Peidu's clothes, and said, "Brother Peidu, let's go." Watching this increasingly absurd turn of events, Peidu's mouth twitched as he followed her out. They hadn't taken 2 steps when the skinny and fat men's heart-wrenching roars came from behind. "Go ahead. Who wants to play with you anyway? You've wasted our time. Get lost, you pig." With that, the jeep sped away. "Peidu. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. This was just ridiculous." He looked at the little toddler stomping away in fury, her back radiating anger, and couldn't help but sigh. What a mess. Pei usually cherished tranquility, so his Emerald Orchid Court was a villa built on a mountain in the suburbs. Nearly an hour had passed since they were taken. By now the Bo family must have noticed something amiss. Peidu surveyed his surroundings and confirmed they were in the outskirts. Watching the little one waddling ahead without a care, Peidu feared she might get lost. He stepped forward and pulled Zhuzhu back. The furious little ball of fluff her paw caught instantly felt wronged. Tears welled up as she turned and pointed at the empty space behind, indignantly tattling. "Brother," he insulted Zhuzhu by calling her a piggy. "Brother, did you hear that? He said Zhuzhu is a piggy." The child's wide eyes were filled with disbelief. "He actually called me a pig. Even my daddy doesn't say that, and he dared to say it. Oomph. Zhuzhu won't like them anymore." Though she didn't know them before and didn't like them now, it didn't stop the child from stomping her feet. In anger, her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. Peidu couldn't help but curl his lips and let out a soft laugh. This was probably the happiest he had been since his rebirth. With nothing to worry about and nothing to think of, even facing the face that once terrified him in his past life, his body no longer trembled in fear. Because she was not her, and Bo Zhuzhu was not Bo Zhuzhu. No one hit him, no one called him a bastard. Peidu suddenly pathetically wished things could stay like this forever. But that was clearly impossible. Though the kidnappers had left them behind for now, there was no guarantee they wouldn't return. Rather than waiting for rescue, it was better to rely on themselves. Peidu pondered. The Bo Manor was in Dili-Yiyuan, a famously affluent area in the heart of Shengjing. An hour's drive away, walking back was clearly out of the question. Surrounded only by roads and greenery, with not even a police station in sight. That left only one option: take Bo Zhuzhu back to his home first. Even by the nearest route, the distance to his home was far from short. Peidu had thought that even if Bo Zhuzhu wasn't the scheming green tea bitch from his past life, a child pampered in a wealthy family wouldn't be able to endure such hardship. He had even considered that if the little one couldn't take it anymore, he wouldn't mind carrying her a bit. But reality was completely different from what he had imagined. The little one with her unsteady waddle followed closely behind him step by step, for a full half hour without a single complaint. Though she grew more labored with each step, her face covered in sweat, and she wobbled with exhaustion, she still clenched her little paws and struggled to keep up with Peidu's pace. This was a sight he had never seen on her face in his past life. In this life, though he had only stayed at the Bo residence for one night, it was clear how much the family doted on little Bo Zhuzhu. Not just Bo Yanzhou and Bo Shiyu, but even the servants treated Zhuzhu as if she might break, holding her whenever possible, never letting her take an extra step. Peidu genuinely admired the little one for managing so well. In fact, watching the stumbling child behind him, he even had the illusion that she was walking herself thin. His heart softened. He knelt before the little one, his voice gentle. "Zhuzhu, come here. Big brother will carry you." The little dumpling felt utterly miserable, like when she dreamed of getting a chicken leg, but was woken by Sister Peach before she could eat it. Hearing Peidu's words, Zhuzu's eyes lit up, but the moment she saw the sweat-soaked hair on his forehead, she shook her head like a rattled drum. "No, Zhuzhu doesn't want big brother to carry me." She walked around him, her little face expressionless as she swung her arms and legs. "Zhuzhu will walk by herself. Zhuzhu has long legs. It's not like only Zhuzhu is a tired kid. Brother Pei is super tired too. Daddy's saying is good, like father, like daughter. She can't embarrass daddy." The little milk dumpling clenched her paws into fists. Peidu was caught between laughter and tears. He scooped her up from behind, holding her in his arms, and teased, "With your tiny legs, if you go weak after 2 more steps, won't big brother have to carry you anyway?" Zhuzhu shook her head, frantically waving one short leg to prove her point. No. Zhuzu's legs are hard, not soft. Sister Peach says, "Eat what to mend what." Zhuzhu eats chicken legs every day, so Zhuzhu's legs are mended. They're hard. Pei-du was amused by her childish babble. Having never coaxed anyone, he didn't know how to handle a 2-year-old like Zhuzhu. But seeing the little dumpling's determined expression, Pei-du knew that unless he gave a reason that made sense to her, she would never let him carry her. After all, the little one was in danger because of him. If he hadn't suggested going home, Zhuzhu wouldn't have taken him through the dog hole, and they wouldn't have been kidnapped by Pei-yu's men. A 2-year-old's bones weren't as developed as one might think. If this caused her to become bow-legged. The young boy looked down at the chubby little one in his arms, staring blankly with dead fish eyes. He furrowed his brow. He thought she was already dumb as a rock, not even a tenth as clever as the two-faced green tea bitch from his past life. If she ended up bow-legged too, how would she even live? Moreover, given Bo Yanzhou's nature, he would definitely blame him for this. So carrying her was his only option. But it definitely wasn't because he was worried about Bo Zhuzhu that he offered to carry her. He was simply weighing the pros and cons, and choosing the most favorable path for himself. Yes, that was it. The young boy patted Zhuzhu's little head. Though he wasn't good at coaxing, he was a master at spinning lies. Big Brother's back is getting sunburned in this summer heat. If Zhuzhu could let Big Brother carry you and block the sun for me, that would be great. He lowered his eyes, his fair face, painted with sorrow, the corners of his eyes reddening, exuding a sense of fragility. The young boy looked at Zhuzhu with hope choked up as he ventured, "It's just, I wonder if Zhuzhu would help Big Brother." The little milk dumpling was instantly swayed, slapping her thigh. "Help, definitely help. Even if it kills her, shed help." She patted her chest, her little voice brimming with confidence. "Brother Pei, don't worry. As long as Zhuzhu is here, I won't let Grandpa's son touch you even once." Saying that, the little bun climbed onto her brother Pei-du's back like an octopus, clinging tightly. Pei-du unconsciously curled his lips at the sight. Thus the tall and the small walked on the asphalt road under the scorching sun. The summer sunlight was brilliant and blazing. The leaves of the poplar trees by the roadside swayed incessantly in the gentle breeze, and the sunlight filtering through the dancing shadows of the trees fell upon the young boy. He turned his head to glance at the little one on his shoulder, who was earnestly trying to shield him from the sun, and his steps became, after an unknown length of time, when the sunlight streaming down from the sky gradually softened, Pei-du and Zhuzhu, exhausted, dragged their tired bodies back to the old residential building near the edge of Xinjiang. Here old buildings were densely packed, and the iron security nets outside had become heavily rusted from years of exposure to wind and sun hanging along the peeling wall. Unlike other neighborhoods, this place seemed forgotten by the world. There were no stone-paved roads or asphalt roads, only age-old bluestone bricks covering the ground. The entire compound was paved with bluestone bricks. As Zhuzhu followed Pei-du, the little bun stared wide-eyed, utterly curious. She looked left and right, never tiring of the sight. The little milk dumpling clutched the hem of the young boy's clothes, her tiny voice brimming with excitement. "Is this Brother Pei-du's home?" The young boy nodded, faintly glanced at her, and explained, "It's too late today. Bear with it, and stay here for a while. When we get home, I'll call your father." The little bun nodded obediently, then shook her head as something occurred to her. Finally, she tilted her head like a puzzled cat, and said, But Zhuzhu doesn't know Daddy's phone number. What should we do?" Pei-du looked at her, and said, "I know your father's phone number." He had just called Bo Yanzhou that morning, so he could roughly remember the number. Upon hearing this, the little bun's eyes instantly became starry. Like a devoted fan, she gazed unblinkingly at her brother Pei-du, let out an exaggerated squeal, and generously flashed 2 peace signs at him. "Wow, Brother Pei-du is really amazing. Just like my brother, who can do everything. Is Brother Pei-du a superhero? Zhuzhu gives you a thumbs up." The young boy looked at her 2 peace signs, fell silent for a moment, but ultimately couldn't bear to interrupt her. She couldn't even tell a thumbs up from a peace sign. Was this little one a newly awakened sprite from a TV drama? How could she know nothing? He took the little one's hand and led Zhuzhu through twists and turns, finally stopping in front of the old dilapidated building tucked away in the corner. He was just about to step inside. A burst of jeering laughter came from beside them. 5 or 6 children around 7 or 8 years old had formed a group. Seeing Pei-du approach, they shouted loudly from a distance, "Wild child with a mother, but no disciplined, fatherless and motherless wild child." The leader, a chubby boy, rushed over, furiously pointing at Pei-du and glaring, roaring, "Pei-du, where have you been? It's all your fault. You slipped out to enjoy yourself while your crazy mother throws things at home every day, making so much noise I can't. My mother was right. You're an ungrateful bastard. Why don't you just die?" As he spoke, he grew angrier, his breathing becoming heavier, his fat face trembling. Zhang Lei, enraged, shoved him. "I'm telling you, if you don't give me something delicious to make up for it today, I. He looked left and right, then picked up a twig from the ground and threatened, "I'll beat you to death." Such words had been heard almost every day since Pei-du could remember. Because Tan Baiwei was mentally unstable, she often scolded or beat him at home, or threw things to vent her anger, which strained the neighborhood relations, and everyone but they had been somewhat kind to him. Later, after learning somehow that Tan Baiwei had been a mistress abandoned by a wealthy man, they no longer treated him well. Because he was the child of a mistress, no one would sympathize with the offspring of a mistress. Pei-du cast a cold, sharp glance at him, a look as if he were staring at a dead man. No matter how arrogant Zhang Lei was, he was still an 80-year-old child. Stared at by Pei-du's ghostly gaze, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat from fright. He couldn't even meet Pei-du's eyes. The person before him was extremely thin, seemingly unable to carry anything on his shoulders or lift anything with his hands, and his physique was 3 times smaller than Zhang Lei's, yet he simply dared not look into his eyes. He could only avert his gaze, gripping the branch in his hand tightly, as if seeking some comfort for himself. The young boy stared at him fixedly for a while. He clenched his hands as if thinking of something, but ultimately chose to ignore him. He turned around, took Zhuzhu's hand, and walked upstairs. Only then did Zhang Lei let out a sigh of relief. The next second he came to his senses and glared fiercely at Pei Du with a twisted face. But when he saw the child beside Pei Du, he was instantly stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful little sister. The little fat boy blushed, his eyes darted around, and he immediately stepped forward and grabbed Zhuzhu, shouting deliberately, "Little sister, don't you know? Pei Du is a bastard." The little milk dumpling was startled by the sudden action. Seeing the chubby boy who resembled the pig that once nuzzled her bottom, she involuntarily shrank back and hid behind her. She poked her head out, looked up at the big fat boy with a confused expression, not understanding. Just now this big brother kept angrily calling Pei Du Gij a wild child, but she couldn't quite understand. Why would Pei Du Gij be a wild child? Zhang Lei was almost melted by Zhuzhu's cuteness, so he spoke even more earnestly. "Little sister, you're so young you probably don't know what a bastard is, right? Big brother will tell you a bastard is a wild child with no one to care for, a mother, but no discipline, no one loves him. You're so young, don't learn bad things from him." Only then did Zhuzhu understand a bit. So it wasn't severe as she had thought, but wild child. The little one immediately glared with triangular eyes and retorted angrily, "You're lying. Brother is not a wild child. Brother has Zhuzhu to love him. Brother is not a wild child at all." The gathered children immediately started shouting in rebuttal, "He is a wild child. He is a bastard. My mom said he's the child of a mistress. His mother is no good, so he's no good either." The children grew more and more outrageous, but Pei Du seemed already accustomed to it. He didn't argue, only silently endured. He didn't seem to care about his own reputation or others' opinions. After all, what they said was also the truth. The young boy's gaze darkened. He was just about to pull Zhuzhu upstairs when the little hand in his suddenly slipped away with a whoosh. In an instant, a string in his mind snapped, and his body stiffened involuntarily. He lowered his gaze subconsciously, now almost afraid to look at Zhuzhu. In truth, Pei Du said he didn't care, but in his previous life he had been bullied to death because of his illegitimate status. How could the scars etched deep in his soul be so easily smoothed away? Moreover, even though he had been reborn, Pei Du was still only a 13-year-old child when he died in his past life. His usually perfect facade shattered in an instant. Pei Du's face changed, his mind went blank, and the hand that had been holding Zhuzhu's still hung frozen in the air, trembling slightly. Because he feared that he would see that same look in Zhuzhu's eyes. He feared seeing the beau Zhuzhu of that past life. But clearly he had already been reborn once, had already warned himself. Yet why? Why did he still feel fear in his heart when he heard someone call him a bastard again? Why did he still care about the opinion of a child? And that child bore the face he loathed so deeply. The young boy's one straight back had unknowingly slumped. The hand that had frozen midair slowly withdrew to his side, clenched into a fist. He waited in silence, expecting Zhuzhu's gaze of disappointment and disgust. The next second, a firm, childish voice reached his ears, "You're lying." Pei Du's pale face flickered with astonishment. He looked up dazedly. The little dumpling before him, not even half his height, was spreading her tiny claws fearlessly to shield him. For a moment, Pei Du could hardly believe his ears. What did she say? Didn't she despise him? He was the illegitimate child who had shattered someone else's family. As if answering Pei Du's inner doubts, Zhuzhu's resolute, childish voice came again, "You're lying. Brother Pei is not a wild child at all. What brother's mother did has nothing to do with brother. Brother is a good child. You don't know right from wrong and just scold him. You're the bad children." The young boy's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the small yet determined figure before him. His jade-like face revealed a mixture of complexity and shock without reservation. The little milkball's voice continued, though lisping it was firm, "Brother Pei has someone who loves him. Zhuzhu loves brother, so brother is a child who is loved, not a wild child." The little one's cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish in anger. Hands on her hips, she recalled the way her villainous daddy looked when he was furious and pulled her chubby face down sternly. Glowering fiercely at the crowd, she shouted in her intimidating, childish voice, "If you dare to scold my brother Pei again, I'll scold you to death. He'll beat you to death." The little one didn't usually know how to curse. The only phrase she knew wasn't very threatening, but she wasn't stupid. She knew she had to strike while the iron was hot, and thoroughly. So after thinking it over, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she suddenly remembered a phrase her brother always used when she misbehaved. Her eyes lit up, and she declared fiercely, "My daddy is a murderer and arsonist, and he stops at nothing. Naughty children get eaten by daddy. If you dare to bully brother Pei again, he'll have my daddy eat you all up." Indeed, based on his resentment toward his useless father from both his past and present life, Bo Shiyu had instilled in Zhuzhu a every man for himself philosophy, always portraying himself as the positive role model. Well, he couldn't say much else, but in terms of character and integrity, he was far superior to Bo Yanzhou. And when the little one occasionally misbehaved, like when she was addicted to candy and threw tantrums for unlimited sweets, and positive discipline failed, Bo Shiyu usually resorted to his second educational strategy. That was using negative examples to intimidate. And the negative example naturally was Yanzhou, the one who always held the child back. Thus, whenever Zhuzhu was disobedient and unreceptive to discipline, Zhiyu would say in a somber tone with a dark look, "If Zhuzhu doesn't behave, Yanzhou will come to eat children." Of course, the daddy-obsessed little one had raised her little claws to question the rumor of her daddy eating children. But wasn't it easy to fool a little kid? Zhiyu could only give an explanation with a helpless and pained expression. Daddy used to have a bad brain and always did terrible things. Later, when his brain got a little better, he started eating naughty children. But maybe because he ate too many bad kids, his brain got worse and worse, and he did even more awful things. But he never expected that the little one who was always good at gaslighting herself wasn't scared at all. She was even proud of it. After a bout of imagination, she was so moved that she immediately hugged Yanzhou and sobbed loudly. Because she had figured it out. Daddy knew that eating too many bad kids would make his brain go bad, but he still worked hard to eat them. This was what brother called sacrificing oneself for others. And, most importantly, Daddy had eaten so many bad kids and still had such a sharp mind. Daddy was so great and amazing. Well, Zhuzhu felt she must look incredibly formidable now, so she proudly lifted her chin and looked down at the group of 7 or 80-year-old boys before her. But she was wrong. Her fierceness in others' eyes was no different from acting cute. Even a stray cat passing by could meow more fiercely than her. The crowd jeered and mocked. "Stop defending him. He's the famous bastard around here. My dad told me his mother is no good, so he must be no good either. Birds of a feather. His father abandoned him, and his mother is a crazy lunatic. Maybe he's sick too. Right? He used to fight with my dog for food. He's a bastard with a mother, but no upbringing." A torrent of abuse swept over again. The little dumpling's face flushed red as she fought back, with her lisping childish voice retorting each insult one by one. Finally, annoyed by the child who couldn't out-talk them, one of the group, enraged, lunged forward and shoved Zhuzhu. His thin dark face twisted with anger as he pointed at Zhuzhu and cursed, "You're defending him like that. Are you a bastard too?" At this, the others acted as if they had discovered a new continent surrounding Zhuzhu, and accusing her. "Wang Chong is right. She must be. Look at the clothes she's wearing. My dad said those gold-digging women always dress up flashy." The little dumpling was stunned by the fall. When she came to feeling the stinging pain in her palm, her lips quivered, and she burst into loud sobs. Crying, she wailed for her daddy. The sobbing childish voice made the boy who had been standing pale-faced suddenly lift his gaze. He fixed his eyes coldly on the one who had spoken. Glaring icily at Wang Chong, Pei Du picked Zhuzhu up from the ground, without hesitation, and swung his fist, landing. Each punch was fiercer than the last, as if he didn't care about his own life. After all, they were just 7 or 80-year-old children. Though they usually jabbered on acting like they knew it all and were tough, they were actually a bunch of cowards who bullied the weak. There were so many of them, they could have pulled him away. But what happened? Perhaps because Pei Du now was so different from his usual self, they were all scared out of their wits and scattered in a flash. Pei Du threw a few more punches, but mindful of Zhuzhu, let go. The young boy, his gaze cold and sharp, grabbed Wang Chong by the collar and dragged him before Zhuzhu, commanding tersely but unequivocally, "Apologize." How could Wang Chong dare not apologize? After doing so, he turned and ran away, his face beaten like a pig's head, wailing heartbreakingly. As he ran, he shouted, "Just you wait. You dared to hit me. I'm telling my mom boo-hoo." Pei Du didn't even glance at him. He only crouched down and brushed the dirt off the little one who was squatting by the stairs, staring at him with wide, aggrieved eyes. After a day of kidnappers' arguments and scuffles, the once gleaming little dumpling had turned into a dirty mess. When no one comforted her, she was fine. But the moment someone gently patted her little head, Zhuzhu couldn't hold it in anymore. Waving her scraped little claws, she cried, "Brother Zhuzu's claws are bleeding." The little one was usually delicate with tender skin. Though it was just a push, the wound looked terrifying, her tiny palm smeared with blood. Pei Du's heart clenched. He hadn't cried when he was bullied, hadn't cried when his mother beat and scolded him, hadn't even cried when he jumped from the building over his own tragic life. But somehow, seeing the baby girl who had been hurt defending him, he wept. Gently cradling her bloody little hand, he choked out between sobs, "I'm sorry. Brother was wrong." Why did he cry? Perhaps because, in his 2 lifetimes amidst countless curses, this was the only and sole defense he had ever received. And Zhuzhu was the first person in both his lives to stand unflinchingly before him and protect him. In truth, Pei Du had considered leaving her outside, but this old neighborhood had poor security and a low standard of public decency. He feared Zhuzhu would be bullied again. After some deliberation, he ultimately carried the little bun upstairs. Just as he reached the door, he set Zhuzhu down and opened it. Before he could step inside, a slap came flying from within. But Pei Du, as if anticipating it, stepped back the moment he opened the door. Inside, the woman who slapped had emerged with a ferocious expression. She was strikingly beautiful, with long wavy hair cascading to her waist, bold red lips, and a cheap old-fashioned floral red dress. Apart from her overly pale and twisted face, she resembled a radiant beauty from a Hong Kong film. The woman shoved Pei Du hard and scolded him mercilessly. "You finally remembered to come back. Out all day. Do you want to starve me to death? Why don't you just die out there?" Her hysterical curses made Zhuzhu tremble and shrink behind her. Pei Du, Gidge. Swallowing her saliva, she mustered her courage to defend him. "Gidge. Gidge didn't mean to. Don't scold, Gidge. The woman's glaring eyes shifted to Zhuzhu. Her expression twisted oddly as she reached out to grab her, but Pei Du swiftly blocked her. The young boy frowned, pushed her back, and shielded Zhuzhu behind him. Tan Baiwei stumbled as she was shoved against the door, her fury instantly flaring. She lunged forward, and with a sharp crack, Zhuzhu was so frightened she began to sob. "Don't hit Pei Du, Gidge." Tan Baiwei seemed possessed, her mind unhinged. She pointed at Pei Du and cursed endlessly before storming back into the room to start smashing things. After a long while, a stream of curses came from inside. "Why don't you get in here already? What are you standing out there for?" Pei Du turned and gently patted Zhuzhu's little head to comfort her. "It's okay, Gidge is here. Don't be afraid. She's just not in a good state of mind. She won't hit Zhuzhu." Only then did the little milk bun timidly clutch Pei Du's clothes and shuffle inside. The old furniture in the room looked dusty, and the floor was littered with broken flower pots and porcelain shards mixed with soil. The table was also piled with clutter. Seeing Zhuzhu and Pei Du enter, she cold-faced and began muttering curses again. "You little bastard, you've really grown some nerve. Gone for over a day without a trace, and you still remember to come back." Pei Du's expression remained indifferent, revealing neither joy nor anger. Yet this very demeanor seemed to provoke Tan Baiwei. She abruptly stood up, raised her hand to strike Pei Du, but then, as if recalling something, she turned sharply toward Zhuzhu. The woman screamed, "You annoy me. Get over there and stay out of my sight, or I'll beat you to death." Zhuzhu had never witnessed such a scene. She was utterly terrified and did exactly as told. Crying and wailing, she rolled on the floor to the side, hugging her head and calling for her father. The next second, with a loud crash, a glass cup smashed into Pei Du's forehead. Blood streamed down his pale face as the cup shattered on the floor. The woman's incessant curses continued as she grabbed 2 more cups and threw them to the ground. Zhuzhu was completely stunned. When she came to, she cried out in panic and with trembling little legs tried to rush to Pei Du. But whether from fear or something else, her little legs couldn't seem to stand. The little one wailed in desperation and crawled over on all fours. Just as Gidge was within reach, the next moment someone grabbed the back of her collar and tossed her onto the sofa. The woman glared at Zhuzhu. "You little fatty. Without my permission, if you dare step on my floor, you'll see if I beat you." Pei Du's eyes flashed with a murderous glare, his patience exhausted. "What are you doing? She's Bo Yance's child. Touch her again and see what happens." Tan Baiwei kicked the table impatiently and yelled, "You ungrateful bastard, what are you shouting for? I don't care who she is. Aren't you going to clean up these shards? Do you want me to get cut to death? You're just as worthless as your cursed father. I've had nothing but bad luck with you too." Tan Baiwei transformed into a different person the moment she started cursing Pei Du, spitting out one venomous sentence after another. The little bun sitting beside her wanted to cry, but dared not. Just as she was about to scoot away with a pitiful face, she met Tan Baiwei's icy glare. The little one instantly froze, feeling as if she had escaped the wolf's den, only to walk into the tiger's mouth. She buried her fluffy little head low, clutching her paws and trembling like a kitten grabbed by the scruff of its neck, too afraid to make a sound. After a long while, Tan Baiwei had cursed enough. She rummaged out a first aid kit and tossed it disdainfully in front of Pei Du. Turning to look at the tiny ball curled up on the sofa, she snorted, "Hurry up and bandage her little dog paws. If you get even a speck of blood on my sofa, I'll beat you both to death." With that, she turned and slammed the bedroom door. "I'm going to sleep. If any of you makes a sound, I'll kick you out." What a nuisance. Meanwhile, at the Bo Manor, they were frantically searching. Bo Yanzhou had originally been in the middle of a major deal when the butler called to say the kid was missing. He was so frantic that he snapped a pen in half while signing. Rushing back, he checked the surveillance and discovered there was a dog hole. Bo Yanzhou was both amused and furious at the little rascal. When Bo Shiyu returned from school, he wasted no words and immediately ordered the dog hole filled in. All the external surveillance had been deleted. Clearly this was a premeditated kidnapping, and Zhuzhu had stumbled into it just as she crawled out of the dog hole. The CEO's mind raced, quickly reviewing possibilities. He narrowed down a few targets and immediately made calls to demand answers. But everyone was shocked. None of them knew where his daughter was. Bo Yanzhou even began to suspect that his useless father had ordered the kidnapping. Could it be the Pei family? Bo Shiyu, equally frantic, asked with a grim face. The man narrowed his eyes and glanced at his cheap son. The young boy stood straight, his words seemingly resolute. Because he remembered that in his past life around this same time Bo Yanzhou had fallen ill and kidnapped the Pei family's sickly child, and Pei Yuji had retaliated in kind by taking it, combined with Pei Du's early appearance. He immediately asserted, "Father, I'm 90% sure it was Pei." Bo Yanzhou waved his hand dismissively, unusually confident. Impossible. With that peacock's personality, if he had taken Zhuzhu, had have called by now to blabber and make them. Just as he said that, the phone rang. The man frowned, glanced at the unfamiliar number, and answered. "Hello." Because he had lost his daughter, the big CEO was in a terrible mood, and when he was in a terrible mood his words were far from polite. His voice was as explosive as a firecracker, loud and cold. On the other end, the little bun was startled by her father's voice. She snatched the phone and stuffed it into Pei Du's hands, whining, "Gidge got the number wrong, that's not my baba. My baba isn't that fierce." And hello. The little one puffed out her cheeks and repeated in grievance, "Pei Du." He sighed and explained into the phone, "Zhuzhu and I were taken this morning. Something happened, and now we're at my place. They'll send you the address soon. I'll come pick her up." He paused, then added seemingly intentionally, "The kidnapper mistook me for Bo Shiyu." The route seemed to be heading toward the mountain outside the suburbs. After saying that, he hung up. On the other end, Bo Yan's his face darkened instantly. The mountain outside, wasn't that where that bastard Pei Yuzi's mountain Villa Faitsue Lanting was located? So it really was that pervert. Assistant Li, who was used to getting into trouble with his boss, wasn't scared at all. In fact, he even had a hint of excitement for the impending chaos. Sensing the moment, Assistant Li narrowed his eyes, coldly stepped forward with a slight nod, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Boss, shall we take him down?" The man snorted, his deep voice thick with anger. "Take him down until he's dead." The man waved his hand dismissively and commanded coldly, "Go order a coffin for that sickly son of Pei Yuji. Bo Shiyu, you come with me to pick up the kid." Assistant Li acknowledged and turned to walk out with great enthusiasm. On the other side, once the door was closed, Zhuzhu's rabbit-like courage returned just a little. She was now having her little paws treated with medicine by Pei Du. The milky little girl hung her head utterly wilted, and because she had been tied up by the kidnappers and pushed to the ground, the whole little bun looked dirty and disheveled. Pei Du's heart felt as if it were breaking. He lowered his head and carefully dabbed iodine on her. The boy's eyes, hidden beneath his hair, were downcast. After a long silence, he opened his mouth to say something when suddenly the little bun leaned closer. A cool sensation came from her forehead. The little one sniffled, her small voice trembling with tears. "Brother Pei, does your head still hurt?" The young boy was stunned. Seeing the little one's anxious face, all scrunched up for some reason, his nose stung. He quickly lowered his head and choked up for a moment. When he looked up, he had already composed himself. A gentle smile curled at the corners of his lips, but his voice was slightly heavier than usual. "It doesn't hurt. Big brother is indestructible." The little one pouted, her eyes rimmed with red, and for the first time, she showed a bit of cleverness. "Zhuzhu doesn't believe that. Indestructible is Sun Wukong, not Big Brother. You all think Zhuzhu is silly. Zhuzhu is actually very smart. Big Brother's head was bleeding. How could it not hurt? Zhuzhu's paws hurt so much from bleeding. Big Brother's head must hurt even more." The smiling young boy only felt a mist before his eyes, a lump in his throat, and tears streamed down his face as he smiled through curved eyes. He tried desperately to control his emotions, but for some reason the more he suppressed them, the faster the tears fell, as if they were defying him. Finally, the young boy gently pulled Zhuzhu into his arms, his shoulders trembling, as he wept silently for the first time. For the first time, he felt that living in this world was worth it. At that moment, he seemed to understand and to let go. He could have endured the darkness if only he had never seen the light. If all the loneliness and suffering in a person's life were predetermined, then the hardships and dangers of the past life were worth exchanging for such a unique radiance. And even if he were called a bastard for the rest of his life, what did it matter? The sun was setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the old white painted window, casting a dreamlike veil of golden gauze over the sky. Inside the room, the young boy held the little bun tightly in his arms, as if he had found a treasure. The light of the setting sun fell upon them, warm and healing at that moment. Because there is a crack in everything, and that is where the light comes in. Inside the room, Tan Baiwei curled up on the floor, her face pale, a trace of blood at the corner of her. The cold, emotionless voice sounded in her mind. Host, final warning. Do not deviate from the character setting. Deviating from the original character setting will result in erasure from the world. At that time, your mother, who is still ill in the real world, will also lose her life points and die because of you. Tan Baiwei clutched her chest, biting her lip hard, cursing fiercely. Damn it. You talk so smoothly. But he's not your son, so you don't care. Didn't I throw 3 cups at him? What else do you want? The cold mechanical voice crackled twice, and came again, detected that 2 of the cups landed inconsistently, causing no substantial harm to Pei Du. Extending host's heart-stabbing pain for half an hour. Executing immediately. Tan Baiwei was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. She had been here for 6 years, enduring this torment every day, and she was truly going mad. 6 years ago, she had just graduated from university when news came that her mother was ill. Her father, a construction worker, had died in an accident on the site, leaving her and her mother to depend on each other since childhood. But her mother's illness was severe and incurable, and the medical bills kept piling up. She gradually couldn't afford them. On the night the hospital issued a critical illness notice for her mother, Tan Baiwei stayed by her mother's side, crying all night until she passed out. Perhaps heaven took pity on her, because when she woke up there was something in her mind that called itself a system. The system said that if she played the role of the villain's wicked biological mother well, and successfully made him turn dark, it would help her cure her mother. Tan Baiwei immediately agreed with great joy. After all, it was all fake, just paper characters in a book. As long as she could save her mother, she could manage it. That very day, she traveled into the story. But unexpectedly, the task card the system gave her was not the kind of wicked she had understood. It was truly wicked. Making her scold people was the lightest. In severe cases, she had to hit them with brooms, feather dusters, or whatever was at hand. 6 years ago, Pei Du was only 2 years old, his face still unformed and adorable, making people want to ruffle him. He loved to follow her around every day, calling mommy mommy. Tan Baiwei's heart softened immediately. She couldn't escape the condemnation of her conscience, and had already decided to give up the mission. But the system told her there's no turning back once the arrow is shot. If she gave up, she would be erased, and at the same time her mother in the real world would die as well. Tan Baiwei had no choice but to continue with the mission. She always hypnotized herself into believing that everything here was fake. But after staying in this world for so long, she still couldn't bear it. For 6 years, she regretted her decision every moment. On one side was her mother, who depended on her. On the other side was an innocent child she had spent 6 years with. Later, her mental state gradually deteriorated, alternating between madness and lucidity. In her mad moments, she had nearly beaten Pei Du to death 7 or 8 times. The system believed this would better help the villain turn dark, so it never responded to her pleas. Tan Baiwei lay on the floor, her red dress stained with blood. She was barely breathing, her eyes half closed, her face pained and sorrowful. After an unknown amount of time, a knock came at the door. Pei Du glanced at the little bun, who was hugging a succulent and talking to herself, then turned and strode out. He opened the door to find a group of black-suited bodyguards standing outside. The leading man bypassed Pei Du without a word and strode straight into the room. His cold eyes swept over the room and immediately locked onto the little lump sitting on the living room floor with her back. The tense string in the man's mind loosened. His brow relaxed and his voice was slightly hoarse as he swallowed. The chubby little body of the self-entertaining baby paused. She turned around, revealing a small, grimy face. Seeing her father again, Zhuzhu didn't know why, but she suddenly felt terribly wronged. Her eyes welled up and she scrambled up from the floor, sticking her bottom out. Waving her 2 bandaged paws like balls, she flapped her short legs and threw herself into her father's arms. Burying her messy little head in his solid chest, she nuzzled and sobbed, her baby voice tinged with tears. Daddy. The man's heart ached painfully. He bent his knees, touched the ground, and carefully cupped Zhuzhu's grubby little face with his slender knobby fingers. The little one's face was smudged here and there. The light pink dress she had put on in the morning now looked dark and dull. Her little paws were completely bandaged into balls, and she was filthy all over. Even the diamonds on her little crystal shoes had been knocked off several. With Bo Yanzhou's arrival, she seemed to have found a protector. The grievances she had accumulated all day collapsed in an instant, and she snuggled into her father's arms, whimpering and shedding golden beans. The man's face remained impassive, but inside, he was aching with distress. Looking at the little dirty bun in his arms, he fumbled to wipe her tears. He was furious in his heart. Hey Yuji, just you wait. How dare he turn his daughter into this? If he didn't settle this score, his name wasn't Bo Yanzhou. When Bo Shiyu entered, what he saw was a little grimy bundle. He exploded on the spot. He stepped forward, pulling Zhuzhu into his arms, examining her from every angle, and finally began to shed tears as he held her 2 little paws, which were wrapped up like zongzi. Ever since the little one arrived at the Bo family, due to the presence of the biggest uncertainty factor in the household, he feared Zhuzhu might be led astray. Thus, from major matters like diet and daily routine to minor details like dressing and matching outfits, he personally handled almost everything. In Bo Shiyu's heart, little Zhuzhu was truly no different from his own daughter. If Bo Shiyu felt this way, then Zhuzhu, the one being cared for, needed no further elaboration. She was incredibly close to her brother. The moment she saw that her own brother had also come, her mood, which had almost been soothed by Bo Yanzhou, suddenly plummeted. Her small mouth pouted, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears like egg flowers. The little one waved her arms and babbled incoherently, accusing how she had been kidnapped, and how those vicious kidnappers had attacked her with malicious words afterward. Then, wobbling like a crab, she began to demonstrate how long she had walked with Brother Paidu. After finally arriving at Brother Paidu's home, her little paws had burst their bandages, and her innocent childish words and truly miserable experience left Bo Shiyu torn between laughter and tears, his heart aching with pity. The little dumpling was not only soft in appearance, but also soft in speech. Although she narrated the whole process haltingly, everyone present understood her perfectly. Bo Yanzhou, though infamous for his ruthlessness, was not one to be unjust. Knowing that Pei Du had put in considerable effort to bring his daughter back so early, he generously waved his hand and told him to name any request. In response, Pei Du merely shook his head, his gaze turning to Zhuzhu with tenderness and reluctance. No need, for he had already gained something far more precious. Since he didn't ask, Bo Yanzhou didn't insist. He directly handed him a bank card with 100 million yuan along with a villa in the central district of Shengjing. He said he owed him a favor, and that if he ever needed help in the future, he could come to the Bo family to find him. As for those little brats who had bullied his daughter, he wouldn't let them off just because they were young. In a narrow corridor, a thin man who had just stepped out and a plump woman in an apron were cursing around their son with heartache. It's a rebellion. It's truly a rebellion. That bastard Pei Du dare to hit you. If I don't kill him today, my surname isn't Wang. Wang Chang, covering his face beaten into a pig's head, cried heart-wrenchingly, "There's another bastard. There's another little bastard, Wu Wu." The plump woman, upon hearing this, was so angry her teeth itched. What? There's another bastard? These days wild children are everywhere. How many times have I told you to stay away from that bastard Pei Du? Who knows what diseases he might carry? And you dared to touch those bastards. When you get back, wash yourself thoroughly and make sure you don't catch any disease. Who are you calling a A low, cold voice sounded. The man in a suit and leather shoes had a cold expression, his emotions unreadable, his entire aura decisive. The plump woman, hearing this, instinctively retorted, "Who else? That little bastard who's with Pei Du." After speaking, she turned around, and seeing the imposing scene, was so frightened she fell silent. Bo Shiyu, standing beside Bo Yanzhou, stared at her coldly, his eyes half-flitted. "Dare to call my sister a bastard? Do you know what it means to have a loose tongue?" Bo Yanzhou frowned, unwilling to waste a single word. He waved his hand, and with a bang the old door in front was violently kicked open. A group of black-clad bodyguards escorting Wang's father and mother filed in with great order. The commotion caused people to stick their heads out for gossip, but upon seeing the scene they quickly withdrew in fear, afraid of being implicated. Inside the room the man frowned, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. I'm here, today, specifically, to teach your children a lesson. I've always loved helping others. Since you can't educate your child properly, I don't mind disciplining him for you. Without another word, he waved his hand and directly ordered, beat him. The bodyguards receiving the order stepped forward to restrain Wang's parents, pinned Wang Chong onto a bench, and raised their hands to spank him. Wang's father, seeing this, widened his eyes as if unable to believe he would actually lay hands on a child. He immediately struggled and shouted, my son is still young. How can an adult be so petty with a child? With such a big show, if you dare touch my son today, he'll expose you online. Don't think we're afraid just because you're rich. Then just wait to be ruined and pay compensation. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards standing beside Bo Yanzhou looked at Wang's father in astonishment. How dare he say such a thing? The big villain found it extremely amusing. He crossed his legs, leaned back, chuckled, and clicked his tongue. Oh, it's been years since anyone mentioned my reputation to me. The last person who spoke to me like that is now buried so deep the weeds over his grave are as tall as you. But since you reminded me, it's true that an adult bullying a child isn't quite right. The man frowned and waved his hand, signaling them to stop. Seeing this, Wang's father, with his twisted face pressed down, instantly raised a smug smile. He knew these rich people cared most about their reputation. Rich people's money was the easiest to earn. Wang's father even secretly hoped the man would actually hit his son. He could easily extort $1 million from him. Before he could be happy, the next second the man sitting on the chair curled his lips into a smile and changed his tune. This stubborn citizen is right. It's not appropriate for adults to meddle in children's disputes, so. He raised an eyebrow at his cheap son and directed, you go and fight him. I spent $8 million on boxing lessons for you. If you can't beat him today. Bo Shiyu rotated his wrist and turned his head. You'll disown me. The man smiled without warmth. They'll kill the Bo Shiyu. He raised an eyebrow in surprise and sneered sarcastically. Didn't realize you actually care about me. Bo Yanzhou smiled. I'm just heartbroken over the money I spent on you. Bo Shiyu. Well then, he might as well not have asked. Bo Shiyu loosened up, then charged at Wang Chong, and they began to fight. To be precise, it was a one-sided beating. But he was also careful with his strength, not beating him to death, though he did draw blood and cause injuries. Bo Shiyu's reasoning was simple. His sister's hands had bled, so this culprit had to bleed as well. His beating wasn't particularly severe, but in the eyes of Wang's father and mother that wasn't the case. Wang's mother and father went from crying heart-wrenchingly while calling Wang Chang's name and accusing Bo Yanzhou of being inhuman, to lying on the ground begging, and finally, to threatening in anger and shame. Our child is just young and ignorant. He just learned a few words from others, and you beat him like this. Is there no justice left? My son. Just you wait. He'll go to the police station and sue you. The man sneered coldly upon hearing this, is being young an excuse for him to casually call others bastards. Whoever makes a mistake bears the consequences. Don't say it's him. Even if a 2-year-old bullied my daughter today, I'd still retaliate. You should be glad I'm trying to be a good person now. Otherwise he wouldn't just have Bo Shiyu fight that scrawny little monkey. He would have nipped the problem in the bud and gone for total destruction. Though this shabby little home wasn't worth destroying anyway. Having said that, he raised his wrist to check the time. Your son pushing my daughter is settled. As for him cursing my daughter, I just wait for the lawyer's letter. The man straightened his sleeves, glanced at Lin Jiao standing beside him, then abruptly stood up and walked away without looking back. The young boy gave Wang Chong a cold glance, then turned and followed. The group of bodyguards filed out with great order. Lin Jiao took a few red banknotes from his wallet and threw them on the ground, smiling. This is for the door. Please be punctual for the court hearing. Seeing that they had finally left, Wang's mother scrambled over, hugged the wailing Wang Chong, and cried with a runny nose and tears. She simply couldn't understand how just a few childish scuffles could have brought such a group of people. Looking at her beaten son, Wang's mother trembled with heartache, but didn't dare to follow and curse. Instead, she plopped down in the corridor, slapping her thighs and wailing, everyone come and judge for yourselves. Our Wang Chong just accidentally pushed their child and said a few careless words, and those people are so petty they won't let a child go. Not only do they want to beat my son, but they also want to be the first to accuse us. It's just a useless daughter, not a son. I don't know why they protect her so much. It's outrageous. Outrageous. Hearing this, the people who had poked their heads out to watch the fun dared not make a sound. Before they gossiped about this and that, because no one had ever come knocking. Now, they all covered their mouths and dared not speak. That man just now looked anything but easy to— that aura. Those bodyguards. You've bitten off more than you can chew. Always gossiping, you deserve that beating. Why didn't they tear your mouth apart? A woman who had once been slandered by her spat at her viciously. Wang's mother's face turned pale. She hadn't expected that none of the neighbors would speak up for her, and she finally slunk back into the house in embarrassment. She had wanted to stand on the moral high ground to gain sympathy, but little did she know. Bo Yanzhou had no morals, he only protected his own. The little milk dumpling was unaware of all this. After a series of events today, being kidnapped, walking and enduring fright and shock, once she nestled in Bo Yanzhou's arms, she relaxed completely and fell asleep with soft rhythmic breaths. Upon returning to the Bo residence, since the little dumpling was fast asleep and couldn't be bathed, Taozi could only change her soiled clothes, wipe her dusty little face, and reband. Thus she slept for nearly 2 hours. When mealtime arrived, and Bo Shiyu came to call the little one for dinner, no matter how he tried she wouldn't wake. Instead she drowsily opened her tiny mouth to blow bubbles, and only then did he realize something was wrong. He quickly instructed Taozi to fetch Dr. Zhang while he himself grabbed an ice cube, wrapped it in a clean towel, and placed it on Zhuzhu's forehead to cool her down. The little milk dumpling's face was flushed crimson, her head dizzy and heavy. Tears streaming down, she swayed and pointed at her own head, babbling incoherently. Wu head seems cooked, but Zhuzhu doesn't know what flavor she is. Her eyes swirled like tangled yarn. In her haze, Zhuzhu seemed to remember Zhuzhu. Zhuzhu seems to be mushroom-flavored. She struggled to get up, licking her own paw to taste herself, but her body was too weak to move. All she could do was open her mouth and stick out the only thing she could control, her tongue. Out it went and it came. Out it went and it came. Out it went and it came. This comical sight left Bo Shiyu, who was pacing anxiously, both amused and exasperated. This little one. Even when running a fever, she had to be different from everyone else. By the time Bo Yanzhou arrived upon hearing the news, Zhuzhu had grown tired of sticking out her tongue. Just then Bo Shiyu left to fetch her some water, vacating the spot by the bed. And then the great CEO saw his precious daughter bite her little tongue and tilt her head to the side. Terrified that she had fainted like last time, he rushed over and gently patted her little face. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The little milk dumpling's eyes bulged like woolen circles as she stuck her tongue in and out, murmuring, "Mushroom, mushroom," under her breath, as if she wouldn't give up until she tasted. That silly empty-headed look showed just how delirious her fever had made her. Staring at the tiny bundle on the bed, Bo Yanzhou's expression remained impassive, but his heart, he thought of how lively she usually was, running wild after every meal, never crying when she fell, just picking herself up with a grin and continuing to play. Bo Yanzhou had never seen her so weak and sickly before. For a moment his icy heart twinged with pain. Frowning, he looked at this silly little cub, brought so low by a mere fever, and first hated himself for being unable to bear it in her stead. Then he hated Pei Yuji, that wretched scoundrel, who kidnapped his daughter and brought this calamity upon her, and regretted not beating that scrawny monkey, who pushed her to death. After blaming everyone in a circle, the man lowered his gaze, shooed all the servants out, had Dr. Zhang examine her and administer medicine, and then stayed by Zhuzhu's side, refusing to leave. Bo Shiyu was initially uneasy, afraid his father would cause some trouble. He thought to offer a few words of advice, but when he glanced over and saw Bo Yanzhou staring fixedly at the little figure on the bed, he was momentarily stunned. A complex, indescribable emotion surged within him. The young boy clenched his fists and walked out in silence. The man's cold voice rang out, "Bo Shiyu." The young boy's slightly drooping eyes lifted, a faint light flickering in them as he turned at the sound. The man inside didn't turn around. With his back to him, he lowered his voice as if afraid to disturb the sleeping child, and said curtly, "Turn off the light." His gaze dimmed as he reached up to switch it off. In the dim room, only a small warm lamp was left on, casting an orange glow over Bo Yanzhou. The young boy stared at that silhouette. Unbidden, his mind flashed back to when he was 3, caught in the rain with a high fever that made him delirious. He had run crying to Bo Yanzhou, shouting, "Dad, don't go." And Bo Yanzhou's response had been, "A little fever like this isn't worth. From now on, unless he's dying, don't." In truth, children of 2 or 3 don't retain many memories. Bo Shiyu had no recollection of most things from before that age. But this one thing he remembered for 2 lifetimes. After leaving the room, the usually composed young boy let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. Reborn into this life, he thought he had grown more mature and steady, merely maintaining a surface-level peace with Bo Yanzhou. He believed that after enduring the pain of his broken legs in his past life, all that remained for Bo Yanzhou was overwhelming hatred. But now when he saw that cold, indifferent father treat what he once called a trivial little fever with such gravity, he felt both relief and sorrow. He was relieved that his sister hadn't suffered what he had, and he was also sad. Sad that in both his past and present lives, he was merely a pawn in the Bo family. Bo Yanzhou wasn't heartless. He was simply heartless toward him. The young boy let out a soft laugh, and his clenched fists suddenly relaxed. The next day, Zhuzhu's fever broke. Having slept so much, the little milk dumpling was bursting with energy. Early in the morning, she turned on the TV and hopped around on the carpet, singing off-key songs with her untrained voice. Since it was Saturday, both Bo Shiyu and Bo Yanzhou, father and son, surprisingly stayed home. The lively, bouncing little milk dumpling inexplicably started clamoring that she wanted to go to school. Of course, this idea was immediately and mercilessly vetoed by Bo Yanzhou. In truth, he had already arranged for her schooling. But after yesterday's events, the great CEO was terrified that his little cub would be bullied, and thus he was very reluctant to let such a defenseless little milk dumpling out into the world. Father and daughter started bickering again over the school issue. The cub wanted to go out. Bo Yanzhou scolded her for being unrealistic with her hand not fully healed. The cub wanted to learn. Bo Yanzhou scolded her for trying to run before she could even tame her own legs. This newly sentient little cub experienced the cruelty of the human world for the first time. She couldn't win an argument, and she couldn't win a shouting match. Frustrated, she clutched her head and let out a series of howls, then angrily strapped on her little backpack and declared she was going out to find Brother Paidu. With a flurry of movements, she charged forward without looking, and the next second, she slammed straight into someone's legs. The cub instantly tumbled out of control, rolling several times before flopping onto the ground like a dead fish. The newcomer paused, raised an eyebrow, bent down, reached out, and picked the cub up from behind, flipping her over. The little milk dumpling revealed a chubby, dazed face, with eyes like tangled yarn. The man smiled warmly and gently pinched her little cheek, his voice clean and tender. I must be incredibly lucky today to have found such an adorable little doll. The little one, still in a daze, instantly snapped out of it with a jolt at those words. She shook her head, casting her not-so-bright lychee-like eyes over to look. The little one was instantly stunned. The newcomer was tall and slender in a white suit with peach blossom eyes shimmering like rippling waves, the corners tilting upward, and a thin lips slightly curved in an ambiguous smile, yet a hint of innate coldness lingered between his brows. He was both alluring and reserved, gentle, yet noble and exiled, immortal, brimming with passion. Seeing Zhuzhu tilting her head and staring at him blankly, the man raised an eyebrow and tilted his head in return, offering a faint smile. Why are you looking at Uncle like this? Is there something on my face? The face-loving little milk ball instantly blushed, covering her cheeks with her paws, drooping her head and poking her paws together. She shyly sneaked a glance at Boyuchi with her upturned eyes. The man noticed his peach blossom eyes brimming with tenderness, and his smile deepened. It made Zhuzhu's eyes dazzle, and the little one's face, along with her little ears, turned. She grinned silly at this handsome uncle, showing her baby teeth. Uncle's face has something pretty. The man deliberately teased her, so he pretended to be puzzled and asked back, really? Then where do you think Uncle is good looking? The face-loving little milk ball nodded her head vigorously without hesitation. Counting on her paws, she said one by one. Uncle's eyes are pretty, Uncle's nose is pretty, Uncle's mouth is pretty, Uncle's ears are pretty, Uncle's skin is pretty too. Boyuchi was amused by this lisping childish talk and let out a low laugh. He rubbed Zhuzhu's little head and casually gave her 2 soft candies as if coaxing a child. Those 2 soft candies directly shook the young mushroom's innocent heart. The little milk ball widened her eyes. This handsome uncle. This handsome uncle. This handsome uncle. He's not only handsome and gentle, but he also— and this handsome uncle with just one move. He gives 2 candies. Zhuzhu instantly turned into a little fangirl, tilting her head up in adoration. Her eyes darted around, and she began to scheme with her not-so-sharp little brain again. Daddy and brother were very cruel to her, only giving her 1 candy every 2 days, and the candies they gave her were always as small as mung beans, totally not worth it. But this uncle gives 2 at once, and both candies are so big, her big paws can barely hold them. After pondering this, the little one suddenly felt that following this uncle meant a promising candy future. Thinking this, the young mushroom covered her eyes with her paws, pretending to be sneaky, leaving a big gap as she shook her head and sized him up from top to bottom. The more she looked, the more satisfied Zhuzhu became. She felt that this uncle, as handsome as Pleasant Goat, really seemed to have a candy-rich look. She suddenly pounced, hugging Boyuchi's neck and shouting, Uncle, marry me. Zhuzhu doesn't eat much as long as Uncle gives Zhuzhu 2 candies every day. Zhuzhu. She put on a serious face, grimacing and baring her teeth alone for a while. Then the little milk ball nodded affirmatively to herself. Zhuzhu can help Uncle with homework. The innocent words startled Boyuchi slightly. Coming to his senses, he smiled with curved eyes and rubbed Zhuzhu's little head, his tone carrying a hint of endearment. Zhuzhu is so amazing. You can do homework at such a young age. It seems our Zhuzhu is a very knowledgeable baby. The little milk ball proudly lifted her chin, looking extremely delighted. While some were happy, others were not. Bo Shiyu, who had just caught up, darkened his eyes when he saw Boyuchi. He was about to go and take his silly sister back, but the next second, he saw and heard his naive little girl, because of 2 candies, was lying on someone and shouting that she wanted to marry him. Bo Shiyu was so angry at the little one that he laughed. Good heavens. His Bo Shiyu's sister, the little miss of the 300 billion Bo group, was sold off for just those 2 candies. She had sold herself again. The young lad looked at the little one nestled in Boyuchi's arms, swooning, and felt a headache coming on. In her past life, Bo Zhuzhu had as many schemes as a honeycomb, and her methods were endless. After his rebirth, he was always thinking about how to deal with her to achieve, but unexpectedly, the little one changed tactics. She became silly. She lost all her wits and spent her days dazed, thinking of nothing but sleeping, eating, and battling wits with him and that dogman Bo Yanzhou for snacks. Now he started worrying that the little one had too few wits. Indeed, one cannot demand perfection. Bo Shiyu rubbed his temples in frustration. As he walked forward, a fake smile already appeared on his face. When he reached Boyuchi, the young lad gave a slight nod. Uncle Yuchi, why are you here? Do you need to see my father? The man smiled and nodded, reaching out to stroke Zhuzhu's fluffy little head. I do have some business with your father. Shiyu, you're free at home today. You can go play with Shu Ran if you have time. You're about the same age, so you should get along. The young lad nodded calmly on the surface, replying with a smile, I'll take the opportunity if I can. Then he changed the subject, clapped his hands at Zhuzhu, and said, Zhuzhu, Uncle Yuchi still has things to discuss with Dad. Come with me, and he'll take you to watch cartoons. Let Uncle go find Dad, okay? Upon hearing that this uncle had business, the little milk ball didn't cling to him anymore. She nodded obediently, and was about to slip out of Boyuchi's arms, but the next second the man pulled her closer. Bo Shiyu keenly noticed his action and cast a cold glance at him. He lowered his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him. The wariness in his eyes was obvious. The Bo family situation was complicated. Bo Kishin's first wife Song Iha gave him 3 sons, but died of depression due to marital discord. Bo Yuchi was the son of his grandfather's second wife Lu Monlian, whom he married after the first wife's death. When Lu Monlian married into the Bo family, she brought 2 sons. The elder Bo Yuchi was the same age as his father Bo Yanzhou, and the younger Bo Yanli was the same age as his third uncle Bo Yubai. Most importantly, these 2 sons she brought were also his grandfather's biological sons. Isn't that bizarre? It's not uncommon in wealthy families to have mistresses. In fact, having lovers is quite common in the circle of the rich and powerful. But when the mistress' son is the same age as the first wife's son, or even born just a day or 2 apart, that's very strange. You can easily imagine the shady dealings behind it. Because of this, the ranking of this generation in the Bo family had never been settled. Since Lu Monlian entered the family, the relationship between Bo Yanzhou and Bo Qishan had become increasingly strained. The family was divided into 2 factions, and many times, if not for the old patriarch's intervention, Bo Yanzhou would have shot his father. There were rumors that during a critical moment in Song Yi's treatment, Lu Monlian brought her children to provoke her, demanding she step down, and Song Yi had died from the anger on the spot. The young lad narrowed his eyes slightly and reached out to take Zhuzhu back. But Zhuzhu's mind was now filled only with candy, because this handsome uncle who seemed to have candy had given her 2 pieces, and she was as if enchanted, nestling in his arms and refusing to leave no matter what. That sight of the little one risking life for candy made Bo Shiyu's eyelids twitch. He immediately countered candy with candy directly, ordering a servant to bring a small jar of sweets. And then Bo Shiyu clearly saw how wide the little one's eyes grew when she spotted that jar of candy. He curved his lips in a triumphant smirk, took a candy from the jar, and dangled it back and forth in front of the little one as bait. Unsurprisingly, the milky bun was instantly mesmerized, her eyes swaying left and right following the candy. The little one opened her paws in fascination, about to take the candy and throw herself into her brother's arms. But just then she grew a brain. Seeing that her normally tight-fisted brother was now willing to use candy to tempt her. Could it be that brother was afraid that Zhuzhu would really go with this handsome uncle? She widened her eyes in shock, covered her mouth with her paws, looked left and right, and the milky bun felt she had discovered the truth. First she was tearfully moved that her brother actually loved her so much. Then with a roll of her eyes she resolved to take this opportunity to ask for a few more candy beans. Zhuzhu's not-so-bright little mind suddenly became slick. With a roll of her eyes she pressed herself against Bo Yuchi, exaggeratedly speaking in her milky voice, and burying her head into Bo Yuchi's embrace. The little one shook her head violently. No, Zhuzhu doesn't want. Zhuzhu doesn't want candy, Zhuzhu wants the handsome uncle. The young lad widened his eyes in disbelief, his expression cracking, as if he couldn't believe that his gluttonous sister was actually not tempted by candy. Bo Shiyu looked at his sister, who seemed dead set on leaving with the man, then at Bo Yuchi, who was smiling gently, but was actually as cunning as a fox. Bo Shiyu's face was calm and unruffled, but inside, he was cursing. No. Did he hear that right? What's so good about that? This is even worse than pay-do. While Bo Shiyu was still shocked that his little one would rather give up candy than marry the man, Bo Yuchi, holding Zhuzhu, met his astonished gaze, curved his peach blossom eyes, and affectionately rubbed his forehead against Zhuzhu's forehead. Bo Shiyu's alarm bells instantly rang. The young lad turned his gaze, his expression determined, his eyes full of resolve. 2 candies come with brother. He reached out again, thinking that this time 2 candies would successfully lure the little one. But Bo Shiyu was ultimately mistaken. In front of her was an entire jar of candy beans. Who would care about just 2 candy beans? The milky bun shook her head and buried herself in Bo Yuchi's arms, her muffled milky voice firm, and without hesitation. No. Bo Shiyu 3. The milky bun shook her head like a rattle drum. No. 4. No, Zhuzhu doesn't want 4 candies. The little one's milky voice carried some disdain. The young lad narrowed his eyes sharply and retorted, then 5. She was addicted. With a stern little face, she clung to the handsome uncle's neck and refused to get up. No, Zhuzhu doesn't want 5 candies either. After a series of 6, 7, 8 candies, Bo Shiyu looked at the increasingly audacious little one and already understood her true intention. His face remained expressionless, but inside, he was almost dying of laughter at his little sister. Quite greedy. The little one was usually dull and silly, but unexpectedly this fever had made her clever. She even knew how to play hard to get. He raised an eyebrow, stared at the bun with a faintly mocking smile, and threw out his final gambit. Then 10 candies, Zhuzhu, get down or not. The little one shook her head and kept shaking. No. The little one swayed her head and nestled back into the handsome uncle's arms, waiting for her brother's next race. But what she didn't expect was that there would be no next race. Her brother one-click revoked all the previous candy offers, shook his head with feigned regret. Since Zhuzhu likes this uncle so much, I can't force you to come down either. Go. He waved his hand helplessly, turned, and walked away. Brother won't stop you. The milky bun had gotten used to saying, no, and didn't take Bo Shiyu's words to heart. When he finished, the little one shook her head and started, no again. Halfway through her nose, Zhuzhu's wobbling little head paused, and she gazed blankly at her brother's departing back. Confused, she scratched at her top knot and shouted loudly in a soft voice, Brother Zhuzhu is going with the uncle now. The young lad with his back to her walked slowly and leisurely, carefree. Hearing this, he didn't turn around. Go. Zhuzhu was immediately startled. She shot up from the handsome uncle's arms with a whoosh, her eyes wide as saucers. The chubby mushroom still refused to give up, yanking her milky voice to howl, "I'm really leaving, okay?" The young lad waved his hand. "Brother will go pack your luggage." The chubby mushroom was so scared that she immediately scrambled out of the handsome uncle's arms and ran to tightly grab her brother's clothes, trying to negotiate. "Brother, if you think the price isn't good, we can negotiate again. Zhuzhu has decided Zhuzhu just wants 10 candies. The young lad turned around in feigned surprise, speaking sarcastically. How can 10 candies compare to Zhuzhu's handsome uncle? He lowered his eyes sadly, pushed the little bun forward 2 steps, and expressed understanding. Brother knows the candy I give can't compare to Zhuzhu's handsome uncle. Just go with him. I won't stop you. If he had just said that, it would have been fine, but he had to glance at Zhuzhu with tear-filled eyes, purposely or not. The 80-year-old young lad had bright eyes and white teeth, red lips, and white skin. Fine tears clung to his long, drooping lashes, and the area around his eyes was slightly red against his fair complexion, exuding a stubborn air of pitiful charm. The little one. The milky bun suddenly clutched her chest, stumbled back 2 steps, and a wave of guilt surged over her. She pouted her little mouth, feeling utterly terrible. How could her brother be so good to her? She actually hurt her brother's heart for just 2 candies. The chubby mushroom tightly hugged her brother and burst into heart-wrenching sobs. Whoa, I am really a bad egg. I'm sorry, brother. Whoa, brother loves Zhuzhu so much, but Zhuzhu hurt brother just for eating candy. She dug out the 2 candies she had cherished from her pocket, and without hesitation stuffed them into her brother's arms, shouting that she wanted to compensate her brother. Bo Shiyu saw this and managed a faint smile. Looking at the 2 soft candies in his hand, he didn't say he wouldn't accept them. He took them, rubbed them for a while, and then returned. This moved the little one to tears. Her brother obviously also liked this candy so much, but he still gave her one. The little one covered her mouth with her paws, her eyes looking at her brother with admiration and gratitude. Her brother truly loved her so much. He not only forgave her mistake, but also gave her a candy. The milky bun was touched to the core. Brother truly loves me so much. Standing to the side, Bo Yuchi's eyes flickered as he opened his mouth to say something, but Bo Shiyu, as if guarding against a thief, swiftly scooped up. Zhuzhu mumbled a few perfunctory words, called for the butler, and turned to leave. The Bo family had strict household rules. For Bo Shiyu, regardless of whether Bo Yuchi was his grandfather's illegitimate son, he still had to respectfully address him as uncle. Yet his attitude just now was far from cordial. Even a casual observer could discern his wariness and resistance. Could Bo Yuchi not see it? The man stood there still wearing a smile, as if he hadn't understood. But how could he possibly not understand? Bo Yuchi's only disadvantage was his questionable status. In all else, scholarship, strategy, cunning, he excelled. In his career, he founded his own company at 21, relying solely on a startup loan from old Master Bo, and built everything else step by step. Now at just 26, he had turned the company into one of the nation's leading enterprises. The approaching butler quickly changed the subject. Young Master Yuchi, the master is inside. Please follow me. The gentle jade-like man nodded, his face carrying its usual smile. Thank you for your trouble. The butler maintained a standardized smile, turned sideways, and extended his hand in a pleased gesture. Inside the living room, the CEO, Bo, who had been sitting on the sofa watching financial news, had just picked up his cup for a sip of water when the next second, he heard a cacophony of noise approaching from afar. The next second, the man staggered, swaying twice, and then his leg was grabbed. Bo Yanzhou moved his cup aside and looked down, his vision filled with a round, chubby little gas canister. He unconsciously curled his lips, set down the cup, and hoisted his little gas canister up, examining her left and right. The man shook her fondly. Your dad heard your little piggy squeals from way off. Found something fun again? Or did you manage to score some snacks somewhere else? It had to be said that in this regard Bo Yanzhou truly understood his foodie daughter. The little milk ball shook her head cherishingly, holding up a half-eaten gummy candy. Daddy, the pink candy wrapper was torn haphazardly, half flat and half bulging. Bo Yanzhou thought she couldn't open the wrapper and had come to him for help. In high spirits, he took it, tore it open, and handed it back to Zhuzhu. The CEO felt a surge of pride. The cheap son was trailing behind her, but his daughter already knew to come to him for help. He was indeed a good father. The little dumpling, unaware of her father's inner musings and adhering to the principle of shared joys and sorrows, pushed half the candy toward her father. Daddy, eat. Though she craved it herself, she thought it would be too pitiful if Daddy couldn't taste such a delicious treat. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she pointed at the half candy, explaining softly, this candy is super yummy. A handsome uncle gave it to Zhuzhu. We don't have it at home. Daddy, try it. It's very sweet. CEO boss brow arched slightly, his face impassive but inwardly smug. The man propped his forehead and smiled. Did this little one love her daddy so much? Why did she think of him with everything? Though he didn't care for sweets, since it was offered so sincerely by his little short-legged piggy, he would reluctantly take. The CEO's expression softened. He reached out to ruffle Zhuzhu's little head, then tossed the half candy into his mouth. The rich strawberry flavor dissolved on his tongue. The sugar-averse man felt no discomfort. Instead, he paused in surprise. Perhaps because the candy came from Zhuzhu, Bo Yanzhou found it unexpectedly delicious. The usually icy man smiled with unusual tenderness. Before he could speak, a gentle, refined voice came from nearby. Brother, long time no see. Bo Yuchi stood in the distance, smiling as he waved at Bo Yanzhou. At that moment, the butler felt the once peaceful atmosphere instantly solidify. The man holding the little girl had lost all trace of a smile. Almost instinctively, he tucked Zhuzhu's little head into his embrace. Watching his action, the smile on Bo Yuchi's lips involuntarily faded. He clenched his hanging hands, then walked forward nonchalantly, lips curling into a smile. I ran into Zhuzhu on the way over and found the little one utterly adorable. I thought you had a guest, but it wasn't until Shiyu came over that I sensed something was off. So she's your daughter. Bo Yanzhou, as always, wore a blank, stern expression. His cold voice carried a businesslike detachment, sparing no words. Something. Bo Yuchi looked at him and nodded. Yes, something. The two men, bearing a faint resemblance, stood opposite each other, one cold, one warm, in a silent confrontation. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Bo Shiyu quickly stepped forward, took Zhuzhu, and moved aside, casually stuffing a bread roll and ready to enjoy the drama. In his past life, after Lu Manlian entered the household, she caused endless trouble, insisting that Bo Yuchi compete with his father Bo Yanzhou, and repeatedly proposed to Old Master Bo, his great-grandfather, to re-establish the line of succession. In terms of birth order for this generation of the Bo family, it should have been Bo Yanzhou, Bo Yuchi, Bo Tingxi, Bo Yubai, and Bo Yanli. But by the order of the first wife and the subsequent wife, the three children of Song Yiha, Bo Yanzhou, Bo Tingxi, and Bo Yubai, should have come first. After all, though the elite circle was rife with scandals, it was unheard of for a mistress' son to be the same age as the wife's son. Back then he noticed that whenever their father showed the slightest sign of a frown, Uncle Yuchi would always subtly steer his mother away from the topic. Later, Old Master Bo pressured Bo Yanzhou to groom an heir, and Lu Manlian, envious, insisted that Bo Yuchi groom one as well. Everyone knew the Old Master was old-fashioned and patriarchal, favoring males. When he said heir, he meant a boy. Yet Bo Yuchi produced a daughter, which infuriated Lu Manlian, and she quarreled with him for over a month. Everyone knew that the Bo family had been in business and politics for generations. Apart from what Bo Yanzhou and Bo Yuchi controlled, Old Master Bo himself held a... Wasn't the Old Master's purpose in selecting an heir to leave that wealth to them? But Bo Yuchi, fully aware, deliberately had a girl. And then there was Bo Yanli, who for some unknown reason always liked to cling to their third uncle Bo Yubai. At the time, Bo Shiyu thought his uncle Yuchi had lost his mind, but now looking back it seemed not so simple. He always felt that Lu Manlian's two sons harbored an indescribable emotion toward his father and the other two uncles, as if it were guilt. They exchanged only a few words, so Bo Yanzhou did not bother to lead him into the study. They spoke standing without even taking a seat. To summarize, Bo Yuchi had visited Old Master Bo yesterday, who had cornered him and grumbled for a long time about how his eldest grandson, consumed by work, had neglected to call him for over a month. The old man missed him dearly and feared his 80th birthday might be forgotten, so he sent Bo Yuchi as a reminder. After speaking, Bo Yuchi hesitated, as if wanting to say more, but opening his mouth, he ultimately remained silent. A long silence stretched between them. Zhuzhu, observing the drama, was utterly bewildered, yet she grasped one crucial detail. This handsome uncle's relationship with her daddy seemed just like hers with her brother. The little girl, nibbling on a melon slice brought by Sister Peach, crouched beside her brother, watching as her father and the handsome uncle fell silent. She grew anxious, wanting to ease the tension, but her brother held her back. The little one, grinning widely with watermelon juice smeared across her mouth, clutched her little ponytail and shook her head in agitation. In a muffled baby voice, she began to imitate her father and the handsome uncle. Bo Yuchi hesitated, and the little one covered her heart, twisting her face. "You're utterly heartless." Bo Yanzhou frowned coldly, and she puckered her lips. "Can't you even show a little mercy?" Bo Yuchi clenched his fists and opened his mouth, and the little one trembled, her chubby face quivering. "How dare you speak to me like that?" "Fine. I'm leaving." Bo Yanzhou inhaled sharply and lifted his gaze, and the little one squinted, baring her teeth in a fierce pose. "Don't go. If you leave, we're through." Her voice was not loud, but in the utter silence of the villa, her soft baby talk was strikingly clear. The tense atmosphere between Bo Yuchi and Bo Yanzhou shattered instantly. The man in the white suit could no longer hold back, turning his head toward the little girl, clutching her ponytail and squinting. Zhuzhu, constantly observing the two protagonists of this tragicomedy, also mimicked them, grasping her ponytail and twisting her little head while muttering her lines angrily. "Through is through." Bo Yuchi's face stiffened, the perennial smile finally vanishing. He stood speechless. If he was like that, his father Bo Yanzhou was no better. The CEO's expression froze as he too looked toward his little gas canister. The little dumpling caught her father's gaze with a sidelong glance, and immediately turned her big eyes to mimic him. She straightened her back, tilted her head, and her chubby cheeks quivered with anger. "Fine, if you go, don't come back." Bo Yanzhou stood speechless. Both men's handsome faces darkened as they strode over with heavy steps. Meanwhile, the little one on the ground, lost in her dual role, had her hair sticking up wildly. She turned left, rubbing her eyes with her paws as fake tears fell. "All right, if that's the case, we're parting ways." Then she lifted her little paw to press down her frizzy bangs, turned right, and lowered her baby voice. "Woman, without you, how can I survive?" Admittedly, the little one had some acting talent. Her performance was decent, though her awareness was lacking. She completely failed to notice that the two people she was impersonating had already walked up to her. The maids, watching the perilously cute little dumpling, nervously clenched their hands, not daring to breathe. Some even began to pray hands over their hearts. Seeing his beloved little sister's bottom in jeopardy, Bo Shiyu raised his head and forced an awkward smile at his father and Uncle Yuchi. Then seizing the moment, he snatched the little one into his arms and bolted. But as they say, the devil is in the details. A father is always a father. He was fast, but others were faster. Bo Yuchi and Bo Yanzhou, in an unusual moment of synergy, each grabbed one of them and pulled them apart. Perfect. The last shred of security was gone. Still immersed in her act, the little milk dumpling, finding herself hoisted by the handsome uncle, brightened at an idea. She scrambled into Bo Yuchi's arms. She placed his well-defined hand on her little belly, turned to her villainous father, and made a cute fist, puffing out her cheeks and puckering her lips. Top scumbag, reporting daddy in the ball that got taken away. For a moment the room fell dead silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The young boy, gripped by his father's collar, raised a hand to his forehead in exasperation and added, "Dad, Uncle, don't hit her head. She's not the brightest." Bo Yuchi, staring at the babbling little one in his arms, twitched an eyelid. It seemed he had never encountered such a child, and his peach blossom eyes widened in shock. Unfazed, the little one flashed a self-assured smirk. "Trying to seduce me? Mister, you've caught my attention." Before she could finish, her father could take it no longer. He couldn't bear the embarrassment. He grabbed the little one, tucked her under his arm, and delivered a light smack. 3 seconds later, the little milk dumpling clutched her bottom, her eyes swirling in a daze. She pouted, sticking out her little bottom as she lay in her brother's arms, whimpering softly. Little Mushroom had no idea what she did wrong. Little Mushroom had been listening to this as her lullaby when she slept alone recently. On the side, Peach, who had initially found Zhuzhu's stumbling, whining lines hilarious, began to feel uneasy. But the more she listened, the more something felt off. Wasn't this the dialogue from that novel she'd been reading recently? Peach panicked. As a former bodyguard, her tasks had been limited to hitting people lacking any finesse and emotion. So when telling bedtime stories, she recited them like reading a script, too stiff. Though Zhuzhu never complained, Peach was self-aware, thinking she shouldn't torture the little miss ears. So she found an audiobook app and played Grimm's fairy tales for the little one. But with all those bizarrely familiar lines the little miss had uttered today, could it be that all these days she had been playing One Pregnancy, 8 Treasures, Genius Sons, and a scheming mom? Peach was shattered. Damn it. She had corrupted a child. The little milk ball held a grudge against her father for 2 days because of the spanking. In truth, children have poor memories and forget easily. After 2 days, she had completely forgotten about the spanking incident. Occasionally, when the thought crossed her mind, she only vaguely remembered that her little bottom had suffered some kind of heavy blow, but she couldn't recall what had caused it. Thus, the 70-centimeter gas canister would, whenever the thought struck her, instinctively pucker her bottom and shove it toward anyone nearby, with tearful eyes and pointing at her injured backside, babbling, "Ah, yeah." She didn't speak. She would just ah twice and stick out her bottom. After several days of this, Bo Shiyu noticed something was off with his little one and asked her what was wrong. He learned that she had also forgotten what had happened to her bottom, couldn't explain it, yet felt a lingering discomfort in her heart. So all she could do was pout and babble, "Ah, yeah." That silly little look of hers brought a hearty smile to Bo Shiyu's face. The young boy scooped up Zhuzhu and hugged her, kissing her smooth little forehead with delight, his words dripping with affection. "How can my little treasure be this adorable?" The chubby mushroom, who had been tearfully fretting over her bottom, instantly puffed up with pride. "Zhuzhu is the cutest baby." Bo Shiyu nodded with a smile. Yes, Zhuzhu is the cutest baby in the whole world." When Bo Yanzhou came downstairs, he saw the siblings cuddled together. His face remained calm, but inwardly he rolled his eyes at his cheap son, feeling sour with jealousy. Just a short while ago, these two were glaring at each other like enemies, and now they were inseparable. The man raised his slender fingers to loosen his tie, then quietly walked over, bent slightly, grabbed the little one by the back of her collar, and lifted her up. He tucked her into his arms. Looking at his bewildered cheap son, he kicked Bo Shiyu's bottom and teased, "What are you standing there for? Get to school, unless you want your old man to carry you." The young boy snapped out of it, his face darkening. "No need." He shot his father a speechless look, grabbed his backpack from the sofa, said goodbye to Zhuzhu, and turned to leave. The little dumpling panicked, squirming in her villainous father's arms, pushing forward. "Brother, wait for Zhuzhu. Zhuzhu wants to go to school too. Brother, wait for your treasure. You forgot your treasure. Brother, your treasure." The anxious look made President Boss' eyes red with envy. He poked her chubby cheek. "Do you love your brother that much?" The little one nodded without hesitation. "Yes. Zhuzhu super duper loves brother." Bo Yanzhou retorted. "And do you love your daddy?" The chubby mushroom nodded without a second thought. "Love." The sensitive man clicked his tongue. Fine, fine. For that cheap son Bo Shiyu, it was super duper love, but for him, it was just love. The same thing happened last time. With the cheap son, she called him beauty brother, but with him, it was just Bo daddy. The usually cold-blooded man felt his heart shatter for the first time. Was this the difference between love and not love? The man narrowed his eyes, pinched the little one's cheek, and asked jealously, "If your brother and I both fell into the river, who would you save?" The chubby mushroom paused mid-babble, her little paws and stubby legs freezing in midair. Her big eyes fixed on her villainous father, and at that moment she looked quite shrewd. The little one slowly raised her paw and tried to feel her father's forehead. Bo Yan's eyes flickered. He thought he had a chance. He lifted his chin, waiting for his daughter to hug his head and say, "Save you." "What's wrong?" "Save my daddy. Save my daddy." As expected, the milk ball panicked and started shouting in her little voice. The man smirked confidently, leaning in to say something, but the next second, the little voice came again. The little one propped her chubby paw against her father's big face, her little brows furrowed in worry. Daddy, did your brain suddenly break? Daddy and brother both know how to swim. How could Daddy forget that? She paused, feeling like she had seen this symptom somewhere before. She held her head and thought for a long time, then her eyes lit up. The little one clapped her hands. Senile dementia. She shook her head rhythmically and began reciting an ad she had once seen. Brain health starts young, keeps senile dementia away. Zhuzhu suddenly gasped, covering her mouth with her paw in shock. With tears in her eyes, she sniffled and burst into loud sobs. Wah. Zhuzhu's daddy has become an idiot. Yanzhou. His eyelid twitched, and he was furious. You are the one who's an idiot. I'm saying what if? What if your brother and I fell into the river, and you could only save one? Who would you choose? Zhuzhu still had tears on her face, but when she heard her daddy wasn't senile and wouldn't become an idiot, she stopped. For her daddy's question, Zhuzhu was clearly torn. How is this any different from choosing between her favorite chicken wings and chicken legs? The little one thought hard, but couldn't come up with an answer. Her furrowed little brows and deeply contemplative look made Yanzhou worry she might overwork her brain. After waiting a long time with no answer, President Bo got a bit anxious. He flipped the little one over, grabbed a lollipop from the coffee table, and waved it in front of Zhuzhu. The little dumpling, who had been deep in thought, instantly went quiet as a mouse. Her lychee-like eyes were instantly captivated. Following the lollipop as it bobbed left and right, the little one frantically swung her short arms and waved her little paws like Zhu Beiji, chasing his wife, pouncing here and there, but never catching it. Seeing this, the man set the little one back on the ground and waved at her deliberately. It's my fault. I should have known long ago that you and your brother have the best relation. If you want to choose your brother, go ahead. I won't stick around where I'm not wanted. He paused, lowering his eyes. It's a pity, though. I still have a candy here. Who should I give it to? With candy in sight, the little one was completely hooked. She anxiously hopped around her father, raising her paws and recommending herself. Me. Daddy, give it to me. Yanzhou glanced at her sideways and shook his head without hesitation. No, you won't save me. They'll give this candy to the child who cares about me the most, the one who holds me deep. The little one's eyes sparkled as they followed the candy, and she still raised her paw. Me. It's me. I hold Daddy dear in my heart. Yanzhou wasn't convinced. He snorted and stepped back. Liar. You're so close with your brother, don't tell me you don't hold him dear in your heart. Unfamiliar with such a situation, the little one's feet turned inward, her paws fidgeting, and she stammered guiltily, But where else would I hold brother dear? The man narrowed his eyes and pointed at the little one, grumbling. No. If you want the candy, you have to listen to me. From now on, don't hold him dear in your heart, or you'll never get candy again. Of course, Yanzhou understood the principle of too much is as bad as too little and didn't want to push too hard. Given the little one's dependence on her brother, she might actually give up candy. So the man pretended to ponder and then waved his hand in frustration. Fine, your dad isn't unreasonable. From now on, hold him dear in your intestines. Is intestines the same as heart? The little one tilted her head, troubled, and scratched her little bun. The man nodded dismissively. Aren't they about the same? Just one holds people and the other holds shit. Hearing they were the same, the little one got excited and nodded vigorously. Zhuzhu knows. From now on, Zhuzhu will hold brother dear in her intestines and hold daddy dear in her heart. Yanzhou's expression finally improved. He stuffed the candy into the little one's arms. She was instantly overjoyed, hopping around and waving the candy with glee. This mutually beneficial performance came to an end, and clearly both father and daughter were satisfied with the outcome. The butler, who had been listening the whole time, the master, was getting more and more childish. After playing with Zhuzhu for a while, Yanzhou was in high spirits, holding the little one and showing off. He approached a hired maid and boasted, You know what? My daughter has me in the palm of her hand. You know what? My daughter has me in the palm of her hand. It was as if he had some kind of brain disease, catching everyone to show off again and again. But everyone dared not to speak out, though they were angry. How could they know? Early in the morning, the whole estate was buzzing because of the master's strange behavior. The maids and hired workers all found their buddies and whispered among themselves. Only the butler stood before the flower bed, looking in the direction where the master's car had passed with a gratified expression. He wiped his tears and uttered his classic line that came albeit late. I can't remember when the master last smiled. He really hasn't been this happy in a long time. After leaving the estate, Yanzhou took Zhuzhu to the company. He didn't know why, but ever since returning from the amusement park last time, every day when he went to the company, the little one's chubby, silly face would occasionally float in his mind. While reviewing proposals, he wondered if she was huddled in a corner at home, pitiful and without anyone to play with. While signing documents, he wondered if she was sitting on the carpet, lonely, hugging a pig plushie and watching cartoons. During meetings, he wondered if some careless servant would bully her at home. And so, worrying and fretting every day, Yanzhou thought more and more that this couldn't go on. The chief's son isn't at home, so it's better to keep the little one by his side. Actually, he had thought about sending Zhuzhu to kindergarten. After all, the little one watched her brother go to school every day and was extremely eager, clamoring about school all day. He himself had also looked into many schools. Whether it was Zijing Academy or other aristocratic schools or international schools, the minimum enrollment age was 3. Not only was his daughter 1 year younger, but she was also not tall, directly a head shorter than her peers. Thinking of his little chubby girl going there and not being able to learn anything, being isolated by classmates for being dumb, huddling in a corner crying, and calling for daddy, Bo Yan's heart ached terribly. He absolutely didn't want his daughter to go to school. He decided that from now on he would bring the little one to the company. Maybe through constant exposure his daughter might even be a management prodigy. The car stopped at the Bo Group building. A man with extraordinarily handsome features dressed in a suit and leather shoes stepped out of the car and instantly drew the attention of a large crowd. The man, expressionless and cold-faced, turned and bent down to pull out from the car. A baby. The crowd was instantly stunned. Wait, was this their Bo Yanzhou, the one known as the cold-faced king of hell, President Bo? After pulling Zhuzhu out of the car, the big President Bo wasn't in a hurry to leave. He raised his hand to smooth the little tuft on his daughter's head, adjusted the baby's pink dress, then reached back into the car and pulled out a large pink Cartier baby bottle. He ignored the stares, one hand holding his daughter and the other carrying the baby bottle, and walked steadily. As soon as he entered the group, assistant Li was already waiting inside. Seeing that his boss had brought a baby, his expression brightened, and he stepped forward to greet him. Before he could say anything, a noisy commotion came from the group entrance. Bo Yanzhou instinctively turned around holding the little bundle. A middle-aged woman in a dark green dress accompanied by a little girl about 7 or 8 years old was arguing with the security guards. Seeing Bo Yanzhou turn around, she quickly pinched the girl beside her. The little girl with red-rimmed eyes called out to him, "Big brother." The noisy scene fell silent. Though the man, who had been in a good mood, didn't say anything, Zhuzhu, nestled in his arms, clearly observed that her father was upset. Assistant Li's expression changed instantly. "Boss, you and the little miss go up first. He'll handle this." Bo Yanzhou glanced coldly at the woman, turned around, and walked with Zhuzhu toward the elevator. The middle-aged woman was strong. Seeing Bo Yanzhou about to leave, she went crazy, shoving the security guard aside and dragging the little girl as she rushed forward. Assistant Li coldly stepped in to block her, but unexpectedly the woman pulled out her phone from her bag and hurled it fiercely at Bo Yanzhou. The man, swift and alert, raised his hand to cover the half-exposed little head of the baby in his arms. With a bang, the phone hit the man's shoulder and shattered on the ground. In an instant, everyone was startled and panicked, crowding around. Some called for security, others showed concern for their boss. Bo Yanzhou glanced at the startled little one in his arms, and his eyes instantly filled with menace. Assistant Li also had a grim expression, adjusted his glasses, and coldly ordered the security team, "Throw them out, call the police." The middle-aged woman struggled a few times, but finding she couldn't break free, she yelled, "Bo Yanzhou, I'm your aunt by marriage. How dare you treat me like this? Do you believe I'll tell your mother?" At these words, the man's already cold face turned as black as ink. In an instant, a murderous intent flashed in his narrow eyes. He stared coldly at the middle-aged woman. "My mother is already dead. If you're tired of living and want to go accompany her, then die somewhere far away. Bo Group won't reimburse your coffin money." Bai Rong's face stiffened, then twisted with rage. She pointed at Bo Yanzhou and spat, "You madman. My husband has worked hard for the company for so many years, if not for merit, then for effort. Even if you're dissatisfied with your father marrying again, take your anger out on Lu Manlian. Why take it out on our Zhang Chong? Even if we are useless, we are still your elders. Not only did you fire him from the company, but you also broke his leg. How are we mother and daughter supposed to live?" She slapped her thigh and sat on the ground crying. "Bo Yanzhou, a ruthless and heartless person like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. Do you dare let your daughter know the things you've done?" With a buzz, the man, who had been unconcerned, was stunned, his pupils constricted. His face turned extremely cold, and his heart, which had been calm, suddenly became panicked. He was not being accused of misdeeds for the first time, and naturally, he didn't care about his image in front of others. But for this daughter of his, Bo Yanzhou didn't know why, but he simply didn't want her to hear any negative information about him. After all, he was the best dad in this little one's mouth. The man's body couldn't help but stiffen, and he felt a sense of panic all over, as if his wrongdoing had been exposed. He seemed never to have suffered so much. Every second after Bai Rong's words was like the despair of a criminal awaiting the death sentence, knowing there was no hope, yet humbly praying. The man's face was taut and his arms holding Zhuzhu tightened. For a moment, he didn't dare to look at the baby's expression in his arms. But it seemed that the more one feared something, the more it happened. The little ball that had been holding him let go, writhing to slide down from his arms. His face darkened, and his hands even began to tremble slightly. Afraid of dropping the baby, he let go. The little milk ball immediately ran away without any hesitation. The man lowered his eyes, hiding a trace of gloom. When he looked up again, his narrow eyes had regained their cold indifference. "You're lying, Daddy." The next second, the baby's lisping voice came. Bo Yanzhou instinctively looked toward the little one stood not far from him, angrily with her hands on her hips. "You're totally lying." Standing beside Bai Rong, Reedy Zhang's iris eyes flashed with malice. She stepped forward and said pitifully, "Little sister." The baby, furious, stomped her feet while huffing and directly interrupted. "My daddy is not the bad person that bad Annie says. My daddy doesn't hit people casually. My daddy never hits me. And he never hits Uncle Li either. It must be some worm in your family that bullies my daddy." The baby was furious. She ran over to Bai Wei, her little footsteps pattering, and questioned with her milky voice, "Tell me, why did you bully my daddy? Tell me." The baby was furious, her fierce little appearance incredibly protective of her daddy, directly stunning Bo Yanzhou, Assistant Li, and the others. It wasn't just Bo Yanzhou and Assistant Li who were stunned. Even 017, who had just happened to come online, was taken aback, though only for a moment. After detecting that the woman throwing a tantrum on the floor and the 7 or 8-year-old girl beside her were Zhang Zhong's wife and daughter 017 quickly snapped out of it. Zhang Zhong was Lu Manlian's younger brother. Because the Zhang family placed extreme importance on males over females, Lu Manlian, as a girl, had suffered her parents' cold shoulders since birth. Her father even refused to let her bear the surname Zhang. Influenced by her family environment, Lu Manlian doted on her brother Zhang excessively. After climbing onto Bo Qixin's good side, she arranged for Zhang Zhong to join the Bo Corporation. But ever since Bo Yanzhou took over the Bo Corporation, his decisive tactics and ruthless demands for perfection caused Zhang Zhong to make countless mistakes. After being publicly reprimanded during a routine morning meeting, Zhang Zhong harbored a grudge against Bo Yanzhou. A month ago, he secretly conspired with a rival company. If not for Bo Yanzhou's meticulous caution, the Bo Corporation would have lost at least 500 million. Bo Yanzhou had never thought highly of Zhang Zhong's abilities, and after this incident, he expelled Zhang Zhong from the board without a second thought. Along the way, he broke one of his legs, because he never showed mercy to those who bit the hand that fed them and betrayed his trust. And then came the incident whereby Rong, refusing to mention her husband's wrongdoing, brought her daughter to the company to throw her weight around and block Bo Yanzhou. Seeing that Rong was about to cause more trouble, 017 quickly spoke up. "Sweetheart, ask her what proof she has that Zhang Zhong's leg was broken by your dad." Hearing her uncle's voice, the little one's eyes lit up. She immediately put on a stern face and shot back angrily. "Do you have evidence that Zhang Zhong's leg was broken by my—" "Whoever makes the claim must provide the proof. If you can't produce evidence, it's slander. Tell your dad to sue her." The little one struggled to repeat. "Make the claim is provide the proof. If you can't provide the proof, it's slander," 017 prompted. The little one narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and said fiercely, "It's slander. If you slander my daddy, he'll sue you. It's slander. Slander my daddy, and he'll sue you." She clenched her little fists in frustration, her babyish voice roaring with formidable authority. "I'm super fierce. None of you are allowed to bully my daddy." With a flurry of actions that left Rong and Zhang Zhiro no chance to react, assistantly quickly recovered his composure, inwardly laughing his head off, while maintaining a straight face. Adjusting his glasses and donning a standard professional smile, he stepped forward beside the little one. "Madam, our youngest miss has already said what needed to be said. If you insist on lingering here to harass the public, be prepared to receive a lawyer's letter." Rong choked and was livid. "Do you think I'm afraid of your lawyer's letter?" Assistantly raised an eyebrow, and under Rong's gaze pressed a few buttons on his phone. "Hello, there's a disturbance at the Bo Corporation lobby. Please dispatch officers as soon as possible." Having said that, he waved to the security guards who surrounded Rong. Meanwhile, President Bo had no mind for the crazy woman. His attention was elsewhere. The man clenched his fists, covering his mouth in disbelief. Staring at the little gas canister who didn't even reach his thigh, he was moved and utterly astonished. Trembling, he reached out, crouched down, and didn't dare touch his little silly bunny's head. His usually icy voice even stammered, My little princess. You actually used your brain just now. Are you okay? Your brain didn't get damaged, did it? Didn't short circuit?" President Bo was utterly dumbfounded by his silly daughter's sudden display of intelligence. He was completely frozen. If the situation weren't so pressing, he would have taken a picture of the little one. While the dad stood there trembling his paws like an idiot, the little one glared at her father's uncompetitive demeanor, and the fire that had just died down flared up again. The little dumpling angrily grabbed the pigtails on her head, then suddenly seized Bo Yan's still shaking hand. "Daddy, don't be scared. With me here, what are you afraid of?" She stomped her foot, protecting her daddy like crazy. "How dare they? I never knew daddy got bullied like this every day outside." She had wondered. She had wondered why, when she first went to find her daddy, all the other Andy's uncles, brothers, and sisters were working together, while only her daddy sat all alone, pitiful and lonely in a room by himself. "I'm so mad I could explode." The little dumpling clutched her head and squawked. The sound indeed indicated she was furious, but the sight, well, that was less certain. With her round head and soft features, she looked utterly non-threatening. Now angry, she squinted her triangular eyes and planted her chubby little hands on her hips. She looked exactly like two oval watermelons stacked on top of each other. So adorable, it was irresistible. Bo Yan's heart softened in a way it never had before. And at that moment he seemed to vaguely grasp that deafening yet invisible thing in the world, the familial bond of blood that he had never experienced. At that time the sun rose from the east, as usual dispelling the morning mist. Soft light filtered through the glass and fell on the white floor, gilding the face of the man, and Bo Yan's narrow eyes curved slightly, a smile spreading across his lips, and a low magnetic chuckle escaped his throat. He stepped forward, gathered the little one into his arms, and lovingly pressed his forehead against her small head. Away from everyone's sight, the man, who was notorious for being cold and merciless, had moist eyes. An unfortunate person spends a lifetime either healing their childhood or sinking into the mud. All beings suffer, and unashamed partial affection is redemption. Time slipped by swiftly, and soon it was the day of old Master Boss' 80th birthday celebration. That morning the little milk dumpling, still lost in dreams, was yanked out of bed by Towsy. Knowing it was futile to wake their young miss by calling, Towsy along with a few maids simply set to work washing her face and brushing her teeth, busily bustling about. Bo Shiyu, fully aware of his precious sister's habits and fearing she might oversleep and miss the ceremony, had changed into his attire and fetched a small cake from downstairs before heading to her room. Seeing the sleepy little dumpling surrounded by the maids, her eyes still half-closed, Bo Shiyu couldn't help but chuckle. He waved the small cake under her nose. The hazy little one instantly perked up her blurred eyes, following the direction of Bo Shiyu's hand as she sniffed back and forth. Zhuzhu's little nose worked wonders. After a couple of sniffs, her small face tensed, poised to strike. Then, opening her mouth wide, she lunged forward. Bo Shiyu, long accustomed to this maneuver, deftly placed the cake on a nearby table just as she pounced. The little dumpling, who had been dreaming of the cake, pounced into thin air. Bo Shiyu caught her and pulled her into his arms. Now fully awake, she blinked in confusion, scratching her head and looking around as if searching for the cake from her dream. Zhuzhu, are you awake? Shall big brother tie your hair pretty? The gentle voice was accompanied by her brother's magnified handsome face, and the little dumpling beamed with joy. Delightedly, she snuggled into her brother's arms, rubbing against him, the whole dumpling exuding pure contentment. Okay. Bo Shiyu smiled, kissed her chubby cheek affectionately, and then set her on the chair. He walked behind Zhuzhu, picked up the comb, and skillfully began to tie her hair into little buns. The 80-year-old boy was dressed formally today in a light gray suit. He stood straight, a faint smile on his yet-unfledged face, every movement exuding an innate nobility and a steady aura. Even from his small silhouette, he already bore a striking resemblance to Bo Yanzhou. Bo Shiyu tied the little buns while instructing, today is great-grandpa's birthday. Everyone in our family will be here. So Zhuzhu must stay close to brother or dad. But remember this, once we get there, keep your distance from all the middle-aged, and also when brother calls someone, you call them too. If brother doesn't call, you don't call. Understand? Bo Shiyu originally wanted to tell Zhuzhu specifically to stay away from Lu Manlian, but considering his little sister's brain wasn't the sharpest, he simply said middle-aged women instead. The little dumpling tilted her head, pondered for a moment, then nodded solemnly. I understand. Lately Bo Yanzhou had been swamped again by Rong after being humiliated in the company lobby, had gone crying to Lu Manlian. Whenever Lu Manlian was unhappy, Bo Qishan would find every excuse to trip Bo Yanzhou up. On top of that, the Bo group was in the midst of an important cooperation, so with a pile of affairs, Bo Yanzhou was busy day and night. The little dumpling did miss him quite a bit. Is Zhuzhu up? Where's that brat? Already. Just as she was thinking of him, a familiar voice came from outside. The little dumpling, resting on her brother's shoulder, instinctively craned her neck to look. A man in a suit strode in, looking travel-worn. Zhuzhu's eyes lit up, and she waved her small hand to catch her father's attention. Daddy. Daddy. Zhuzhu is here. Zhuzhu is awake. Hearing this, the man looked at the little one, who seemed to have grown rounder, and curled his lips. He picked her up and inspected her from head to toe. Intrigued, he said, why are you up so early today? I thought you'd sleep another half hour. The little dumpling blushed shyly and covered her cheeks. Zhuzhu is not a piggy, she wouldn't sleep so long. Seeing her endearing awkwardness, Bo Yanzhou chuckled. He gave her a thorough once-over and was quite pleased. Dressed up, the little one looked rather presentable. No doubt about it. She was his kid. Bo Yanzhou reached out and flicked one of her little buns. This bun today doesn't look too stupid. At the mention of her buns, the little dumpling lit up with pride, puffing out her chest. Of course it doesn't. She showed off, shaking her head from side to side in her villainous father's arms. These are the buns big brother tied for Zhuzhu. Bo Yan's his smile froze, the words of praise on his lips died in his throat. He responded flatly, oh. Looking at them now, they aren't that great after all. Bo Shiyu. He simply didn't want to acknowledge him. That dog of a man never had a kind word to say. No wonder father and son were natural enemies. Bo Yanzhou had been in the room for quite a while, without even glancing at his cheap son. Now catching a glimpse of the cheap son, he happened to see his big rolling eyes. The man's cold eyes narrowed. What kind of look was that from his useless son, looking down on him? Bo Yanzhou scoffed, a buried competitive urge suddenly surging. He gave his cheap son a cold smirk, then reached out and pulled down one of the already tied buns from the little one's head. Bo Shiyu. The young boy's detached expression shifted. Seeing his father about to pull down the other bun, he quickly strode over and grabbed the dog man's mischievous paw. Bo Shiyu snapped, what madness has possessed you now? Bo Yanzhou shook off his cheap son's hand, frowning in dissatisfaction. Your hair, tying looked ugly. I'll fix it properly. So tying her hair is madness for me, but not for you. Just wait. Your old man is about to amaze you. Bo Shiyu's eyelid twitched. Seeing his father's utterly confident expression, the 80-year-old sighed. He waved his hand in exasperation. You're a total alive dad. CEO Bo the Olividad didn't understand his son's slang. Though he sensed it might not be a compliment, he couldn't quite pin down what was wrong with it. He decided to take it as some bizarre praise from his rebellious offspring. He was alive, not dead. Wasn't he indeed his alive dad? The man shot his cheap son a challenging look, then smirked confidently, raising his hand to tie Zhuzhu's hair. 3 minutes after having her hair combed, the little bun sat up straight as a rod, motionless. 6 minutes later, the child couldn't sit, still clutching her head and wriggling her bottom on the chair. 9 minutes later, Zhuzhu, seated on the chair, began to feel drowsy. Her little head drooped and bobbed on the verge of falling asleep again. Before the bun's top knot was even tied, the formidable president, Bo, panicked instantly. His clenched jaw made his already expressionless face appear even colder. As the child's head began to nod, the man became flustered. It looked so simple in the videos. Why was it so hard in practice? The ever-fearless President Bo had finally met his nemesis. Just then Bo Shiyu, who had been waiting outside until the flowers had withered, leaned against the door and knocked lazily. "Dad, are you done yet? If you can't do it, let me." The president's face darkened, feeling insulted. He turned coldly to Peach, who stood nearby, and ordered, "Go get the vacuum cleaner." Though puzzled as to why her boss needed a vacuum cleaner, Peach nodded out of professional habit. "Yes, sir." She went out and fetched a cordless vacuum. As she brought it inside, she muttered to herself, "I wonder what he needs it for." The young boy, unwilling to watch his troublesome father, turned and followed her in with a puzzled look. And then, he saw his father take the vacuum, remove the nozzle, slip a hair, tie over the tubes, opening, aim it at the child's head, and press the power button. With a whoosh, the child jolted awake, and her tousled hair was instantly sucked inside. "Bo Shiyu." "Peach, doesn't this seem a bit, not too bright?" The man with the vacuum smiled in satisfaction. He turned to the other side, took a comb, smoothed Zhuzhu's hair, and aimed the vacuum at her head again. Another whoosh, and the other side was perfectly tied. Bo Yanzhou was in high spirits. He clicked his tongue lightly, and said lazily, "Now this looks much smarter." He patted Zhuzhu's back gently. "See, tell me, isn't it beautiful?" Zhuzhu, always a little flatterer when it came to her villainous father, shook her head, touched her top knot, and turned to applaud him. "Daddy's awesome. Daddy's so handsome." The man's lips curled up even more, and he lifted his chin proudly. For some reason, he suddenly thought of how his silly child, whenever Bo Shiyu helped her with something, would waddle over on her short legs to kiss and thank him. Truth be told, Bo Yanzhou was a little jealous. He was magnanimous in many ways. He had countless enemies outside who gossiped about his ruthlessness, but he never paid them any mind. Yet when it came to pettiness, it seemed out of character for him. But in reality, all his petty grudges were directed at comparing himself to his cheap son. Bo Yanzhou thought back carefully. Every time he helped the little one with something, she would gleefully pounce on him obediently and softly thanking him. But she only The president mulled it over and felt a surge of resentment. They were both her family. Why did the bastard son deserve a thank you kiss while he didn't? He was her biological father. With that in mind, he stepped forward, bent down, leaned in, and pointed to his cheek with a hint of intention. He cleared his throat and raised his voice slightly. "Well then, aren't you going to thank the person who helped you tie your hair?" He deliberately emphasized the word helped. Zhuzhu was stunned, suddenly enlightened. She thought Daddy was right. That strange thing called vacuum cleaner had helped her tie her top knot, even losing its own feet in the process. She had to thank the vacuum cleaner properly. With a serious little face under her father's expectant gaze, the child leaned over, raised her hand like a little adult, and patted Bo Yanzhou's shoulder. "Daddy, I think you're absolutely right. Zhuzhu wants to be a good girl, so she must thank the person who helped her tie her hair." Bo Yanzhou's eyes lit up, and he leaned forward expectantly again. It was so obvious that anyone but a fool would understand. Even Bo Shiyu and Peach could see the man's intention. But Zhuzhu didn't. Zhuzhu was never among the clever ones. She wasn't even human. If she hadn't taken human form, she'd be a poisonous, brainless mushroom. The little bun nodded to herself, then turned around and bent over. "Bo Yanzhou." The man was stunned as he watched his child wobble down from the chair on her short legs, then toddle over to the vacuum cleaner that Peach had left aside. She raised her little paws and plopped down on her knees with a thud. The child waved her paws and kowtowed 3, 4, 5 times to the vacuum cleaner. Her soft, milky voice was full of gratitude. "Vacuum cleaner, thank you for making Zhuzhu pretty. He'll remember your kindness forever." Then she kowtowed a few more times. President Bo, who had been waiting quietly for his daughter to kiss him. The man rubbed his forehead in exasperation, staring speechlessly at the utterly devout child. After a long silence, he stepped forward and picked her up from the floor. Even Bo Shiyu was speechless. Watching his sister's innocent and adorable antics, his eyes brimmed with affection that nearly, what a kind and gentle child to thank a vacuum cleaner. After thanking the broken-leg vacuum, the little one turned to thank her father. The child didn't know how to flatter, her vocabulary was limited, and her mind held no wit. Only thoughts of food. Every time she praised her villainous father, she used the same few words. It was always, "Daddy's so great. Daddy's so amazing. Daddy is the best daddy in the whole wide world." But even so, every time she praised him, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her little voice overflowed with genuine admiration. Bo Yanzhou could never hear enough of it. In this era of deceit and mutual suspicion, sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. Even if your actions are clumsy, even if you're not good with words, a fervent and steadfast sincerity will always be the trump card that moves hearts. After everything was packed up, Bo Yanzhou carried the little milk dumpling and brought Bo Shiyu. Along the way, the little dumpling shed her usual drowsiness during car rides. Perhaps it was her first time attending such a grand birthday banquet, or perhaps it was because she was about to meet her father's other relatives. Zhuzhu was brimming with excitement from start to finish. Clutching her little paws and staring ahead with wide, unblinking eyes, her intensely focused expression was a rare sight that both Bo Yanzhou and Bo Shiyu found utterly fascinating. The reason was simple. This little one was simply too adorable to resist. Her round face, smooth and featureless from every angle, was impossibly cute. They could never tire of looking at her. After a short drive, the car came to a stop before a towering skyscraper. Cradled in her father's arms, the little one blinked her big eyes at the bold, flowing characters before her. Tilting her head and tapping her chin with her finger, she read aloud. "Circle, circle, wide earth, circle, wide occupy." One Goose Mountain Poop 5. How come it's only 5 characters? The little dumpling was utterly perplexed. She was sure she'd read 7 characters, so why did counting only give her 5? Instantly her eyes turned into bewildered little dots. Scratching her head in confusion, she tilted it like a puzzled kitten. Daddy brother, what's going on? Why did Zhuzhu read 7 characters, but count only 5? Bo Shiyu and Bo Yanzhou both looked down at the little one in their arms, exchanging a knowing glance. A soft chuckle escaped their lips. Because of his meticulous son, Bo Yanzhou rarely had the chance to participate in the little one's studies. Though he wasn't entirely sure how his son was educating his daughter, he guessed that the circles were placeholders for characters she didn't recognize. Bo Shiyu stepped forward, gently holding Zhuzhu's little paw, a smile curling his lips as he encouraged her. That's Rorongzhuang Hotel. But you've recognized quite a few characters lately, Zhuzhu. That deserves praise. Apart from the few circles you didn't know, you read every other character correctly. The little dumpling initially felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Rorongzhuang Hotel. She couldn't understand why none of the 7 characters she'd said were right. But the moment she heard her brother's clear praise, she straightened her back with pride. Humph, wonderful, wonderful. She knew she was a clever baby. Once the little one got happy, her excitement was impossible to contain. Nestled in Bo Yanzhou's arms, she rested her little chin on one shoulder, then the other, back and forth. Her face was so plump with baby fat that when she pressed it against her father's neck, Bo Yanzhou could feel every bit of that chubby cheek. There was so much of it. The man walking forward with a stoic expression couldn't help but worry inwardly. Should he really consider putting the little one on a diet? Rorongzhuang Hotel was the only 7-star hotel in the country, a comprehensive international establishment integrating dining, entertainment, and shopping, long favored by prestigious families. Old Master Boss' 80th birthday banquet was hosted here today. By the time Bo Yanzhou arrived, it was no longer early. Everyone had already gathered. At the center of the banquet hall, an elderly man in a tang suit leaned on a cane, his weathered eyes sharp and murky like an eagle's. Dad, don't be angry. Yanzhou didn't mean to be late. The Bo group is so vast, once he gets caught up in work, it's endless. I'm afraid he's exhausting himself. But don't be sad. At least you still have Yuchi, don't you? Our Yuchi's company may not compare to Yanzhou's Bo group, but he's still busy from dawn till dusk. It breaks my heart to see him, let alone Yanzhou, running such a huge company alone. Still, a smaller company has its advantages. Even at its busiest, it's not impossible to find time. Let Yuchi come visit you more often in the future. You won't feel so bored. The elegant woman standing to the old man's right, arm in arm with the middle-aged man beside her, spoke with a smile. Bo Yubai sneered coldly upon hearing this, retorting without restraint. Aunt Lu, why bother with such pretense? If you have something to say, just say it outright. There are no fools or softies in the Bo family, so there's no need for your veiled insinuations to remind grandfather. Lu Manlian's grip on Bo Kishin's arm tightened slightly at the words. Recovering quickly, she put on a wounded expression. Yubai, how can you say that about me? I meant no harm, I just... Before she could finish, the handsome, sharp-featured man cut her off, impatiently launching a direct counterattack. You what? You just think the Bo group should have a share for your son, but you're too embarrassed to say it outright. At this, he let out a laugh that was both sarcastic and laced with fury, casting a scornful glance at his hypocritical, good-for-nothing father. If that's the case, I suggest you shut up. Without my brother, the Bo group might have been squandered long ago under someone else's control. My brother worked tirelessly to rebuild the group from the ground up, turning it into a 300 billion business empire. And you, a useless old woman who did nothing, dare to blabber in front of grandfather. How can you be so shameless? Bo Yubai was the notoriously sharp-tongued best actor in the entertainment circle. There was nothing he couldn't say if he disapproved. This time was no different. Though he had little affection for his icy eldest brother, the sight of that old hag Lu Manlian strutting around before him made his skin crawl. Oh, when our best actor Bo was displeased, his words knew no bounds. As those blunt, harsh words left his mouth, Lu Manlian's fake smile instantly crumbled. Her eyes reddened as she shrieked. What did you say? How dare you call me an old woman? Bo Yubai rolled his eyes. Yes. Old woman. I said it again. What are you going to do about it? Lu Manlian was livid, her pent-up fury finally snapping. Say it one more time. Was Bo Yubai afraid of her? Of course not. He was about to go head-to-head with her when he noticed the old man in the center growing darker by the second. Bo Tingxi rubbed his gold-rimmed glasses in exasperation and yanked his bratty younger brother back. Bo Qishan quickly coaxed Lu Manlian back as well. Old Master Bo cast a cold glance at the grandson on his left, who was still rolling his eyes, and then at the useless son on his right, who was frantically groveling to placate his wife. He spoke coldly. Enough. What a disgrace. Lu Manlian, eyes still red, pressed on relentlessly. Dad, did you hear what Yubai called me? Bo Yubai's temper flared as he shoved his second brother aside and stepped forward angrily. What did I call you? Did I call you a mistress, a side chick, or a fifth wheelie? At this, not only Lu Manlian, but also Bo Kishin's face darkened instantly. The man's eyes hardened as he lowered his voice in reprimand. Bo Yubai, speaking so rudely, is this how you address your elders? Lu Manlian's eyes darted around as she began to play the victim again, sniffling pitifully. Bo Yuchi, who had just walked over, heard this and immediately knew his mother was up to no good. Frowning, he grabbed Lu Manlian's arm. Mom, stop it. This is grandfather's birthday banquet. Behave yourself. Lu Manlian, furious that even her son wasn't on her side, shouted with reddened eyes. How am I misbehaving? Didn't you hear what your younger brother just called me? Bo Yubai was about to shout something when his second brother Bo Tingxi grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. The man in the gray suit with gold-rimmed glasses wore a cold, world-weary expression as he said flatly, "Aunt Lu, mister. Bo Yubai spoke out of turn just now. I apologize on behalf of my brother. Please don't hold it against him. Aunt Lu, mister. Bo." The address was exceedingly distant. Bo Kishin's face darkened at the words. Just as he was about to speak, Bo Tingxi curled his lips into a smile. "But as you know, mister, Bo, my eldest brother, and I are somewhat better off." Bo Yubai, however, had no mother to teach him since childhood, no mother, no father raising him. So his words can be a bit harsh, you'll have to make allowances. At this, the couple's faces turned ashen. Even Bo Yuchi, who had just approached, fell silent, lost in thought. The old man, who had remained quiet until now, suddenly slammed his cane down, his murky eyes snapping toward Bo Chishan. "Shut up. Yubai is still a child. How can you, an adult, argue with a child? Has she lost her mind, or have you?" He then turned his attention to Lu Manlian. "And you? Are you so narrow-minded? Do you really think I can't see through your petty scheming day in and day out? I've let it slide, but you've only grown more vicious. Yuchi and Yanli are both descendants of the Bo family. There's no need for your schemes. I won't mistreat them. Say one more word against my grandson, and you can get out of the Bo. If you have no shame, I still do." Lu Manlian choked, nearly exploding with rage. She was narrow-minded. She was vicious. That brat Bo Yubai had said things 100 times worse than her. And he was over 20, still a child? The old man's favoritism couldn't be more obvious. Lu Manlian was furious, yet she dared not voice her anger and could only swallow her grievances. Meanwhile, bursts of exclamations echoed from within the banquet hall. Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. The approaching figure was tall and well-proportioned, his height accentuating his upright and commanding presence. His demeanor exuded an innate nobility, while his exquisitely chiseled face bore deep, profound features. His jet-black, elongated eyes glimmered with a trace of coldness. His gaze swept over the crowd like an inspection, instantly unleashing an overwhelming pressure reminiscent of an ancient emperor, majestic and awe-inspiring. Overwhelmed by his aura, many averted their eyes. Yet as if drawn by an irresistible force, they unanimously widened their eyes in shock, staring at the man's back. Old Master Boss' eyes lit up at the sight. After hastily dismissing a few sycophants who had crowded around him, he hobbled toward his eldest grandson with his cane. His eagerness filled Lu Manlian with envy. She clenched her hands so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh, the sharp pain finally snapping her back to reality. Turning around, she grabbed Bo Yuchi and began to mutter discontentedly, "Look, you're his biological grandson, yet this is how he treats you. The moment Bo Yanzhou arrives, he rushes over like a lapdog. When you came, he didn't even spare you a glance. And what about your younger brother? The old man specifically instructed him to show his face at the birthday banquet, but he goes and disappears on me. Neither of you takes things seriously. How will you ever compete with Bo Yanzhou for the family inheritance? How many times have I told you to produce a son? But you refused. You had to have a useless daughter instead. Now look, the heir is someone else's and the company is someone else's." And that wretched girl Shu ran. Where has she disappeared to the moment I take my eyes off her? As her father, you should be keeping an eye on her. The sight of her makes my blood boil. Bo Yuchi cast a cold glance at Lu Manlian, then pulled his arm free. "I've told you before, I will never marry or have children. Shu Ran was forced upon me by you, so I refuse to take responsibility. Besides, grandfather hasn't thrown a grand birthday banquet in years. If you dare cause trouble at this juncture, don't expect me to help you." With that, he swiftly followed after the old man, his steps even more brisk than the elders. Lu Manlian ground her teeth in fury before finally clutching Bo Kishin's arm and being led along. As they approached, Bo Yanzhou halted along with Bo Shiyu. Father and son wore strikingly similar icy expressions, one calling out grandfather and the other great-grandfather, which delighted the old man immensely. His face beaming with kindness, he chuckled heartily. Before Bo Yanzhou could speak, Lu Manlian, who had just caught up, couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. "Yanzhou, you arrived later than all of us. You must have been preparing a surprise for the old man, right? Judging by that, it seems no one here can compare to you." Bo Yuchi shot his mother a disapproving look, his expression laced with coldness. Perhaps it was that reproachful glare that spurred Lu Manlian on even more. Some guests who were unaware of the situation assumed she was setting the stage for Bo Yanzhou, and they too began clapping with feigned anticipation. The expressionless man, upon hearing these words, lifted his eyes slightly to cast a cold glance at her, then swept his gaze over the gathered crowd. Behind him, assistantly held a box, his face already set in a mechanical standard smile, ready to present the gift the moment his boss gave the order. However, the CEO, Bo, had other ideas. With a slight pause in his demeanor, he turned and under the watchful eyes of the crowd hoisted the little bun behind him into the air. Grasping the child by the armpits, he expressionlessly thrust her toward Old Master Bo, uttering a curt, "Happy birthday." The old man blinked, his eyes wide in bewilderment. Staring at the soft, adorable little bun before him, he ventured, "Yanzhou, what is this?" The man uttered two words as if each were a precious gem, a gift. The old man. The crowd. Assistant Lee, who had been poised for action, felt his smile vanish without it. "No way. You keep someone in your heart, yet they stash you in their pocket. Boss, how could you give away the little miss as a gift?" 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The crowd was rendered speechless by this gift. Old Master Bo was stunned. Lu Monlian was dumbfounded. Bo Tingxi and Bo Yubai were shocked. Only Bo Yuqi, who had seen the little bun once before, smiled at her gently teasingly. On the other side, the suddenly hoisted little bun, confronted by the crowd's bewildered wide-eyed stares, shrank into a timid ball, innocent and fearful, curling up with a soft. Even her little feet curled upward. She tilted her head like a soft, pliant kitten scared by the sea of strangers. Hugging herself timidly, her tiny voice trembled with confusion and fear, yet she obediently followed her father's lead and murmured softly, "Happy birthday, great-grandpa." The soft, quivering cotton candy voice echoed through the vast banquet hall. Only then did the crowd snap out of their daze and begin to scrutinize the little bun before them. The tiny tot appeared to be just 2 or 3 years old. On each side of her head was a little bun, and she wore a pink and white frilly dress. Her skin was fair and smooth like a porcelain doll, and a large bow was tied just in front of her. That was a belt Bo Shiyu had specially added to hide the little bun's chubby tummy. If Bo Yanzhou hadn't pulled this stunt, Bo Shiyu wouldn't have noticed. But now that he had, Bo Shiyu really did feel that the little bun really did look rather like a gift. After an eerie silence, the scene erupted into uproar. The old master, who had been as steady as a mountain, instantly had tears in his eyes. In his excitement, he even set aside his walking cane, tossing it aside as he tottered over, eager to embrace the adorable little milk dumpling. But unexpectedly, in the next second, the man withdrew his hands holding the child and refused coldly, "Just look." Old Master Bo. He spread his hands in dissatisfaction. Why can this old man only look? Wasn't she supposed to be a gift for me? Why can't I hold my granddaughter? Give me my granddaughter. Bo Yanzhou, with an icy face, said emotionlessly, "Because your waist is not good." Humph. Actually, although the old master was old, he had served in the military when he was young, so his body was still quite strong. As for why he used a walking cane, it was purely because he had nothing else to do. As he aged, he couldn't keep his hands idle. After playing with prayer beads for 2 days, he found them not smooth. After handling walnuts for 2 days, he found them scratchy. Finally, he took to a walking cane and found it comfortable, so he just kept using it. Mainly with the cane, he could beat that unfilial son Bo Qishan. Without even standing up, he would just swing the cane at him. And Bo Yanzhou's remark about his bad waist was merely an excuse. He mainly didn't want to admit that his own daughter was chubby. Furthermore, the most important thing was that since he transitioned from CEO to dad, he had learned to cover his back. Last time the little one cried, and he spanked her bottom, and she remembered it for 2 whole days. This time he couldn't leave any handle like that. The little milk dumpling didn't understand the intricacies. She just felt that the great-grandfather in front of her looked really serious. The timid little mushroom clutched her daddy's hand, a bit scared. Old Master Bo was displeased upon hearing this. He immediately straightened his body, glared at his eldest grandson, then reached out with his old but strong hands and pulled back. "Give it to this old man, you." Humph. The old man's moves were fierce like a tiger, but he probably didn't expect the little one to be so heavy. He staggered and almost couldn't hold her, but luckily Bo Tingxi and Bo Yanzhou, standing nearby, quickly caught him. Lu Monlian directly exclaimed, "Oh my! How can this little child be so heavy? A girl should manage her figure, how can she not?" She almost twisted Dad's waist. So inconsiderate. These nonsensical words immediately earned her a glare from the Bo family members, including her own son Bo Yuqi, who was fair-minded and didn't take sides. The little milk dumpling nestled obediently in her great-grandfather's arms, understood. Her chubby little paw subconsciously extended her index finger and tapped it in front of her, looking very guilty. She drooped her little head, wanting to squirm out of the old man's arms, but afraid to move because of his health. With a distressed little face and clutching her paw, she explained, "Zhuzhu didn't mean to be this fat, it's just that the food always tempts Zhuzhu, and Zhuzhu doesn't know why she gets tempted, but Zhuzhu really didn't mean to. Zhuzhu doesn't like eating food, but I don't know why the food likes eating Zhuzhu. I." The little one went I for a long time, but couldn't figure out what to say. Just at that moment, coincidentally, someone's little stomach started rumbling. Everyone instinctively looked at the tiny little thing. Zhuzhu. Her little mouth pursed, and her eyes instantly became teary. "It's not Zhuzhu's fault, it's the belly that called by itself." Old Master Bo laughed out loud, pinched Zhuzhu's chubby cheek, and echoed with a smile, all right, it's not Zhuzhu who made the sound, it's not the belly either, it was your daddy." Bo Yanzhou, who was forced to be the scapegoat. As for this gift, Old Master Bo was obviously very satisfied. He looked at Zhuzhu and found her curious from every angle. Actually, although the Bo family had few girls across 3 generations, it wasn't that there were none. Bo Yuqi's daughter Bo Shuran was also his great-granddaughter. But whether it was because the daughter took after her father or the Bo family genes were too strong, Bo Shuran had been taciturn since childhood and as cold as Bo Shiyu. She wasn't close to anyone and had an aloof appearance, never acting cute. But Zhuzhu, she had an adorable round bun face and spoke in a childish voice. Perhaps because she was a bit silly, she also looked a bit dazed. Moreover, Bo Shiyu always liked to dress up his little sister adorably. Looking at her, Zhuzhu was truly a pink, plump little strawberry. The old master held the little baby and waved his hand casually. "It's fine, it's fine. Little children need to eat more to grow. Great-grandfather can't carry Zhuzhu because great-grandfather is not strong enough. It has nothing to do with our Zhuzhuer." He was overjoyed and his old face wrinkled with laughter. The old master glanced at Bo Yanzhou, snorted proudly, and said, "Considering that you brought this good granddaughter to me, I'll let go of your lateness." After saying that ignoring everyone else, he carried Zhuzhu to the central platform for the banquet. Lu Manlian was extremely displeased. She tugged at Bo Qixin's sleeve and whispered, "It's just a girl. Is it necessary to like her so much?" Bo Qixin patted her hand. "No matter what dad does, he has to put on a show on the surface, right? Besides, he doesn't even like such an excellent great-granddaughter. As Shu ran, how could he like that?" Lu Manlian thought about it and felt it was true. She was just a worthless girl. Even if the old man liked her, could he directly name her as the sharp-tongued best actor? Bo Yubai was quite interested in this suddenly appeared niece. He eagerly sidled up to his eldest brother and started prying with chatter. Bo Tingxi, though not curious about Zhuzhu's origin, was rather curious about how someone with an icy face like Bo Yanzhou could produce a child with such a stark contrast. Although he was a research academician in bioengineering, he knew better than anyone what kind of person his older brother was. Could such an icy face really produce such an adorable little baby? He thought this in his heart, and also said it out loud. The man with gold-rimmed glasses walked over, pondered for a moment, and decided to give his notorious older brother a legal lesson. According to Article 342 of our country's criminal law, trafficking in children shall be punished with fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 5 years, but not more than 10 years. If the circumstances are serious, the offender shall be punished with life imprisonment or death. According to Article 248 of our criminal law, kidnapping a child shall be punished with fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 10 years or death. And from the perspective of genetics, you shouldn't be able to produce such a child. The big CEO with a cold face looked at his younger brother, who had a world-weary expression. "So?" The man with his disdainful face said flatly, "So wherever you stole this child from, hurry up and return her." Upon hearing this, even the inquisitive Bo Yubai shut his mouth. The two brothers looked at their eldest brother in unison. Then the big CEO gave a cold smile and said coolly, "What a coincidence, then this little one is indeed my biological child." Bo Yubai didn't quite believe it. He reached out and poked his elder brother, staring unblinking. Bo Shiyu, standing nearby, noticed the probing gaze from his third uncle Bo Yubai. "Bo Shiyu, Bo Yubai." The two exchanged glances. After a while, the young boy nodded firmly. How could he produce such an adorable child? That's right, the seemingly indifferent and world-weary scientist actually loved all cute things. Seeing her brother's look of utter disgust, the big Bo was in an excellent mood, a smirk playing on her lips. Yet as her gaze inadvertently met Bo Yuchi's eyes, the man turned his head away without a change in expression. The young boy standing beside Bo Yanzhou narrowed his eyes, keenly noticing this exchange. He scrutinized the man, then looked at Bo Yuchi, standing not far away. Something was off. Very off. Although both hid it well, the look in his uncle's eyes and his father's gesture. It was as if an insurmountable chasm had formed between former close friends. Bo Shiyu's suspicions were confirmed. He remembered that in his past life this uncle had died by swallowing pills. That suicide had driven Lu Manlian to the brink of collapse. His father had also seemed off in those days. After Uncle Yuchi's death, that little green tea bitch Bo Zhuzhu made a scene because Bo Yanzhou wouldn't take her to the amusement park, and for the first time Bo Yanzhou scolded her. He remembered this clearly because after being scolded, Bo Zhuzhu came to take out her anger on him, and he was the one who got hurt in the end. So he remembered it especially vividly. Thinking of this, the young boy's gaze towards his father was tinged with a hint of resentment. Meanwhile, old Master Bo had already carried Zhuzhu to the center of the stage. He bent down, set Zhuzhu on the ground, held her chubby little hand with one, and coughed twice into his fist. Scanning the room, he spoke in a deep voice. "Today is my Bo Tianlong's 80th birthday. I am honored that you all could take time from your busy schedules to attend. Today I have received a special treasure." He turned a benevolent expression on his face and smiled at the little milk dumpling beside him. "Zhuzhu, say hello to your uncle's aunt's brother." At these words, Lu Manlian and Bo Qixin's expressions darkened. The uncles and aunts the old master mentioned were no ordinary people. All the powerful and wealthy figures of high society were gathered here. With this display, wouldn't the whole circle spread the word by tomorrow about how much the old master doted on that little good-for-nothing girl? A sense of unease stirred within them. The little milk dumpling nodded obediently beside the old master, her soft baby voice chirping, "Hello, uncles, aunties, big brothers, big sisters, Zhuzhu, daddy's daughter, big brother's little sister, and great-grandpas." Great-grandpas. The little one was still in a dazed state, only managing to greet people by following her brother's lead. And because her system uncle was often offline, she couldn't ask for help. So now the little cub was a bit confused about what she was supposed to be to her great-grandfather. The chubby mushroom clutched her head in thought, then suddenly seemed to think of something, her eyes lighting up as she blurted out, "Treasure, great-grandpa's treasure." Yes, that's right. Her brother often said she was the world's most adorable little treasure. Her brother was so smart. Following her brother's lead was definitely the right way. The old master burst into hearty laughter at her words. Good, little Zhuzhu is right. Zhuzhu is grandpa's treasure, the treasure of our entire Bo family. He patted Zhuzu's little head, his eyes brimming with such doting affection that it seemed ready to overflow. Seeing this, the crowd below began to shower her with praise. Everyone had their own calculations. Seeing old Master Boss fondness for the little girl, if they could use this to forge a connection with the Bo family, wouldn't their future path be smooth sailing? A torrent of flattery reached Bo Yanzhou's ears. Although he knew that the flatterers spoke few truths, wasn't it a case of like father like daughter? The always suspicious big CEO, Bo didn't torture his own ears, choosing only to listen to what pleased. The big CEO, Bo, who usually despised sycophancy the most, felt for the first time that those snobs, after a lifetime of being opportunists, had finally spoken a word of truth. The man's face remained impassive, but inwardly he was ecstatic. His daughter was adorable, liked by everyone who saw her. The old master smiled, and said a few more words, then took the ring off his finger and pressed it into Zhuzhu's hand. Great-grandpa doesn't have anything good, so take this as a gift for my little treasure. At the sight, the guests' expressions shifted, their gazes turning thoughtful. The entire banquet hall grew quiet. Because it wasn't just a thumb ring, its significance was immense. Speaking of the Bo family as the elite among elites, besides the Bo Group managed by Bo Yanzhou, the family's main industries were all overseas, still held by Old Master Bo. The Bo Group, based domestically, was just a small company nearly run into the ground by Bo Qishan. But no one expected that after Bo Yanzhou took over, he would build it into a 300 billion business empire. This showed just how terrifying Bo Yanzhou's business acumen was. 300 billion. No wonder Lu Manlian was so jealous. She had been nagging the old master about it constantly. Especially after seeing the old master give the ring representing overseas power to Zhuzhu. Lu Manlian was nearly jumping out of her skin with anxiety. Your father is so biased. Yuqi and Yanli are both his grandsons, but he gives it to Bo Yanzhou, and now he hands it over to that little good for nothing. What difference does it make from giving it to Bo Yanzhou? And you're not worried. You know how Songyi had died. Do you think he'll support you in your old age when all the family property falls into his hands? Bo Qishan, who had been expressionless, darkened his face at these words. At that moment, the little milk dumpling standing beside her great-grandfather began to shake her head and fiddle with the ring, her big eyes wide. She didn't really know what it was, but seeing it come off her great-grandfather's finger, she copied him and tried to put it on her own thumb. The ring instantly swallowed Zhuzhu's short fingers. The little milk dumpling was stunned, confused about why the ring showed so much of Grandpa's finger, but wouldn't let her little paw out. She pouted, stubbornly lifted her chubby paw and pressed the ring against her hand, but still her little paw didn't emerge. The chubby mushroom felt challenged. Huffing in anger, she glared with her triangular eyes, grabbed the ring, and took a fierce bite with an awu. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The cub, whose teeth had been jarred, pouted, her round lychee-like eyes brimming with tears as she held up the ring and babbled a complaint to her great-grandfather. The old master was instantly heartbroken for the little one. Scanning the room, he directly ordered someone to take the necklace from Lu Manlian's neck, thread the ring onto it, and hang it around Zhuzhu's neck. Lu Manlian was almost driven to breast cancer by rage, but with so many dignitaries present, she couldn't throw a fit, so she could only force a stiff smile onto her face. That old coot only called on her when he needed something and scolded her the rest of the time. That was her brand new diamond necklace. Not only did she not get the thumb ring, but she also lost an 8 million yuan diamond necklace by attending this birthday banquet. Her heart was bleeding. Yet after the old master finished speaking and descended with Zhuzhu, Bo Yubai, who was usually the most superstitious, couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Manlian's necklace was just as untrustworthy as she was. Fearing that her bad luck might rub off on Zhuzhu, he swiftly removed the necklace from the little girl and replaced it with his own, taking it off from around his neck. Bo Yanzhou did not stop him, and Bo Tingxi even nodded in profound agreement, adding a timely remark, "You've thought this through for once." Bo Yubai lifted his chin with pride, thrusting the diamond necklace toward the old woman. "Take it back. Our Zhuzhu has no need for your chain." But the old master, who had just used her necklace, nodded to himself with a slight self-satisfied motion. That wasn't even the most infuriating part. The most maddening was her own son. He stood by and chimed in with agreement. Indeed, a diamond necklace doesn't quite match a jade thumb ring. Lu Manlian's heart ached with fury. She shot her eldest son a venomous glare, barely managing a strained smile as she waved her hand. "No need. Since the old master gave it to Zhuzhu, consider it a gift from Grandma to her little darling." The little bun tilted her head and blinked. At the word Grandma, her eyes lit up. She toddled forward on her short legs, gazing at Lu Manlian with sparkling eyes. "Grandma, you back?" Lu Manlian. Where was she supposed to have gone? Everyone was baffled by the little one's words, unable to grasp her meaning. Then in the next second the child made them understand. Zhuzhu, seizing the moment when her father wasn't paying attention, pattered over to Lu Manlian and hugged her leg, exclaiming excitedly, "Grandma is having fun." At these words, Lu Manlian's smiling face instantly cracked. Yet the little one chattered on without end. "Butler Grandpa told Zhuzhu that Daddy's mommy went to heaven to play. He said heaven is a place where you can eat super many chicken legs." She blinked, peeking hopefully and shyly behind Grandma, her eyes darting around. "So, did Grandma bring back any chicken legs? If she brought a lot, maybe Zhuzhu could have a taste, right?" She wasn't greedy, she just wanted one chicken leg. No father knew his daughter better than Bo Yanzhou. He instantly understood the little one was hunting for chicken legs. The man stepped forward, expressionlessly peeling the child, clinging to Lu Manlian. "Away, she's your grandfather's new wife, not your biological grandmother. Get down." The little bun's eyes dimmed at this. She obediently let go. "Oh, so no chicken legs?" The little one drooped her head, poking her chubby fingers together. "Sorry, new grandma. Zhuzhu didn't mean it." "New grandma, please don't be angry." Lu Manlian could barely maintain her smile, but she had no choice. Forcing an air of magnanimity, she clenched the diamond necklace and pushed it toward Zhuzhu. Feigning generosity, she said, "It's all right. This is Grandma's gift to you. Take it quickly." In truth, her heart was bleeding. That little money loser from Yanzhou's family is indeed no good. An 8 million necklace. Does she even deserve it? Giving it to her is a waste. You little wretch. You'd better have the sense to refuse it outright, or else it'll make you spit out every bit you take sooner or later. Thank you, Grandma, but Zhuzhu doesn't want it the next second. A soft childish voice echoed her true thoughts. Lu Manlian's heart leaped with joy and her eyebrows lifted involuntarily. She hadn't expected the little brat to be so perceptive. Though delighted inside, she dared not show it too openly. Just as she was about to make a pretense of insisting, the familiar little voice continued. Surrounded by everyone, the child waved her hand, her voice lisping, but resolute. Zhuzhu doesn't want it. The old master chuckled and stepped forward. Why not? If your grandmother gives it to you, take it. She won't miss it. Lu Manlian. She would miss it. You old fool, it's easy to be generous when it's not your own skin being shorn. Then Zhuzhu's milky voice rang out. The little one's clear eyes sparkled free from any calculation. She clutched her little hands earnestly, because Grandma looks at this necklace the same way Zhuzhu looks at chicken legs. Grandma must super love this necklace. Thank you, Grandma, for loving Zhuzhu so much, but Zhuzu's brother taught me that a good mushroom doesn't take what others love. Zhuzhu is a good mushroom, so Zhuzhu doesn't want what Grandma loves. She waved her tiny paw. Grandma, take it back. Bo Shiyu was almost overwhelmed by how adorable his sister was. He went over and pinched her cheek, fondly correcting her with a smile. It's called a gentleman doesn't covet what others hold dear. The little one, who had been about to show off her knowledge, paused, her proud expression faltering. She turned her head blankly, clearly less confident. Is that so? Did Zhuzhu say it wrong? It had to be said. Zhuzhu was simply endearing. Her face was a cascade of expressions like emojis, yet every look on her little face was unbearably cute. At that moment, the child's eyes wandered, her chubby little hands poking innocently and awkwardly under her chin, her feet turned inward as she drooped her head slightly. Her big, innocent round eyes occasionally sneaked a peek at her brother like a kitten caught stealing fish. Bo Shiyu was instantly melted by the sight. He smiled and patted Zhuzu's head. You just got the proverb wrong, but the meaning is right. Zhuzhu is amazing. The little one's eyes brightened. She immediately puffed out her chest with pride, her chubby chin lifted high, her whole demeanor screaming, see. I knew it. I'm so cultured, how could I be wrong? The Bo family couldn't help but smile at the sight, except for Lu Manlian. She felt the little one, despite appearing innocent, was quite cunning. How dare she subtly imply that she was unwilling to part with the necklace? Did she think Lu Manlian couldn't tell? Gritting her teeth, she clenched her fists, seething with rage. The joyful family ahead surrounded the little one in their midst like stars around the moon, forming a stark contrast with the girl in the corner, who was also dressed in a princess gown, but stood utterly alone. A 7 or 8-year-old girl stood there coldly, her face betraying no emotion whatsoever. Only when her gaze fell upon the Bo family, especially upon Bo Zhuzhu, who was being coddled like the moon surrounded by stars, did a flicker of warmth appear in those icy, indifferent eyes. But that warmth was hatred. It was resentment. It was overwhelming fury. She stared fixedly at the little cherub in the crowd, who was beaming radiantly, her body trembling uncontrollably from the intensity of her emotions. Bo Zhuzhu. Reborn once more, she had encountered Bo Zhuzhu again. She had met this scheming bitch again. Why did a child with such an innocent and adorable exterior? She clenched the skirt in her hand tightly and closed her eyes. Her thoughts drifted back, returning to 2 months earlier. It was a rainy day. Because her piano practice had failed to meet Lu Manlian's satisfaction, she was directly punished by being made to kneel in the courtyard. After being drenched by the rain, she fell into a dazed unconsciousness. Amidst the haze of her weary consciousness, she seemed to glimpse her past life. Her name was Bo Shuran. To the outside world, she was the enviable young lady of the prestigious Bo family. Everyone envied her for being born into privilege, yet no one knew the suffering she endured. But ever since she could remember, every day that awaited her was filled with endless lessons and Lu Manlian's ceaseless scolding. She had no mother, and her father seemed to dislike her, never bothering to care for her. Whenever she lost to her cousin from Uncle Yanzhou's family in school competitions, her grandmother would cruelly whip her with a leather strap. Grandmother said that a young lady from a prestigious family must not have injuries on her hands, so she always whipped her on the back. Countless times she tearfully tugged at her father's sleeve, begging him to save her, but her always gentle and refined father only ever left her with a distant, aloof back. Little Bo Shuran didn't understand why. She thought that, like her grandmother, her father disliked her because she couldn't surpass her cousin. So she began to strive desperately to catch up. She believed that if she could win the next competition against her cousin, her father and grandmother would surely stop hating her. But when she proudly presented the first-place certificate to her father, brimming with joy, the gentle smile she had imagined never appeared on his face. She seemed to understand something. It seemed her father just didn't like children. But she didn't give up, because all the effort she had made would bear fruit and deliver a satisfactory answer. So she was confident she could make her to win her father's favor. She began to train relentlessly in every aspect, day and night. Gradually, her reputation as a prodigy spread throughout high society. Yet her father still didn't like her. She consoled herself thinking that he was strict with her to make her even better. She had heard that the eldest uncle was the same with her cousin. But it wasn't until she saw her father dotingly holding little cousin Zhuzhu from the eldest uncle's family that she had a sudden epiphany. So, her father didn't dislike children, he just disliked her. She watched as her father, who was always so distant with her, gently cradled the little one, his eyes full of affection, as he repeatedly called her, Zhuzhu Zhuzhu. The usually most proactive girl was lost in a daze for the first time. For some reason her eyes felt as if they had gotten sand in them, stinging and uncomfortable. But she was a young lady from a prestigious family, as she wouldn't let others see her in such a sorry state. Bo Shuran ran out to the deserted backyard, unable to hold back any longer, and crouched down, hugging her knees and crying bitterly. At first, she hoped her father would notice she was missing and come looking for her, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She cried even more heart-wrenchingly, and just then a handkerchief was suddenly offered in front of her. She looked up, her face streaked with tears. A 3- or 4-year-old little one blinked and tilted her head in concern. "Sister, don't cry. Zhuzhu will wipe your tears." She remembered that day for a long time, because it was the first time light had shone upon her through the cracks of darkness. At that moment she instantly understood why her father loved this little sister so much. Flattered, she accepted the handkerchief and looked at the exceptionally cute little one before her, unaware that beneath that angelic exterior lurked a demonic heart. Her nightmare truly began. Bo Zhuzhu was a master of scheming and manipulation. Every word she spoke was honeyed, capable of making Bo Yuchi dislike her while keeping her own hands clean. But back then she must have been foolish or something, for she never noticed anything amiss about Bo Zhuzhu. Instead, she thought her innocent and kind. With such a mindset, she let down all her guard against Bo Zhuzhu. So when Bo Zhuzhu tearfully and coquettishly begged her to take her skateboarding, Bo Shuran agreed without hesitation. She never imagined that a 3-year-old child who was always so good to her and so dependent on her could scheme against her. So during their outing, she was knocked down by Bo Zhuzhu, who had lost control of the skateboard, slamming hard onto the ground, leaving her dazed. Before she could react, an oncoming car ran directly over her hand. She was knocked unconscious from the pain. That accident crippled one of her hands. She was on the verge of madness from emotional collapse, but when the little one, her face streaked with tears, cried and lay in her arms, she couldn't find fault with Bo Zhuzhu, nor did she know it was premeditated. So in her despair, she could only attribute it to her own bad luck. Lu Monlian cursed her as worthless. Disappointed further by her crippled hand, she believed a disabled girl had no future, so her beatings and scolding became even more unrestrained. Her days grew increasingly difficult. A mysterious fire in the piano room, a snake inexplicably placed in her school bag. Until she was 15, when someone pushed her down the stairs, and her head smashed directly into a stone placed at the corner. In an instant, blood pooled everywhere. She turned her head and, trembling, reached out her hand towards the little girl upstairs. "Help. Save me." But the little girl in the white dress raised an eyebrow, contrary to her usual demeanor. "Save you? Sister, why are you still so foolish? I clearly want to kill you." The little girl tilted her head, blinked mischievously, and with that angelic face uttered words that sent chills down one's spine. "Sister, do you know how unhappy I was that the car accident when I was 6 didn't kill you?" Bo Shuran's pupils dilated in shock. Then she saw the figure upstairs turn, pick up a flower pot from the side. Then she suddenly burst into laughter, her eyes curving like crescents, just as when she had handed her the handkerchief years ago, and called out to her, "Sister, you can't escape this time." With that she let go. With a thud, the flower pot came crashing down on her head. Her trembling hand froze, tears mingling with the blood as they flowed to the ground. She died with her eyes wide open. Bo Shuran opened her eyes, and a fierce hatred erupted from her strikingly beautiful eyes. She even wished she could rush forward right now and expose Bo Zhuzhu's true face. But even if she exposed her, what good would it do? The 80-year-old girl sneered coldly, sweeping her gaze over the Bo family members encircling Bo Zhuzhu. These Bo family members looked shrewd enough, but every single one of them was a complete fool. They were wasting their intelligence. Her father was a fool, her grandfather was a fool, her eldest, second, fourth, and fifth uncles were all fools. Every single one of them was being toyed with by that scheming bitch, Bo Zhuzhu, completely oblivious. Bo Shuran's gaze shifted to Lu Monlian, and a flicker of disdain and disgust flashed in her eyes. This one was the biggest fool of all. In her past life, she had been naive, allowing this old hag to live comfortably for a lifetime. If she didn't make her pay back everything in this life, her name wasn't Bo Shuran. Regardless of whether it was a birthday banquet or a wedding feast, the primary purpose of high society gatherings was always to maintain relationships among the various aristocratic and influential families. After the banquet ended, Yanzhou initially intended to take Zhuzhu home. However, old Master Bo, having finally acquired a great-granddaughter who caught his fancy, was not about to let her slip away so easily. Of course he wouldn't. Knowing full well the temperament of his eldest grandson, the old man didn't bother discussing it with him. Instead, he scooped up Zhuzhu, and without a word dashed. Though old Master Bo was advanced in years, his physique, no matter how robust, was not what it used to be. Thus, carrying a child as heavy as Zhuzhu proved to be quite a strain, and he found himself stooping slightly. At that moment, stooped and shrunken with age, his frame, now lean, he appeared to Bo Yanzhou and the others no different from those wretched child traffickers. Old Master Bo climbed into the car with his obedient great-granddaughter, and without lingering, ordered the driver to step on the gas and speed away. Bo Yanzhou watched the car's rear vanish into the distance, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Yet he still got into his own car. There was no help for it. Had his little pig not been taken away, Bo Yanzhou would never have set foot in that old Bo residence. Since Bo Yanzhou was returning, Bo Xiu naturally followed suit and got into the car. As for Bo Yubai, though his acting schedule was hectic, he was rather intrigued by his newly appeared niece. Without a second thought, he jangled his car keys and climbed into his Lamborghini. Gunning the engine and lowering the window, Bo Yubai glanced at his second brother, who was still standing outside, posing with his gold-rimmed glasses, and raised an eyebrow. "Hey, I'm heading to the old mansion. You coming? If you are, get in, and he'll give you a ride." The man he referred to as posing cast a sidelong glance at his younger brother's ostentatious car and declined with undisguised disdain. "No need. I have my own car." With that, the man turned and walked towards a black Volkswagen parked behind the Lamborghini, its door marred by a long, deep scratch. Bo Yubai watched helplessly as he cranked the engine 3 times before finally chugging past him in that dilapidated little car. Indeed, Bo Tingsi was a man of extreme refinement and wealth, yet paradoxically, he was also incredibly stingy, having exhibited a peculiar disposition since childhood. His personality was exceedingly eccentric. He favored a low profile, but his attire was meticulously exquisite and exorbitantly expensive, wearing bespoke garments worth millions, driving a Volkswagen worth 100,000, and using a door with a gash across it, yet willing to spend 20 million on a sound system. He adored all things cute, especially cats and dogs, but due to his severe germophobia, he couldn't bear any shedding creatures in his home. Hence he made a weekly pilgrimage to a cat cafe. There he would don gloves and a protective suit, pick a freshly bathed cat or dog, interact with it for exactly 10 minutes, then promptly shed the suit and leave without a backward glance, not even a second's hesitation. The owners of those cat and dog cafes would surely tip their hats to him in admiration. What a deal! A free-willing laborer. Bo Yubai rolled his eyes at the little beater ahead and pulled out a pair of sunglasses, grumbling under his breath, "Dissing my ride. Take a look at your own junker. How much more beat-up can it get? Careful, or you'll blow a tire." Just as he finished muttering and was about to step on the gas, a loud bang echoed. The 2 rear wheels of the Volkswagen crawling ahead went completely flat. Bo Yubai instantly reacted, covering his mouth in fright. Damn it! Had he jinxed it again? Indeed he had. Bo Yubai, a critically acclaimed acting emperor in the entertainment industry, had swept all major and minor awards through his stellar acting skills and extraordinary talent since debuting. His flawless, perfectly proportioned face seemed like a masterpiece crafted by Nuwa herself, ensnaring countless admirers. But there was one catch: he was notoriously sharp-tongued and possessed the gift of a jinx. He never spoke a single auspicious word. Whatever ill he uttered would immediately come true. If his curse only affected himself, it would be one thing, but it always struck others. Not only that, his tongue was venomous, and he never hesitated to call out anyone he disliked. This meant that despite his good looks and formidable acting skills, he had almost no friends in the industry. Everyone feared him like the plague, terrified that one ill-spoken word from him would leave them broken or dogged by misfortune all day. 3 minutes later, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses, exquisite features, and refined demeanor reluctantly sat down in his younger brother's flashy car. The 2 siblings, each despising the other, set off for the old mansion, their mutual disdain palpable. Meanwhile, Bo Yuchi had driven away immediately after the birthday banquet. Lu Manlian was still grumbling to Bo Qishan about the ring when she caught sight of Bo Shuren emerging. Without a second thought, she grabbed Bo Shuren's arm and twisted it viciously. "You worthless girl! Where the hell were you when I needed you? Do you know your great-grandfather gave that ring to that little wench from Bo Yanzhou's family today? I've raised you for nothing. You can't even measure up to Bo Shiyu in studies, and now you can't even compare to Bo Zhuzhu in winning people over. What use are you? Were you born just to spite me?" Bo Shuren shot her a cold glare and retorted without restraint, "You never liked me in the first place, so there's no question of me angering you." Having been compliant for years, hearing such words for the first time, Lu Manlian's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say? Say it again. Who do you think you are? Without the Bo family status, do you think a worthless girl like you could enjoy such a luxurious life? If it weren't for your father's disobedience back then, I would have had a grandson by now. How could it ever be your turn, you ungrateful wretch?" Bo Qishan, his face ashen, pulled Lu Manlian aside. "Enough. Mind your image in public." Though he said nothing to Bo Shuren, his eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. This granddaughter of his was utterly inferior to Bo Yan's, his child. Cute and clever, she had even managed to make the old man hand over the ring in no time. And this one, a complete waste. Having been reborn into another life, Bo Shuren, who no longer harbored any hopes for familial affection, still felt her heart sink upon hearing these words. Unwelcome in this world from birth, unaccepted in this family throughout her life. The heart she had believed to be impenetrable now ached as if twisted by knives. When the group followed back to the Bo family's old mansion, old Master Bo was already leading his little granddaughter by the hand, strolling around the villa. Unlike Bo Yan's Dili Yayuan estate, the old mansion spanned over 2,000 square meters. Due to the old master's passion for collecting antiques, every corner of the villa was adorned with a relic. Among them, vases and jars were particularly abundant, ranging from Chinese to European styles. The little milk dumpling's eyes were dazzled, barely able to take it all in. Perhaps because she was a mushroom, every time she saw those beautiful vases and jars, she felt an urge to stuff herself inside, as if those tiny containers were her true home. Now faced with so many lovely jars, the little one simply couldn't move. She glanced left and right, turning her head to the left with a gasp of wonder, then leaning to the right with a coo of delight. Old Master Bo, seeing this, was immensely pleased with the little one's reaction. Truly his granddaughter. Her taste was remarkably refined, just like him. Overjoyed, the old master waved his hand and ordered the steward to pack up every jar and vase that his precious darling so much as glanced at. 5 minutes later, Yanzhou and the others who had rushed over were utterly stunned to see the entire household mobilized and packing antiques. The man furrowed his brow, fearing the old man might empty the entire mansion, and quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Grandfather, what are you doing?" The old man waved off his eldest grandson's hand. "Don't bother me today. None of you have ever understood me. When I buy antiques and invite you to appreciate them, you refuse. Just look at our Zhuzhu. She's far more tasteful than the rest of you. Her discernment is so refined, so captive." Grinning widely, he looked like he had found a kindred spirit, much to the exasperation of Yanzhou and Shiyu. For a reason, none of the antiques the old master had painstakingly acquired were anything less than bizarre. There was a blue and white porcelain dog bone, a bronze blob resembling a pile of excrement, a golden laid and kingfisher feather toad, and a clay pottery pig. In short, he owned nothing of conventional aesthetics, yet lacked nothing of the unconventional. The man cast a sidelong glance at the old master's peculiar collection, then at his daughter's sparkling eyes, and paused. He stepped forward and silently turned a nearby antique vase, painted with a chicken leg, away from the little one. Instantly, the little one's eyes, which had been glowing at the vase, dimmed. Her face puckered in distaste. "What's this? Why no chicken leg on this side? Ugly wuggly." The old man's grin slowly stiffened. He stood there speechless. Fine. It seemed that in the entire Bo family lineage he alone possessed true taste. The little milk dumpling was playful at heart. Earlier, when her father and brother weren't around, she could still admire the vases. Now that her handsome brother had arrived, how could she spare a natural-born admirer of beauty? Zhuzhu immediately ran to her brother's side, snacking on fruits and treats, while reveling in his stunning visage. As for the old master, he was locked in a struggle with Yanzhou, insisting that he stay the night. Fearing his grandson's refusal, he abandoned all dignity, tugging at his sleeve and wiping away tears, wailing, "Alas! My fate is so miserable. After all, this old man is the birthday celebrant today, yet even such a small request cannot be fulfilled." The 80-year-old man was regressing in age, putting on a show of weeping and sniffling. What else could Yanzhou do? Even though he harbored deep disdain for Qishan, he still held considerable respect for his grandfather. Thus, upon learning that his elder brother and the little milk dumpling would be staying at the old mansion, Yubai and Tingxi surprisingly decided to stay as well. Overjoyed, the old master hugged Zhuzhu tightly and rubbed against her. "You're truly my little lucky star. With our Zhuzhu back, our family is finally reunited." The little one didn't quite understand, but nestled in the old master's arms, waving her paws happily. Reunited. Reunited. Some rejoiced while others did not. Lu Monlian believed that the brothers hadn't gathered in years, yet now that the old master had given the ring to that little wretch, they were all eager to stay. Clearly a ploy to seize the family fortune. Seeing her eldest son Yuchi playing with Zhuzu's little paws and laughing like a fool, she was furious. She decided to call her second son Yanli to come and vie for, but the call connected for only a second before it was hung up. Yes, he hung up. Lu Monlian thought her second son had accidentally pressed the wrong button, so she called again. This time it wasn't disconnected. Instead, he turned off his phone. Lu Monlian nearly choked on her rage. After 3 anxious days, it seemed her worries had been heard by the heavens, or perhaps troubles simply came in succession. The Bo Group's acquisition of an overseas branch hit a snag. Had it been a minor issue, she would have simply called assistantly. But this was serious, as a prominent local family had locked horns with them, forcing Yanzhou to go in person. Still, it was fine. Since the rebellious son was at home watching over the short-legged pig, he felt reassured. But misfortunes never come singly. Before he could instruct his cheap son, Shiyu came to him that very evening with a schedule. Yanzhou took it and saw it was Zhuzu's timetable detailing what she should do at each hour. The man smirked lightly, thinking the rebellious son is quite thorough. Knowing he was going on a long trip, he had even prepared the little one's schedule in advance for his approval. CEO Bo cleared his throat about to praise his cheap son, but before he could speak, the young lad began instructing him. "Zhuzhu kicks the covers in her sleep. If you sleep with her, keep an eye out. If not, have the servants check on her often." The CEO was baffled. Something was off. He preempted, "I'm going abroad tomorrow on business." "You?" Shiyu paused, clutching the schedule, and stared at the man before him. "I have a competition tomorrow. This was prepared for you." They stared at each other in silence for a moment, their composed expressions instantly. Disaster. If both of them were going abroad, who would take care of Zhuzhu? They exchanged glances, completely unaware of someone eavesdropping outside the door. Yubai's eyes gleamed, and he eagerly raised his hand. "Let me. I'm the best at taking care of kids." Upon hearing this, the father and son inside the room simultaneously turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. When they saw that the newcomer was Yubai, their faces darkened, and without a second thought they flatly refused. "No way. Then can this old man take care of my precious darling?" Old Master Bo, who had also been eavesdropping outside, poked his head in. The father and son hesitated for a moment. Yubai sensed something amiss and immediately planted his hands on his hips, protesting indignantly. "No, what are you hesitating about? Am I not stronger and more capable than Grandpa to protect Zhuzhu?" Hearing this, the old man, who had come specifically to snatch his granddaughter, was instantly displeased. He raised his cane and struck Yubai on the calf. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that your grandfather is already halfway in the grave and can't protect Zhuzhu well? And you say you're strong and capable. I can still hire bodyguards. Grandpa, don't cause trouble. I genuinely want to take care of Zhuzhu. Apart from my dear big brother and the best at looking after kids in our family. Bo Yubai launched into a... Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Oh ho ho, did this old man hear that right? You take care of a child. If you can take care of a child, then pigs can climb trees. The grandfather and grandson bickered noisily on the verge of a physical fight. At that moment, Bo Shiyu, watching his third uncle endlessly flatter his father, could only think, is it possible? That is, your big brother isn't good at taking care of kids either. In contrast to the open confrontation between old Master Bo and Bo Yubai, Bo Tingxi, who also wanted to take care of the little one, was much smarter. Who said that to take care of a child one must seek the father's permission face to face. The man turned around and left. Stopping in front of a room, he opened the door and cast his gaze toward the little one who was sleeping soundly on the bed with her bottom sticking up. He fetched a small blanket and gently wrapped the child in it, then lifted her into his arms. 2 minutes later, the man who had stolen the child appeared downstairs with a stern face, just in time to run into Bo Yuchi, who had come down for a glass of water. The two exchanged a silent glance. Bo Yuchi curled his lips and spoke first. So late going out? Bo Tingxi nodded. I'm going out for some fresh air. Then you really should dress more warmly. After all, summer nights could be quite cool, couldn't they? Bo Yuchi silently eyed the bulky trench coat he was wearing. But there was no need to be so heavily bundled up. The two exchanged glances and Bo Tingxi turned and left. Oh, and before leaving, he also took his younger brother's car keys. 5 minutes later, a startled cry erupted from upstairs. Bo Yubai rushed downstairs. Damn it. Bo Tingxi, you shameless rotten durian, bring the child back. Far away, Bo Tingxi naturally couldn't hear him anymore. He glanced sideways at the little one sleeping soundly in the passenger seat, a gentle curve forming at the corners of his eyes and brows. A baby that doesn't shed fur. Must be great to pet. His big brother really cared for him. Knowing he liked ones that don't shed, he specially gave birth to a baby. Just like CEO Bo. Like brother like brother. Even if they appeared aloof on the surface, these two never wronged themselves, and were extremely fond of overthinking. The car moved very slowly. Afraid that the little dumpling would catch a chill from the air conditioning, Bo Tingxi thoughtfully didn't turn it on. Not only did he not turn on the AC, but he also wrapped Zhuzhu in the blanket. As a result, the little one, who usually slept soundly enough that 3 maids couldn't wake her, was jolted awake by the little thing squirmed on the seat, and a small head suddenly popped out from the furry little blanket. She sat up in a daze, sticking out her tongue. Her chubby little face was covered in sweat from the heat. Seeing this, Bo Tingxi's eyes flickered with confusion. He found it a bit hard to understand. Wasn't this the age when 2 or 3-year-olds should be sleeping the most? The little one had fallen asleep at 7:30, and it wasn't even 8:30 yet. How could she have slept less than an hour? After pondering for a while, without finding an answer, Bo Tingxi decided not to dwell on it. His eyes instantly lit up. Zhuzhu, awake from your nap. Now that you're awake, Daddy will take you home to play. Upon hearing this, the still groggy little dumpling began to look around dazedly for her father. But after searching everywhere, front, back, left, right, and even under her own bottom, she still couldn't find her villainous daddy. The little milk dumpling sobered up a bit and turned to look at the man beside her, her baby voice tinged with confusion. Uncle Goose, where's my daddy? She clenched her little paws and rubbed her big round eyes vigorously, tilting her head in a puzzled cat-like manner. Why can't Zhuzhu see her daddy? Bo Tingxi stopped the car and removed his gold-rimmed glasses. Isn't daddy right here? The little milk dumpling, looking up, blinked her eyes. With effort, she stuck her little bottom up and climbed up from the seat. Reaching out her tiny hand, she touched her second uncle's forehead, furrowed her brows in a figure-8 shape, and said with a worried expression, Is Uncle Goose's head on fire? Why? Why is Uncle Goose talking nonsense like Zhuzhu when she can't recite poems? The little one's understanding of culture was half-baked. This nonsense referred to the time when Bo Yanzhou had checked Zhuzu's poem recitation and, infuriated by her gibberish, had bluntly called it nonsense. And then, the little one, with her quirky way of thinking, hadn't remembered the poem, but had instead remembered the term nonsense her father had used. Upon hearing this, the man slightly furrowed his brows with a hint of disappointment. Oh well, his attempt to impersonate the child's father had failed. Unfazed, he put his glasses back on and smiled while gently pinching Zhuzu's chubby cheek. Uncle was just teasing you. Your daddy has work to do abroad, and your brother has a competition. So for the next 2 weeks or so you'll be staying at Uncle's place. Oh, and Uncle will take care of you. At these words, the little dumpling, whose eyes were blinking away, instantly froze. The little one, who had been standing on the seat, seemed to suffer a great blow and went plop as she collapsed onto the car seat, curling into a tiny heap. The little girl's mouth puckered and her large round lychee-like eyes instantly filled with tears that threatened to fall. She whimpered sadly a couple of times, then pitifully covered her own little mouth, trying hard not to cry. Daddy and brother had important matters to attend to. She couldn't cry. Daddy and brother had left without saying goodbye to Zhuzhu. It must be because their matters were very important, so they didn't have time to talk to Zhuzhu. That must be it. The little one tried to comfort herself, but why didn't Daddy and brother say goodbye to Zhuzhu? Zhuzhu misses Daddy and brother. When will Daddy and brother come back? The little milk dumpling's voice laced with sobs sounded up. Seeing her like this, Bo Tingxi almost regretted stealing the child, thinking the little one was too naive and might not understand. The man, feeling a bit guilty awkwardly but earnestly, started to spin a tale. When the sun comes out at night, daddy and brother will be back. Hearing this, the little one immediately pressed her chubby face against the car window, gazing out at the pitch-black sky. She stared for 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Suddenly her stomach began to growl. The little dumpling pitifully hugged her own soft round belly and started crying outright. I'm hungry. Boo-hoo. Zhuzhu is hungry. Zhuzhu wants milk. She looked at him with tearful eyes, wearing a pitiful expression that seemed to say, if you don't give me milk, you'll really starve to death. Bo Tingxi, who had been about to lean in to comfort the little one, was left speechless. Did children's moods change this quickly? Bo Tingxi had never taken care of a child before, nor did he fully understand why her emotions shifted so erratically. Fortunately, the little one didn't cry too hard, or else the esteemed academician Bo would have been consumed by guilt. The moment he heard she was hungry, Bo Tingxi immediately pulled over, cradled the little milk ball in his arms, and headed into a convenience store. His long, sharp eyes swept across the shelves as he grabbed a pack of calcium milk and a pile of snacks. Check out. The man before him was dressed in a gray suit with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a high-bridged nose, and exquisite features, flawless in every way. His black hair was swept back in a side-parted style typical of Hong Kong, with a single stray strand brushing his brow, lending him an air of cold detachment. Yet the gold-rimmed glasses framed his face with a scholarly elegance. The cashier, who had just finished binge-watching the president and his sweet wife, took the pack of calcium milk and glanced up casually. Her eyes widened. Oh my god, how can someone look like they stepped straight out of a novel? Uncle, can Zhuzhu drink 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 bottles later? A soft, sticky little voice rang out. She instinctively turned to look beside the man. A pair of tiny hands gripped the counter, revealing a pair of round, glistening eyes. A face that dealt a critical hit of cuteness. This was damn well the little bun that got whisked away by the sweet wife in the novel, wasn't it? The cashier, dazed, finished the transaction. As the man turned away, she quickly snapped a photo of his back and sent it to her bestie. Guess what divine being I just met in the store? A textbook CEO face. And he had an insanely adorable baby with him. Her bestie replied, wait, is it my top idol Appa? For some reason the back of his head looks just like my Appa's. Zhuzhu waddled out of the store, clutching her pack of calcium milk, her little mind completely free of any thoughts about her father leaving for abroad or her brother heading off to a competition. From the convenience store, the little one was so delighted that her already unsteady waddle became even more chaotic. She hustled along with rapid, determined steps. Bo Tingxi watched the little milk ball stomping away with loud, clunky steps, a trace of confusion flickering across his handsome face. Was she really so easy to appease with just a bottle of milk? Were all children this simple to raise? Before he could figure it out, the little one who had been stomping along with the calcium milk suddenly slowed down. Her big eyes fixed on something ahead, and she came to a dazed halt. Bo Tingxi walked up beside her, sensing something, and followed her gaze. Then, he saw a burger joint. Bo Tingxi raised an eyebrow. Like it. The little one nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with an intense, greedy light. Like it tons. So, if you like it, well, buy it. Compared to Yanzhou, Bo Tingxi was clearly more lenient. He bent down, scooped the milk doll into his arms, and 5 minutes later the little one sat in the car laden with spoils, utterly docile. She didn't cry, fuss, or shout. Even when her father called the little milk ball, kindly waved him off. Daddy, don't worry. I came with Uncle all by myself. It's not Uncle's fault. Uncle is super nice to Zhuzhu. You go ahead and fly away, Daddy. Even though Zhuzhu really doesn't want to leave you, Daddy and brother have to be brave and strong. He'll miss you, Daddy and brother. Well, the little one meant it. She truly didn't want to leave her father and brother. Though she was usually carefree and a bit silly, her feelings for them ran deep. Perhaps knowing that her daddy and brother would be away for a long time, the little one tried hard to twist her round eyes into teary egg-drop-like pools, hoping to show her dear father how much she'd miss him. But Bo Tingxi had bought her way too many snacks. Chips, cookies, yogurt, lollipops. Bag after bag, it was a paradise for little kids. At that moment, the little one sat surrounded by a mountain of snacks, a ring of lollipops around her neck, and a candy lid topped with Xinjiang sticks on her head. In her left hand, she clutched a bag of chips. In her right, she toyed with a pack of shrimp crackers. Every now and then she'd take a sip of calcium milk, too blissful to feel any sadness. She simply couldn't cry. Bo Yanzhou silently watched the video of the chubby bunny, who kept saying I miss you while grinning ear to ear, happier than anyone else. He was speechless. Could she be any more perfunctory? Was that expression really supposed to show she'd miss him? The man fell silent for a long time, staring at the little one nestled in her comfort zone on the screen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Father and daughter stared at each other, unmoving. After a long, wordless pause, the little one finally caught on. Sensing her father's displeasure, she froze for 2 seconds, then drooped her lips, scrunched her face, and with her blatantly fake, over-the-top acting, clutched her heart in agony. Daddy, I truly miss you. I miss you so much that even this candy doesn't taste good anymore. She gave the unwrapped lollipop a fierce lick, shaking her head in pain. Aya, it tastes so bad. So bad. Zhuzhu feels as awful as if she ate poop. Then she stuffed the poop right back into her mouth. Bo Yanzhou was utterly speechless. This silly little piglet was one of a kind. The big CEO helplessly watched the little one devour her snacks, his voice softening as he instructed, "Dad has to go abroad for a while. You'll stay at your second uncle's. Take care of yourself, eat more meals and fewer snacks, listen to your second uncle, and Dad will try to come back soon." Zhuzhu nodded her little head like a bobblehead. Moved by her father's heartfelt words, the little one who had been overjoyed moments before gradually grew somber. The little one clutched the phone, pressing her chubby face close, and said with deep reluctance, "Daddy, you take care of yourself too. Don't kick off the blanket at night, eat lots of meals, drink lots of milk. Brother said if you don't drink milk you won't grow tall." Her round eyes drooped, sorrow flooding in, and she let out a mournful wail, "Daddy. Brother. Zhuzhu will miss you." The little one sobbed, her messy top knot bouncing with each sniffle like a kitten abandoned by its owner. The great CEO felt a pang in his heart, nearly losing his composure. For a moment, he could almost understand those company subordinates who were obsessed with their daughters. Right then the big CEO wanted to slam his phone to the ground and curse him not going. "I'm staying home with my daughter." But he couldn't. He was too rational. His expression softened again as he comforted Zhuzhu, then afraid he might break down, he turned to give Bo Tingxi a long list of instructions. He rambled on for over half an hour, making Bo Tingxi raise an eyebrow. His usually aloof, tight-lipped brother was such a chatterbox when it came to this little girl. Just how extraordinary was this little one to earn such preferential treatment from his big brother? The man curled his lips, a flicker of curiosity glinting in his eyes. After Bo Yanzhou finished his instructions, Bo Shiyu, still worried, gave another round of reminders. After thinking carefully and finding nothing overlooked, he reluctantly bid farewell to Zhuzhu. After hanging up the phone, the car drove for a while before stopping in front of a standalone house in an upscale villa area. Bo Tingxi then led the little milk ball inside. Inside, the house was cold and deserted. Everything was meticulously placed in its proper position. Besides the regular furniture, there was not a single extra item. The black floor tiles were polished to a gleaming shine. The countertops and coffee table also reflected light spotlessly. The entire first floor was a monochrome of black and white, not even a single green plant in sight. The rigidly tidy house, combined with the minimalist black and white color scheme, made the entire room feel oppressive and cold. Upon reaching the entrance, Bo Tingxi changed. The little chubby baby following behind him took one look and, mimicking him, pulled off her little bunny slippers. Then, with her tiny feet turned inward, she hugged a bottle of AD calcium milk and gazed at him with pleading eyes. Upon seeing this academician, Bo suddenly realized that in the thrill of stealing the kid just now, he had completely forgotten to buy the necessary things. Due to his personality, Bo Tingxi disliked having irrelevant people in his home and suffered from severe misophobia. Thus, no matter how much he liked cats and dogs, he had never kept a single pet, let alone hired a housekeeper. Over the years, he lived alone, only occasionally calling someone to clean up, let alone a little child. He looked at the chubby little baby's plump feet, pondered for a moment, then took a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them in front of Zhuzhu. When the little one was at home, the slippers she wore were all personally prepared by Sister Peach and Grandpa Butler, primarily adorable ones, either pink with rabbit ears or with cat tail. Now, looking at the pair of black slippers that were who knows how many times larger than her tiny feet, the little one stared wide-eyed with immense curiosity. Slowly and tentatively, she slipped her feet inside, looked left and right, then instantly straightened her back with pride. The little one stomped her feet with a fierce air and took, like a clumsy goose, she wobbled backwards, and Bo Tingxi nearly burst out laughing. But the little piggy in question was blissfully unaware, as if she believed that by wearing shoes similar to her daddy's slippers, she could transform into her father. The little one stuck out her chubby belly and paraded back and forth in front of Bo Tingxi twice, then suddenly glared at the empty space and started performing, "I'm gonna say it one last time. If you don't go to sleep, don't blame me for getting rough." Bo Tingxi. He was a bit confused, so he reached out and poked the little one's little paw twice. Zhuzhu. Unexpectedly, the next second, the little one, too deep into her role, directly flung away her second uncle's slender hand, raised her little chin triumphantly, and declared, "Don't call me that, I'm my daddy." Bo Tingxi. The man raised an eyebrow, poked the little one's belly and chuckled. "Is this how Bo Yanzhou disciplines you at home?" The little one's stern face froze, as she didn't quite understand how she had been exposed, but she quickly recovered, huffily glaring with triangular eyes, covering and sucking in her little belly. "Bro, don't talk nonsense, I'm my daddy now." Bo Tingxi, who had never been called bro in his life, responded. Strange feeling. Somehow felt like he had been taken advantage of. After transforming into Bo Yanzhou, the little one grew bolder and more arrogant. With her little paws behind her back, she walked slowly, swinging her legs. She seemed to have gotten addicted to talking, mumbling a whole bunch of unintelligible words that Bo Tingxi couldn't understand. The only thing he got was probably. The little one was quite dissatisfied with her father's control over her snacks. After chattering on for a while as she spoke, because the slippers were too big, she almost fell flat on the floor with a smack. Fortunately, Bo Tingxi was quick and grabbed the little one by the back of her collar. Bo Tingxi realized with shoes on, the little one was brave and fierce. Without shoes, she was as timid as a pig, well-behaved, soft and cuddly. Originally, he thought to call someone to buy daily necessities for Zhuzhu, but looking at the chubby baby in front of him, the man had a sudden idea. On second thought, if the little one had no slippers to wear, could he then keep her in his pocket and cuddle her all the time? His eyes lit up, and as he thought so, he acted. The man scooped the little one into his arms. He said with a straight face, "For your safety, you should not wear these slippers." The little one's eyes sparkled brightly. "Then Zhuzhu can be barefoot." Yes. The chubby mushroom never liked wearing shoes because she felt shoes restricted her feet. Otherwise, why were her feet so chubby, round, and short, while Big Brother's feet were so nice? Bo Tingxi looked at her expectant little face and raised an eyebrow noncommittally. "What do you think?" His tone carried 3 parts sneer, 5 parts sarcasm, and the remaining 2 parts were unyielding firmness. If it were any other child of the Bo family, they would have immediately taken the hint and behaved. But was Zhuzhu a normal child of the Bo family? No, she was not. The little one was not like her brother who had a high IQ. She couldn't understand 2 profound words. In her mind, there were only 2 affirmative answers, yes and no. And Bo Tingxi's rhetorical question when translated in Zhuzhu's head became something like Bo Tingxi smiling and saying, "Baby, if you think it's okay, then it's okay. Second uncle will listen to you." The little one's eyes instantly sparkled. "Baby you," and she nodded her little head vigorously. "MHM. MHM, MHM, MHM. I think it's okay." Bo Tingxi. Why did he suddenly feel like he was playing the lute to a donkey? He squinted his eyes, lifted the little one under her armpits, and stared at Zhuzhu's chubby, adorable little face. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether she really didn't understand or was pretending to be dumb. Why did he feel? This kid wasn't that smart. He was scrutinizing without restraint, and the little ball wasn't idle either. Sensing that her second uncle was looking at her with a meaningful expression for some reason, the little one suddenly felt that his expression was quite profound. So she twisted her little face and also squinted her eyes to mimic him. It must be said the little one had some acting. Her stern face and triangular eyes made the whole little ball look extremely wise. Bo Tingxi looked at her half-smiling expression showed nothing on his face, but secretly felt a little surprised inside. Truly Bo Yanzhou's daughter. The children he fathered were each more cunning than the last. The little one at such a young age knew how to use her outstanding appearance to confuse others' perception of her emotions. She was indeed a good seedling. The little one was unaware of her second uncle's thoughts. If she knew, she would definitely jump with joy, because no one had ever described her as so smart before. The uncle and niece each harbored their own judgments. One deemed the other deeply calculating and exceptionally intelligent. The other perceived the first as generous, gentle, and kind-hearted. In reality, what he took for deep cunning and brilliance was merely her impromptu, explosive acting skills. What she mistook for generosity, gentleness, and benevolence was only the filter of her own perception. One was as foolish as a pig, the other as miserly as a Scrooge. Thus a beautiful misunderstanding was. Bo Tingxi was usually quite busy. He had only set aside a day for old Master Boss' birthday. According to his original plan, he should have already immersed himself in research work by now, but there was no helping it. An unexpected turn of events had made him a sufferer of cute aggression syndrome encounter the most adorable little milk baby he had ever seen in his life. This sent his adrenaline soaring, and he simply refused to leave the Bo family's old mansion. After delaying for several days, perseverance finally paid off, and he managed to coax the little dumpling back home. The man couldn't help but curve his lips, adjust the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and a hint of delight crept into his eyes. Now that she was home, he could pet her anytime. Bo Tingxi glanced at his watch and decided to go to the study for a video conference. But worried the little dumpling might be bored, he turned on the TV and mindlessly flipped through channels for Zhuzhu. He then thoughtfully handed her a toy. 3 seconds later, the little one sat on the sofa, eyes wide, watching a program about morality and law on TV, while clutching a skull, and she sat motionless, utterly bewildered. What was going on? She couldn't understand the people talking on that TV thingy and this toy. How was she supposed to play with it? She shook the skull, then grabbed a skeletal claw from beside her, examining it left and right, still unable to figure out its purpose. With a careless wave, the claw accidentally smacked her own head. Zhuzhu held the claw and rubbed it back and forth against her scalp. Her eyes lit up. Oh, it actually felt quite nice. Before, her arms were too short to reach her head, but this thing, though ugly, turned out to be quite handy. Just then 017 came online and saw this scene. Its dumbfounded little host sat on the dark sofa, grinning from ear to ear, clutching a skull in her left hand and a skeletal claw in her right, her round childish eyes squinting in comfort like a dead fish. She looked every bit the ruthless little villain. 1 second, 2 seconds. 017 let out a piercing shriek. Baby, did you kill someone? Oh no, I am so guilty. I am such a terrible being. I actually let an innocent little mushroom try to conquer the villain. I've turned you into a heartless demon mushroom. The mechanical alarm, normally devoid of inflection, now swirled with sorrow, because 017 was so grief-stricken it could barely contain itself. Thus the warning sound came out distorted. The little milk dumpling was so startled by 017's sudden appearance that she lost her grip, and the skull she had been barely holding tumbled off the sofa onto the floor. Seeing her toy fall, she hurriedly let go of the claw, but it tangled in her hair and hooked firmly onto her little head. She turned, grabbed the sofa edge, stuck her bottom out, and leaned down to retrieve the skull from the floor. While reaching, she muttered anxiously, "Zhuzhu can't break Uncle's toy." 017 finally understood. It quickly conjured an invisible hand to lift the milk dumpling back up, then picked up the toy from the floor and placed it beside the child. 017 was speechless. Your second uncle is so careless. How can he give such a scary thing to a child? He shouldn't be scaring you like this. Oh, I forgot. No one in the Bo family is normal. Baby, you really are suffering. Look at your second uncle. Huh, wait, your second uncle? It only then realized and extended its external perspective. Sure enough, the entire villa was pitch black without even a single green plant, so cold and desolate. This was unmistakably Bo Tings's home. Wait. Not baby. You've already met your second uncle. Where's your dad? Where's your brother? I only went offline for a moment, and you've ended up in this miser's house. The milk dumpling scratched her head, confused. Miser? What's that? What does miser mean? 017 sighed heavily. A miser is someone extremely stingy and loves money above all. In short, to put it in terms you understand, your uncle hates to spend money. If you stay at his place, you'll have to suffer with him. The little one had her own unique way of interpreting every word she heard. So this speech got translated in her little head into something else. That is, don't be fooled by your uncle's fancy clothes and big house. He's actually penniless. He doesn't have a dime and won't spend his meager savings. Here you'll have to watch him struggle. Zhuzhu's mind echoed 017's words, but her eyes fell on the pile of snacks brought back on the coffee table. As if discovering a shocking truth, her entire little face scrunched up. Her uncle was so poor, yet he had bought her so many delicious things without even blinking. The little one pressed her paws to her mouth, and a tiny tearful voice escaped. She never imagined that her second uncle loved her this much. Tears of gratitude welled up in Zhuzhu's eyes as she looked at the bags of snacks on the table. She sniffled crystal-clear droplets gathering at the rims, ready to fall. But 017 saw this pitiful expression differently. Their minds were on completely different wavelengths, each lost in their own thoughts. Seeing the little one so wronged, 017 was heartbroken and hurriedly comforted her in its mechanical voice. All right, baby, don't be too sad. Your uncle is here. I promise he won't let you starve. Besides, you are his elder brother's daughter. If he mistreats you and withholds food, that villainous dad of yours won't take it lying down. 017 was absorbed in its consolation. Meanwhile, Zhuzhu was already overwhelmed with emotion. The little one roughly wiped her tears, slid off the sofa on her bottom, grabbed an AD calcium milk, and felt it was a bit cold. She remembered that back home sister Xiaotao always warmed her milk before giving it to her. Zhuzhu looked around, her limited intelligence not quite grasping how to heat it, so she simply hugged it to her chest like a precious treasure. The little one toddled unsteadily with her goose-like steps, humming and climbing up to the second floor. Her wobbling figure made 017 so nervous it didn't dare speak loudly. Baby, why are you taking that milk upstairs? Can't you open the foil? Let uncle help you. The little one shook her head. Zhuzhu wants to give uncle some milk to drink. 017, huh? The child put on a serious face. Zhuzhu is going to spoil her second uncle to death. Upstairs inside the study with the door closed, a handsome, refined man was attending a video conference. The little bun clutched the bottle of milk as if it were a treasure, walked to the door, and for some reason she wobbled her little head and bumped it against the door. 017 was so frightened that it thought she would kill herself and screamed, Baby, what are you doing? Although Bo Tingsi is a bit stingy, you should still have some longing for you. Don't die, I beg you. Upon hearing 017's howling in her head, the milk bun shook her head solemnly and said, Uncle, don't worry, Zhu won't eat poop. 017 cautiously probed then. What are you? Who are you? At this, Zhu's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. She furrowed her little brows and said earnestly, Uncle, I just found out that I'm not stupid at all. I'm very clever. 017 hesitated, and in its mechanical voice there was a hint of worry. Baby, are you feeling unwell? It actually gave you such a serious illusion. The little bun didn't catch the hidden meaning of her system, uncle, so she shook her head seriously, proudly lifted her chin, and bumped her head against the door again. Her little milky voice was full of surprise. Uncle, see, I found out that you don't necessarily have to knock with your paws, you can knock with your head. It works too. She was as excited as Suerin the First to discover fire, or a newborn husky that had awakened its bloodline after its first home demolition. Zhu's rosy chubby face was full of pride, and her round eyes sparkled. She truly thought she was super. 017 was speechless, and even its mechanical voice carried a hint of bitter sadness, like caring for a mentally disabled child. Huh. Baby, have you only just discovered that you're so smart? Upon hearing this, the little bun instantly caught a crucial point. Her plump little body shook violently. What do you mean? Could it be? A trembling little milky voice seemed to murmur with some grievance. 017 thought the kid had caught the difficulty in its tone, so it quickly waved and shook its head. No. Baby, uncle, don't say any more. Before she finished, the little bun waved her paw and interrupted. 017 instantly inhaled. Oh no, is little mushroom going to be angry? Just as she thought that, the next second a milky voice came, and the little one bared her teeth. Uncle, you actually discovered it even earlier than I did. Uncle, you really have good taste. 017, having been tricked, was speechless. Phew, that was close. I almost thought the silly kid had grown a brain. Meanwhile, the tightly closed door opened. A man in a white shirt with sleeves half rolled up, his gold-rimmed glasses accentuating his refined and elegant demeanor, stood there. The man glanced at Zhuzhu, couldn't help but raise a hand to rub her little head. The fluffy feel was as good as petting a cat, and his eyes curved. What's wrong? Is there something you need from your uncle, eh? The little bun nodded yes. Then under Bo Tingsis' gaze, she pulled out a bottle of milk from under her pink little t-shirt. The kid tilted her head, pointed her little feet, and handed the bottle to Bo-Tingxi. Uncle. Bo-Tingxi raised an eyebrow, thinking she couldn't open the foil by herself, so he poked the straw into the bottle. Then he handed it back their drink. The little one immediately shook her head and stepped back 2 paces. She pointed to her round little belly, her long curved lashes fluttering softly. The bun blinked, looking as docile as a little white cat. No, Zhuzhu won't drink, uncle, drink. She looked at him with expectant eyes, pointing at her little belly. It's warm, Zhuzhu warmed it with her tummy. The man's expression froze. The wariness ingrained in him from childhood made him instinctively narrow his eyes sharply. No one does anything without expecting something in return. Even between a biological father and son, there will be backstabbing. He simply didn't believe in anyone's goodwill without a reason. Bo-Tingxi looked at the adorable little one in front of him and asked, why give it to me? Was she trying to win him over to gain something? For the Bo family fortune. Good. A child of the Bo family should have that drive. The man curled his lips quietly, waiting for her to say, I just want to win you over. But unexpectedly the next second the milk bun scratched her head and bared her baby teeth. Because it's yummy, Zhuzhu thinks it's super yummy, so I brought it for Uncle. Tasty things should be shared together. Zhuzhu 1 sip, Uncle 1 sip. The man who had been slightly expectant was taken aback. Wait. What kind of non-reason is this? The man's expression became a bit complicated, with a mix of astonishment and a strange touch that didn't make him feel uncomfortable. He was astonished because the Bo family, true to their surname, were cold and ruthless. He thought that as a child of the Bo family, shouldn't the first priority be profit? As for the touch, he actually couldn't quite describe it. Having grown up in that den of wolves and tigers, not to mention his biological parents, even between him and his 2 brothers, it would not be an exaggeration to say, we are not close. No. Completely wrong. This shouldn't be a child born from his big brother's genes. The man tapped his chin with his index finger, sizing up the little one before him. The little one, who thought herself the smartest in the world, saw her bespectacled second uncle staring at her in silence, and thought it was because what she had just said was too profound, and her uncle couldn't understand. So using her limited brain capacity, she pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and hugged Bo-Tingxi's leg, lifting her little head. Her tender, rosy little face was pink. She grinned, her young round eyes smiling into crescents like the moon. She said, because Uncle is Zhuzhu's uncle, so if there's something good, we have to share it. She nodded to herself affirmatively. Yes. Zhuzhu is going to dote on Uncle. The little one's raised face was warm and bright, her eyes clear without a trace of calculation. Dote on him. The man found it utterly absurd, but looking at the child's earnest face, he let out a scoff. His cold fingers rubbed the warm bottle, and an unfamiliar feeling arose. He looked at the little one staring at him eagerly, but he didn't take it to heart. He was just slightly surprised. His big brother's child actually wasn't a white sesame filling. Looking at the little one's mindset. Indeed. Her thoughts matched her appearance. All very childish. The baby girl before him had skin so delicate and smooth it seemed it could break at a touch. The little one was fair and plump, tilting her head back with an innocent look. Her cherry-like lips were slightly pursed, and her large round eyes were as beautiful as lychees. She was chubby and adorable, looking just like a doll. The man's heart stirred. A bout of cute aggression struck him. He couldn't help reaching out to ruffle the little one. Freeze. The little one carried into the study nestled in her second uncle's arms, looking utterly bewildered. Equally bewildered were the researchers on the other side of the video call. Everyone stared at their usually sharp-tongued and aloof group leader, then at the baby in his arms. For a moment, not a single person in the room spoke. Wait. Can someone explain? What's going on here? What's happening? Why does their group leader, who has been single for years, have a baby girl at home? What? And this baby is so cute. Who on earth is this little one? As he was thinking this, the bespectacled, refined-looking man he couldn't stop fondly rubbing Zhuzhu's little head, his long eyes curving in pleasure. His voice was far gentler than usual. Zhuzhu, come say hello to Dad's colleagues. The little milk ball. The little one tilted her head in confusion, looking at her second uncle. Her tiny eyebrows knitted into a worried frown, her whole face full of concern. She reached out her little paws to ask second uncle if his head was broken, because why else would Uncle E always want to be her daddy? Just as she was thinking this, the little bun opened her mouth to speak, but the man hoisted her up by her armpits and said in a low voice, "Call me Dad, and tomorrow I'll buy you whatever you—" The little one, who had been wearing a worried frown, suddenly had her eyes light up. She immediately wrapped her outstretched paws around Bo-Tingxi's neck and yelled excitedly, "Daddy." On the other side of the video call, everyone's expressions cracked, unable to believe their ears. Some even slapped themselves on the spot. So it's a dream. No wonder I don't feel any pain, and it even feels kind of satisfying. His colleague grimaced, clutching his hand with a paw print on it, and gritted his teeth. You don't feel pain. You feel satisfied. You hit my hand, and you have the nerve to complain. This effect was extremely satisfying to Bo-Tingxi. Yes, that's right. He was just making you all envious. Just showing off. The man gently turned the baby in his arms around, beaming as he rubbed Zhuzhu's little head, his voice full of affection. Why are you shy? Come say hello to your uncles and aunties. The little one, tempted by the promise of snacks, couldn't think straight anymore. Her mind was full of what snacks she would eat tomorrow. Hearing her second uncle's words, she immediately began to introduce herself in her baby voice. Uncles and aunties, hello. Zhuzhu is Zhuzhu, Daddy's little girl. The little one was still holding onto the desk with her paws, looking obedient and adorable. Everyone instantly melted by the cuteness of the baby. One after another with infatuated expressions they smiled, and waved at Zhuzhu. Hey hello Zhuzhu. A group of grown men looking at the soft, squishy little bundle couldn't take their eyes off her waving, and feeling both sour and jealous. Fine. It's just not fair. It's bad enough that he's so handsome, but why does his daughter have to be this beautiful too? He wasn't unaware that people differ, but this difference is just too big. Meanwhile on the other side the great President Bo, who had just finished packing and boarded his private jet, suddenly sneezed. Upon seeing this, Special Assistant Li quickly stepped forward and asked, Boss, is the air conditioning too cold? Shall I get you a blanket? Bo Yanzhou raised a hand to stop him. No need, it's probably the little one missing me. Special Assistant Li, what kind of logic is that? His puzzled expression was too obvious, causing the great President Bo to look at him with disdain. You don't even know this. Special Assistant Li was bewildered, and even more bewildered. What was he supposed to know? The man curled his fingers and tapped the armrest of his seat, speaking coldly. Without a cold or fever, sneezing once is a coincidence. Sneezing twice means someone is cursing you. Sneezing 3 times means someone is missing you. He squinted his eyes. I just sneezed 3 times, so it must be the little one missing me. Special Assistant Li. Boss, what is this theory based on? The man curled his lips, lifted his chin slightly, and uttered 4 words with perfect justification: feudal superstition. With a huge question mark over his head, recalling his boss sneezes, Special Assistant Li weakly held up 2 fingers. But boss, how do I remember you only sneezed twice? An eagle-like gaze suddenly shot over with a sharp look. Special Assistant Li quickly changed his tune. Ouch, see my brain. I think I remembered wrong. The man's expression improved a little. He withdrew his gaze and let out a scoff, adding a hint of helplessness to his extraordinarily handsome face. You don't know how clingy my little one is. She's probably already crying in her bed, missing her daddy. Special Assistant Li. He didn't live in the Bo Manor, how would he know? Not knowing what to say, he could only put on a standardized, deathly smile. Show off. Boss, just show off to death. Anyway, he wouldn't make a peep. Seeing his assistant's silence and the slightly forced smile, the great president raised an eyebrow, swirled the wine glass in his slender fingers, and said, as if just realizing, Oh, I forgot you're not married yet, are you? Special Assistant Li immediately nodded vigorously, yes, boss. He thought his boss had finally acted like a human being, hoping to awaken his conscience, so he deliberately added, I don't have a girlfriend yet. So please give me more vacation time. I'm already over 20, almost 30, and I haven't even held a woman's hand once. But as it turned out, he was wrong. To expect Bo Yanzhou to have a conscience, you'd have to first see pigs fly. The next second the man cast him a sidelong glance and added in a shocking manner, then you're pretty useless. Take some time to find a girlfriend, though you can't have a kid as cute as my daughter. Special Assistant Li, who never got a kind word from him, twitched the corners of his mouth, unable to smile anymore. It's because I have no time that I don't have a girlfriend. You say it nicely, but just give me some time off. Special Assistant Li twisted and twisted some more. Bo Yanzhou curled his lips, curled them again, and curled them again. Then he clenched his fist and coughed a few times. Special Assistant Li seemed to sense something wrong and silently stepped forward, thrusting a thermometer into his dear boss' hand. A minute later, Special Assistant Li looked at the thermometer, showing 37.7, then at the great President Bo, who was wearing a dark expression as if saying, I will never be defeated by a mere fever. He waved to summon a flight attendant, then took the fever-reducing medicine and shoved it into his boss' hand. Take it, Your Majesty. Fortunately, Zhuzhu remained oblivious to President Boss affairs. Had his little daughter, who idolized her father, found out, she would have wept bitterly. Conversely, if his so-called convenient son, who harbored daily thoughts of patricide, learned of it, Bo Shiyu would be so elated that he'd devour an extra bowl of rice at dinner. At that moment, the little milk ball was obediently nestled in her second uncle's arms, playing the part of a docile ornament. Having flaunted his niece, Bo Tingxi had no intention of letting Zhuzhu go. He held her close, ready to resume the meeting. The bottle of AD calcium milk, which Zhuzhu had painstakingly warmed with her chubby belly, lay forgotten on the table's edge. Spotting this, the little bun pouted and reached out her tiny paw to poke her uncle's arm, her round lychee-like eyes gazing at him expectantly. Uncle, don't you want to drink the milk? Zhuzhu worked so hard to warm it up with her belly. Just take a sip, okay? The little one's eyes sparkled with anticipation, making Bo Tingxi pause. His gaze shifted to the bottle resting quietly on the corner of the table, and he almost imagined Zhuzhu's tiny face printed on it. At that moment, the bottle seemed to be shedding tears, accusing him of abandonment. The man stiffened, glanced at the straw that was a blow to his dignity, and turned away with a cold expression. Dream on. If he drank that calcium milk with that straw today, what would become of his pride and face? The little bun understood at once. Her uncle didn't like this drink. She 017 immediately comforted her. Baby, don't be sad. Your uncle might just not be used to the taste. It's not that he's deliberately refusing. The little bun shook her head, a hint of regret in her heart. Zhuzhu isn't angry. It's just that Zhuzhu thinks she's a little silly and a little bad. This left 017 utterly confused. His little host was usually a bit foolish and clumsy, but how could she be considered bad? His mechanical voice turned stern. Baby, Uncle won't allow you to speak of yourself that way. In Uncle's heart, you are the smartest and kindest little one. I forbid you to belittle yourself. The little bun pouted. But Zhuzhu only took things she liked from the supermarket. She never asked Uncle Goose what he liked. Uncle Goose is already poor and has no money, and Zhuzhu spent so much of his money, No, this was all wrong. She was supposed to spoil Uncle Goose through her own efforts. A slogan she had once seen flash through her mind: a good child aims for the world, but keep quiet about living on air. Working like a dog for the company is worse than scavenging for a fortune. Begging can make you rich, it's all about who's crazier. Scavenging leads to wealth, and begging brings fortune. The little one nodded firmly. She would get rich. She would be wealthy. She would spoil him. Botingsi had no idea what resolve his little one had secretly made. Looking down, he could only see the fluffy back of her drooping head. His movements paused slightly as a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes beneath lowered lids. For some reason, the image of the little bun looking up at him with eager anticipation at the door, along with the warmth of the calcium milk, surfaced in his mind. Zhuzhu warmed it with her belly. Her soft lisping voice seemed to echo in his head. The man furrowed his brow in conflict. But that straw really was a blow to his dignity. Yet perhaps his refusal wasn't quite right. Was the little one feeling down because he didn't drink the milk? Could it be? She was crying. Realizing this terrifying possibility, Botingsi clenched his hands. Please don't cry. A single man has no clue how to soothe a child. Just then the chubby bundle in his arms, still with her head lowered, suddenly began to tremble for some reason. The man's expression instantly shifted. Crying? Damn it. Acting on pure instinct, Botingsi grabbed the calcium milk from the table, shoved the straw into his mouth, and with a stern face lifted the little one's chin with his hand. A glint flickered in the man's eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Stop crying. I'm drinking it. The little bun, who had been eagerly planning her scavenging and begging career, was caught off guard as her head was tilted upward. And then she saw her handsome second uncle stylishly drinking that bottle of milk. The little one's previously troubled face instantly lit up with a smile. Botingsi felt that in that moment her dull eyes had become radiant. Her chubby pink face, eyes so big and round they seemed to hold a galaxy, and a wide grin revealing a neat row of baby teeth. Thump, thump. The man, usually unflappable and composed, was instantly overwhelmed by cuteness, his ears turning crimson and a flush spreading across his face. The man felt as if he were facing a great enemy. Such a cunning little one. He had underestimated this kid. He knew it. How could his eldest brother's child be that foolish? She dared to use that face to manipulate his emotions. Did she think he couldn't see through her little trick? The man sneered. Did the little brat really believe she had succeeded? It was all part of his plan. He had only brought the kid along to play with out of an itch. Humph. He had his own rhythm. With a red face, the man used his left hand to gently squeeze the little one's soft cheeks, while his right hand held the calcium milk she had given him. He took an instinctive. Suddenly his eyes brightened slightly, as if he had just tasted something unexpectedly refined. It was actually quite good. Seeing her uncle enjoying it so much, the little bun instantly puffed up with pride. She hugged Botingsi, burrowing into his chest, and said softly, "Uncle, if you like it, drink lots from now on. Zhuzhu will warm milk for you every day." A smile tugged at the man's lips, seemingly unaware of anything amiss as warmth spread across his face. The little one was quite filial. The group watching the video feed, who had been enjoying the drama, stared wide-eyed at their once arrogant team leader cuddling a baby and sipping calcium milk. Everyone, they must be dreaming. In just a few days. How had the world gone so mad? While everyone was fixated on this earth-shattering scene, only one person reacted quietly, raising a hand to ask, team leader, this baby isn't your daughter, is she? I just heard. She called you uncle. The man scowled, shook his head with a cold sneer, and said, "You misheard. Is that so?" The other person scratched his head, looking at the man's confident expression in the video, and couldn't help but doubt himself. Actually, I think I just heard the little one call you uncle too. Botingsi's face stiffened. You misheard too. Zhuzhu is my daughter. The man's face was taut, refusing to listen to a single word. Team leader. Botingsi refused to listen any further. Meeting adjourned. With that, he slammed his laptop shut, turned around, and carried Zhuzhu out of He had snatched the kid in the dead of night, and now after the meeting, Botingsi glanced at his phone. It was already past 9. Well, 9 was the time for bed. The man promptly grabbed the kid, found a guest room, and plopped her down by the bathroom door. It's late. Go take a bath, then straight to bed. The kid hugged her little paws and nodded dazedly. Understood. Her cute little face was tinged with a silly vacant air, like a little gosling. Botingsi felt an overwhelming urge to ruffle her again. Unable to resist, he gave her chubby cheeks another squeeze, his voice softening. Go take your... As he turned to leave, a tiny, whiny voice piped up from behind, tinged with confusion and distress. But how do I take a bath? The little one scratched her head, which was topped with 2 little bun hair knots, her big eyes filled with utter bewilderment. The man's step faltered. The smile on his face slowly froze. He turned around, frowning, as if he couldn't believe his ears. What did you just say? The little dumpling was still distressed, her round face scrunched up as she asked again in a soft, plaintive voice. But Zhuzhu doesn't know how to bath. What to do? The man's expression cracked. He couldn't hold it together and blurted out. You don't know how to bathe. You've been alive for 2 years, and you still can't bathe. What kind of nonsense was that? Zhuzhu felt a tiny bit shy. She tucked her feet inward, covered her cheeks with her paws, and gave an embarrassed little laugh. Zhuzhu is just a little bit silly. Botingsi. The man took a deep breath. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what was going on with this little brat. Before he could still comfort himself thinking she was just playing dumb. But now, he genuinely began to suspect this little one might actually be a dummy. Bo Tingxi had a severe cleanliness fetish. Going to bed without a bath was absolutely out of the question, even if she was staying in the guest room. The little one in front of him stared up at him with big, pitiful eyes, though it was probably his own biased perception. Bo Tingxi just couldn't bear to scold her. He grabbed his phone to call a nanny, but she had already clocked out. He then tried to find someone to help bathe Zhuzhu, but scrolled through his contacts only to find men and women he barely knew. After a moment's thought, Bo Tingxi tapped on his phone. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. 2 young women carrying bags came in. Hello, we're from the pet care service. Where is your little mini pig? The man beamed. He scooped up the little milk dumpling from under her armpits and presented her to the 2 women. He hesitated. Can you wash a pig that's become sentient? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The 2 women exchanged a look, forced a strained smile, and said, sorry, we only wash non-sentient ones. Then they turned and left. Grand academician Bo. Why the discrimination against sentient pigs? Hey, why wouldn't they wash his pig? The man and the little one stared at each other. 5 minutes later, in a bathtub full of water, the chubby little mushroom sat obediently. Bo Tingxi, blindfolded, crouched far away, holding a homemade mop, wrapped in a towel, cautiously dabbing at Zhuzhu. But because his eyes were covered, he would either miss her entirely or poke her in the head. Walk. A tiny voice suddenly rang out. Bo Tingxi's hand jerked, and he shook his blindfolded head. What? Zhuzhu clutched her little belly. Uncle poked Zhuzu's tummy. Bo Tingxi flinched, a hint of panic in his cold voice. Did it hurt? The kid shook her head, wiggling her plump body and giggling. No, Zhuzu's tummy is just a little tickly. The man's face went cold. Oh, deal with it. A moment later, the kid let out another wah. The man instinctively pulled back his hand. What now? The kid lifted her little paw to move the towel off her face. Uncle poked Zhuzu's cheek. Bo Tingxi was visibly flustered. I didn't use any force. Does it hurt? The kid pouted and shook her head obediently. It doesn't hurt. Bo Tingxi. Then why are you yelping? The little one leaned over the edge of the tub, her hair wet, looking like a soggy little dumpling. It's just like that game. My brother and I play with the robot. The man let out a disdainful snort. Childish. The little one scratched her head, looking left and right. Is there paper? Uncle, there's no paper here. Zhuzhu just checked. She raised her paw obediently. Does Uncle need paper? Zhuzhu can get it for you. Bo Tingxi, feeling like he was talking to a brick wall. He struggled to operate. No, just sit still. He'll be done with you in a minute. The milk dumpling immediately sat still, hugging her paws. Bored, she fidgeted, watching her struggling second uncle. She decided to scrub her own back. She reached her arm back. Huh, what's going on? Why can't I reach it? She tried again with more effort. What the A? Why was she so fat? The milk dumpling stared wide-eyed at her own chubby little belly. After a brief moment of emo, the kid turned her head, deciding to imitate Sister Towsy, washing her own hair. She dipped her head, scooped up some water, and splashed it up. Whooshed. She was wide awake. Because her arms were too short, all the water splashed right onto her face. Realization dawned on the little one. She looked down at her own short little paws and arms, her chubby face filled with horror. Why were her paws so short? The little one was a bit shocked. After finally finishing the bath, Bo Tingxi breathed a sigh of relief. He casually grabbed a nightgown and slipped it onto Zhuzhu, feeling immensely fortunate. Fortunately, he had been clever enough to remember to grab some clothes for the little one before leaving. Otherwise, that expense would have come out of his pocket. His car hadn't been repaired yet. Another expense saved. The man curled his lips in a smile, quickly went downstairs to sterilize, then turned and returned to his own room. The summer night seemed exceptionally long. In the pitch-black room, the little dumpling nestled in the dark-colored blanket, her big round eyes darting in every direction. She closed her eyes in fear and quickly withdrew her 2 little paws that had been sticking out, afraid that if she was a moment too late, her little paws would be eaten by a monster. For some reason, Zhuzhu seemed exceptionally afraid of the dark. When sleeping at home, she would usually hug her little pillow and go find her brother. At this moment, the little one missed her handsome brother terribly. Embracing the pillow beside her, she began to console herself with fantasies, hypnotizing herself into imagining that the pillow was her brother. Then, she surprisingly discovered. After treating this dark pillow as her handsome brother, even the pillow seemed to become more charming. The little milk dumpling happily hugged the pillow and rubbed against it skillfully, starting to gaslight herself. This must be what they call the soul leaving the body. Brother really loves her so much. To accompany her in sleeping, he even stuffed his soul into the pillow. Thinking like this, the little milk dumpling was no longer afraid. Hugging the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep. That night, the little one had a dream. In the dream, she happily went out for a big meal with her handsome brother. On the table were so many delicious dishes: braised pig trotters, soft-shelled turtle kung pao chicken, longjing shrimp balls, lion's head meatballs, dompa pork. There were too many delicious things to count. The little one had just taken a bite when her handsome brother suddenly pulled out a feather duster and poked her bottom from behind. Baring his teeth and putting on a stern face, he took a deep breath and roared like a lion. Which bastard let a pig onto the table? The foolish little one was so scared that she kicked her legs and sat bolt upright from the bed in a daze, startling Bo Tingxi, who was leaning over to poke her cheek. He changed color, slipped, and fell with a thud onto the carpet. Even his glasses flew off. The fall even made his tailbone ache a little. But Bo Tingxi dared not make a sound. Regarding the matter of getting up early going to his little niece's room to pet her failing to wake her up and instead stupidly falling down himself. He was too ashamed to let Zhuzhu know. He couldn't afford to lose face either. The man clenched his hands tightly, his face taut, not daring to move. The thud frightened the little one whose head was already fuzzy. She stared with eyes not yet open, looked around vaguely, grabbed her little bunches, shook her head, and mumbled indistinctly, Zhuzhu didn't get on the table. The one who got on the table isn't Zhuzhu, it's a piggy. After saying that, she flopped down with a smack, opened her mouth and fell back into a daze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was no sound in the room, only faint breathing could be heard. Bo Tingxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out to pick up the glasses that had fallen on the carpet, propped his hand on the ground, and was about to stand up. Turning his head, he saw a little foot dangling down from the bed. Bo Tingxi's expression changed. His body moved faster than his mind. He immediately lay down on the ground, turned sideways, covered his face, and started to bury his head in the sand like an ostrich. At this moment, he fervently prayed that his little niece was a complete idiot. But reality ultimately did not go as he wished. The little one stretched out her feet, swayed them back and forth a couple of times, then fell with a smack onto the ground. The little one's chubby body shuddered, and she instantly woke up. She stared blankly with wide eyes, looking left and right. When she saw the man lying on his side beside her, she seemed to think of something. Crawling over on all fours, she poked the man and muttered something. Zhuzhu didn't get on the table. The man slowly turned around, revealing his enlarged, handsome face. The little one was instantly stunned. Her eyes, which had been slits, now widened enormously. She leaned in for a closer look. Confirmed. It was her uncle. The little milk dumpling was instantly confused, tilting her head like a curious cat. Uncle, how come you're lying in Zhuzhu's room? Could it be? Before she could finish, the man with gold-rimmed glasses snorted with laughter and sat up from the ground. Afraid of being exposed, he pretended to be in the mode of, I have a grievance, but I won't say it. Reaching out to pinch Zhuzhu's cheek, he turned the tables without changing expression. You have the nerve to say that. Sure enough, as soon as those words were spoken, the little one immediately felt guilty. After all, she had a record. Her father had said she was restless when sleeping. When she slept by herself, Sister Towsy would find her in various parts of the bed every morning and ask her, Little miss, did you dream of monsters last night? You hid so well this time. At this thought, the little one dared not speak. Like a little kitten, she sat on the floor, clutching her paws, nervous and guilty, eyes darting. I. She stammered several I.s. without saying anything else, but this guilty little act was keenly caught by Bo Tingxi. It could only be said that the people from the Bo family, regardless of other aspects, were unmatched in the shameless art of coaxing children. His elder brother was like this, and as the younger brother, he was no better. Without a word, the man pointed at the bed and began to accuse, Don't know, little one. The little one shrank back, buried her head low, her big round eyes innocent and guilty. What? Bo Tingxi laughed coldly. I wonder which little one couldn't sleep last night and insisted on squeezing into bed with me. Even that was fine, but then she tossed and turned like a hot pot and even kicked me off the bed. He paused, then waved his hand understandingly and magnanimously. All these I can forgive. After all, no matter how much you bully me, I can only endure. After all, I am your father's brother. But the bespectacled scholarly man turned his head and looked at the little one like she was a heartbreaker. His slender finger poked her little chest, and his words carried a hint of anger. Forgetting all this is one thing, but just now were you about to question me about why I sneaked into your room? Do you think your uncle covets those cheeks of yours with their 5 ounces and 3 pounds of flesh? As he spoke, he raised his hand and gave them a rub. He did covet them. He really did covet them to death. The little one was both shocked and guilty. She covered her mouth with her paws and let out a little whimper. She scrambled back on all fours, shedding golden teardrops, and hugged her uncle's arm, crying, I'm really not a good Zhuzhu. Sorry, uncle. Zhuzhu really didn't mean to. Uncle, please forgive Zhuzhu, okay? Bo Tingxi kept his face taut, pinched the little one's big bun-like cheeks, and rubbed them back and forth, cold and ruthless. If apologies were useful, what would the police be for? Zhuzhu woo. He suppressed the urge to curl his lips, raised his hand, and tapped his cheek. Something real. The little one was a bit confused. What does something real mean? Meanwhile, 017, who had been playing dead all along, became somewhat excited. It first analyzed plausibly Bo Tingxi. The character profile emphasizes 2 points. One is his love for money, the other is his extreme cleanliness. A normal person makes this gesture meaning they want to kiss, but Bo Tingxi is not normal, so he wants you to slap him. Although Zhuzhu had just become sentient and her intelligence was limited, she was no fool. Listening to her system uncle's unreliable analysis. The little one blinked dazedly, but brother said hitting people is not being a good child. 017's mechanical voice gave a cold sneer. Baby, you don't understand. Humans have a fashionable term called masochist, and there's a saying, experience deep fatherly love. Uncle tells you just go up and hit him once. He will absolutely like you to death. Anyway, don't worry about anything else. Just do as uncle says. In the part of analyzing human psychology, if I say in second, no one dares to claim first. The little one nodded in a daze. Although she thought it was very strange, she still trusted system uncle. Turning around, she stepped closer to Bo Tingxi with her 2 legs having their own ideas. She reached out her paw and under Bo Tingsis' expectant gaze gave a light soft little slap on his face with a bap. The little one pouted and repeated in a milky voice following 017. This is Zhuzhu's deep love for Uncle Bo Tingsi. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. With a sudden waya, the little one was hoisted up and spanked. Though Bo Tingsi didn't strike hard, merely going through the motions twice, the little one's heart ached nonetheless. Woo, the little one covered her bottom on the verge of tears. Uncle tricked Zhuzhu. Uncle tricked the baby. Woo woo woo. 017 was mortified. Heh. Sweetie, well, I think your second uncle was truly delighted. As humans say, joy shared is joy doubled, and fun shared is fun. Thus it shows your uncle loves you, which is why he just gently gave your little bottom a few pats, imitating your actions. The little one stayed silent. Whether Bo Tingsi loved her or not, Zhuzhu didn't know. But for now the chubby mushroom felt that Uncle Goose didn't love her because the silly goose could tell. If Uncle Goose loved her, he wouldn't make her recite poems. If Uncle Goose loved her, he wouldn't make her head buzz. If Uncle Goose loved her, he wouldn't make her endure the bitterness of studying. The little one frowned, her brows twisted in distress. She glanced at the man sitting on the sofa not far away studying some documents, and stealthily lifted her textbook closer to her face, trying to hide her chubby cheeks behind it. Having had a crocodile dream last night, the little dumpling was still a bit drowsy, yawning and feeling sleepy. Drooping her head, she recalled that dream and gritted her teeth and oomph. That damned pillow dared to impersonate her brother. She had wondered how that pillow could ever be her. It was ugly and not pretty at all, and worst of all, it had the audacity to sneak into her dream, turning her brother so fierce and scary. Oomph. Outrageous. The little one yawned with the book in hand, growing drowsy. She wiggled her bottom, found a comfortable position, and prepared to catch up on sleep. But the little one forgot. Her face was bigger than the book, so that tiny book couldn't hide her chubby face at all. The man, lowering his eyes to the documents, seemed to notice. He couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, then raised a hand to his mouth, coughing softly, and without lifting his head stretched out his foot to nudge Zhuzhu's crossed calf. Bo, Zhuzhu, how's the recitation coming along? Your dad says you love chicken wings the most. If you don't study well, he'll quiz you later, and for every poem you can't recite, he'll deduct a chicken wing from your morning meal. ITLL, save me some money too. He rattled on, but the little one showed no reaction. Only when he mentioned deduct chicken wings did the little one jolt awake, dropping her book and shaking her head frantically. No. Not allowed. Can't deduct Zhuzhu's chicken wings. Zhuzhu is trying hard to memorize Uncle Goose, don't rush me. Seeing her flustered little face, the man's mood lifted considerably. He didn't know why, but he seemed to particularly enjoy teasing this little one. Every time he saw her silly little expression, his cute aggression syndrome would flare up. Then he just wanted to ruffle the baby. Bo Tingsi deliberately teased her, raising an eyebrow in feigned confusion. You've been studying hard. How many of the 3 poems have you memorized? Recite them for your uncle. The little one instantly wilted, stammering and poking her fingers together, her baby voice growing softer. I've memorized 1, but not all the way. When I finish all of them, I'll recite them for Uncle. Okay. She sneakily glanced up at her second uncle, then quickly lowered her head in guilt. The man frowned. TSK. How could the little one not even know how to lie? So obvious. It was clearly a falsehood at first glance. The man leaned back, his phoenix eyes narrowing. After a long silence, he sighed, don't go out showing off like your father in the future. The little one didn't quite understand the term showing off, so she tilted her head in confusion, clutching her little hands, and instinctively asking why. Bo Tingsi patted her head with a faint smile. I'm afraid you'll show off badly and get beaten to death. Oh. Zhuzhu understood the latter part. The little one nodded in sudden realization, then looked up with a serious expression. Uncle, don't worry. Zhuzhu won't let them beat her to death, so they can't beat Zhuzhu to death. My brother said, people who do things without permission are not good people, they're bad guys. Hee. If they dare to beat Zhuzhu to death, then they're the bad guys. They wouldn't dare. The little one proudly lifted her chin, thinking she was incredibly clever. Little did she know this naively sweet reasoning left Bo Tingsi utterly stunned. The man's cold face showed a flicker of disbelief. After a pause, his expression cracked. No. You're simply too innocent. If someone is about to kill you, how could they be a good person? Would they care if they're called a bad egg or a good egg? And you not agreeing. You think they won't act just because you disagree. This kid is really something. Bo Tingsi stared at that face, sinking into deep self-doubt once more. Was this little girl really his big brother's child? So naive. Could it be that his big brother stole her? He raised his eyes to look at the milk baby before him. The milk baby grinned at him cheerfully. The man held his head in pain. Please stop grinning. Not smart to begin with, and grinning makes you look even dumber. Actually, Bo Tingsi's suggestion about having the kid recite poems was just a jest. He wasn't so petty as to punish a child for what could hardly be called a slap. However, he still had a document to review, and it clearly wasn't ideal to leave the little one alone in the living room. Children of this age love to bounce around, and there was always a risk of them tripping or bumping into something. After some deliberation, Bo Tingsi came up with an idea: have the child silently recite a collection of poems. This way he could stay nearby reviewing the document, while keeping an eye on the little one within his field of vision. The only minor imperfection was the little one's round, plump form resembled 2 large watermelons stacked together, looking irresistibly adorable and huggable. For someone like him afflicted with cute aggression syndrome, this was a lethal temptation. Every now and then an inadvertent glance at that fluffy little head made his fingers itch with the urge to ruffle it. Fortunately, Bo Tingsis' willpower was fairly strong. He quickly finished reading the document, marked it, and tossed it onto the table. Clearing his throat, he took the textbook from the little one's paws and began to check. He casually flipped through the poem's Spring Dawn Thoughts on a Quiet Night, Ode to the Goose. They were ridiculously simple. He recalled memorizing the 300 Tang poems in just 3 days. Humph. That was one day more than Bo Yanzhou, a fact that irritated him. Irritated, Bo Tingsi turned his gaze to the obedient little one before him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Come on, Bo Zhuzhu. Let me see if you're truly dull or just pretending to be clever. Without the book, the 70-centimetal milk ball seemed to lose a sense of security, instinctively clutching her paws and looking up at her second uncle with pleading eyes. The little one swallowed, her soft baby voice trembling. Zhuzhu, start reciting now. Bo Tingsi nodded, deciding to get it over with quickly. Start with Spring Dawn. For some reason, the moment studying was mentioned, the little one's eyes grew noticeably dazed. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tentatively began in her baby voice, Spring Sleep, unaware of dawn. Seeing no strong reaction from Bo Tingsi, she breathed a sigh of relief, gaining a bit more confidence. Suddenly, she felt an itch in her brain. It felt like a brain was growing. Her eyes lit up, and she even straightened her little body, raising her voice everywhere. Mosquitoes bite what? Bo Tingsi wondered if his ears were malfunctioning. He hadn't heard clearly. The next second, the little one made sure he did. A bottle of repellent spray. None can run away. The man felt his eyelids twitch, and the hand holding his water cup shook, almost choking him on the verse the kid recited. No. Wait. What's wrong with the last 3 lines? What's going on? The little dumpling had no idea either, so she tugged at her hair and looked at her second uncle with a puzzled, innocent expression that seemed to say, what? Did I get it wrong? Seeing her equally bewildered and lost little face, the man's refined features twisted in exasperation. For the first time, he was so hysterical. Bo Tingsi set down his cup, his fingers gripping the book, and asked again, unwilling to give up, are you sure you recited it correctly? Zhuzhu thought for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. Yes, I'm sure I said it right. Normally the child wouldn't be so hasty, but today, she felt like she had actually grown a brain, because she had never recited a poem as fluently as eating a meal. So the little one was certain. She must have recited it correctly. Bo Tingsi took one look and felt his vision darken. He now had a preliminary understanding of her woeful culture. He waved his hand, deciding not to correct her just yet, and wanted to hear what she would do with the remaining 2 poems. Next one, Thoughts on a Quiet Night. The little one's face lit up with an expression that said, I knew I wasn't wrong, and she puffed out her chest, swaying her head as she began to recite again. Before my bed the moon is bright. Bo Tingsi's expression softened slightly, and he nodded silently. This wasn't bad. He picked up his water cup again, about to take a sip. The next second, Auntie, the ground window. Hold up your head and see, lower your head and feast. The malicious verses came, and Bo Tingsi couldn't hold back the water he hadn't swallowed, spraying it all over the little one's face. The little one blinked in bewilderment, feeling her wet cheeks. She raised a tiny paw to wipe her face, instantly looking deeply wronged. Uncle, why are you spraying water? Even if Zhuzhu's recitation amazed Uncle. Uncle can't bully a child like this. Bo Tingsi stared at her, her face scrunched up in grievance like a little squash, while she spoke such shameless words. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. Do you really think you recited it well? If Li Bai knew how you butchered his poem, he'd leap out of his coffin and smack some sense into you. The man steadied himself, his expression gradually turning grave. He clutched the book, took a deep breath, and looked at the last poem. With a grim face, he ordered Ode to the Goose recited. He wanted to see just how many more vicious poems this kid had up her sleeve. Hearing Ode to the Goose, the little dumpling's eyes lit up. She knew this one well. She excitedly raised her paws and jumped up. This one Zhuzhu knows. My daddy and big brother taught me. This one Zhuzhu can do. His nephew and eldest brother taught her. Bo Tingsi's heart settled a little. That should be fine. Bo Yanzhou might not do many human things, but surely he wouldn't slack off on his children's education. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a soul-stirring recitation, Bo Tingsi slumped on the sofa, utterly dazed and miserable. Seeing her second uncle in such a state, the little dumpling thought he was stunned by her brilliance. She trotted over on her stubby legs and hugged his arm, shaking it. Uncle, what's wrong? Uncle, don't be too amazed. Although Zhuzhu knows she's very smart, don't worry. Smart Zhuzhu won't abandon her silly goose uncle. Even if uncle is dumb, uncle is still Zhuzhu's only goose uncle. Bo Tingsi, seriously, this illiterate little goose dares to look down on him. You never doubt yourself? What kind of illusion makes you so confident you're amazing? This exhilarating recitation almost sent Bo Tingsi straight to his grave. It can only be said that the world of geniuses is truly too different from that of ordinary. To be honest, although Bo Tingsi grew up in an aristocratic academy, when they reached a certain age the academy also divided students into accelerated classes and regular classes. For someone like Bo Tingsi, who had been outstanding from a young age, the people he encountered were basically also extremely excellent. If not super geniuses in IQ, then at least high IQ individuals. He really had never encountered such a silly little child like Zhuzhu. At this moment the man raised his eyes and stared motionlessly at the little one in front of him, falling. So cute. Could it be that it was exchanged for IQ? The soft, boneless-looking little milk ball lay on his lap. Sensing her second uncle's gaze, she immediately grinned and raised a very bright and healing smile toward the man. The man who had been skeptical took one look and immediately confirmed his suspicion to some extent. Thinking back to the child's silly slurred speech and her uncoordinated short little legs that wobbled, and comparing her height, still not as tall as his legs, the man's expression involuntarily softened. He lovingly stroked Zhuzhu's little head, a glint of heartache hidden in his eyes. Viewed this way, the child was rather pitiful. But at the same time, Bo Tingxi couldn't help but feel a bit more puzzled. His eldest brother valued profit above all, was cold and unfeeling with a temperament as icy as a glacier. He didn't even care for his famous genius little nephew Bo Shiyu from high society, merely using him as a pawn. This silly little milkball, how had she stayed with him? How had she lasted so long? Bo Yanzhou hated people who were useless to him the most, but those days at the old mansion he saw that his eldest brother's demeanor clearly showed he had taken a liking to Zhuzhu. Then with Zhuzhu's IQ, how did she tame his brother? Bo Tingxi admitted he was a bit curious. But he was only curious for a moment now. He didn't have the mind to ask Zhuzhu, as the research institute still had matters waiting for him. The man went upstairs, grabbed a random piece of clothing, and after a moment's thought decided it wasn't safe to leave the little one alone at home. So he picked up the chubby child and slowly drove his beat-up little car to the research institute. Bo Tingxi was raising a child for the first time and wasn't quite used to it. So after getting in the car, he directly forgot basic common sense, and as casually as tossing a briefcase stuffed the little one into the passenger seat beside him. The little one was in the passenger seat for the first time and was instantly excited to death, as if she had discovered a new continent. She fiddled with the seatbelt, pulling and releasing, amused beyond measure. However, 017 took one look and immediately became serious. Baby, don't play with the seatbelt. It's very dangerous. Also, according to the traffic knowledge in my database, it seems infants and children are not allowed to sit in the passenger seat, you know. Baby, you should remind your uncle, or if the traffic police catch you too, you'll have to go in for education and criticism. The little milk ball got anxious too, turning around and flailing her little paws, explaining with unclear speech. Uncle, the uncle told Zhuzhu that kids can't sit here, or the police uncle will catch them. Bo Tingxi raised an eyebrow and belatedly realized. He turned the steering wheel and pulled over at a temporary parking spot on the roadside. He lifted the child and tossed her to the back seat, smiling. Uncle. Bo Yubai. Didn't expect you to be so familiar with him. The little dumpling shook her head and pointed to her own little head. No, it's the uncle in Zhuzhu's head who told Zhuzhu. At these words, Bo Tingxi's foot about to step on the gas paused. He turned to look at the little one, a rare look of pity appearing in his eyes. That look felt familiar to Zhuzhu. She narrowed her eyes and thought for a moment, then hugged her head and leaned in quietly. Uncle, do you want to treat Zhuzhu's head? The man looked at her in surprise and blurted out, you can actually see that. The child proudly straightened her back. Of course I can see it, because my daddy also looked at Zhuzhu with that kind. Bo Tingxi felt a sour feeling in his heart. He patted Zhuzhu's little head and comforted her. Don't worry, your uncle knows many famous doctors. He will definitely cure your... Upon hearing this, the little dumpling's round eyes instantly brimmed with tears. She skillfully pu'd herself again, and when she spoke again, her little milky voice carried some emotion. Whoa, uncle is so good. Uncle really likes Zhuzhu so much. Bo Tingxi, what did he do to make this chubby child so moved? Before he could say anything, then the little one was already covering her mouth, tearfully sobbing, hugging his arm, and crying heart-wrenchingly as she rubbed against him. Uncle. Even though uncle is so poor, uncle still wants to treat Zhuzhu's head. Uncle, you really love Zhuzhu too much. Bo Tingxi. He was just stingy. Not that he had no money. The little dumpling didn't listen, she only heard what she wanted to hear. After dawdling for a while, Bo Tingxi managed to soothe the child and was ready to drive off. He figured that the research institute was not far from here, just around the corner, so he didn't bother buckling Zhuzhu and started the engine and drove off. And then, the rebellious Bo Tingxi, by an unlucky stroke of curiosity, was caught by a patrolling traffic police officer at the next intersection. At this moment, academician Bo stood by the roadside with a stern face, holding the child along with a group of violators being scolded by the traffic police. Because of his handsome looks, he earned the center position by virtue. This was the first time in his half a lifetime that Bo Tingxi felt so embarrassed. Sigh. He felt embarrassed, but someone didn't. The little one nestled in Bo Tingxi's arms, hands on her hips, curiously poking her head left and right. That adorable little appearance almost melted everyone's hearts. The traffic police officer, upon seeing this, cleared his throat and began to lecture. Everyone here has it tough, but you must think about your own life's safety. Especially this, comrade. If you have a child at home, why don't you buy a child safety seat? Do you know how dangerous this is for a child? The tall, elegant man with a tight face and slightly flushed cheeks nodded randomly, too ashamed to say a single word, only hoping the lecture would end quickly. A soft, milky little voice came, but the little one lying in her uncle's arms raised her little paw. But my uncle has no money. My uncle is so poor. He can't afford the little chair Zhuzhu sits in. At these words, everyone's gaze shifted, instantly focusing on the man in the tailored suit. Bo Tingxi. The man's eyelid twitched, but he kept a straight face and raised his hand to cover her mouth. Don't say another word. His face has already hit the ground. The little milk ball didn't care. When she talked about her second uncle, she was so moved as she pulled apart her uncle's hand and shook her head. But even if uncle is so poor, stingy, he still wants to treat Zhuzhu's head. She sniffled, her voice choked with emotion. Uncle really super loves Zhuzhu. Sure enough, as soon as these words were out, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Even the traffic police officer looked at them with compassion and pity. No wonder. No wonder this man was dressed to the nines, but got out of such a beat-up car. So he wasn't just showing off. He must be driving such a broken car to save money for treating his sick nieces. The traffic police officer wiped away a couple of tears looking at Zhuzhu with love and a bit of pity. Bo Ting's mouth twitched at hearing this. Damn it. He lost his dignity too. Fearing his little niece might utter something earth-shattering again, he quickly covered Zhuzhu's mouth and turned to leave. Unexpectedly. In the next second his arm was grabbed. The middle-aged traffic cop pulled out his wallet, took 200 yuan, and thrust it into Zhuzhu's hands. Sweetie, this is a little token from your uncle. Keep it, and get well soon. Bo Tingsi. The man reached out, took the 200 yuan, and shoved it back into the cop's hand. No need I. Before he could finish another Andy came over with 100 yuan. Oh dear. Young man. It's okay to accept help when you're in trouble. We're not giving it to you, we like this little one, and it's for her. Use the money to buy her a child safety seat, won't you? With these two leading the way, a crowd swarmed in, offering 50 yuan, 20 yuan. Bo Tingsi, who usually delighted in sarcastic banter, found himself utterly speechless in the face of these enthusiastic aunties. He said he didn't want the money, but the aunties chattered and jostled with him. The pampered young master of a wealthy family couldn't out-argue or out-push them. Seeing the crowd of onlookers growing larger, he had no choice but to accept. The little one was also stunned by, though young, her brother had taught her the principle that only through effort comes reward. Her earlier words were meant to show off her beloved uncle. Now clutching a handful of change, Zhuzhu panicked. She shook her head like a rattle, trying to return the money. But how could the crowd let her? Such an adorable little one with a sick mind, and her uncle's car was so battered, he hadn't even fixed the scratches on the back. They wouldn't take no for an answer. They stuffed the money, and the uncle and niece were utterly stunned by this turn of events. Especially Bo Tingsi. Everything that happened today felt surreal to him. Because of his childhood experiences and the education of high society, having witnessed all the ugliness of the upper class. He deeply loathed the saying man's nature at birth is good. He had always believed human nature was evil, and with this ingrained perception, Bo Tingsi's first reaction to everything was to speculate on motives and weigh pros and cons. Without any benefit, who would waste time being kind to you? He had seen crowdfunding for medical treatments before, but back then he felt nothing. To think even more harshly, he considered those who engaged in such thankless tasks gaining neither fame nor profit and knowingly throwing in their hard-earned savings to be utterly foolish. But now, the elegantly suited man held the child in one arm and clutched the incongruous change in the other. There were 10 yuan notes, 20 yuan notes, 50 yuan, even 5 yuan. At this moment, a strange, yet familiar emotion he couldn't quite understand welled up in his heart. So, some things aren't persisted in because there's hope, but because they believe that only by persisting will they one day glimpse that faint hope from the boundless darkness. Even if it's just a glimmer. Buried memories surfaced. The man's face suddenly darkened as he thought of something. He casually placed the change on a nearby trash can lid and strode away. Zhuzhu blinked and waved her little hand anxiously toward the trash can. Uncle Goose, the money flew away, uncle. Bo Tingsi pressed her head into his chest, his usually aloof voice laced with coldness. Bo Zhuzhu, remember this, never place your hopes on others. The little one hugged his neck in confusion. Why? The man's gaze was cold and deep as he walked with heavy steps, because you can never tell if what she says is true or false. Who is she? Asked the little one. A liar, he replied, his voice deepening. Then she's a bad guy. If she lied to uncle, she's a bad guy. The little one's milky voice rose several octaves in anger. Bo Tingsi lowered his eyes, a flicker of irony in them. She wasn't wrong as she just didn't love him. But if she didn't love him, why pretend to be a loving mother? Giving him hope time and again only to snuff it out with her own. Sangya, perhaps you'll never know that the lies you once told dealt him a fatal blow. After that, though Bo Tingsi remained outwardly cold as usual, a keen observer could sense a change in his aura. Before, his coldness was aloof, but not piercing. But now his coldness was filled with distance and indifference. The somber, oppressive atmosphere persisted for days, making everyone in the institute scurry like mice at the sight of a cat, not even daring to walk loudly. The only one oblivious to this eerie mood was probably Zhuzhu. The little one was sitting in the lounge holding a milk bottle and swinging her feet while watching Pleasant Goat. Don't see me as a goat. I will come back. The little one wiggled her bottom on the sofa, giggling with glee. Yay, yay, yay. Chased the wolf away again. So awesome. She was overjoyed, completely unaware of the uncle in a white coat tiptoeing in beside her. Zhou stood behind her watching the cartoon on TV, tilting his head in puzzlement. Is it that good? The little milk ball nodded matter-of-factly yes. Super good. Zhou pursed his lips, thinking to himself how childish. Indeed, only fit for kids. Unlike him, he didn't like Pleasant Goat, he only ever watched Peppa Pig. Though that's what he thought, he didn't show it. He tiptoed over, looked around to make sure no one was there, then whispered, Zhuzhu, sweetie, do you know what's up with your ahem, your uncle lately? Hearing this, the little one immediately became cautious. Like Zhou, she glanced left and right, then leaned in and whispered, Uncle, you noticed too? Zhou nodded. How could he not? His boss had been acting so aloof these past 2 days. He wasn't blind. The little one frowned worriedly. My uncle hasn't been eating breakfast these days. Zhuzhu thinks Uncle Goose is getting thinner. Uncle, can you persuade my Uncle Goose to eat more? Zhou, was he talking about eating? Little treasure, how are you on a completely different wavelength? Seeing Zhuzhu's little expression, Zhou knew he wouldn't get anything out of her, so he simply played with her for a while since he had nothing else to do. But these words caught the little dumpling's attention. The little one mulled over her bottle for an entire afternoon, unable to figure out what was wrong with her second uncle. She could actually sense the subtle shift in her uncle, but she felt that his outward appearance hadn't changed at all. He hadn't wailed like when she felt wronged, nor had he sulked like brother paid due when he couldn't go home. He just seemed the same as usual. The newly sentient little mushroom didn't understand the complexities of human interactions. She simply expressed whatever she felt. If someone made a grim face, they were definitely unhappy. If they smiled, they were surely happy. 017 told her, darling, you're still young, so it's normal not to understand. Let Uncle tell you, humans are complex beings. Some people are straightforward and don't like to bottle things up. They laugh when happy and cry when sad. But others are used to silently enduring, disliking trouble for others, and keeping everything inside. Clearly your uncle is the latter. The little dumpling nodded half understandingly, immediately waving her paws. But Zhuzhu doesn't want Uncle to be sad. Zhuzhu wants Uncle to be a little happier. What should Zhuzhu do to make Uncle a little happier? She was utterly distressed, using her limited brain power to think hard and think hard. Then her mind went blank. At that moment the little one was so distressed and tangled that steam rose from her head like an exquisite kettle. 017 almost burst out laughing. It was a good system, afraid of hurting the little one's pride, so it held back its laughter, though the mechanical voice transmitted to her mind was already trembling. Huh, darling, your second uncle loves money. Why not give him some cash? As an old saying goes, money makes the world go round. With money you can buy anything. The little dumpling's eyes lit up. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Uncle, you're really smart. Zhuzhu has never met anyone as smart as you. Truth be told, the little one's flattery skills were impeccable. Her non-stop praise made 017 swell, but the little one belatedly tilted her head like a cat. But Zhuzhu has no money, Uncle, what should we do? 017 pondered, how about we go scavenge? It protects the environment and earns money, a win-win situation. What do you think? The little dumpling nodded eagerly with joy. Zhuzhu wants to scavenge. Then let's go quickly. Your uncle will be busy all afternoon. Let's seize this time to earn some money. With money, that stingy guy will definitely be overjoyed. Hearing that her uncle would be happy with money, the little one got excited, turned around, and scrambled down from the sofa, sliding her short legs off. Waddling like a goose, she ran out. Just as she reached the door, she seemed to remember something, stopped, and grabbed a drawing pad. She scribbled crookedly, I go see les don't. After writing, the little one admired her drawing pad with satisfaction, placed it back on the table, and bounced out. The research institute was extremely busy with everyone overwhelmed, so no one noticed the little one slowly toddling out of the break room's tea pavilion. Once outside, the little one excitedly muttered to herself, while searching for bottles, Uncle said bottles are worth money. 1 bottle earns 2 mao, 2 bottles earn 4 mao, 3 bottles earn 6 mao. He Zhuzhu is going to be rich. Then she trotted around the square on her short legs, peeking left and right into the grass, but found not a single water bottle or soda can. The little dumpling scratched her little bun, looking confused. Uncle, why aren't there any cans or bottles here? Without cans or bottles, how could she exchange them for money? 017 paused its mechanical brain, not much smarter than Zhuzhu's, then spotted a trash can, and its eyes lit up. Ahem. Darling, see that trash can? There must be cans inside. Go on, dig in. The little dumpling wholeheartedly followed her uncle's advice, nodded, waddled to a trash can, and without hesitation thrust her little arm inside. She thrust again. Something felt odd. The little one grimaced in confusion, then tried harder to reach in. Why couldn't she reach? She peered inside with her big eyes, but her chubby little paw just couldn't bend down. Suddenly it dawned on her. Oh, so that's why she couldn't reach. Her arms were too short. Realizing this crushing truth, the little one felt terribly wronged. She crouched in front of the trash, consulting a chubby lump that looked pitiful from afar. Then she drooped her head, and suddenly noticed the crystals on her glass slippers. A spark of inspiration hit, and she took off the pearl hair clip from her head. Clutching the clip, she approached a passing lady, and asked eagerly, pretty sister, would you like to buy a hair clip? Thanks to her adorable looks, the lady actually bought it. But the little one had no concept of money. The largest sum she knew was from the news: stealing a battery could earn 30 yuan. After thinking hard with her not-so-bright little mind, she decided not to be too greedy, and held up 2 fingers to the pretty sister. 2 yuan. After selling the clip, the little dumpling looked down, and eyed her glass slippers. She struggled to pry off the crystals, but failed. Clutching the 2 yuan, she waddled forward, and past another trash can. Then, she was irresistibly drawn to it again. Standing on tiptoe, she began rummaging through the trash can again. 1 trash can, 2 trash cans, 3 trash cans. Dig, dig, dig. The little dumpling got more and more addicted, collecting 5 or 6 bottles, nearly overjoyed. But after digging through the trash, Zhuzhu felt lost, not knowing where to sell the bottles. At that moment, 017 remembered it was an all-powerful system. It took the bottles from Zhuzhu and stored them in its inventory, saying, Zhuzhu can search for bottles to your heart's content. Uncle will exchange them for money. With that assurance, the little one had no worries and happily began her scavenging journey. Soon 017 discovered that its mushroom host had a real talent for scavenging. She dug into every trash can she could reach. Half an hour later, the once fair and round little dirty dumpling was sent to the police station by a kind passerby. When Bo Tingxi received the police call and rushed over, the little one's goose-yellow dress was covered in dust. She clutched a bottle. Her hair was a mess from pulling off the clip, and the crystals on her shoes were loose. She looked like a stray kitten. Seeing her, the man breathed a sigh of relief, glad she wasn't missing any limbs. Once his worry subsided, Bo Tingxi's anger flared up. Heavens! He had finished his project and was heading to the break room to cuddle Zhuzhu, but after seeing that note, he was nearly furious. The little one was usually so well-behaved and seemed timid. How dare she run out alone to scavenge? With that face, she was a prime target for human traffickers. It was a miracle she wasn't kidnapped. So where did she get the confidence to compete with a trash can in height? Could she even reach it? The man was so angry that he even grabbed the drawing pad and headed to the surveillance room. When he saw the little one jumping desperately to press the elevator button just to get out, he was truly exasperated. Today, no matter what, he was going to teach this little brat a proper lesson. The man's face hardened as he approached the grimy little creature, taking a deep breath before speaking in a low voice. Bo Zhuzhu. Hearing her name, the little bun instantly raised her head. Upon seeing her Uncle Goose, her eyes sparkled, and she reached out her tiny paws to grab at Bo Tingxi. Her grimy little paws even carried a faint odor reminiscent of a pork trotter left out of the fridge on a hot summer day. Bo Tingxi's eyelids twitched, and with swift reflexes he grabbed the little one by the scruff of her collar and lifted her back. The milky bun belatedly realized her state, quickly retracting her paws. Tilting her face up, she grinned foolishly at her second uncle, Uncle Goose. Before him stood a chubby-cheeked child, her face smudged with dust, her goose-yellow dress wrinkled, and a few strands of hair loose. The man's heart clenched. So adorable. The little one was utterly to his taste. How could she be this cute, even when dirty? Though his expression remained calm, his heart was in turmoil. The esteemed academic's deep gaze flickered with light as he cast a seemingly casual glance at the little one's head, his hand itching to ruffle her fluffy hair and pinch her chubby cheeks. But reason prevailed over impulse. Just thinking about her running off without his permission infuriated him. Glancing at the grubby little thing in his hands, the man with gold-rimmed glasses furrowed his brows in an unusual manner. He set Zhuzhu down on a chair, his expression stern as he commanded, "Sit still." The little one blinked obediently, sitting up straight, and called out softly, "Uncle Goose." The man's face remained cold as he began his interrogation. "Why did you run off? Don't you know how dangerous it is for a child to be out alone without an adult? What if you run into a kidnapper?" Zhuzhu seemed to realize her mistake and reached out to grab Bo Tingxi. But in the next moment, Bo Tingxi deftly evaded her grasp. His demeanor was unusually cold, determined to teach the little one a lesson. Zhuzhu was stunned, her round lychee-like eyes welling up with mist. She tilted her porcelain-white chubby face, staring motionlessly at the man before her. The little one, often called slow-witted by others, finally showed a flash of cleverness. Seeing her uncle's slightly disheveled collar, she pouted, seemingly recognizing her error. She knew it. Uncle Goose was vain. He always spent ages in front of the mirror every morning fixing his clothes, so her second uncle must have rushed over in a hurry and didn't have time to tidy up right. Clutching an aluminum can, the little one drooped her head, tears brimming in her round eyes. Her soft, tearful voice carried a hint of guilt. "Uncle Goose, I'm sorry. Zhuzhu didn't mean to make you worry. Uncle, I'm sorry." Her sincere, pitiful, and guilt-ridden demeanor showed an excellent attitude in admitting fault. Seeing her like this, Bo Tingxi instantly softened. His expression gentled as he knelt on one knee in front of Zhuzhu, reaching out to smooth her hair. After a pause, he asked, "Where's your hair clip? How did you end up looking like a little stray cat after running out?" The little one stared at him with pitiful, tear-filled eyes. "Zhuzhu sold it." The man's hand paused as he looked into her eyes. "Sold it." His gaze shifted to the cola can in her hand, and he smiled knowingly. "Bought a drink." The chubby little mushroom hugged the cola can, shaking her head, found that the can was picked from the trash by Zhuzhu. The man's hand, which was wiping her face, froze, his expression cracking. "Picked it from the trash?" he asked in utter disbelief. "You actually went dumpster diving?" "No," he collected himself, his clear voice filled with confusion. "Why did you go dumpster diving?" "Zhuzhu wanted to earn some money." Holding the bottle, the little one's milky voice was low and still carried a hint of tears. Bo Tingxi was even more puzzled upon. He pulled out a tissue, took the aluminum can from her hand, and said, "You don't have to support the family, so why on earth were you digging through the trash? Don't do it again, you hear me? The trash can is for garbage. Don't you know how dirty it is, covered in bacteria?" Bo Tingxi was a man with a deep-seated phobia of germs. To be honest, seeing a child this dirty, it was already surprising enough that he hadn't tossed Zhuzhu out. He had no idea why Zhuzhu was picking up trash, so his reaction was to be expected. The little one, however, thought she had caused her uncle trouble. She stared at him with innocent round eyes, suddenly feeling a pang of sadness. She tried her best to scrunch up her face, holding back her tears, but at an age where she could barely walk steadily, how could she possibly hold them in? The little one began to sob, tears streaming down like golden beans. Slowly she pulled a crumpled bill from her pocket and placed it in Bo Tingxi's hand, speaking in a muffled, tearful voice. "Uncle." Uncle said, "With money you can buy anything." Uncle Goose is unhappy. Zhuzhu wanted to earn money to buy Uncle Goose happiness. Uncle, don't be sad anymore." Crystal clear teardrops rolled down her porcelain white cheeks as Zhuzhu sobbed uncontrollably. She tried desperately to hold back, but the more she tried, the more she wanted to cry. Afraid that Uncle Goose would look down on her, the little bun grew anxious and wailed, "Stop crying, stop crying. Zhuzhu is a big doll. Big dolls don't cry. Uncle will laugh at me." Hearing this, the impeccably dressed man could no longer listen. His mind went blank as he stood frozen, staring at the little one looking up at him. A flicker of obvious shock and disbelief passed through his eyes. Getting herself into such a state, just to buy him happiness. But what were they to each other? To put herself through this for someone else. Bo Tingshi, who always put his own interests first, thought it wasn't worth it. Yet he didn't dislike this feeling of being constantly thought of and cared for. A strange emotion took root in the depths of his heart. Clutching the crumpled bill in his hand, the man felt a mix of emotions like a overturned seasoning bottle. The little one, usually so slow and simple, had actually gone dumpster diving and sold her precious pearl hair clip just to buy him happiness. He knew how much she treasured that clip. But could a person truly give so selflessly to another? At 5:30 p.m. the man walked out of the police station, holding the little girl in his arms. A faint moved smile played on his lips as he held Zhuzhu with the utmost tenderness. Gazing at the rosy clouds on the horizon, her earlier answer seemed to echo in his ears, making his heart tremble. The little one had said, "Because Uncle is Zhuzhu's uncle. When Uncle is happy, Zhuzhu is happy. When Uncle is unhappy, Zhuzhu will work hard to earn money to buy Uncle happiness." He thought it was naive and teased her. Money isn't everything. When times are hard, they're still hard. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, her sweet childish face radiating a child's unique innocence. "Uncle Goose, don't be afraid. Zhuzhu will work hard to become a universal Zhuzhu and protect Uncle Goose. Even if times are hard, don't be afraid." Brother said Zhuzhu is sweet. Back home, Bo Tingshi surprisingly hired a nanny. The little one was exhausted from the day's events and fell asleep as soon as the nanny finished bathing her. In the evening, the man stood by the floor-to-ceiling window gazing at the city's bustling lights. He took the crumpled bill from his pocket. Carefully, as if it were a treasure, he smoothed it out. Staring at the 2.5 yuan, Bo Tingshi smiled softly, his eyes reddening. In that moment, he seemed to understand why his profit-driven elder brother doted on this child so much. A world of deceit and scheming was a dark one, influencing those within it to suffer and grieve, spending a lifetime healing their unhealable scars. And when a sliver of light shines into such a dark world, who would be willing to let it go? After this incident, Bo Tingshi decided to keep Zhuzhu at home. Since he had hired a nanny, he felt reassured even when she was at home. Bo Tingshi remained extremely busy throughout the day, only managing to squeeze in a video call with Zhuzhu during the morning and returning home very late every night. Then he noticed that every night an orange lamp glowed in the dark villa. The little one, clad in her dinosaur pajamas, would wait by the lamp, drowsily sprawled on the sofa, waiting for her Uncle Goose to come home. From then on, among the myriad of lights, there was one shining for him. As dusk fell, the villa door opened. The man walked slowly, gently approaching the sofa. He took off his suit jacket, his gaze softening as he looked at the little figure before him, his expression tender as water. He had once believed that money could buy everything he desired. So he worked tirelessly to save, saving up relentlessly. But in the end, he still couldn't buy his mother's love. The difference between Bo Tingshi and Bo Yanzhou was that he had once lived happily in the love of Song Iha, and Bo Qishan built on the foundation of interests. Thus he had experienced the feeling of being surrounded by love, tasted the despair of being ruthlessly abandoned after being used, and vividly remembered the moment Song Iha, with a hypocritical smile, touched his face and said, "Mommy loves you." So he indulged in his sobriety, struggled within his indulgence, and eventually became this heartless version of himself. He thought he would struggle like this forever. But then came that day. A beam of light illuminated his pitch-black world, and he knew he had finally made it through. The man carefully touched the little milk ball's cheek, smiling affectionately. "Zhuzhu, our uncle is back. Let's go upstairs and sleep, okay?" The little one nodded, lazily rubbed her eyes, and drowsily leaned on her uncle's shoulder, yawning. She replied in a soft, milky voice, "Okay." The bond between uncle and niece grew so strong that when Bo Yanzhou was about to return and asked Bo Tingshi to prepare to hand over the child, Bo Tingshi almost grabbed the little one and ran away again. If not for the little one excitedly shouting about finding her daddy, Bo Tingshi would have packed his bags. And so the day of Bo Yanzhou's return arrived. The man with gold-rimmed glasses pursed his lips, holding a large suitcase in his left hand and a small one in his right, standing silently behind little Zhuzhu, his brows filled with determination. Soon a black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the villa. Assistant Lee got out from the passenger seat and walked around to open the door for his boss. The little one, who hadn't seen her father for so long, had her eyes sparkling with excitement, stomping her feet in joy. That little look made Bo Tingshi's heart ache with jealousy. Was it really that exciting to be apart for just a week? The man in a suit got out of the car, his deep gaze immediately locking onto the chubby little figure standing in front of his annoying. The little milk ball's chubby body trembled, and she shouted excitedly, "Daddy! Daddy! Daddy! Here! Your baby is here!" Bo Yanzhou curled his lips and chuckled softly. The little rascal actually missed him. With such a loud voice, it was because she couldn't contain her longing for her beloved father, right? The man raised an eyebrow and beckoned to the little one, "Piggy, come here. Let Daddy see if you've lost weight." The little one nodded heavily, then waddled over with goose-like steps, waving her paws as she scurried forward. As she ran, she called out in a soft, pleading voice, "Daddy! Daddy!" Each call was more heartfelt than the last. The busy CEO upon hearing this inexplicably saw the words left behind child flashing above the little one's head. He paused, and a scene suddenly surfaced in his mind, the little one alone at her uncle's house with no one to play with or talk to, huddled in a corner every day, pitifully hugging her paws and sobbing, "Daddy, daddy, when are you coming home? No one loves or cares for Zhuzhu. I miss you so much." The CEO's heart ached. He furrowed his brows solemnly and reached out to catch the child. On the other side, the little one, running awkwardly, also lunged forward with all her might, her chubby face scrunching up as she called out, "Piggy." The CEO remained expressionless on the surface, but was screaming inside. "Daddy, Piggy, his Piggy," just as the father and daughter were about to reunite in an embrace. The next second, the little one tripped and was about to fall. Bo Yanzhou's expression changed, and he reached out to grab her, but he only caught a handful of her clothes. He breathed a sigh of relief and reached out his other hand to catch her. Then, Bo Yanzhou heard a rip, and a large tear appeared in the clothes behind the little one. With a wah, her chubby body wobbled, and she flopped onto the ground like a dead fish. Everyone's expressions changed, and Bo Tingxi and assistantly rushed forward. Bo Yanzhou quickly lifted the little one under her armpits. "Are you okay, Zhuzhu? Let Uncle see." Bo Tingxi reached out to take the child. This gentle tone made the sharp-eyed CEO squint. Oh, seeing how pathetic his younger brother looked, it seemed he had also been tamed by his little one, forced to kneel and sing conquest right. The man raised an eyebrow, disdainfully shifted the child in his arms, and the usually unsmiling So reluctantly curled his lips into a fake smile, mimicking his annoying brother's tone. He fussily checked the little one. "Zhuzhu, are you okay? Look at this fall, your dad. Ahem. Daddy is heartbroken." This slightly creepy gentleness sent shivers down Bo Tingxi's spine. Only assistantly adjusted his glasses, his eyes lighting up. This was a sign of trouble. As the right-hand man of the villainous CEO, the eunuch chief by the emperor's side, no one understood his boss. Assistant Li, with a faint, meaningful smile on his lips, leaned in and asked in a sinister tone, "Boss, should we smash this floor tile and redo it?" The man's smiling face stiffened, and he glanced at him oddly. "Smash what?" Assistant Li blinked, looking at the little milk ball in his boss' arms, then at his boss, and said with slight confusion and a hint of matter-of-factness, "This floor tile tripped the young miss. Shouldn't we smash it?" Bo Yanzhou frowned, displeasedly shielding the child with one hand and covering her ears with the other. He snorted coldly, "Smash what? Why are you always thinking about using violence?" Assistant Li was a bit stunned, for the first time shocked that he had failed to guess his boss' intentions. So he immediately asked without shame, "Then what did you mean by that sinister expression and that tone that sounded like you wanted to cut someone into 1,000 pieces?" Bo Yanzhou, who was just trying not to lose to his annoying brother. "Sinister expression? Tone that sounds like wanting 1,000 cuts." Really? He thought he had learned to be gentle. The man, unconvinced, pulled the little one in his arms and repeated the expression he had just made. And then he saw his silly daughter, who had just come to her senses, tremble, her chubby body shaking. She stared with wide round eyes, shrinking back, pitifully unable to stand steadily on her legs. The little one's round eyes instantly filled with tears, and she shakily offered her little arm to her villainous father's lips. She negotiated in a trembling, milky voice, "Daddy, can you only eat one of Zhuzhu's paws? I need the other one for eating." The man, who had been smiling, immediately put on a stern face. The little one trembled again, gritted her teeth, and kicked a foot over, crying, "No more. If I give more, I won't catch Uncle Li's hot meal." Bo Yanzhou. Despite having been stabbed deeply, Bo Yanzhou looked straight ahead, easily imagining the smug grin of his rascal younger brother mocking him. He instantly reverted to his usual aloof demeanor, clutching the little one and wordlessly boarding the car. Assistant Li, discerning as ever, promptly stepped forward to pull the 2 large and 1 small suitcases behind Bo Tingxi. The weight of the luggage startled him considerably. Had Master Tingxi actually bought so many things for the young miss? Assistant Li was not unaware that Bo Tingxi was notoriously frugal among high society. He knew it all. This Master Tingxi was inexplicably stingy to the extreme. He wouldn't even change his car, driving the same beat-up Volkswagen that cost only 100,000 yuan, repaired and patched up for who knows how many years. Yet now he had bought so many things for the young miss. Did that mean he really liked her? Assistant Li gripped the suitcase handle tightly and said, "Master Tingxi, we'll take our leave now. You." But when he turned around, Bo Tingxi had already vanished. At the same time, the window of the Rolls-Royce's passenger seat slid down. Bo Tingxi smiled at him. "Assistant Li, I'm heading back with my brother. You can take a taxi." Then he turned, and the car did not move. The CEO, holding his daughter, instantly turned cold and started to drive him out. "What are you doing up here? Get out." Bo Tingxi shook his head. "I'm going to stay at your place." Bo Yanzhou. A puzzled confusion crept into the man's voice. "Don't you have your own house? Why come to mine? We're not even close." The driver in the driver's seat twitched at the corner of his mouth. Goodness. That description. Had heard of siblings who didn't get along, but never of siblings who weren't even familiar. Yet Bo Tingxi ignored it, shaking his head over and over like a child throwing a tantrum. "I don't care. I'm going to your house." Meanwhile, the little milk dumpling nestled obediently in his arms, caught her uncle's signal and stealthily made an okay sign toward Bo Tingxi. She turned and rubbed her little head against her villainous daddy's chest, then started performing in her milky voice. The little one clutched her heart. "Ah, what's the matter? Why does Pearl's little heart hurt so much? Is it because I have to leave Uncle Goose?" Bo Tingxi instantly pretended to be gracious, waving his hand at Pearl with exaggerated emotion. Pearl, don't miss your second uncle too much. When I miss you, we'll send you a dream. President Bo. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the milk dumpling in his arms who was putting on a grand performance, and then at his younger brother acting completely out of character. He immediately understood. He shook the little girl who had collapsed in his arms from excessive grief, and said with a hint of jealousy, "You're quite the social butterfly. In just 1 week you've already bonded with your uncle." The little one couldn't understand the sarcasm in her big daddy's words. She was just glad. She had been worrying about how to explain if he kept asking, but now it was easy. Grinning happily, she nodded firmly. Yes, there's love. So let Uncle Goose come home with us. Bo Yanzhou. He had let his guard down. It was his mistake. He had forgotten that with this little one's brain, she could generally only understand questions and affirmative statements. The man, his face as cold as a river, looked down at the little girl in his arms and began to worry about her intelligence. But his silence looked different to the little one. Her dead fish eyes grew wide as she glanced at her villainous daddy's pitch-black face and then at her handsome second uncle. Afraid her daddy would send her second uncle away, she turned her head and started listing her uncle's virtues. Daddy, listen to Pearl. There are so many benefits to bringing Uncle Goose home. For example, Uncle is good-looking. Oh, when she's unhappy, just looking at his face makes her entire being feel refreshed. For example, Uncle tells wonderful stories. Hey, every time she hears his stories, she sleeps soundly. And with Uncle around, someone can play with her, so Daddy doesn't need to worry. And with Uncle at home, when Daddy is afraid to sleep alone at night, he doesn't have to come find her, but can just find Uncle to sleep with. Just like her and her brother. Ahem. Seeing his daughter about to utter some shocking nonsense, the man stumbled in shock and quickly covered her babbling mouth. Bo Yan's face darkened like ink. He poked Pearl's little head with frustration and ground his teeth. Don't talk nonsense. Who do you think is as cowardly as you? Your father is not afraid of the dark. Hearing that, the little one curved her eyes and clapped her chubby little paws in applause. Daddy is the most powerful person in the whole world, not afraid of the dark at all. For some reason, looking at her crescent moon-shaped eyes, her little smiling mouth, and her overly practiced clapping gesture, Bo Yanzhou felt like a mom being praised by her kindergartner for getting a little red flower after school. It was as if the look in his daughter's eyes right now was one a mother would give her son. Damn, so weird. The man closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and came back to his senses. He cast a casual glance at his rascal younger brother in the front seat, then finally nodded. Fine, let him come. It's just one more person to feed, one more mouth breathing. The estate had plenty of empty rooms. One more person wouldn't matter anyway. He was his blood-related younger brother, even if they weren't very close. Upon hearing that, the academician was overjoyed, his eyes narrowing into slits. In high spirits, he touched the glasses on his nose and waved at assistantly. The perceptive assistantly instantly understood, and without waiting for his boss or Master Tingxi to speak, he said, Boss Master Tingxi, you two go ahead. He'll stay here and arrange for the young lattice and Master Tingxi's luggage to be transported back. The rear window rolled down. The man swept his gaze over him and nodded. Go to the finance department and claim 2 months' salary. Assistant Li beamed, standing a little straighter. Thank you, boss. 2 extra months' salary added to his current month's pay came to a total of 1.2 million. He could splurge again. Indeed, making money is far more satisfying than falling in love. The two Bo brothers, accustomed to solitude, were both pitiful kids in their childhood. Though they lived under the same roof and saw each other every day, neither was much of a talker. Apart from mealtimes and moments spent with Zhuzhu, whenever these two ancestors met, it was essentially Bo Yanzhou casting a glance and Bo Tingxi returning it. They would exchange a look, then look away, acting like strangers, and walk off, ignoring each other. Or when Bo Yanzhou had matters to attend to while Bo Tingxi stayed home, the CEO would cast a glance and succinctly instruct, I have things to do. You take care of the kid. Bo Tingxi was equally terse. Conversely, when Bo Tingxi had errands and Bo Yanzhou was free, academician Bo would remark, he'll be back late today. You and Zhuzhu, not Zhuzhu. You. He deliberately emphasized the 4 words, you and Zhuzhu. After all, living under the same roof for so many days, Bo Tingxi had gained some understanding of his elder brother's childcare methods. His elder brother might appear sharp, but when it came to raising kids, his intelligence seemed to scatter all over the place. What a mess. Every time Bo Tingxi recalled the hardships his little niece had endured, his heart ached unbearably. In the morning, since the gentle brother was not home, the task of waking Zhuzhu naturally fell to CEO Bo. The CEO, without a word, would first pinch her nose, and then her mouth. As soon as her nose was squeezed and her mouth opened, head do both at once. Finally, the child was awakened. Seeing his drowsy, bewildered little girl, the CEO's affection surged, and he cuddled her in his arms for a long while. Then, caught up in excitement, he tossed the baby into the air and caught her steadily. It nearly scared Bo Tingxi to his knees. The little one, however, was thrilled by the flying sensation, letting out joyful giggles. Spreading her tiny hands, she posed herself and pestered her villainous daddy again. The doting CEO naturally indulged his precious daughter's little request. With a confident smirk, the CEO held the child sprawled like a starfish on his arm and hurled her into the air. Then he caught her. Bo Tingxi, pale with fright and fearing that the unreliable big guy would try again, quickly stopped him. Danger. Don't move. Sure enough, at these words, the CEO's hand, which was about to toss again, stopped. He frowned and glanced around as if searching for danger. The little milk bun nestled in his arms mimicked her father, using her chubby hands to form circles over her eyes like a magnifying glass, looking left, right, up, and down along with Bo Yanzhou. Where's danger? Seizing the opportunity, Bo Tingxi swiftly snatched the little bun away. He turned her over from all sides, and seeing that the child was indeed unhurt, he let out a sigh of relief and cast a cold laugh at his normally shrewd elder brother. You still have the nerve to look for danger. You are the greatest danger. And that wasn't the end of it. In the morning, watching the little one playing happily in the sandbox, the man acted indifferent, but was secretly itching to join. He put down his financial magazine, walked over, and said something to the delighted child. 5 minutes later, the CEO, having taken off his gloves, looked contentedly at the little one he had wrapped in sand, leaving only her head and a bogie exposed, and curled his lips in satisfaction. CEO Bo was very pleased with his work. He looked left and right. The little milk bun tilted her chubby face, grinning like a little fool, and wobbled her head. Daddy is Zhuzhu. The man sneered disdainfully. What kind of stupid question was that? His daughter Bo Yan's his daughter might have been silly or foolish, but she had never been ugly. He rubbed the child's head without hesitation. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned. The man sized up the little mound of dirt before him. He felt something was missing. He thought. It seemed too earthy. A single color was not pleasing. So the CEO scanned the surroundings, and his gaze fell on the green shoots in the flower bed. Bo Yanzhou smirked, went over to pluck some grass, then parted his daughter's hair, and stuck the grass on her head. In a swift motion, a jolt of electricity struck her body. The little bun didn't know why, but she suddenly felt much more stylish. She puffed out her chest proudly, pouting so high that her lips almost covered her tiny nose. The child strained to look up at the little shoot on her head, shaking her head, making the shoot sway left and right. It was as if she had discovered a new world. Her lychee-sized eyes sparkled brightly. She was overjoyed. But the chubby mushroom was also a grateful little mushroom. If it weren't for Daddy burying her in the soil, she wouldn't have found such a fun little blade of grass. The little one looked at the sweat on her father's forehead. Actually, it was just the light making his face shine, giving her an illusion, and was instantly moved beyond words. The little girl sniffled, her sobbing voice choked with tears. Daddy, my daddy, Zhuzhu's only daddy. Why do you love Zhuzhu so much? Knowing well that his daughter was a master manipulator, Bo Yanzhou had learned to accept her compliments calmly. The man flicked the grass on the child's head and smiled calmly without changing his expression. Because you are my daughter. If I don't treat you well, who else would I treat? And that was it. It was definitely not because his hands itched to play. The little one immediately became tearful. Just because she was buried in the soil, she looked like a little mud puppy, making Bo Yanzhou love her so much he couldn't put her down. Another round of mutual flattery ensued. The passing maids and servants were no longer surprised. But if some were not surprised, others certainly were. Bo Tingxi, who had just returned from outside, immediately spotted the back of a head on that small mound. The usually gentle man's face darkened, and he dashed over. The little one, seeing her second uncle return, happily shook her head and performed for him. Bo Tingxi looked up at his smug elder brother, then down at the child buried in the small mound. He silently reached out and quickly dug the little one out. Her originally pink and white ruffled dress was now covered in mud, and her chubby little legs were also filthy. She had truly transformed from a white steamed bun into a black dirty bun. A pile of sand fell from the child's little feet onto the ground. Bo Tingxi's eyelid twitched, and he turned his head thoughtfully to look at his elder brother. Wait, could someone tell him? Where had his cold and ruthless elder brother gone? In just 3 days, the two brothers who were not close before had thoroughly seen through each other's true colors. One was fake, aloof, and shameless. The other came only for his daughter, wishing every day to stay by the kid's side and never leave. Having reached a mutual understanding, the two brothers snorted coldly and gradually embarked on their unique love-hate relationship. Bo Yubai was unaware of all this. At that moment, the sharp-tongued movie king, unable to move on from a tragic drama he had just finished filming, was sobbing uncontrollably as he hugged his husky, drowning in sorrow all alone. The phone rang, and he cried out while sobbing, "Hello? What do you want?" "I am busy, I'm busy." Rong-Su, his agent, instinctively held the phone away from his ear upon hearing the wailing on the other end. With a headache, he said, "Your Highness, you're still stuck in that drama. I know the female lead died in the end, but you need to let go, right?" Bo Yubai shook his head, crying heartbreakingly with tears and snot streaming down his face. "Don't bother. I am emo." Rong-Su, knowing that this drama queen wouldn't snap out of it anytime soon, he sighed, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. "I figured you wouldn't be able to move on for a while. You don't have many commitments lately anyway. Yesterday I just signed you up for a variety show called Love is Strong as a Mountain. It's quite relaxing, just a few fun games. Think of it as a getaway. The show starts tomorrow, so pack your bags, alright." The sharp-tongued movie king's crying came to an abrupt halt. Dazed, he blinked his tearful long eyes, then snapped out of it. Grabbing the dog's head, he rubbed his tear-streaked face roughly into the husky's fur. "Love is strong as a mountain. Are you asking me to appear on a variety show with my green turtle shell-haired dad?" Alarms immediately went off in his head. His voice shot up as he flatly refused. "No way. Let me tell you, I'm irreconcilable with that old green turtle shell-haired geezer. Who the hell wants to play devoted son with that old fool?" Rong-Zu's mouth twitched, stunned by his comprehension. "Are you so emo you've lost your mind? How could it be with your father? A parent-child variety show obviously needs kids. At this, Bo Yubai was even more shocked. His expression cracked as he blurted out, "Auntie Rome, I've noticed you're getting more and more twisted. You signed me up yesterday, told me today, it starts tomorrow. How am I supposed to conjure up a child in a day and a half? I'm not going. Go cancel it." Auntie Rome herself twitched an eyelid. "I didn't say you have to produce one now. You can borrow a child from a relative or something. I recall the big boss has a young master who's around 8 or 9. Bring him along. Mend your relationship, and ITLL also help improve your current mood. And while you're at it, promote your new drama. If you go on this show, the views and streaming numbers won't be a problem. ITLL definitely boost the promotional effect. So it's settled. I've got things to do. I'm hanging up." The phone emitted a steady beeping sound. Bo Yubai snapped back to reality furious. But Rong Su had a point. He didn't need a place to unwind. After pondering, Bo Yubai agreed. Without further ado, he changed his clothes, put on his sunglasses, and bought the flashiest car from the garage. Ready to go, he set off to borrow his nephew from his older brother. As luck would have it, both Bo Yanzhou and Bo Tingxi happened to be out, so when Bo Yubai arrived at the Bo Manor to borrow the kid, he didn't see a trace of his brother. Seeing Bo Yubai walk in, the butler quickly stepped forward with a smile. "Young Master Yubai, you're here." The man nodded and took off his glasses. "Where's my brother?" "I'm here." The butler wore a standardized smile. "Mr. Bo and young Master Tingxi just left. They shouldn't be back anytime soon. If you're not in a hurry, please wait inside." Bo Yubai halted, his steps, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he looked at the old butler. "Wait, did you just say my eldest brother and my second brother both went out?" The butler nodded. "Yes, young Master Yubai. What a coincidence, my second brother came here." The butler shook his head. "No, young Master Tingxi has been staying here for a few days." At this, Bo Yubai was astonished. "What?" Bo Tingxi moved in. The butler nodded again with a smile. Bo Yubai's jaw dropped, his facial expression completely unguarded. "How is such a shocking thing not told to me?" The butler looked at him pensively, thinking, "You three brothers aren't close, so why would we tell you?" But he said nothing, knowing better than to voice that thought. When a question is hard to answer, just smile. It's an essential skill. The old butler gave a gentle, benevolent smile. Bo Yubai's interest was immediately piqued. As one of the three brothers who were not close, Bo Yubai knew his two older brothers very well. The eldest had an icy temperament, indifferent to everyone and everything, especially to their blood-related strangers. The second brother, Bo Tingxi, always wore gold-rimmed glasses, appearing refined, but with an unpredictable temper. On the surface, he seemed neither good nor bad, but in reality, he was hard to read. His thoughts were utterly inscrutable. Who would have thought these two would actually live together? Could it be they have some secret they don't want me to know, and therefore didn't tell me? Oh, very well. They just think I'm stupid, don't they? The man's long eyes narrowed. Without giving any sign, he glanced at the smiling old butler and decided to play it cool for now. He would uncover the truth himself. His eyes darted around, and with his superb acting skills, he casually fed the butler a few excuses before turning and striding into the villa with an imposing air. At 2 in the afternoon, the manor's staff were usually deep cleaning. As soon as Bo Yubai entered the main building, his dramatic streak kicked in. He made a gun gesture with his hand, creeping forward cautiously. With such flair, he immediately caught the attention of a little kid hiding behind the stairs. The child stared with big round eyes, watching the man intently, then mimicked his gestures with tiny paws. The little one puffed out her chubby cheeks, carefully tiptoeing like a clumsy goose, stealthily following the man. She squinted her eyes, stopping whenever Bo Yubai stopped. Pointing her little gun forward, she uttered a harmless baby voice behind him. All clear, let's move forward." Bo Yubai nodded instinctively. "Roger, roger." After a couple of steps, as if struck by a thought, he stopped abruptly. The little dough ball who had been guarding the rear didn't see him and let out a waya before splat, rolling into Bo Yubai's leg with a tumble. The previously expressionless Bo Yubai's eyes lit up. He bent down, scooped up the kid, and exclaimed happily, "Short-legged little bunny." The little one was dizzy from the collision, stars dancing before her eyes as she clutched her head, wobbling in a daze. Hearing her third uncle utter the words "short-legged pig," the cub who had once been teased by her villainous father twitched her mind and raised her paw to claim her breed. "It's me. I'm a short-legged piggy." Her silly, dazed expression immediately captivated Bo Yubai. He extended his index finger to poke her cheek, and her plump, baby fat-filled face instantly dimpled. His eyes lit up, and he withdrew his hand. The squished flesh rebounded instantly, and Bo Yubai's face lit up with joy, as if he had discovered a new continent, utterly addicted to the game. Poke the dimple, release. Poke the dimple, release. Poke the dimple, release. Back and forth, tireless and carefree, he was having a blast, completely oblivious to the cub's plight. The little one was held in his embrace, her head buzzing, while she felt the flesh on her cheeks bouncing up and down, wondering just how much fat she had. The cub touched her own chubby little face, feeling it wasn't so fat after all, so why did daddy and second uncle secretly call her chubby? The little one didn't understand, but her chin tickled, making Zhuzhu laugh involuntarily. Once familiar with the cub, Bo Yubai began probing like a buddy. "Sweetie, do you know what schemes your dad and second uncle are plotting?" "Schemes and plots." Reaching the depths of her intelligence, the cub shook her head blankly. "I dunno." The venomous actor narrowed his eyes, poked the cub's heart, and mimicked her tone. "You dunno? How could you possibly not know? You're the cherished pig of this place. The supreme pig king of the entire pig kingdom." He enunciated each word, poking her heart with every syllable. "You. How could you not know?" His confident demeanor and firm tone made the bewildered cub instinctively grab her buns and step back. She paused for a moment, clutching her paws, half believing, really, was she truly the noble king of the pig kingdom? Bo Yubai intended to tease her, so he kept a straight face and fiddled with the buns on her head, of course. Otherwise, think about how your name Bo Zhuzhu came about. Isn't Zhu the same as pig? The cub nodded. So what's the difference between being a pearl and being a pig? In the end, aren't you still a pig? The cub felt dizzy, nodding, then shaking her head. Something fell off. Bo Yubai continued to add fuel. If you're a pearl, you're just a pearl. But if you're a pig king, that's different. Let me tell you, being a pig king means all the pigs in the world bow to you. The cub raised her paw, her voice babyish. But what does bow to me mean? Bo Yubai shrugged. It means they do whatever you tell them. Then if Zhuzhu wants to eat Piggy, will they offer their paws? Bo Yubai nodded without hesitation, of course. The duped cub's eyes sparkled with delight. Hands on her hips, she squinted and scanned around, looking immensely proud. Bo Yubai saw this and clapped suddenly. Whoa, that look is exactly like my newly-sentient. So wise. Note newly-sentient, the husky that the movie King Bo uses to wipe his tears. Upon hearing this, little mushroom thought newly-sentient. Such an impressive name must belong to someone super powerful. She felt even prouder. After teasing the little one a bit more, Bo Yubai got back to business, patted Zhuzu's head, and stood up. Alright, play by yourself. I need to find your brother. With that, he headed upstairs. Just then, the little milk ball tugged at the man's clothes and reminded him softly, "Third uncle, my brother isn't home." Sure enough, the man who had taken a few steps froze. He turned his head, his voice rising, "Your brother isn't home." The little one nodded, her clear eyes wide and innocent. Yes, brother went to a competition." The man felt a blow and was somewhat dismayed. "Your brother went to a competition. Then where do I find a kid? Can I be this unlucky?" Seeing his bitter, half-dead expression, the 70-centimetal gas canister furrowed her worried brows and paced anxiously around Bo Yubai. Like a little adult, she tiptoed and patted her third uncle's hand. Don't worry. Uncle needs a kid. Zhuzhu will catch one for you." She gently patted Bo Yubai's hand, as if comforting a son, then turned and ran out, fists clenched. "Bo Yubai, catch a kid. You a 70-centimeter gas canister catching a kid. Wait. 70 centimeters. He seemed to realize something, reached out to grab the cub, running away, and looked at her with shining eyes. "Aren't you a kid?" The milk ball stared with round, wide eyes as Bo Yubai lifted her like a kitten. The little one also clapped belatedly. "Oh right, Zhuzhu is a kid too." The man smirked, a certain idea growing in his mind. He put on the gentlest expression, patted the cub's head, and asked with a smile, "Sweetie, want to go out and play with uncle for a couple of days?" "Go out and play?" The milk ball's eyes lit up, instantly sparkling like fireworks. Grinning like a happy puppy, she was full of anticipation. "Can Zhuzhu go out to play?" Bo Yubai nodded. "Of course, why not? When we get there, several little brothers and sisters will play with you." Little brothers and sisters? Zhuzhu drooled with desire. Since coming to the Bo family, aside from her own brother and Pei Du's brother, she hadn't seen any other kids at this age. All cubs are playful, and Zhuzhu was no exception. She actually wanted to go to kindergarten, but Daddy always said she wasn't tall enough, that she was too short, and that kindergartens didn't accept gas canisters under 80 centimeters, telling her to grow a bit more. Zhuzhu truly longed to play with other little brothers and sisters. The milk ball immediately waved her paws with excitement. Yay. Then Zhuzhu wants to bring Uncle Goose and Daddy. Let's all go out and play together." The smiling man shook his head with an unchanging expression, uttering the most cruel words in the gentlest tone. "No, you can't." The little one's lifted face instantly fell, and her big round eyes brimmed with tears. She looked at him on the verge of tears. Bo Yubai just instantly felt a pang of guilt. But the man still shrugged with feigned regret. "No can do, Zhuzhu. Uncle has no choice either. Uncle can only take one kid out to play. Uncle only brought you because you two get along so well. Otherwise, Uncle would have gone to find another kid." The little one blinked, not entirely naive. "But Uncle was just looking for another kid earlier, and Uncle wanted to find brother. But brother wasn't home, so Uncle came to find Zhuzhu." "Right." The little dumpling stared at him with wide eyes, holding her little hands innocently. Bo Yubai. She could actually figure that out. She doesn't even look that sharp. The actor King's eyes darted, and he began to spin a tale. How could Uncle be that kind of person? "Uncle heard that your brother manages everything at home, Zhuzhu. Uncle wanted to ask your big nephew for advice on how to take care of little Zhuzhu." Sure enough, the moment those words were spoken, the milky dumpling instantly blushed, poking her little claws and giggling. She covered her cheeks. I'm very easy to take care of. Brother says Zhuzhu is the most well-behaved baby in the world." Bo Yubai clapped in agreement. Seeing her happy, he picked up the little one and headed out. But just then, little Zhuzhu became hesitant again. Zhuzhu was a little girl without a mother, so all her dependence in the group fell on Bo Yanzhou and Bo Shiyu. Although the father and daughter often bickered, and the CEO, Bo, always did inappropriate things, they were still bound by blood. Now with her brother not at home, all of Zhuzhu's reliance fell on her villainous father. The little one couldn't hide anything, her thoughts were written all over her face. Bo Yubai saw it clearly, but at this moment he chose not to tease her. Because he had found something more amusing. Earlier he had only focused on her face without a closer look. Now he observed. The little one was truly endearing. A round head, no sharp edges, big eyes, a chubby face, and a protruding little belly like two stacked watermelons. Unable to resist, the actor King teased. Oh, your little arms and legs are quite plump. Plump. The milky dumpling pouted. For some reason her little mind suddenly recalled the conversation her villainous father and second uncle had a couple of days ago. It was a sunny morning. Her father and second uncle were unusually both at home. After dressing, the short-legged piglet cheerfully ran around with her handmade paper airplane. Then the plane landed in front of the study on the second floor. The short-legged piglet refused Sister Towsie's help climb the stairs step by step, and just as she bent down to pick up her paper airplane, she faintly heard her father and second uncle's conversation, mentioning her. The little one turned her head, curiosity piqued. Clutching her paper airplane, she pressed her chubby face against the slightly open door crack, ready to hear how her father and second uncle praised her, the good baby. Then she heard her second uncle say to her father, "Zhuzhu is too fat, she's been raised like a little pig." Too fat. A flicker of confusion crossed the little one's face. She looked down at her own little feet and paws. They weren't fat. Her paws and feet were so slender, nothing like pig trotters. What was wrong with her second uncle? Why did he say she was chubby? The little one felt a bit wronged, her round eyes turning into poached eggs. She stared intently at her father sitting on the other side, anxious. Dad, hurry and refute second uncle. Tell him Zhuzhu is not a piggy. But unexpectedly the next second, the man leaning back in the office chair nodded seriously. I agree with you on that. She is indeed a bit chubby. Never imagining her father wouldn't take her side, the little one froze her mouth agape, as if struck by lightning. She couldn't believe it. Her beautiful, kind, and loving father didn't side with her. But the milky dumpling's pitiful expression shifted, her eyes brightening, as if to say, I knew Daddy loves me the most, full of anticipation. Inside the room, the man in the office chair paused, twirled the pencil in his hand, and reminded, pig is too harsh. Next time say little fragrant pig. If my daughter is going to be a pig, she has to be the best pig. The milky dumpling blinked. What's the difference? Isn't she still a piggy? She was furious, not wanting to stay a second longer. She pulled her head out and turned to stomp away angrily. The next second, Bo Tingsis' voice faintly rang out. But little Zhuzhu is cute, even when chubby. Was he praising her? The little one, who had already taken a step, brightened, turned around, and scampered back, stuffing her head through the door crack again, beaming. Inside, Bo Yanzhou echoed in surprising harmony, she is quite cute. He spoke, and Bo Tingsi followed. Just a lot of meat on her face. Lots of meat on her paws too. Especially on her belly. And her legs. Bo Tingsi chuckled, so adorable. Still quite plump. The little one listened gleefully, then glared with dead fish eyes, now thinking her villainous father had no taste. Calling her plump. Second uncle is better. But then the next second, she heard her good second uncle say in a slightly doting, gentle voice, let's start Zhuzhu on a diet. It's not good for kids to eat too much. Bo Yanzhou questioned, a diet. You know how greedy she is. Can she stick to it? The little one, eavesdropping at the door, was indignant. How could she not stick to it? She could cut down a little. At worst, she would just eat one less shrimp. I've already planned it. From now on, every morning she'll only have a bowl of porridge, a shrimp, an egg, and one fruit. Lunch will be more mainly Chinese food with plenty of vegetables. Dinner will be light, half of Zhuzhu's usual portion. The little one at the door was thunderstruck. This was not cutting down a little. This was a whole lot. Imagining her miserable, starving self, the milky dumpling shuddered in fear. She quickly scrambled into Bo Yubai's jacket, her little voice filled with urgency. Go, go, go. Zhuzhu needs to scram without stopping. Although Bo Yubai couldn't fathom why the little one had suddenly changed her mind, it was undoubtedly a good thing. It saved him the trouble of devising ways to coax the child. However, though he had managed to coax the child into his hands, given his eldest brother's stubborn temperament, he probably wouldn't trust the little one with him. So he couldn't take her out openly. After a moment's thought, he tucked the little one into his embrace and covered her with his own coat, then strode out the door. As he passed by the butler watched helplessly as the third young master walked in with an empty coat and walked out with it bulging full. Perhaps because the stare was too startled, Bo Yubai couldn't help but glance sideways and smile, explaining with a classic protesting too much excuse, I just realized my eldest nephew isn't home, so I've nothing to do. He'll come another day. He then tightened his clothes and quickened his pace. Seeing this, the butler thought there was no way he could let him go like this. He quickly, with a swift movement, stepped forward to block the movie king, a standardized smile on his face, as if deliberately glancing at Bo Yubai's bulging coat. Master Yubai. The movie king raised an eyebrow and began to play dumb uncle. Is there anything else? If not, I really have to go. I have an appointment. The old butler chuckled twice, pointing at the two little feet sticking out from under Bo Yubai's coat, and cut straight to the chase. Master Yubai, if you want to leave, then leave, but you must leave our miss here. Bo Yubai, determined to play stubborn, acted ignorant. What miss? Is my niece at home? He stamped his foot. Uncle Chen, look at you. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had told me sooner, I would definitely have gone to chat with my niece. Uncle Chen stared at him deeply, saying nothing, waiting for his third young master to finish his act. Then he pointed at the chubby little feet sticking out from Zhuzhu and dropped a bombshell. Master, if I'm not mistaken, these are our little miss feet, aren't they? Our little miss feet are exposed. The little one nestled in her third uncle's arms heard that, and immediately, without a moment's delay, pulled her little feet back inside. A muffled, soft little voice sounded anxious. The kid clutched her heart and explained worriedly, it's not Zhuzhu's feet. Zhuzhu didn't run away with third uncle. Bo Yubai nearly died laughing at the little one. He decided not to hide her anymore. He revealed the little one grinning and leaned in to pinch her chubby cheeks. The little one, suddenly exposed to light, felt a bit uncomfortable. When she caught sight of the butler's face, her chubby body trembled. She quickly raised her hands to cover her big eyes in a self-deceiving manner, mumbling, "Can't see Zhuzhu, can't see Zhuzhu." Bo Yubai was thoroughly amused, a smile tugging at his lips. He smirked, took off the sunglasses perched on his head, and put them on the kid's face, saying casually, "All right, no more nonsense. Uncle Chun, when my brother comes back, tell him that I'm taking Zhuzhu out to enjoy life, and tell him not to worry. As long as I have food to eat, he'll never let my niece." He waved his hand anyway, "Just tell him not to worry about anything. I can definitely take good care of the kid. That's it, I'm leaving." The butler, well aware of his master's nature, darkened his face. How could he not worry? If the second young master took the little miss away, he could still comfort himself. But you who have never lifted a finger and can't even take care of yourself, how could he possibly feel at ease letting you take the little miss while the master is away? Just then the little milk ball, acting like a little adult, leaned over and patted the butler's shoulder with her small hand. "Grandpa, Butler, don't worry. Zhuzhu will miss Grandpa Butler and Daddy and Uncle. Zhuzhu is going to enjoy life with third uncle, eat and drink well. Grandpa Butler, goodbye." Watching his little miss turn around relentlessly, the butler's ever-present smile finally cracked. He quickly grabbed Zhuzhu's little paw. He coaxed softly, "Little miss, we also have delicious food at home. Starting tomorrow, Grandpa Butler will have Uncle Lee cook a Manchu Han imperial feast for you, alright?" A Manchu Han feast. Zhuzhu knew that name. Brother had explained it to her. A Manchu Han feast meant a whole lot of delicious food. Such a big temptation. If it were the old her, she might have been truly lured. But Zhuzhu is no longer the same Zhuzhu. Now she is a smart Zhuzhu. She heard it all a couple of days ago. Daddy and Uncle were going to stop giving her food, so how could there be any Manchu Han feast? Thinking of this, the little one only hesitated for a second, then resolutely turned around, pulled her paw back, and held it to her chest. The kid, with her soft baby voice, refused. "I don't want." The butler's face stiffened, his eyes wide. He really hadn't expected that after throwing such an attractive bait, the fish would suddenly grow brains and not take the hook. Of course, Bo Yubai wasn't an unreasonable person. He knew the butler was stopping him, probably because the last time Bo Tingxi had taken the little bunny his brother, a doting father, had. The man pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and called. Meanwhile, in an upscale private club, the heads of the 6 most influential aristocratic families in high society had all gathered. Naturally, Bo Yanzhou was among them, deep in conversation with several other business tycoons. Suddenly, the buzz of a phone vibrated. The others instinctively looked toward the source. The man, with an icy glare, took out his phone and glanced at it. Bo Yubai, that bratty little brother who hadn't contacted him in ages. After a moment's consideration, the man pressed the end button. The reason was simple. Though they had raised Bo Yubai, neglected and uncared for, he felt that they ultimately had no deep emotional bond. At best, they were friends bound by blood. This younger brother of his was extremely finicky. As a child, he would cry to him at the slightest provocation. Thus, Bo Yanzhou's impression of his bratty brother was still that of a little brat who, after losing a fight, would run back to the butler to make a tearful phone call to complain. He didn't want to listen to those boring, trivial matters, so he hung up. Bo Yubai, on the other hand, was a bit angry after being hung up on. Hey, this was favoritism. Why could Bo Tingxi always get through, but when it came to him, he got hung up on? Without comparison, it was fine. But when he deliberately compared, the sharp-tongued movie king felt a bit indignant. He immediately jabbed angrily at his phone. You're done. You're done for, Bo Yanzhou. How dare you not take him seriously? You're completely done for." Meanwhile, the group that had just resumed their conversation was interrupted again by the phone's vibration. This time it was a video call. Pei Yuji smirked, swirled the wine glass in his hand, and glanced sideways at the man beside him, teasing, "Could it be a check-in call from your sweet wife? Aren't you going to answer, CEO Bo? Don't let us get in the way of your bonding. Otherwise I would be really guilty, brother Bo." The man's smiling fox-like eyes were full of ripples, and the small red mole at the corner of his eye was even more captivating. Bo Yanzhou cast a sidelong glare at him, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Get lost, shut up." Pei Yuji quickly complied, covering his mouth, and added a wink at Bo Yanzhou. The CEO, who had become immune to his flippant manner, completely ignored him. The others. No wonder their generation, this one, still enjoys annoying CEO Bo as always. Among the powerful, those who could be called wealthy families were plentiful. After all, who didn't own a company? Couldn't they earn tens of millions? But those worthy of being called aristocratic lineages were far from ordinary. Only after 10 generations of inheritance could a family be deemed a great clan. And the powerful who could truly be called great aristocratic families were few and far between. The Bo family was one of them. The other 5 great families were the Pei family, led by Pei Yuji, the Jiang family, led by Jiang Jingce, the Lu family, led by Lu Yunxiao, the Song family, led by Song Qingshun Ao, and the Shin family, led by Shin Duan. Though these individuals could gather together, it didn't mean they were friends. For instance, the Bo and Pei families were rivals. The Jiang and Song families were adversaries, and the Lu and Shin families were also at odds. However, not being sworn enemies didn't mean they were amicable toward others. In the world of the powerful, every gathering had its purpose. This time was no exception. But at this moment, the 5 men set down their wine glasses, curiosity piqued, leaning in toward Bo Yanzhou. Indeed, they too were gossiping. They were eager to hear whether the person calling Bo Yanzhou the Icy Mountain was truly the darling wife Pei Yuji had mentioned. Hey, as the man pressed the answer button, a chubby bun-like face pressed tightly against the screen, jiggling as it moved. In an instant, those who had been seated upright all rose and crowded closer, craning their necks. Their eyes lit up and interest flared immediately. At the last Bo family patriarch's banquet, only Song Qingxin and Jiang Jingsa had actually attended among those present. But due to their status, they were immediately swarmed by a crowd for socializing and couldn't break free. One wave after another came, so, although they had seen the little one, they never got a chance to speak with her. As for Lu Yunxiao, he had been occupied and couldn't attend, only sending his special assistant to deliver a birthday gift. Shen Duan, needless to say, had been frail since childhood, panting after 3 steps and coughing blood after 4, so he simply didn't go. As for Pei Yuji, he feared that if he went he might directly anger the old patriarch to the point of fainting. Special Assistant Wang still remembered his boss lollipop in mouth, saying the old man has lived this long, it's not easy. If I go, wouldn't he just faint from rage? Fainting him is trivial. What if he seizes the chance to catch his grandson colluding with me behind his back? Wouldn't the birthday banquet turn into a funeral? Special Assistant Wang, moved to tears by his boss' kindness, wiped his eyes and said, Master, you're too benevolent. But the wording wasn't quite right. How could it be called collusion? It was merely a business collaboration. How did it become so twisted when his boss put it that way? Therefore, for the old man to live a little longer, Pei Yuji mercifully decided. Later they only heard that at the banquet the old patriarch had given the ring symbolizing the Bo family's main power to Bo Yanzhou's youngest daughter. That had astonished them greatly. They had thought the ring was destined for Bo Shiyu. Unexpectedly. If only they had known, they would have stayed to see that little girl. The little milk dumpling appearing on the screen made President Bo instantly understand. Are you with Bo Yubai? The little one nodded yes. Yes, the movie star who had been hung up on once rolled his eyes, lifted the phone higher, and mimicked Zhuzhu's tone, mumbling jealously, yes, Gidge Zhuzhu is with me. Why is Gidge so surprised? Don't you want to see your dear brother's gorgeous face? The man frowned at his tone and retorted succinctly, be normal. Is there something you need? The bratty younger brother nodded, grinning happily, yes, something big. We're here to say goodbye. Goodbye. The man scowled, where are you taking my daughter? Bo Yubai tilted his head arrogantly, don't worry. I can take care of my niece. He'll treat her to the finest food and drink. The camera shook and the little dumpling hugged the phone, staring with triangular eyes. Yes, yes, Daddy, we're just telling you. I'm going with Uncle 3 to eat and drink well. Don't miss me at this. Bo Yanzhou almost lost his composure, his voice rising. Fine food and drink. Has your old man mistreated you that you're running off with him for fine food and drink? The little milk dumpling tilted her head, waving her hand, her pitiful milky voice tinged with a hint of wisdom. Daddy, do you think, because Zhuzhu is called Zhuzhu, she's really a little piggy? I heard it. Daddy and Uncle Goose were sneaking around saying. Remembering what she had overheard that day, the little one felt terribly sad, covering her mouth, her eyes welling. Her pitiful little appearance tugged at everyone's hearts. Lu Yunxiao directly questioned from the side, what exactly did you say to hurt her? The big president. How had he hurt the little piggy? The next second, having recovered, the little milk dumpling sniffled and wailed in accusation. You said you were going to starve Zhuzhu. Woo. At this, everyone gasped and turned to look at the man. Shen Duan coughed lightly. How can you not give the little one food? Pei Yuji nodded vigorously, muttering, exactly. Look how thin my niece has become. Bo Yanzhou. The man cast a cold glare at these shameless cretins. Usually they all wore stern faces, but now they had nothing better to do than fan the flames. As his icy gaze swept over them, the gossiping crowd fell silent. Only then did the man turn back, vaguely understanding what the little one was talking about. His jaw tightened, regretting not closing the door tightly, allowing the little rascal to eavesdrop. But could the little one's short legs climb so many stairs? Setting aside his doubts, Bo Yanzhou sighed slightly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. When did I ever say I wouldn't feed you? I only said to put you on a diet. Look how chubby you are. The little dumpling clutched her paws, drawing circles. Isn't that the same as taking my life, Daddy? Bo Yanzhou twitched at the corner of his mouth. Well, that was indeed true. Given the little one's gluttonous nature, feeding her less was practically a death sentence. After a brief moment of sorrow, Zhuzhu waved her little paw at her. Daddy, I'm leaving with Uncle 3. Daddy. Don't miss me, and don't look for me. Say bye-bye to Uncle Goose for Zhuzhu. Going on a voyage. When I've eaten and drunk my fill, I'll come home. The little dumpling babbled endlessly, and Bo Yubai joined in. But Bo Yanzhou grew increasingly worried listening to Bo Yubai's chatter. And for good reason. For Bo Yubai was notoriously a spoiled brat who had never lifted a finger. His fans had even nicknamed him. This showed just how unreliable he was. And more importantly, his jinx was infamous. Bo Yanzhou could hardly bear to imagine how miserable his daughter might become under the influence of his jinx. Unbeknownst to him, the man's expression had darkened further. Before he could say anything, Bo Yubai took the phone, said a flippant bye-bye to Bo Yanzhou, and hung up directly. The big president called back immediately, but no one answered. Furious, he couldn't stay any longer, and strode out. Pei Yuji, still being cheeky, asked, leaving so soon? Won't you stay a while longer? Bo Yanzhou sneered, and retorted bluntly, there's nothing enjoyable about being with you. The fox-eyed man clutched his chest, feigning a heart-wrenching expression. Meanwhile, Special Assistant Wang entered with a grave look, walking briskly, and whispered something into his boss' ear. Suddenly Pei Yuji, who had been overacting, changed expression and followed Bo Yanzhou out. Pei Yuji was always smiling wherever he went, and had never been so flustered before. Seeing him like this, the remaining four exchanged knowing glances. Could it be that Pei Lianxi had fallen ill again? Bo Yanzhou was destined never to catch up with his unreliable younger brother and his soft, adorable little daughter. Because by the time he got home, Bo Yubai had already fled with the child in his arms. The parent-child reality show, Fatherly Love Like a Mountain, had always enjoyed remarkably high ratings both domestically and internationally. The most important reason for its enduring popularity was that before the official broadcast, the audience would never know which celebrities had been invited. Furthermore, the guests themselves were also kept in the dark. The production team only promoted the content, stubbornly refusing to reveal the guests. This led to the first 2 seasons of Fatherly Love Like a Mountain, causing a massive upheaval in the entertainment industry. In the first 2 seasons, the participants included powerhouse actors, rising stars, and even a top-tier idol. Almost all were celebrities with massive fan bases. You could say that fans who knew these stars were married could accept it, but what about a top idol who had maintained a single persona for years suddenly appearing and declaring, "Yes, I have a child"? What kind of nonsense was that? No one knew how the director of Fatherly Love Like a Mountain had convinced that top idol to choose a path of notoriety just to appear on the show. But at that time, the entertainment industry collapsed, and fans exploded into chaos, wailing and crying as if the sky had fallen. Ever since then, the show, Fatherly Love Like a Mountain, had been under the scrutiny of the entire nation. Because before the show aired, you never knew if your favorite star would suddenly pop. And indeed, as soon as the 3rd season of Fatherly Love Like a Mountain was officially announced, it instantly captured the nation's attention. Of course, during the promotional period, although the production team didn't fully disclose the guests' names, they did occasionally reveal a few characteristics. For instance, this time they had invited a seasoned veteran actor with superb acting skills, a pop singer, a renowned director, a widely recognized movie king, and a top-tier rising star. Bo Yubai was oblivious to all this. Happily bringing the little one home, he was overjoyed. He held the child, finding everything about her fascinating. And Zhuzhu, seeing a big dog in the house for the first time, was so excited her eyes widened. The little milk dumpling pounced on the husky, staring at its blue, shifting eyes. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt. This doggy looked so, truly so wise. It was amazing it could even move its eyeballs in such a difficult way. A 2-year-old was at an age of intense curiosity, always wanting to imitate whatever she saw. Immediately, the little one twisted her face, pulling at her chubby cheeks, and struggled to control her big eyes, trying to mimic the husky's wise gaze. Zhuzhu clenched her little fists, her face serious, as she painstakingly tried to control her eyeballs. So focused was she that she unconsciously stuck out her little bottom, her face turning as red as a monkey's rear. Bo Yubai was too busy playing with her hair from behind to notice her earlier antics. Now, seeing her constipated expression, he was startled. Without a second thought, he scooped her up and ran to the bathroom, shouting frantically, "Hold it in. Don't you dare poop your pants. I've never wiped a kid's bottom before." And that wasn't even the most important thing. The most important thing was that he had a cleanliness phobia too. Bo Yubai had never taken care of a child before, so his movements were far from gentle as he lugged her over. The little milk dumpling, suddenly clamped under his arm, felt extremely uncomfortable. After belatedly understanding what her third uncle had said, her chubby cheeks turned as red as apples. She waved her little hands and struggled in his arm. She struggled and shouted, "Huh? What? Zhuzhu is not that kind of kid who can't control her own bottom. Zhuzhu doesn't need to poop. Zhuzhu wants to play with the big doggy." At this, the movie king's frantic steps halted. He looked down at the child clamped under his arm, who was glaring at him with triangular eyes, looking deeply insulted. There was no trace of a constipated expression on her face. The man froze for a second, then widened his eyes and pointed at the living room. Then what were you doing with that constipated look just now? Constipated. The inquisitive child repeated in her milky voice. Was that some kind of honey? Did it taste good? She tilted her head, a hint of curiosity in her eyes, and raised her little hand to ask, "What's that constipated thing?" The movie king replied sternly and succinctly, telling her that being constipated meant looking like you needed to poop. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Upon hearing this, the little one's drooping head shot up instantly. She stared with deadfish eyes, her chubby little face stiffening as if deeply wounded. She could hardly believe what her ears had heard. What? Constipated looking? How could it be constipated looking? She was clearly so full of wisdom. The chubby little milk dumpling stared blankly with deadfish eyes, shaking her head frantically like a rattle drum. No. Zhuzhu was being very smart just now. Zhuzhu was learning to make eyes with the big doggy, and she was very smart. It didn't look like I needed to poop at all. Learning to make eyes with the big doggy. The man glanced at the husky, which was frantically scratching the floor in a fit of canine madness, and he immediately burst into laughter. He gave the child an approving look, then carried her back and sat down beside the husky. The man began to introduce it with great enthusiasm. "My dear niece, your taste is way better than your dad's. You know, when I went to buy my son, I didn't look at any of the other golden or silver dogs in the litter. I picked this silly dog right away. I'll look at my son Lianzhi's wise eyes. Wow. And his graceful posture. Wow. The kingly aura of a big gray wolf that fills his whole being." The child's eyes sparkled, and she looked like an adoring fan, utterly awestruck. Wow. Bo Yubai was extremely satisfied with the little one's reaction. His fondness for the little milk dumpling skyrocketed instantly. There was a simple reason. Zhuzhu was the first person to truly appreciate his son. You see, when he first brought Lianzhi home, he was still a happy-go-lucky young man. But That was until he encountered his two cold and heartless older brothers. It was a beautiful sunny day. The young master was cheerfully bouncing his son around, eager to show him off to his eldest brother. He chattered on and on about how wonderful his son was, only to be met with his eldest brother's cold, disdainful look. His eldest brother glanced at Lei Zhentian with a chilling gaze and sneered, "Where did you find another fool, just like yourself?" Bo Yubai's grin instantly vanished. Fuming, he stormed out of the Bo Corporation, cursing under his breath. Just as he reached the ground floor, he ran into Bo Tingxi, who was there to see Bo Yanzhou. His eyes lit up. Remembering his second brother's peculiar fondness for cats and dogs, he eagerly approached, holding up his dog. And then, what was it that his second brother, who was usually so fond of cats and dogs, said to him? "Oh." He smiled awkwardly and said, "It's not like I like every cat and dog. For instance, this foolish-looking, slobbering, tongue-lolling husky." He didn't like. The man in the gold-rimmed glasses, completely ignoring Bo Yubai's stunned and crushed expression, even offered a kind reminder, "And you might have been cheated. Based on my observation, the probability of this husky being mentally disabled is very high. I suggest you get a different one." Bo Yubai, who had chosen this dog so carefully, thought, "I think you're the one who's mentally disabled." Bo Yubai was utterly moved at this moment, immediately patting his chest and vowing earnestly, "My dear niece, with your reaction like this from today onward, we'll be the best of friends. As long as I have a bite to eat, I'll never let you go hungry." The little one, adept at hyping herself up, had already started tearing up from her own vivid imagination. Covering her mouth with her paws, her big round eyes brimming with tears stared unblinkingly at her third uncle. The baby nodded solemnly, her tearful childish voice choking out, "Third uncle is so good to Zhuzhu." Seeing the little one cry, Bo Yubai inexplicably felt his own eyes sting with tears. But he thought, as a grown man and an elder, how could he cry in front of a 2-year-old? How embarrassing would that be? Yet at that very moment, the sneering faces of his two detestable older brothers flashed through his mind. The great actor couldn't hold back any longer, hugging the little dough ball and wailing loudly. Grabbing the head of his silly dog beside him, he wiped his tears on it and cried out, "My dear niece." The little one, caught up in the drama, sniffled and mumbled with her childish voice, "Third uncle. My dear niece. Third uncle." The man and the child grew more and more absorbed, their cries turning increasingly sorrowful and intense. Finally, they clung to the silly dog in the middle, weeping bitterly. The silly dog, no longer acting foolish, had somehow straightened its crooked eyes. Now, with a serious expression, it widened its doggy eyes and strained its body to support its owner's sobs, while earnestly wagging its tail and bouncing to cheer up the little one. Somehow at this moment the silly dog seemed more mature and composed than its human owner, Bo Yubai. How strange was that? Meanwhile, outside the villa, a crowd of people carrying filming equipment had gathered without anyone noticing. The accompanying director stepped forward with a smile. "Good morning, viewers of the live stream. Today is the pre-show recording of Fatherly Love, as Majestic as a Mountain. For this season, we've invited 5 guests. Can you guess which celebrity is behind this door?" He paused, then whispered mysteriously, a little hint: he's not only handsome, but also a talented seasoned actor. His only flaw might be his somewhat aloof personality. Do you know who it is? As soon as he said this, the live stream exploded. An actor? A season 1? That narrows it down a lot. Aloof? That means he's very cold. Cold seasoned actor with a kid. Could it be Lin Ziyuan? Impossible. Lin Ziyuan isn't even married. How could it be him? Sister upstairs, don't say that. I'm a fan of Lin Ziyuan. So what if he's not married? Can't he have a kid? Last season's top idol wasn't married on the surface, but still had a 4 or 5-year-old kid. The fans in the live stream went into a frenzy. Especially Lin Ziyuan's fans, who started wailing in despair. Meanwhile, Bo Yubai's fans were more relaxed. Thank goodness it's not our guy. Our Missy isn't aloof at all. Right? Crying with laughter. Missy has a fiery temper and offends people left and right. He's never aloof. Last time I went to the set to see him, he was super chatty, chattering away while holding his silly dog for an hour, crying with laughter. The director, sensing the moment was right, went to ring the doorbell. Inside the villa, Bo Yubai, who had been crying his heart out, paused at the sound, sniffling. His eyes were redrimmed, and his usually clear voice, now hoarse from crying, still bore traces of tears on his face. He shouted, "Who is it?" Perhaps the villa's soundproofing was too good, or the door was too far from the living room. The crew outside didn't hear him, and rang again. Missy frowned, annoyed at being interrupted. He hadn't finished crying yet. Fuming, he strode to the door, without even wiping the tears from his face. With a whoosh, he flung the door open and demanded ferociously, "Who is it?" In an instant, it felt like the whole world went silent. The two groups stood facing each other, eyes wide at a loss. The man before them stood 187 centimeters tall, with a lean, well-proportioned frame. His fair skin and reddened eyes, with a single tear clinging to his long dark lashes, glistened faintly in the midday sun. His face bore traces of tears, and his expression was dazed and bewildered. The livestream viewers froze for a moment, then comments scrolled furiously. "Holy crap! What a stunning picture of a beauty in tears. He looks like an adorable little puppy. Yubai fans eat this well. Wow. I'm used to seeing the actor's arrogant, rebellious side, but this is the first time I've seen him cry so innocently outside a movie. I have to say, it's really tempting." As expected of Bo Yubai, "That face is incredible. I want to rush up and kiss him senseless." Hey, sister upstairs, be careful. Sure, Bo Yubai is gorgeous, but don't forget his infamous jing. Just as they were heatedly discussing the beauty, in tears a comment quietly slipped by him. Is no one going to mention that the show Bo Yubai is on is fatherly love as majestic as a mountain? At that, the straying topic was yanked back on track. Instantly, the live stream completely erupted. I can't believe my idol has a kid. Did the crew get the wrong door? I'm going crazy right now. Director, you said it was an aloof seasoned actor. What do you mean by bringing our guy here? Explain. Crying. I'm switching from fan to hater. I'm staying to see what seductive vixen stole my former husband's heart. Same. I want to see what kind of brat that vixen's child is. The director smirked, thoroughly pleased. He had said aloof, not cold. Given the actor's infamous jinx in the industry wasn't that exactly aloof. Who would dare get close to him? Bo Yubai was stunned for a few seconds before quickly regaining his composure. He wiped the tear stains from his face, his nose tip reddened, and said with sudden realization, "You're from the Father's Love Like a Mountain production team, right?" The accompanying director nodded with a smile. "Yes, Teacher Bo. Today we're here to record the preview episode live." He paused, seemingly glancing intentionally at Bo Yubai's obviously tearful eyes, and instantly felt a surge of gossipy curiosity. What's going on? At these words, the live stream room instantly became intrigued, with no one caring about the feelings of Yubai's fans. Oh, could it be that his wife scolded him? Looks like this movie king Bo is a henpecked husband. He's so sharp-tongued outside, I wonder if he dares to act tough in front of his wife. The above commenter, your idol, is Bo Yanli, right? Your guy follows ours around like a little shadow everywhere he goes, and he shares the same surname as our guy. Who can't tell that yours is trying to ride on our guy's coattails? What's wrong with the surname Bo? Is the entire Huaxiao only allowed for your guy to have the surname Bo, and others are forbidden? Our guy goes wherever he wants. What business? Yours is a movie king, and ours is also a top-tier celebrity. Who's riding on whose coattails is still up for debate. Our guy isn't like some people silently having a child. What's wrong with having a child? Do you look down on children? Are you discriminating against the flowers of the motherland? Can you all stop arguing and just watch peacefully? None of you are better than the other. Fans of the top celebrity, why don't you check out the next live stream room and see if your idol also has a child? And fans of the movie king, stop your nonsense. Only your two groups can argue, constantly ruining your idol's public appeal. I'm so fed up. Outside the live stream, the great movie king sighed, looking at the accompanying director with a worried expression, a hint of gravity in his demeanor. Xiao Ji. My surname is Ji. Director Ji reminded him with an awkward smile. Xiao Ji, how many times have I told you? Don't be too curious. Knowing too much is bad for you. Why don't you ever learn? Look at where you are now. Last time I saw you, you were a deputy director. Now you've been demoted to a mere accompanying director. Clearly someone brought you down, and you still haven't learned. Struck at his sore spot, Director Ji was speechless. Well, knowing how sharp this guy's tongue is, he should have kept his mouth shut. After the banter, the group entered the villa. The spacious villa was exquisitely and simply decorated with a massive hanging chandelier and a magnetic rotary coffee table worth millions. But at that moment, no one was paying attention to these things, because they had something more important to see. The live stream room was going wild. Camera guy, please turn the lens. I beg you, I must see if the woman who seduced my idol is here. I want to see what the movie king's baby looks like. Some extreme fans went crazy. What could it look like? If its mother seduced my idol, how could it be anything good? The director, who had been keeping an eye on things in the background, stroked his beard with satisfaction and picked up the walkie-talkie. Camera, turn the lens and find that child. I remember Rong Su said it's a 7 or 8-year-old boy. Find him. Old G, don't reveal their relationship yet. I'll let the comments simmer first. The cameraman, wearing a Bluetooth earpiece, quickly turned the camera and began searching around the house. A 7 or 8-year-old child should have been easy to find, but strangely, in the spacious villa, aside from a large husky in the distance, there was no trace of a child. Could it be on the second floor? Just then a fluffy little head suddenly appeared from behind the plump silly dog. The half-grown little bun blinked its big round eyes, looking a bit dazed. Why are so many people here all of a sudden? And is that big black box chocolate? The little one blinked its eyes, staring motionlessly at the wandering camera with a hint of curiosity. Just then cameraman A, who had been aimlessly panning, seemed to notice the child's gaze. He paused, pointing the camera directly at the little head peeking out from behind the silly dog. The little bun's top knot bounced as it quickly ducked back behind the silly dog. The live stream audience erupted awe. We saw the movie king's little one. Looks like a little girl. Such big eyes. What does she actually look like? After a while, the little one seemed to think it hadn't been discovered yet, so it stealthily poked its head out again, clutching the silly dog's fur and peeking out cautiously. The group that had been standing there just moments ago had somehow disappeared. The little one widened its eyes, instantly planted its paws on the ground, stood up with its little, but sticking out, and pattered forward a few steps, wobbling its chubby cheeks, as it looked left, right, up, and down. Running to a vase, it stood on tiptoe to peek inside, then lifted the edge of the rug to check underneath. The little one let out a soul-searching question. Where did everyone go? Is Zhuzhu seeing things? The little bun rubbed its eyes with its chubby little hands, then shook its head left and right. Seeing that no one was there, it frowned, and was about to go back to find big brother Zhentian the husky, but turned around and came face-to-face with a camera that had zoomed in. The little one was so startled that its mouth fell open, its pupils contracted, and it plopped down onto the rug. In that instant, viewers in the live stream room could clearly see the little one's chubby cheeks bouncing up and down as it landed. The little one before them was wearing a light yellow cream-colored dress with airplane sleeves and plum pink sandals. A few strands of airy bangs fell across its forehead, and 2 tiny top knots were tied on either side of its head. It had big round lychee-like eyes that were wide open, fair and tender skin, and a pink chubby little face. It looked just like a doll with its mouth hanging open, giving it a slightly dazed expression. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Damn, what an incredibly cute baby. Oh, you damn kidnapper. This is clearly my child. Give my baby back. So cute. Who gets it, everyone? I had just unfollowed, but now I'm drawn back by the movie King's baby. I was just about to pick up my keyboard and sit on the supreme throne, but you hit me with this. Fine kid, you've successfully caught my attention. Haha. Bo Yubai slowly strolled over with his hands in his pockets, and seeing Zhuzhu's silly dazed expression, he burst into laughter. Ha. My little treasure, that silly look of yours is actually kinda cute. But I think you should also jiggle your chub a bit when you're startled. Want me to guide you through a redo? The husky with its wise big eyes shook its head with a worried sigh and padded over to Zhuzhu. Then it gently bit the back of Zhuzhu's dress and slowly dragged her to the center of the rug. After that, it barked twice at the unreliable owner. As if to say, Scooper, you need to watch your kid. She has no fur on her, but sitting on the cold ground will freeze her bottom. After howling at its owner, the husky turned around with a solemn and sapphire gleam in its eyes, trotted over to the accompanying director, wagged its tail as it circled them several times, then ran to the sofa and patted it with its paw, as if to say, sit down, sit down. The group instantly stared wide-eyed at each other. How did it feel? That this husky was even smarter than Film Emperor Bo? What's going on here? Setting that aside, the most important thing is, Rong-su, didn't you say your family's eldest miss would bring her 7 or 80-year-old nephew on the show? Why is it a baby now? Personally, he really liked Zhuzhu. After all, such an adorable toddler was rare, even in the entertainment industry. But this little one looked like she hadn't even weaned yet. Who knew if she'd start crying for mommy and daddy midway through filming? If she couldn't be soothed and dropped out some radical netizens' mind. With a stomach full of worries, the prelude filming began. The 7-centimetal milk dumpling sat obediently beside her third uncle. Director G smiled and asked, hello there, little one. Uncle here is from the Father's Love as Mountain show. Starting tomorrow, you'll be filming with your parent. Can you introduce yourself and your parent now? Hearing herself called, the milk dumpling instantly sat up straighter, clutching her little paws. In a baby voice, she yelled, hello, I'm Zhuzhu, 2 years old. My daddy is Bo Yanzhou, my brother is Bo Yuyu, and uncle is just uncle. The unnamed film emperor. Zhuzhu definitely knows his name. She just forgot. Absolutely. Thinking this, the eldest miss felt a little better. Then the next second, he heard the milk dumpling, who had already moved past that topic, tilt her head, as if remembering something. With a hint of confusion and difficulty, she grabbed her little bun and added, oh no, my hungry uncle seems to be called Shur, third uncle. Third uncle doesn't know. Then she resolutely skipped over the topic. Bo Yubai, deeply wounded. He just wanted to vomit blood. Why did Bo Tinxi get to be called Cece while he didn't even get a Yuyu or bye-bye? This wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that the husky, which had only met Zhuzhu once, got a name in her eyes while he got nothing. His nose tingled, his eyes reddened, and with the look of a neglected palace concubine, he stared at the heartless dumpling beside him. Perhaps the resentful gaze was too profound and glaring. It made Zhuzhu instinctively glance at her uncle. Turning, she saw her uncle's aggrieved expression. It felt familiar. For some reason, the scene of her cheap dad puffing up angrily when asking about her brother at the amusement park flashed through her mind. Zhuzhu's brain suddenly kicked in. Eyes wide, face scrunched, she belatedly took a big breath and began to remedy the situation. But Zhuzhu knows that the most handsome uncle is Zhuzhu's third uncle. The film emperor, who had been radiating "I'm unhappy, you don't love me," instantly broke into a brilliant, goofy grin. The man straightened his back, unconsciously raised his chin, looking smug and full of himself, his face clearly saying, see, I knew you had me in your heart. Director G's mouth twitched in speechless exasperation. He was used to this guy's arrogant, no-holds-barred demeanor. Seeing him so utterly cheap for the first time was a bit ho. Not brother's baby. Turns out it's a relative's child. Great. Brother, I admit I was too loud at you just now. I now declare that my ex-husband and I are remarried. Scratching nose upstairs, your affection is so cheap. You were the most enthusiastic when cursing Zhuzhu just now, and now you're pretending. Our brother doesn't need fans like you. No way, I'm done for. I thought there was another big scoop, but it turns out to be uncle and niece. Isn't your show's theme Father's Love as Mountains? What the heck is this? Not exciting at all. Bo Yanli's side was like this. Bo Yubai's side too. Seriously fed up. On the other side, in Bo Yanli's live stream, an 80-year-old girl in a black dress wore a cold expression. Beside her stood a man with a slender, well-proportioned figure, fair skin, fine bangs scattered over his forehead, and bright, warm amber eyes. He bore at least an 80% resemblance to Bo Yuchi, but with a difference. Bo Yuchi, though outwardly gentle, exuded an aloofness from long years in high places, making him hard to approach. Bo Yanli, however, had a gentle aura with no aggression. Every time he smiled, his eyes curved, looking very pure. At that moment, the uncle and niece sat together. One with curved eyes smiling, the other with a cold face, each talking to themselves. Bo Yanli smiled tenderly. Sure, and thank you for agreeing to come accompany uncle on the show. I'm super happy. Bo Shuran raised her hand to decline the candy he offered. Eating too much candy is bad for you. You should eat less. Bo Yanli, Shuran, don't worry. I'll take good care of you. As long as I have food, I won't let you go hungry. Bo Shuran coolly brushed back the hair by her ear. This kind of rustic countryside variety show requires teamwork. If I don't have food, you won't either. At best, we'll both go. Bo Yanli, Shuran, have you packed your luggage? Why don't I help you pack? He was eager to try. Bo Shuran remained expressionless and indifferent. No need. I've packed mine. You go pack yours. Bo Yanli, Shuran. Uncle has packed his too. We're truly kindred spirits. Bo Shuran looked at him coldly, sighed in exhaustion. In her past life, she hadn't realized. This uncle of hers was such a chatterbox. Actually, Bo Shuran wasn't very close to the Bo family. Agreeing to accompany Bo Yanli on this show was just a way to get out and clear her mind. These past few days, she had been constantly causing a ruckus in the Bo mansion, playing her violin for 3 days straight under Lu Monlian's ears until the woman had her filled and picking fights with her, yin-yanging her at every opportunity. In 5 days, she called the police 7 times, smashed 4 flower pots, and thoroughly infuriated Lu Monlian into the hospital. Ironically, that old hag was a bully who cowered before the strong. Since she was crazier, the old hag didn't even dare to make a move. Idiot. It was good to get out and clear her mind. At least she wouldn't have to see that scheming little bitch Bo Zhuzhu at home, or she might not be able to resist slapping her. After the basic interview, Bo Yubai eagerly carried the little one to the mall. Since he had sneaked Zhuzhu out of the Bo manor without bringing a single piece of clothing, he needed to buy some daily necessities and outfits, didn't he? The man grinned from ear to ear like a fool all the way. Entering the mall, he headed straight for the clothing section, holding one garment after another against little Zhuzhu to see how they looked. Wow, Zhuzhu looks so beautiful in this. Wow, this one is gorgeous too. Wow, that one is also stunning. Wow, wow, wow. Bo Yubai's fame was undeniable, and at the luxury boutique the staff had a clear grasp of who was familiar and who had money. Knowing he was a wealthy client, the hovering sales assistant's eyes lit up. She immediately gathered around Zhuzhu, clapping and praising. Oh my, what an adorable baby. She looks good in this, good in that. This baby looks stunning in everything. She's a natural little model. I've never seen a child as cute and well-behaved as this one. She'd look even better with this little bag. Bo Yubai's eyes sparkled as he pointed at the bag. Put it on my niece. Hearing this, the assistant beamed, and without a second thought slipped the half-million yuan bag over Zhuzu's head. Another assistant, not to be outdone, picked up a small pastry with a fork and fed it to the little milk ball, then grabbed another delicate bag and hung it on Zhuzhu. Our baby looks so pretty with this color. Zhuzu's eyes lit up, though she was a bit puzzled why these two sisters were acting this way. But this little cake was truly delicious. Her eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on the sister who had given her the cake, staring unblinkingly and longingly. When I wanted Zhuzhu wants more cake, ah. Bo Yubai immediately curled his lips, scooped the little one into his arms, and pressed his handsome face against Zhuzu's chubby cheek to nuzzle. My niece's great taste. Uncle thinks this bag is beautiful too. The assistant who was singled out beamed with joy, barely able to contain her excitement. The one who wasn't singled out twisted her face in regret, pouting in dismay. But the next second, the man holding the baby changed his tone, waved his hand grandly, and declared magnanimously, wrap up all the styles suitable for my baby here, and send them to Jingshan Villa. One couldn't lack a sense of fashion even on a vacation island, right? The two assistants were so thrilled their faces flushed, struggling to contain their immense joy. One of them asked with a beaming smile, would you like us to pack anything else from the adjacent accessory section? The young master from a prestigious family was not short of money. Hearing the two assistants shower his little niece with praise made Bo Yubai's heart swell with delight. The award-winning actor proudly lifted his chin, waved his hand, and bought out the entire display hall's clothing. The saleswomen were so overjoyed they couldn't stop smiling. This whole ordeal left the netizens in the live stream feeling envious. Little niece Zhuzhu is so lucky. I'm honestly crying with envy. She's not only this adorable, but also from such a wealthy family. I instantly relate to my own miserable start. A gambling dad, a sick mom, a thug brother, and a humble me crying. Guys, who gets it? My family is well off too, but even my mom wouldn't dare buy out a luxury boutique in one go. I only get one bag a month. How is Bo Yubai this rich? Crying. Fun fact, the actor's family background is formidable. Seems like they're a major power in high society. Scaring the rabbits. How big is this major power? Can they make it onto the Shengjing rich list? Yubai's fans, stop hyping your idol, eye roll. They control the entire Asian economy. Deathly smile. I run around the world. So is Bo Yanli also that wealthy? Is the person above crazy? What does our Yanli have to do with this? Can you not drag him into it? I run around the world. Sorry, I thought since they share the surname Bo they're from the same family. Awkward. Who's in the same family? If you insult our idol like that again, I'll report you. Bo Yanli wife, are you crazy? Why is a Yanli fan lurking in our stream? The two fan groups started arguing again. Of course Bo Yubai was unaware of this. At that moment the sharp-tongued actor was picking out fishing gear with the little one. The little milk ball looked bewildered as she watched her third uncle pull and release the long rod with a line. Zhuzhu waddled over on her short legs, tugged at her uncle's clothes, tilted her head, and pointed at the fishing rod softly. Third uncle, what is this thing for? The great actor curled his lips, puffed out his chest with pride, and shook the rod in his hand, his eyes brimming with excitement. This is a fishing rod. It can catch delicious fish. According to Granny Rong, the Father's Love show team seemed to be heading to Fenghua Resort Island. Had heard there had been sharks there a few years ago. He planned to rent a yacht and go shark fishing for fun. He could already imagine the crowd staring in awe and bowing to him when he hauled up a shark. Haha. At that moment Bo Yubai would be the strongest man in the world. Like Ultraman. The man smirked. The little milk ball was delighted too. Fish was delicious and she loved fish. If her third uncle could catch a super big fish, could she have a feast? And third uncle was so amazing he could even catch fish unlike her. She only knew how to eat them. The little one instantly looked up at her third uncle with adoring starry eyes. Turning around, the uncle and niece enthusiastically headed to the swimwear section. Bo Yubai had his own swimwear, but wasn't he bringing Zhuzhu along? Well, Bo Yubai was particularly picky, having grown up pampered. Though he hadn't received much affection as a young master from a wealthy family, he had never been troubled by money. So using hastily bought or prepared items was out of the question. If that were the case, he might as well prepare. Thus the young master's shopping spree grew increasingly absurd. After finally finishing the purchases with the dazed crew, he returned home, set Zhuzhu aside, and eagerly rubbed his hands together as he started packing. The items he packed grew more and more ridiculous. 100,000 yuan umbrella unusable in the rain and 500,000 yuan crystal sandals unsuitable for rainy days. Gorgeous but impractical princess dresses, little hair clips, a 700,000 yuan tiny crossbody bag that could only fit a lipstick. If you could imagine it, he dared to. Bo Yubai was getting addicted, muttering to his niece as he packed. It'll definitely be sunny on vacation, so sunscreen is a must. Also this parasol and these sunglasses. Wait, why am I confused? It looks more like Bo Yubai is packing for a vacation than for a tribulation. Same here. Does he not know the show is heading to Daliang Mountain, known as the land of poverty? Facepalm crying emoji. Director G grew more puzzled and couldn't help but step in to advise. Yubai, pack something practical, at least a flashlight. You'd need it for trips to the bathroom or tasks at night, right? The man didn't even glance at Director G, casually waving his hand. No need. There are streetlights. His firm tone and relaxed demeanor. Had he already visited the place and installed streetlights at his own expense? Considering this guy's lavish habit of never compromising his comfort, Director G really thought it was something he'd do. He suddenly worried. How much would this guy end up transforming Daliang Village? The director kept a straight face, but regretted it internally, secretly thinking he shouldn't reveal the destination to the guests next time. If this guy did this every episode, how would the show maintain its contrast? And so the two teams, each lost in their own thoughts, set off. Both sides had their own thoughts. One team was thrilled to death, while the other was worried sick. In reality, the luxurious resort literary film they imagined was actually a bitter country love transformation story of going up the mountain and into the village. And the director team thought the wealthy young master's dramatic transformation in the barren Daliang Mountains was just a fleeting illusion. Thus, with hidden agendas on both sides, they embarked on the official filming journey the next morning. Oh, during this time Bo Yanzhou called Bo Yubai several times, the gist of the conversation never changing. First, give his daughter back to him. Second, immediately, and right now, give his daughter back to him. Third, if he wanted to see the sun tomorrow, had better give his daughter back. Give her. Of course, Bo Yubai politely refused every time. To avoid his brother showing up, he even took Zhuzhu to stay at Rongzha's place for a night. At this moment, Bo Yubai was holding the little milk dumpling, a smile curling on his lips, while his other hand stroked the curious little one beside him, who was pulling at the car window to look outside. In the past, Zhuzhu would have fallen asleep as soon as she got in the car. She probably didn't know there was a thing called car sickness. So the little milk dumpling thought, wow, these cars seem really enthusiastic about her. Knowing she likes to sleep, they hypnotized her as soon as she got in. But today was different. The little one was unusually excited and wouldn't calm down in the car. She kept asking her third uncle questions, showing no desire to sleep. No one knew why Bo Yubai, usually so sharp-tongued, got along so well with Zhuzhu, even though the uncle and niece rarely met. These two were like kindred spirits who had met too late, chattering endlessly, even though their topics were very boring. The sky outside is so blue, maybe because there's the sea. Bo Yubai propped his chin up, utterly bored. The little milk dumpling pressed against the window, a bit puzzled. What is the sea? The sea is a place with a lot of water, the man explained. But Uncle Mountain, how much water is a lot of water? The little mushroom was curious. Bo Yubai thought for a moment, then ruffled Zhuzhu's little head. Uncle can't explain it clearly either. Anyway, don't think about it now. Well, no, when we get there. Then Uncle will take you to have fun. Make you the most dazzling kid on the whole beach. The little one clenched her paws and nodded vigorously, repeating in her milky voice, Zhuzhu wants to be the most dazzling baby. Bo Yubai also grinned, his hand grabbing Zhuzhu's little head. Uncle wants to be the most dazzling uncle too. The two exchanged a glance, then cheered excitedly, hooray. After the excitement, Zhuzhu wanted to watch cartoons, because at home her brother always restricted her from watching too many. Finally, her brother had gone off to a competition, and she thought she could finally indulge in cartoons. But then her second uncle came and followed her home. Her second uncle was not to be trifled with, and neither was her father. If she didn't listen to them, her head, her heart, her whole being would have to endure the pain of studying. But if she didn't study, she couldn't watch cartoons. Zhuzhu didn't like studying. She didn't want to endure the pain of studying now, nor in the future. So in a tangle of confusion, her clever little mind turned and she ran to her villainous father volunteering that she wouldn't watch cartoons anymore, so she wouldn't have to study either. And then, her father rejected the second half of her request, but agreed to the first half. From then on, the little one didn't find a chance to watch the pigs rolling in the mud for a whole week. Now didn't she have to make up for it? After adjusting the video for her, the little milk baby hugged the phone and watched from the side. Bo Yubai also leaned over occasionally, throwing in a comment or two. A few minutes later, a live tag suddenly appeared on the pause screen. Zhuzhu curiously poked her paw and tapped it. Instantly the screen switched, and a milk baby appeared on the phone, also hanging her head, staring wide-eyed, and holding a phone in a daze. Zhuzhu was immediately captivated. Squinting her deadfish eyes, she looked closely and felt like she had seen that outfit somewhere before. Then she wiggled her little bottom, and the little person in the phone live stream also wiggled her little bottom. She patted her cheeks, and the person in the video also patted her cheeks. She leaned closer to her third uncle, and the baby in the video clumsily leaned closer to the man in the video. She looked up, and the camera installed in front immediately focused on the chubby face of the little dumpling. The little one was instantly surprised, her mouth forming a round O. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhuzhu's eyes instantly lit up. Tugging at her third uncle's sleeve, she cheered excitedly, "Uncle, look. Zhuzhu seems to be on TV. Haha, did the baby just realize she's live streaming? Oh my god, that is absolutely adorable. My baby." Speaking of which, after hearing their conversation just now, I seriously doubt if they even know they're going to Daliang Mountains. Haha, I think they probably don't know. Given the young lad's temper, if she knew she was going to a godforsaken place, she probably wouldn't have even taken the job. No one's going to tell them. It feels both funny and pitiful. Facepalm with tears. Let's not. I think it's pretty fun. Ha ha ha. What? You're watching a live stream. Let me see the beautiful shots these people took of me. Huh. The man who had been dazedly staring into space beside Zhuzhu yawned and leaned over. He had just mumbled half a sentence when his eyes flickered as if he saw something. The young lady froze instantly. The man squinted, took the phone, and scrolled up. Looking at the line of text that had just flashed by, he couldn't help but read it aloud. "Stop talking, everyone. The young lady is coming. If he finds out this time it's Daliang Mountains and not a resort, won't he just throw a tantrum?" 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bo Yubai was instantly angered into laughter. With his peculiar focus, he squeezed the phone. "Nearly furious young lady. Throwing a tantrum. You're the young lady. Your whole family are young ladies. I'm a real man. I'm not delicate at all." The young lady said it with a straight face, extremely serious. Only the little milk dumpling looked up at her seething uncle, blinked, and softly tapped her chin with her paw. "But where's Daliang Mountains?" Bo Yubai's expression changed as he realized. Before he could speak, Zhuzhu asked again, "Is there a sea in Daliang Mountains? Can we go fishing?" Bo Yubai, "Uncle, can we still be the most dazzling baby on the beach?" The young master, utterly defeated, rolled his eyes and collapsed into the back seat. His tone was as languid and tragic as a sloth's niece. "We can't. Not only are we not dazzling, we're not even kids anymore." The little one, who had been dreaming of being a dazzling kid, yelped in surprise, her eyes wide, then collapsed into her uncle's arms. The live stream room exploded with laughter. "Oh my god, I really can't with these two sweet idiots. I was wondering why Bo Yubai was acting so weird all the way." The other guests were searching for guides and preparing mosquito nets, repellent, and flashlights while he stupidly went to the swimming section to buy swimsuits. The umbrella he brought was expensive, but not waterproof, laughing and crying, and the shoes he bought for Zhuzhu couldn't get wet. Facepalm, "Oh, stop teasing the young lady. He might be a bit silly, but he's certainly generous with his niece." The young lady, "Really? I'm crying." Grinning grin, grinning grin, grinning grin. The uncle and niece, devastated by the loss of their chance to be dashing figures, huddled together, a large figure and a tiny bundle, wallowing in their sorrow for a while. Bo Yubai promptly pulled out his phone and searched for the Daliang Mountain the netizen had mentioned. But it turned out that searching was no small matter. What he found nearly scared the life out of him. As the saying goes, the mountain lived up to its name. Daliang Mountain was exceptionally bleak in every aspect, from economic development and resources to education. Thus the entire mountain remained covered in dirt roads, not even a single cement path, and no streetlights. In short, it was as impoverished as could be. Moreover, in summer, with so many trees on the mountain, there were bound to be plenty of mosquitoes and insects. Bo Yubai immediately felt that this was extremely unfavorable after reading about it. If it were just him alone, staying a few days would be fine. He had visited even harsher environments while filming. But Zhuzhu had such delicate skin with her little arms and legs. In the Bo family, with her eldest brother and elder nephew doting on her so much, when had she ever suffered such hardship? Just the thought of a vicious mosquito sinking its fangs into the tender, plump, and rosy cheeks of the little one beside him made Bo Yubai feel deeply distressed. As he was lost in thought, the phone nestled in his hand suddenly vibrated. Bo Yubai glanced at it. It was Rong-su. He bit his lip in anger and pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, Rong-zu's voice came through. "Little ancestor, did you not even look at the materials for the first 2 seasons of Fatherly Love, as majestic as mountains, that I sent you? What? You and Zhuzhu darling are already in the car, and you still don't know where your destination is?" Bo Yubai retorted indignantly. "I did look. And how dare you blame me? Didn't you say this time we were going to Fenghua Grand Resort, and it'd be a bit chilly by the seaside? My niece and I already bought all our gear ready to be dashing, only to find out we're not going to Fenghua Grand. We're going to Daliang Mountain." Rong-zu's eyelid twitched, and he nearly laughed. What I said was that we're going to Fenghua Village on Daliang Mountain. It gets very windy at night on the mountain, so it'll be a little cold. You need to bring more clothes, ancestor. He paused, then asked with a tone of exasperation, but I'm really curious. You've obviously read the compiled materials from the first 2 seasons, and those seasons also went to many small mountain villages. Even if you didn't hear clearly, how come you didn't suspect anything? Bo Yubai waved his hand, a bit puzzled by his agent's reasoning. Suspect what? I'm so handsome, well-liked, and approachable. It's not strange at all that I got lucky and caught the show's wave of good fortune, right? Unaware of her third uncle's notorious reputation, the little one clenched her tiny paws and nodded vigorously. Yeah, third uncle is the prettiest. A satisfied smile curled on Bo Yubai's lips as he patted Zhuzhu's head. Most importantly, your third uncle has great connections. The little girl's eyes sparkled and blinked, her look of utter devotion melting the hearts of the strange aunties in the live stream. The driver up front overheard this and thought, you call that good connections? Among the drivers who came along, only I, the one with guts and a liking for that cute little baby, dared to give you a ride. If you're going to be a jinx, you should keep your mouth shut. But Bo Yubai is not only a jinx, he's also sharp-tongued and a chatterbox. If it were someone more timid, wouldn't they refuse to drive this car? Bo Yubai didn't notice the driver's pointed glances from the rearview mirror and kept bickering with Rong-su. Can we still swap people on this show? He'll swap my niece out, and you come as my son. Spare my niece from suffering with me. Rong-su snapped, scram. I'd rather die than be humiliated. In the live stream, there were both approving and scathing comments, but of course Bo Yubai and Zhuzhu were unaware of them. As the car ventured deeper, the trees grew denser, a lush green expanse with dappled shadows swaying on the grayish-yellow dirt road. The window rolled down, and the gentle coolness of summer under the shade caressed Zhuzhu's face. White daisies dotted the fields on both sides of the road, and from time to time the clear, melodious chirping of birds could be heard among the trees in the woods. Dragonflies passed by with butterflies. The little one leaning against the window happily waved her hands. Zhuzhu loves this. Third uncle, can we bring daddy here too? And second uncle and big bro. The little girl shook her head, counting on her tiny fingers. She was true. Seeing how much she liked the place, Bo Yubai dropped the idea of mentioning going back. Indeed, as he looked around, it wasn't as dilapidated as he had imagined. Instead, it felt like a serene retreat amidst the mountains and forests, offering a sense of peace and timelessness. Thus, the uncle and niece, riding the breeze, arrived at their destination. When they got there, 2 other participants were already present. The middle-aged man standing on the left was director Ji Hung. Bo Yubai had recently acted in a film directed by him, so they were fairly acquainted. Seeing Bo Yubai approaching with his suitcase, he walked over with his son Ji Xiao. After the adults exchanged greetings, Ji Hung looked around and asked, Yubai, where's your little niece? Along the way, he had been watching Bo Yubai's livestream. That little baby was just so adorable. She had captured his heart completely. 5-year-old Ji Xiao, seeing his father's shameless expression, immediately pulled a sour face on his still immature features. What a disgrace of a dad. The little rascal Ji Xiao curled his lips in disdain. Look at old Jis' pathetic eagerness. Like that kid is the most beautiful thing in the world. Old Ji has such poor taste. Why doesn't he look at his own handsome and dashing son, instead of gawking at other people's children? Humph. How could that kid possibly be prettier? Though he thought so, the boy still stood on tiptoes and curiously craned his neck to look ahead. Just then the little one popped her head out from behind Bo Yubai's leg and locked eyes with Ji Xiao, who had been peering. Today the little girl was dressed especially cute. A white puff-sleeve dress and white soft leather open-toe sandals with embroidered patterns. On her head was a yellow braided summer hat. Her big lively eyes shone on her rosy cheeks, and her already fair skin seemed even whiter under the sunlight. Zhuzhu froze for a moment, then broke into a sweet smile and called out softly, hello big bro. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The boy's previously sullen face flushed bright red, and he stumbled back a step in panic. He clutched his pounding heart, staring at the incredibly adorable little bunny before him. Ji Xiao forced a scoff, gripping his chest, and declared fiercely to Zhuzhu, well done, woman. You've successfully caught the attention of this CEO. Bo Yubai. Ji Hung. The 2 adults exchanged a glance. Ji Hung turned his head away first. What an embarrassing son. Taking advantage of this moment, the other group of guests who had arrived earlier, Zhuo Wenjin and his son Zhuo Xian, also came over. Zhuo Wenjin was a seasoned actor of great skill. He started as a child star and entered the industry early with his talent evident to all. However, he married late and only had a son at 38. Thus, he had always been quite fond of this son. Unlike Ji Xiao's lively personality, the 7-year-old boy appeared more mature than Ji Xiao. He was rather slender, different from Zhuo Wenjin's tough guy image. He had delicate features and seemed more composed. On the other side, Ji Xiao was still immersed in his own chaotic world. Covering his little heart, he staggered along, his dark eyes fixed intently on Zhuzhu. Damn it. Woman, I think I've fallen in love at first sight with you. What kind of magic have you cast on me? Old Father Ji Hung twitched the corner of his mouth. The already awkward face instantly became even more embarrassed. The man waved his hand with a forced smile, quickly stepping back 2 paces to disassociate himself. I don't know him. Whose naughty kid is this talking nonsense? The livestream room went crazy with laughter. Unlike Ji Xiao's, Zhuo Xian really liked small animals. At this moment, the 7-year-old boy looked at the little toddler before him, who had a pair of big, round, innocent eyes. Though his face remained expressionless, his heart was itching with eagerness. This little sister is really cute. He had never seen such an adorable and well-behaved child. Simply as cute as the little white cat he had raised. The extremely intense gaze caught Zhuzhu's attention. The little chubby girl hugging a small bear toy with her short legs emerged from behind her third uncle. For a moment, the 70-centimeter little gas canister was exposed. Zhuzhu trotted over to Zhuxian in a unique, duckling-like gait, and called out softly, "Gidge hi." The little mushroom was very polite, greeting even Jiheng and Zhuo Wenjin obediently, "Everyone hi hi." The two fathers present felt their hearts struck, covering their chests, and inhaling, sharply, suddenly feeling a bit envious. A little one so round, chubby, and cute. Holding it in one's arms must feel wonderful, right? For some reason, Jiheng, looking again at his own silly son who was going through a Chinibyu phase, suddenly realized that no wonder people said raising a son and raising a daughter were complete. This brat looks tough-skinned and hard, while the little girl seems soft, cute, and obedient, clearly very squishable. At that moment, someone else walked over pulling a suitcase. The newcomer had handsome features, wearing simple casual clothes. In his left hand, he carried a large suitcase, and in his right hand, he held a branch with a piece of bread tied to it with a data cable, seemingly from somewhere. Following behind the bread was a little boy wearing suspenders, arms outstretched, and eyes full of tears. This was Singer and Moyen and his 5-year-old son Anan. Little Anan was a crybaby. Although he was 5, he was slower in development than his peers, only 88 centimeters tall. Not only was he prone to crying and loved eating, but he was also a bit lazy and disliked walking. Without a snack dangling, he would actually refuse to get off the production team's car. He looked utterly pitiful, making it hard for his old father and Moyen to hit or scold him, causing Moyen much worry. And Moyen stopped, and the little radish head behind him also stopped. Opening his arms, he hugged the bread to his chest, sniffled pitifully, and let out a soft woo. As if saying, "Bread, we're finally together." There was another round of arguments in the livestream room. Of course, Bo Yubai and Zhuzhu, who were at the center of these topics, were unaware of it. The little chubby one was lying on the ground with a group of new friends watching ants move. San Si Wu. The milky girl counted with her fingers, eyes fixed, and, before she finished counting, Ji Xiao excitedly raised his hand. I know. The next line is go up the mountain to beat the tiger." Zhuzhu was interrupted, and suddenly went blank, looking a bit confused. She scratched the little bun on her head, tilted her head, and with big eyes full of confusion, asked, "Tiger?" Anan with red eyes took small steps, and hid behind the milky girl who was a head shorter than him, looking scared. Tiger? Ji Xiao nodded. Right. Don't you know about tigers? The milky girl had never actually seen a tiger, only cartoon versions and puzzle books, so she was very confused. Seeing this, Ji Xiao became addicted to performing. He climbed onto a large stone nearby, using both hands and feet, stood on top, lowered his voice, and began to act with exaggerated gestures. I've seen a tiger before. Let me tell you, tigers are super scary. They don't eat grass, they don't eat cooked meat. They eat raw meat. Huddled together, the two little ones were both scared and shrank back. Zhuzhu's eyes became watery like poached eggs, but even at this moment, she didn't forget to express her opinion on meat. The milky girl with a trembling baby voice huddled within and looking pitiful and helpless. Zhuzhu not like raw meat. Anan also nodded with teary eyes, don't like. Seeing this, 7-year-old Zhuxian quickly went over and comfortingly patted both children's heads. In an instant, Zhuzhu and Anan seemed to find a pillar of support. They both clung to one of Zhuxian's arms, burying their heads into it. Seeing this, little demon Ji Xiao became even more excited, pointing at Anan. You see, a tiger could eat 3 kids like you in one bite. Anan was so scared that he started to cry. Little Zhuzhu, despite her own fear, reached out her small hand to comfort Anan. Then the next moment, the little demon Ji suddenly changed his tone and pointed at Zhuzhu. And you, Zhuzhu, a tiger could eat 5 of you little ones in one bite. He paused, shook his head, and corrected, no. 6. The milky girl's watery eyes moved, and a sobbing baby voice let out a whimper. She was so scared that she let out a cry, turned around, and ran with her short legs, waving her arms and shouting, don't eat me. Don't eat Zhuzhu. Zhuzhu is not even a little bit as tasty as a pig. Meanwhile, the last group of guests arrived. Bo Shuren, expressionless, walked beside Bo Yanli, dragging her small suitcase. The uncle and niece were a study in contrasts, one icy and aloof, the other warm and smiling at everyone. Seeing his niece still wearing a frosty face, the beaming man gently poked her. Shuren, aren't you happy? Bo Shuren glanced at her naive uncle. No, I'm quite happy. As long as she didn't have to see Lu Monlian and Bo Zhuzhu, those scheming vipers, she'd be thrilled, even living. Then why aren't you smiling? Bo Yanli leaned in, curious. Bo Shuren replied, I'm happy on the inside. The man suddenly understood and gave his niece a thumbs up. I get it. Keeping your emotions hidden, just like Yanzhou. But Shuren, could you force a little smile for now? He muttered quietly, then waved at the following camera and whispered to his niece, you know some netizens love to nitpick. Just smile once in a while so they won't come after you. Let me tell you, once I didn't smile during an entire shoot because my face cramped and I got chewed out so badly that I went to eat at a street stall that night, only to get yelled at by brother. The naive man sounded a bit aggrieved, his voice softening. Bo Shuren didn't really care, but seeing her little uncle's silly demeanor, she graciously curled her lips into a smile. In her past life, Bo Yanli was the only one in the Bo family who treated her kindly. Due to work, he was often away, so his presence in the family seemed faint. He was foolish and innocent, always grinning at everyone, forever looking like a carefree fool. Protected by her father Bo Yuchi, Bo Shuran once thought Bo Yanli was the happiest and simplest soul in their home. Yet, that optimistic man ultimately died of depression, setting himself ablaze. The young girl looked at the handsome man still chattering beside her, her expression complex. Finally, she let out a few awkward laughs to show her happiness. Hearing her laugh, Bo Yanli froze, then went wild with joy. He immediately pointed at his niece and boasted to the camera, look, I wasn't lying. My niece is beautiful when she smiles, isn't she? Comments flooded in. Yanli baby is so adorable. I love this puppy type. Oh, the niece's smile is gorgeous. Haha. Does Yanli really think we didn't hear his sneaky whispers? Brother really went all out. Last season a kid who didn't smile got cyberbullied. He's afraid his icy niece will suffer the same. Is it just me, or do those two Bo top actors look alike? Unaware of the online chatter, Bo Shuran, forcing a smile, walked forward awkwardly. Suddenly a chubby blob of something staggered toward her on wobbly legs. It wailed, don't eat me, don't eat me. I taste awful. Then glancing back in panic, the little ball crashed straight into Bo Shuran's legs, sprawling on the ground. The plump little round thing plopped onto the ground, its straw hat askew, revealing a tiny bun on one side. One could imagine the bewildered expression under that hat, without even seeing the child's face. Bo Shuran's eyes lit up. Indeed, aside from that scheming Bo Zhuzhu, all other kids were adorable. The aloof young woman set down her suitcase, bent down with a hopeful smile, and picked up the baby. She carefully adjusted the hat. Just as she was about to speak, the child under the straw hat looked up, and Bo Shuran's smile froze, turning stiff. Bo Zhuzhu. What was she doing here? That scheming viper had joined the show too. For the first time since her rebirth, she faced this familiar face up close, and scenes from her past life flooded her mind. Sister, I did it on purpose. Aren't you sad, sister, that I couldn't burn you to death when you were 6? Sister should stay home. Your face is so scary it might frighten others, and that would be your fault. Why does Uncle Yuchi love me more than you, his own daughter? Don't you think your existence is a mistake? Sister, you can't escape now. One incident after another. Her eyes reddened, and overwhelming hatred made her tremble. She wanted to rush forward and snap Bo Zhuzhu's neck right then and there. But seeing the cameraman approaching, reason prevailed over impulse. Bo Shuran took a deep breath and regained her cool composure. She stared coldly at the child before her, a brilliant plan forming in her mind. Bo Zhuzhu, you love to pretend, don't you? This time, she'd let her act to her heart's content in front of millions of viewers. The lunatics in the Bo family were blind fools, but not everyone was. Thinking back, that scheming brat had only gotten away with her tricks because the Bo family spoiled her blindly. Her schemes were obvious upon closer inspection. But those fools lost their minds when it came to her. People's mouths are hard to shut. Bo Zhuzhu, this time you'll taste the bitterness of public disgrace and cyberbullying. The 80-year-old girl glanced coldly at the child, grabbed her suitcase, and turned to leave. Just then the slow-witted Zhuzhu snapped out of it. Seeing the older girl, Zhuzhu's eyes sparkled. She hugged her and nuzzled softly, crying out, it's sister. It's Zhuzhu's sister. It's Zhuzhu's sister. During their stay at great-grandfather's house, Zhuzhu had wanted to chat with her sister, but her sister was so aloof and busy. Every day she'd sneak to her door to see when she was free. But she found that even when her sister had free time, she ignored her. Maybe because they weren't close yet. The little milk ball had thought she'd need to be more proactive. But before she could act, her uncle whisked her away. This time, she'd use all her charm to win her sister's heart. Yes, the little one was instantly filled with determination. The little creature clinging to her leg was fervent with enthusiasm. Bo Shuran clenched her hands, suppressing the urge to fling it away, and pried open Zhuzhu's tiny paws one by one where the cameras couldn't see. She stepped back, mindful of being on camera, so she forced a smile, a profoundly insincere one, and said hello. The little milk dumpling's eyes sparkled. She knew it. Cuddling was indeed the way to charm big sister. Zhuzhu was beside herself with joy, flashing her baby teeth as she chirped, hello, big sister. Hello to you too. Bo Yanli, perplexed, keenly sensed something off between the two. Just as he was about to say something, his gaze inadvertently fell on Bo Yu by approaching. A flicker of realization crossed his face as he looked at Zhuzhu. His eyes lit up and a gleam of excitement shone through. In a surge of enthusiasm, he hoisted Zhuzhu up by the armpits. The child before him was soft and chubby, all over her, round babyish eyes blinking up at him, her plump, unlined face exuding pure innocence and adorableness. Bo Yanli was instantly smitten. He had known Bo Yubai would come, but not which child he would bring. Plus, having missed the last family banquet, he didn't recognize Zhuzhu. After finishing the pilot episode yesterday, he had flown overnight to City A to film a few scenes, then flown back at dawn, barely sleeping. He hadn't watched any other live streams, and had only dozed in the car. Is Zhuzhu also a little guest on the show? The man asked with a smile. The little milk dumpling nodded, her big eyes soft and round. Yes, Zhuzhu is a little guest on the show. Brother still doesn't know this, is the kid Bo Yubai brought, right? Yeah. Brother, put that kid down now. Why are you holding his kid? Are you sick? Think our Zhuzhu wants your brother to hold her. Just wait, you Yanli fans will screenshot this and use it to market how kind your brother is. Are you crazy? When did we ever market anything? You know damn well in your heart whether you've marketed or not. Whose lackey keeps stepping on our movie king to promote your idol? In truth, Bo Yanli and Bo Yubai had no real intersection in the entertainment industry. Yet inexplicably their fan bases had clashed and become rivals. The enmity was ludicrously intense. This led many in the circle to assume they had a significant grudge. After all, the usually sharp-tongued Bo Yubai was oddly cold whenever he encountered Bo Yanli. If that wasn't a grudge, what was? Seeing the two meet, the remaining three exchanged knowing glances. Father's love is like a mountain. The show had a history of inviting controversial figures every season. When they saw Bo Yubai today, they had thought that the guests already present were neither familiar nor at odds with each other. So where was this year's drama? It was saved for last. The director sitting in the shed sat up eagerly in anticipation. The stage was set, just waiting for the show to begin. Fight! Fight! The fiercer the conflict, the better the rate, the greater his chance of striking it rich. Then 3 seconds later, the anticipated clash never came. Instead, the two greeted each other with surprising amicability. Then turning away, Bo Yubai took the small suitcase from Bo Shuran and pulled it along, looking like an elder helping a child with their luggage. Director, other guests, fans from both sides already bickering in the live stream. Gidge, what are you doing? We've already started fighting. Are you blind? That's Bo Yanli the copycat. Yanli baby, why are you greeting him? That's Bo Yubai the jinx. You two acting so familiar makes us feel like a joke. Deathly smile. I've been a Yubai fan for 8 years, and I've never understood why these two, with zero interaction, became rivals. Even an 8-year fan doesn't know. It's because wherever our brother goes, that copycat, Bo Yanli, follows. Are you insane? Upstairs, Yanlijej doesn't have capital backing him like your brother does. Does he have a choice where he goes? Of course his agent arranges it. You think everyone buys their way into productions like your brother does? Damn it. Say that again about who bought their way in. Every award and every role Bo Yubai earned was through his own hard work and was well-deserved. The fan war reached its peak instantly. Of course the guests present were still blissfully unaware, seeing everyone had arrived. Though a bit disappointed the opening spark hadn't ignited, the director rose from his seat and announced through a megaphone, "Dear guests, welcome to the first episode of Father's Love is Like a Mountain. We are here at Fenghua Village in Daliangshan. Today our production team has prepared 5 houses ranked from best to worst: brick house, mud house, wooden house, thatched cottage, and a pig pen." At this, the guests' expressions shifted. A pig pen. The director observed their reactions and continued, "Our main task today is to compete for tonight's accommodation. There are 3 rounds of games. The first round is called Catch Me If You Can. This round primarily involves the children. Each of the 5 boxes in front contains a delicious treat. In order of arrival, the children can choose their preferred box. The child who finishes their treat first will allow their parent to proceed to the next checkpoint to select tools for harvesting sweet potatoes." Upon hearing this, the 3 children who had been drowsy and confused suddenly perked up. Delicious. Zhuzhu Jiziao and Inen were instantly wide awake. The little milk dumpling stared eagerly, her stomach even letting out 2 timely growls. "My baby is so greedy, ha!" side-eye. "These 3 babies are so adorable." From a medical perspective, a baby's tummy usually goes gurgle, not gur, so this baby is a bit flawed. I suggest movie king Bo send the baby over so this dean of a medical school can give a thorough checkup. Serious. Ha ha. Is that from the home-based medical university? Side-eye. Of course, these were comments from neutral fans. The live stream was still chaotic, with top celebrity fans fighting, some mediating, and others apologizing to irritated passers-by and fans of other stars. In short, it was a flurry of activity. Outside the live stream, the children lined up, in order: Ji Xiao first, then Zhua Xian, Zhuzhu, and Un, and Bo Shuran. Ji Xiao surveyed and chose the first box. Zhua Xian, indifferent, grabbed the second. Zhuzhu spent a while playing Eeny Meeny Minimo before picking the fourth. Un ran over and took the fifth. The remaining one naturally went to Bo Shuran, who had arrived last. Everyone opened their boxes with bated breath. The production team had clearly gone to great lengths, each item more unappetizing than the last. Ji Xiao got a pork knuckle as big as his face. Zhua Xian a steaming bowl of ramen. Zhuzhu lucked out with a small cake, and Inen received 2 large sweet potatoes. As for Bo Shuran, the aloof socialite couldn't maintain her composure upon seeing the pile of silkworm pupae on her plate, instantly breaking out in goosebumps. Despite her fear, the ingrained elegance of a socialite forced her to suppress the terror. Bo Shuran's hand trembled slightly as she held her chopsticks, staring at the large, dark, yet distinctly textured insects on the plate, unable to take a bite. But seeing the other children eating, she steeled herself, closed her eyes, and shoved a pupa into her mouth. The next second, the young lady vomited on the spot. Bo Yanli immediately interjected, "Director, well, volunteer to be last. Can I eat this silkworm pupa for my niece?" The director shook his head and mercilessly refused. "No can do. It's a mandatory task. The child must complete it." Bo Yubai frowned and unusually chimed in, "She's afraid of bugs. There's no way she can eat them. Can't you make an exception?" At this, the other fathers also began to plead. The live stream exploded again, with some praising Bo Yubai's actions, others calling him hypocritical, some criticizing Bo Shuran for being dramatic, and others attacking Bo Yanli. A cacophony of diverse opinions. Meanwhile, the little milk dumpling, happily munching on her cake, looked at her sister, who was retching beside her, then at the plate of insects on the table. The little one waddled over on her short legs, clutching her cake, and tugged at her sister's sleeve. "Sister, Zhuzhu loves eating bugs. Can I trade with you?"